Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Welcome back. Wanted to do a little bit of an update, and I apologize for anyone the 3 or 4 people that actually pay attention to the math. They will have seen some of this, but I have a point I want to try to make tonight, and I'm going to work on this over the next couple of weeks because I got to find a way to do this better, because apparently I'm not breaking through. And, you know, I tease a lot that this is a math-free zone, but I brought the boards to walk through the economic studies that basically show you can tax the rich and to get about 1.5% of GDP if you tax everything. And over here, when we're talking about doing cuts, we could probably get a point of GDP when you consider what? All non-defense discretionary might be 2.5% to 3% of GDP. So if the understanding saying, okay, so here's what we're talking about, cutting on our side, they're taxing on that side, you might get 3% of the economy. Since this fiscal year, so we're a little over 1/4 in this fiscal year, I think if you add up everything, we're borrowing about 9.6% of the economy. In the last 365 days, we borrowed 8.4% of the entire GDP. Does anyone see a math problem? And this is my frustration. The border, incredibly important. Getting these budget bills done, incredibly important. But the house is burning down around us. So one of the things we started about 6 weeks ago, and it has taken off, you can go to our website, sign up, and every single day, I'm going to send you the daily debt text. And yes, you are out of your mind if you care enough about the math to want to get it. And it tells a very powerful story. So this is what you're going to get every day, a text from me. And we've built a system of grabbing off the Treasury's website and saying, hey, here's what we've borrowed this fiscal year. Here's what we borrowed in the last 365 days. And here's what we're borrowing per second. So, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, let's see. This is from, I think, yesterday. Yesterday, over the last 365 days, we are borrowing $83,377 million, $83,377 every second. $83,000 a second. And if you do just this fiscal year, and there's some timing effects. Remember, we take in some tax receipts in April. We pay Social Security twice a year, their interest, and that's, can be, $25, $30 billion in interest. But if you do just this fiscal year, $99,480 per second is our borrowing, not spend, borrowing. Please, if you're interested in this, sign up. But you got to understand, and been trying to make the point, the world changed when interest rates started to go up. The world changed over the last couple of years when healthcare costs went up fairly dramatically, and they continue to, and most of that's demographics. We like to pretend, it's things we can control, unless you have a magic way for baby boomers not to get older. We need to deal with the reality of our demographics. So, Mr. Speaker, Social Security is our #1 spend at $1,450 billion. Interest, gross interest, total interest, this fiscal year is projected to be over $1 trillion, making it the #2 spend in our government. Interest. #3, Medicare. And #4, defense. And a couple of these numbers may actually even go down a bit on things like defense, not Medicare, with some of the budget negotiations that are being finished up right now. But when was the last time you actually had anyone say, hey, did you know defense is actually number 4, not number 2, not number 1. It's number 4 in our spend. Interest is number 2. If I had said that a couple years ago, you would have thought I was out of my mind. How do I get my brothers and sisters here to pay any attention that we're knifing each other? And I just showed you a chart that says over the last 365 days, we're borrowing, I think, $7 billion, $200 million a day. A day. And we've been having fights for months now on things that are, what's $6 billion? That's a lot of money. It's a tremendous amount of money. But understand we're borrowing over $7 billion a day. And just for those who don't like math or charts, we produced a pretty chart where you can see little bars that basically saying, look, here's Social Security. The reason I made this chart is you'll often hear those who are trying to spin you on these numbers, well, we only spent this in interest, and the other interest we paid to ourselves. It's because we borrowed the money. When we reach into the Social Security Trust Fund, when we reach into the Transportation Trust Fund, when we reach into the Medicare Trust Fund, we grab the cash, we spent it, and now we got to pay back that principal and pay interest on it. So that's why you see the difference. But even then, even the net interest looks like it's going to be the second biggest expense in U.S. government this year. That's a stunning numbers. And look, this one's a little hard to read, and I have several charts here that we may go through very quickly because they're awfully technical. But we're just trying to make the point, if you look at this line here, all I'm trying to make the point is we benefited, we lived in a fantasy land for a decade with artificially low interest rates. Realities come home. And we're not intellectually prepared to deal with reality. And that's what this chart is telling you, is when you start to look at this, that's how we're about to have a $1 trillion interest coverage cost this year. So let's actually have a little bit of fun here. In a sort of sadistic way, we hit $34 trillion last week. And a number of members here did their little, social media. It's horrible, it's this and that. Mr. Speaker, if I were to ask our brothers and sisters, how many days before we go from 34 trillion to 35 trillion? Who here? Come on, it's simple math. If you're borrowing about $7.3, $7.4 billion a day, it's about 140 days. In 140 days, you get to rewrite that same social media post. Just remove the 34 and make it 35. And then in 140 days after that, do it again, because it'll be another $1 trillion. We are burning down, and it's not what we often debate behind these microphones. Waste and fraud. Yeah, huge deal. Got to go after it. Foreign aid. Get rid of every dime of foreign aid. It's about 8 days of borrowing. Tax the rich. Great. I'm going to show you, you can get about 1.5 of GDP. Last year, you borrowed 8.4% of the entire economy. Unless we're going to grow up here and start to understand policy. I've done presentation after presentation here showing the biggest thing you could do for America on debt and deficits and on the morality, and I get the crap kicked out of me for telling the truth, is take on obesity. Take on diabetes. Change the cost of healthcare. Adopt technology to change the cost of government. Be willing to disrupt the business models, the bureaucracy models, this calcification intellectually around here and say, we need to go as fast as we can to adopt things that make us healthier, faster, better, more prosperous, and get up growth going. And instead, the hallways here in Congress are full of people who basically come in, whine at us and say, I need more money. Or don't you dare change things. I don't want to have to compete against that new technology. Between April 20th and May 20th is my best math. We're going to cross that $35 trillion debt threshold. This fiscal year, into September, we could be as high as over $36.2 trillion in borrowing. So for all of those who, mashed their teeth and whined and they say, 34, before the fiscal year's over, you're up another $2 trillion. And the speed of this one, I'm being a little bit of a jerk on, but I think it's deserving. We burnt this place down, what was it, last June, a little after that. We did the debt ceiling agreement. We actually got, some spending cuts, about $100 billion. Then there's some gains in it for, raising the borrowing. And then a little while after that, we removed our speaker. We basically weren't able to do anything for months. What was the debt of the United States? What was our debt when we did that debt ceiling deal? It was $31.8 trillion. Okay. We made a big deal. We got rid of a speaker. We did all these other things. How much progress did we make since then? Come on. A lot of people got television time screaming about this. Well, let's see. We hit 34 last week. Into this April, 35 trillion. Done great, guys. We don't seem to understand 100% of the debt that is growing from today through the next 30 years, and this really makes people uncomfortable, 100% is demographics. It's the interest, it's healthcare costs, and in about 8-9 years, we got to have a brutal, and dear God, please let us grow up and deal with it long before then. In 2033, the Social Security Trust Fund is empty. Our best math is that first year, the shortfall is $616 billion. That's just the shortfall. That's a 25% cut for seniors in 8-9 years. We will double senior poverty. How many people here do you see coming up and saying, we're going to fix that? And then many of the solutions we look at saying, well, just raise the cap. We're going back and triple vetting our numbers. But some of the numbers look like if you just raise the cap and have everyone pay their 12.4% all the way up, no matter what the income is, it may only cover 20, 30% of the shortfall. You got to do all sorts of other taxes. And when you do that, you've taken away your ability to have any optionality for everything else. Once again, we work in a math-free zone. So this chart is the single chart I get the most complaints about. So it must be hitting home. It basically is the chart. And remember, this one's now 2 years old. We just haven't had time to do the update on it. It's only worse today. It was basically saying in 30 years you had $116 trillion of debt. Our new math is closer to $130 trillion if interest rates continue to stay well over 4%. It was basically, this was saying $77 trillion over that 30 years, Medicare. Shortfall, it's healthcare costs, and then the financing of them. And this is over here, $38 trillion is if we backfill Social Security. Okay. How much real work are we doing here? How often do we go home and tell the truth to our constituents? That unless we actually start to act like fiscal adults and take on policy, Major changes in policy to actually, particularly on healthcare, to change the cost of healthcare. It's not financing. There's the intellectual vacuousness around here. Obamacare was a financing bill. The AC is a financing bill. Who's got subsidized and who had to pay? Over here, we had our Republican alternative. It was better. It fixed a bunch of the actuarial curve, so hopefully younger people would be willing to participate. But it was a financing bill. Medicare for All is a financing bill. It's not changing what we pay. It was just changing how we pay. You need the adoption of technology, whether it is technology where it's something you can blow into and it prescribes, and that technology exists, except it's illegal, down to actually having the brutal discussion of why are we so sick as a country? So, seriously, particularly for working age, prime age males, life expectancy may be going down again for another year. We're dying. In 18 years, this country has more deaths than births. Remember, our fertility rates last year, I think, fell to 1.64, 1.65. It's math, but there's things we can do. There's ways to make this work. But, dealing with the conversations, well, we just need to raise taxes on rich people. And then you show the charts from their own studies and they just stare at you saying, well, I can't actually say that because that's not what I've been telling my voters. I've offered amendments here this fiscal year to remove every dime we send to entities that have their own taxing authority. Those are brutal amendments. But about 30 to 40% of all non-defense discretionary is money that we borrow and send to cities, states, counties that have their own taxing authority. They'll scream if that passes. But it's intellectually honest. Should we borrow money to send it to entities that have their own taxing authority? Because understand, every dime of defense, every dime of what you think of as government, the FBI, the Supreme Court, my salaries, everything else, it's all borrowed. And it looks like where we're heading right now, which is part of the punchline of tonight's presentation, every dime of defense, every dime of non-defense discretionary, and maybe $300, $400, $500 billion of Medicare will be borrowed this year. Doesn't that send shivers? Am I the only idiot here who actually reads these numbers and then reads them over and goes back again and then goes and has another cup of coffee and goes back and reads them again and goes, my God, why? But yet you talk to the television producers, well, that's not interesting. The public doesn't really care about math. Well, they will when their pensions collapse. This is no longer about your grandkids, your kids. This is about your retirement being screwed over. And just for the intellectual opportunity here, I grabbed and we produced this slide. Okay, United States right now is sitting about 4% in our 10-year. Why? What's going on in the world when Greece has a lower interest rate on their 10-year sovereign debt than we do? Italy's lower than the United States. Portugal's lower. Spain's lower. I mean, the entire Southern Europe average is 3.31. I think that we did this net math as of yesterday. And the United States is around 4. I grew up in a household that actually my father was wonderful teaching me about stock markets and bond markets and those sorts of things. Some kids on Saturday went to the ball field. I went to the stock exchange with my father. It's just what we did. Bond traders and the data they work with are some of the smartest people you can possibly imagine. What's the bond market telling us when the U.S. interest rates on a 10-year note or bond is higher than even Southern Europe? I mean, Greece, come on. When Greece has a better interest rate than we do. What do they know that we don't, or that we're not willing? Actually, I have a different way to phrase it. We know it, we're just not willing to digest it because it's uncomfortable, because it would force us actually to do really hard, difficult stuff. And this place is barely capable of, sorry, I was going to get, no cursing tonight, but we're barely capable of doing our basic job. And then we run like crazy. And look, I've used this chart before. I need it to be steeper, but you got to understand, if we continue to stay well over 4%, we actually have some models here that say, guess what? We're heading to 300% of GDP in debt. What is it? The OECD, and I'm going to show some slides from them, Organization of Economic, whatever. They already have us, if they add up all of our debt, not unfunded liabilities, our current borrow, and they already have us at like 144%. Now, I think we may hit it in the next few weeks, but we'll be at 100% as we score it, as Treasury scores it, 100% of debt to GDP, of publicly held debt in the next few weeks. We finally did it. We did it. Yay, guys. So let's actually, I'm going to go through some of these slides brutally fast. I am so sorry for those trying to keep their fingers going. Take this record. Wave at me if I'm speaking too fast. I've had a lot of coffee. So for my brothers and sisters on the left, I'm going to do 2 or 3 slides to point out something. Did you know that when we did tax reform at the very end of 2017, we actually made the tax system, the income tax system in the United States, more progressive? Wealthy, high-income earners are actually paying a higher percentage of federal income tax today than they did before we did tax reform. How often do you ever hear they come behind the microphone, they give away to the rich, this and that? Oh, come on, clown show. You can read the CBO charts, the joint tax charts, as well as I can. I think you can. Read them. The fact of the matter is, top 1% of income earners pay 23.3% of all federal income tax. And that's actually higher than it was before tax reform. I'm going to see if this is an easier way to digest it. The upper income taxpayers finance nearly the entire federal income tax. So if you actually take a look at the top 20% of income earners, and then you go to the second, they only pay 5%, 15%, 5.7, then 2, and then when you get down to the bottom 40% of quartiles, they actually have a negative income tax. We give them money back, the earned income tax credit. And then you start to look at when Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren, or even their oligarch tax, they hold these press conferences like, we're going to tax rich people and we're going to solve the problem. Please understand, I'm not defending rich people. I'm defending math. And then you start to see it and you go, well, okay, so the Sanders plan gets us, a $440 billion, except when we actually did this chart, we expected the year's debt to only be 1.8 trillion. It may be 2.8 trillion at the rate we're going right now. But the point here is the theatrics you keep getting of the tax policy don't get you there. So the dirty little secret, what happens a few years from now when the Medicare trust fund's gone, transportation trust fund's gone, Social Security trust fund's about to go? What are we going to do policy-wise? Okay, raise taxes on everyone over $400,000. Okay, you covered a fraction of your problem. We're going to go to a VAT tax. Well, the problem is the VAT tax is crushing to the poor. It's crushing to the working middle class. It's not progressive, but it's really efficient in taking money out of people's pockets. You can do that or do what we've done the last 40 months, which is let inflation go, because inflation understand, the last 40 months or so, we've actually had one of the, probably the biggest tax hike in modern history, and no one knew they got it. Because when inflation goes up, your savings goes down in its purchasing value, but the U.S. sovereign debt actually is able to be paid back with inflated dollars. Why do you think so many governments, when they get themselves upside down in debt, set off inflation? It's a way to tax you and not even tell you we were doing it. I don't think anyone wants more. Okay. Just to make a point, because this one's always, and I've done this before, and I realize it's like talking to a wall. Income tax revenues have remained relatively constant regardless of the top tax rate. The basic point of this is, what do you get as a percentage of the economy? So let's actually walk through. In the 1950s, you'll every once in a while hear leftists talk about, you had a 90.5% tax rate. Yes, and income taxes produced 7.2% of the economy. But go to the Reagan years, when you got down to, or let's do the 90s, Clinton years. You got down to 36.7% top marginal tax rate. You got 8.1%. Today, we're at 37%. We get 9.2. Anyone see the punchline? Sometimes when you had these incredibly high marginal tax rates, you get this much of the economy. Low marginal tax rate, you get the same amount of the economy. So the secret is dramatically larger economy. You want tax receipts, tax revenues. You got 100 years of data out there showing when we've had very high marginal tax rates, we get the mean. When we got very low, we get the mean. But when we get very low, the pie was getting bigger. When you had very high, the pie was actually getting smaller. Oh. This is just a chart basically saying the same thing I just walked you through. All right. Let's actually go on to something I find fascinating. And I've done this a couple times, but it does not seem to sink in. So anyone that's out there who's, what do you call that? Oh, yeah, literate, and would actually have an interest in reading something that's very well written, but it's simple. Go to Manhattan Institute, Brian Riedel. He has an article from about 5-6 months ago. And what he did is he put together all these academic articles from, and also our joint tax stuff from CBO, from the administration, and put it together and basically said, what would happen if you actually did the Democrats' plan? Great. Take people over 400,000, and remember, purchasing power of 400,000 has dramatically changed over the last 40 months because of inflation, but take everyone that's over 400,000 and maximize their income tax. Maximize their capital gains tax. Maximize their estate tax. Just maximize everything. What could you get? And so I have a series of boards here from the article that basically say, okay, if you did maximize the estate tax, just maximized it before it changed behavior, or just in this case on estate tax, it doesn't change behavior much, but you get 0.1%. So max rate on estate tax, 0.1% of GDP. Great. That got a lot done. Now if you come over here and do some of the others, you also do the corporate tax, you add up, do an increase on the international, do all the Biden corporate tax hikes, do some of the additional garnishment in many ways of the corporate savings. You actually, at the end, you get another 1.5% of the economy in taxes. This will make sense in a moment. And then you go on to, so it's referred to as the maximum sustainable revenue from taxing the rich. And now you sort of walk through everything and then add them all up. And what's the punchline? Well, the punchline comes down to this as I get my board straight. Total amount raw number, you get about 2.1% of the economy in new taxes. You got to now adjust for the economic effects because you just slowed the economy down. Something we don't tell the truth enough about is when we do certain cuts, when we do certain taxes, we do change the size of the economy. So the best math out there is you get about 1.1 to 2% of the economy. That's it. That's the tax the rich plan. You get 1.1 to 2% of the economy. We borrowed 8.4% of the economy last year, and my math right now looks like in this first quarter of this year, we've borrowed 9.6. And look, I get screamed at by staff saying, no one knows what GDP and percentage of GDP is. I'm trying to talk to people like you're adults. The tax side doesn't work. Now, should we change parts of the tax code? Okay, I'm fine with that. But don't think it's the solution. And for my brothers and sisters on my side, I need to put them together. It's a little harder, showing all the discussions of what we think we can cut. And I come up with like a point, maybe a point and a quarter of GDP. Now, you got to understand, I'll do a reference so this makes sense. Back last June, when we did the debt ceiling deal, there was $100 billion that was going to be removed from non-defense discretionary. So you're functionally going from $700 billion to $600 some. Bloomberg Analytics, which has really good economists and really good data systems, they spent a fortune building this model, came back and said, yeah, you're going to actually, in 2024, if you execute that, yeah, you're going to save the $100 billion, but you'll also slow down the economy by like 0.5%. Something we actually don't talk about is big boy economics. When they want to raise taxes, and even when we want to cut spending, it does have economic effects. We need to calculate those things in so we're being honest about the math. One last board, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Yeah, I'm not going to make you all suffer through this. I guess I'm trying to make a point. There's hope. There's a way I can make this work. But we got to do it all together. I mean, we couldn't even organize lunch if we wanted to. There is a way to stabilize the debt to GDP, but it has to be done through policy. Those who look you in the eyes and say, I can cut it and get there, I can tax and get there, they need to own a calculator, and I can give them some great literature to read. But there's policy out there, and policy's hard because you've got to be willing to look a number of the army of lobbyists, many of our constituents, many of the people here, and say, there's a reason you didn't go to Blockbuster Video last weekend. Technology creates revolutions. Instead, now you hit a button at home and you stream. Those changes are already here that could dramatically change the cost of healthcare, dramatically change the cost of what it is to protect the environment, dramatically change the cost of building transportation. The technology, the engineering is here. But the laws we've passed, the way we reimburse things, we're still defending the old model. If we want to save the country, we have dozens of things that are incredibly important. But I will argue we cannot survive a few more years of every 140 days borrowing another $1 trillion. If you want to understand what takes republics down, it's ultimately when they have to inflate their currency, when they have to crush anyone with savings, destroy your kids' future, your retirement, and that's where we're heading to. There's hope, but every day we sit on our hands here, that hope gets a bit dimmer. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, with that bit of joy, I'm going to yield back.
2023, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, and thank you for all your words. Ms. Wasserman-Schultz and my friend, the good doctor. Being from Scottsdale, my community has actually family that have been devastated by what's going on in Israel. So, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, have you ever had one of these moments where you're walking out here and one of the reporters shoves their little recorder in your face, and it's not till sort of the next day that you start to realize with what you wish you would have said? So last week, a young man sticks his microphone in my face and goes, "Aren't you tired of going to the floor every week and saying the exact same thing?" If that's true, I apologize to the poor team here who has to try to write down our words to listen to this. I don't think I'm saying the exact same thing. It's the same theme because it's true. The problem is every week it's getting worse. And we just do nothing. So we're going to walk through some of the numbers of what's happened in the last couple weeks, and maybe someone will actually hear the words instead of thinking I'm giving the same speech that I was giving a year ago, because the numbers are dramatically uglier. And if I don't talk too long, I'm going to try to actually at the end here walk through some things that are positive, but it's just going to require this body to actually do something. So just to sort of point out that I'm no longer alone, I'm now starting to finally see in some of the mainstream press, not just the financial press, not just the bond press, but actual coverage of, and look, here's Robert Rubin, the former Treasury Secretary under a Democrat president. The U.S. is in a terrible place fiscally. It's a Democrat. Here's the head of J.P. Morgan, Jamie Dimon, driving towards a fiscal cliff. Okay? Now, when Taleb, now for those of you who are fans of Black Swan, Anti-Fragile, actually, I loved both books. I'm a little bit more of a George Gilder fan when it comes to economics. For anyone that knows who that is, you're a real geek. But he's basically saying, and my understanding is he's quite liberal. He's an economist who basically predicted the black swan, and then it happened. He talks about fragility, which is something I've come here and talked about over and over, that with the scale of debt, the fragility we've created, he basically saying death spiral. Anyone care? Are these just people you want to ignore because they're not giving you free rein to just keep borrowing and spending? So we're going to walk through some boards, because that's sort of what we do here, because I found when you're talking things with 12 zeros on it, no one can picture them. So first off, to demonstrate how much uglier the numbers are today than they were even way back when, like last December. Does anyone remember the Wayback Machine a month ago? Understand, CBO updated their numbers. The update was $1 trillion additional borrowing on what was projected. And our joint economic economists, we're working on some math right now, and I'll show it over and over on the board. if we don't see some substantial turnaround in tax receipts or the bending of healthcare spending, we may borrow $3 trillion this year. And I'm trying to find ways to get people to pay attention. So if I tell you at the current borrowing rate, every 140 days, we click off another $1 trillion of borrowing. $1 trillion every 140 days. Is anyone hearing this? So, back to our Wayback Machine. This is a board I produced for a floor speech last month. So I think I did this in December. Anyone that's really smart, that's able to read really small type, can you catch the mistake? We were basically saying, hey, we're going to head towards a deficit that, the deficit, all discretionary, military included, is $1.7 trillion. And then you add up everything else with it, and we're going to have to borrow this wedge. Well, if I tell you right now that our prediction is somewhere around $2.6 trillion to $3 trillion of borrowing, if our budget that we get to vote on, remember, all this over here, as a member of Congress, you don't vote on. It's Medicare, it's Medicaid, it's Indian Health Service. It's the things that are on, actually Indian Health Services is actually an appropriated item. It's the things that are on formula. So it's the vast majority of our spending are on autopilot. Process this. Every dime a member of Congress votes on is borrowed. Plus, congratulations, it looks like every dime we vote on is borrowed, plus another $1 trillion. So let's just assign it to something. $1 trillion of Medicare is going to be borrowed, and then we don't vote on it. So next time you have someone say, well, just balance the budget, we're going to balance it right away. You can wipe out every dime in the military. You can wipe out every dime of what you think is this government. So there's no State Department, there's no Supreme Court, there's no Congress. Maybe we'd be better off. But there's nothing. It's all gone. You still got to borrow another $1 trillion just to cover the mandatory, what we call the earned entitlements. The wheels will come off. And we'll do everything we can to avoid telling you the truth. And CBO, to their credit, basically a couple weeks ago got up and said, hey, we screwed up. We were telling you we're going to borrow $1.6 trillion, $1 trillion, maybe $800 billion on the outlier. But it turns out tax receipts came in $477 billion lower is what we're projecting. And it turns out that outlays, mostly healthcare costs, outlays are up 9%, $564 billion. Add that together, that's another $1.041 trillion on top of the projection we were given as we entered this new fiscal year. How many members have you heard come behind these microphones and even tell you the truth or where the math is at? Because we don't want to talk about it. It terrifies us. It's hard to get in front of your audience that, you go back home to your district and say, hey guys, you remember that whole budget thing? Remember when I used to get up in front of you and say we can cut this? Or if you're a Democrat, we're going to raise these taxes over here and everything will be fine. None of that's true. I have come behind this microphone over and over and over, soaked myself in kerosene, played with matches, and told the truth. And you go home, and I'm blessed. I have one of the best educated districts in America. My folks get it. But I get up in front of other audiences, and you almost get booed. Because telling the truth is painful. I had a conversation about 2 hours ago walking through the tunnel here with a member of Congress who's smart. Does more military stuff, but smart. And he made it very clear how upset he is when he sees what I'm doing, because he has to go home and explain it. But you add in the $1 trillion miss from CBO, and we may be about to borrow almost 10% of the entire economy this year. We're already running about 9.6 of our entire GDP right now is our borrowing this year. So I'm going to walk through a number of boards, but first let me nail down how bad the borrowing numbers are. Then what we're going to do is we're going to actually talk about the GDP numbers that came out last week, which were good. And then why we should be terrified that in a time when you actually may have long-run GDP at this and your borrowing's up here, something is horribly wrong. Dear God, what happens if we actually hit a slowdown? What does that gap become? Do we actually have the capacity to keep borrowing at this rate? And will we have anyone here willing to tell the truth about the math? Or does this continue to be a math-free zone because it's inconvenient? So once again, my latest math and our economists, because I'm blessed, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to be the senior Republican over the Joint Economic Committee, so I have the economists, and we've been remarkably accurate the last couple of years. For those of you who've signed up for the daily debt text message, thank you. For those of you who get it and don't like it, screw you. Math is math, the truth is the truth. But it looks like we're going to head to 2.8 to 3 trillion this year at our current burn rate. Remember, the entire economy is about $27.5 trillion. If we hit $3 trillion in borrowing, that's more than 10% of the entire economy is in borrowed money in a single year. Is anyone else terrified? And this one's important, and forgive me if I hit you with the board. It's always dangerous sitting behind me when I'm doing this. When we all go home to our town halls or we're at our Costco talking to people, how many of you understand when that person comes up to you and starts banging on you because they want more spending? Social Security is our number one spend. This year it will be, this fiscal year, it will be about $1.45 trillion. Interest now is over $1 trillion. And the reason you see the little darker blue here is there's a difference between gross interest. Gross interest is when the little sliver that we also pay when we strip the money out of the Social Security Trust Fund, and then we pay them interest, and then every month we have to give them back some of their principal because they don't have enough employment tax revenues to cover the Social Security checks. That's why in 2033 the Social Security Trust Fund is emptied. And our brothers and sisters on Social Security take a 25% cut, and we double senior poverty, which is another thing we're not allowed to talk about here because they'll run nasty ads about you saying, you talked about Social Security. Those that don't talk about it aren't trying to save it. And then number 3 is Medicare. Number 4 is defense. That's where we are budget-wise this fiscal year. Defense is not number 1, not number 2, not number 3. It's 4. Interest is now number 2. Little different than the folklore that when we go home and talk to people at our grocery store, what they think they know. It's our obligation to start telling the truth. So for those of you who do get my daily debt text message, you would have seen this about 2 hours ago. We are now borrowing over $85,000 every second. Every second. And our projection is it's going to continue to go up. And this is even with the little bounce down we had over the last couple months in interest rates. Now we're back over 4.1, or sitting at 4.1 around on the 10. But as you also know, Treasury last month decided to go shorter on the curve. Now they're possibly going to go longer on the curve. We'll get the announcement, I think, Wednesday, what the mix is going to be over the next quarter. Remember, we have to bring about $10 trillion to market this year. this fiscal year. Before we were telling you that $2 trillion was going to be virgin, new issuing to handle the excess spending this year. And the other 7.9, 8 trillion, well, that was just the refinancing. Now I need to stand in front of you and say there's a chance we're bringing 3 trillion of new issuances at this interest rate and everything else gets refinanced. It's the death spiral. And we are so close. Maybe this is the time, because I should say it 4 or 5 times. Congress has decided they don't want to be in charge. Let's be honest. You see the clown show we engage in around here, where someone gets their feelings hurt, or someone wants to make up some crap, or we're going to fight over this much on discretionary, yet the fact that if you're borrowing $7.4 billion every single day and we knife each other for several weeks over $16 billion of savings, you save 2.5 days of borrowing, but we never got around to the big issue, and that's the clown show we've engaged in here. And I know I'm being a jerk, but I'm just so frustrated because I'm terrified this is going to wipe out your retirement and my kids' future. And I have young kids, and they are adorable, and they deserve to prosper. Is borrowing $85,000 a second what you all intended to hand your children? And yet, I'll show in one of these boards here, and I need to say it over and over and over again. Congress has decided we're not in charge. We're not capable. So you want to know who's now in charge? The bond market. The U.S. bond market, the international bond market, is now the one that's going to walk in one day and say, hey, and remember, this actually happened in the 1990s. During the Clinton administration, there was a period there where they basically said, nah, we're going to go on a bond purchase holiday. Interest rates spiked up. White House absolutely freaked out. Congress actually stepped up and did something. And guess what? By the end of the decade, we had substantially a balanced budget. But it took the bond market to kick this Congress in the head. It took a bond market to kick the White House in the head. The numbers are dramatically uglier today than they were in the 1990s. I'm just waiting for the moment when the bond vigilantes say, hey, now's a great time. Let's throw the trigger. Let's go make some money off U.S. sovereign debt. Let's kick every U.S. taxpayer in the head because that Congress isn't willing to step up and do what's hard. But there are things we can do. The problem is every day we wait, we're another $7.3 or $7.4 billion in debt. And every day we wait, the window gets narrower. And the left's basically, their make-believe world is, well, we'll just tax rich people. Well, I'm going to show you that's a complete fantasy. And I've done that for the last 3 times I've come from behind these microphones. So what's our point? Every 140 days, we're borrowing $1 trillion. Got that one. Number 2, if we don't do it, the bond market will do it for us. But when they do, it's ugly. And for every member here, if that happens, you have the obligation to go home and explain why you didn't step up and try to do something. And number 3, I'm going to show you that the fantasy of the left, well, we're just going to tax rich people, gets you 1.5 points. In a fantasy world, maybe 2% of the economy. For those of us on the right, everything we are able to cut, we might get 1 point. Maybe we get 2 points. But if we're borrowing almost 10% of the economy this year, does anyone see a math problem? $2023, which was supposed to be a rough year borrowing-wise. We were supposed to start flattening things out because in 2023, last year, we still had a bunch of the Democrats crazy spending on everything from their Inflation Reduction Act, which is completely Orwellian name, proves you can just name anything around here, and it doesn't have to actually do with what the legislation does. Some of the other fiscal stimulus, some of their infrastructure spending, chips, all the things we were handing money out. 2023 was supposed to be the rough fiscal year. And in the first 3 months in 2023, last fiscal year, we borrowed $490 billion. First 3 months of this fiscal year, we've borrowed $834 billion. Anyone see a math problem there? So, what does that mean to you and I and the sovereignty and the stability of your country? National debt expected to hit $35 trillion during April. Remember? Last month, well, earlier this month, we hit 34. 140 days, we hit 35 trillion. Oh, it gets so much better. That actually means if we've hit 35 billion in April, first week of May, that means in September, just about the time we've ended this fiscal year, we could be crossing 36 trillion. Can't wait to be going into the election cycle in November saying, hey, in just this year, we clipped through 34, 35, now we're at 36. Hey, great job, gang. And the hardest part is to stand in front of that audience back home and say, every dime of today through the next 30 years of borrowing, CBO, Congressional Budget Office, calculates interest, health care, mostly Medicare, and then in 2033, so what is that? 8 budget years, 9 years from now, that first year, the shortfall, when the trust fund is gone in Social Security, that first year, $616 billion shortfall. And the next year it's bigger, and the next year it's bigger, and the next year it's bigger. And that's in the 10-year window. That's in the 9-year, that may be in the 8-year window. But we're going to not talk about it because they'll run nasty ads about us because we talked about something that we need to save. And the immorality, the absolute immorality about this place. We're going to double the poverty of senior Americans in this country in 9 years. And the Democrats say, well, just raise the FICA tax. I'll be here next week or the week after that. We are killing ourselves to get the incredibly accurate numbers. Raising the cap on those $400,000 and up doesn't get you anywhere close to it. Our best estimate is it only covers about 20% of the shortfall. You're still doubling senior poverty at that moment. And if you tax your way to fix it, you've consumed every dollar of available tax. You almost have now tax maximized everything. Functionally meaning, what are you going to do with the other 2/3, 3/4 of the growth of the debt, which is mostly healthcare? I've come behind this microphone dozens of times showing the revolution we could have in healthcare costs. The revolution we could have by adopting technology, changing the way we do things, crash the costs of the debt, crash the costs of the government, grow the economy, family formation, healthcare, everything else gets better. And then you get screamed at walking down the hallways here because that's going to screw up my business model. Or this agency, you'll shut down our agency. Why do you want to put us out of business? Because I'm trying to save the country. Now, it's just at some point it's exhausting dealing with the bedwetting around here. You're going to have to work with me a little bit on this. We tried to do the GDP growth number that came out earlier, actually I think it was into last week. Terrific number in many ways. But we took it for the last year. And then we also annualized the debt so it also matched the same dates. So, so that fancy word, ceteris paribus, whatever that word is, basically saying same time frame, same dates. So if you actually had GDP growth from that fourth quarter 22 to fourth quarter 23, the whole economy, every bit of the economy grew about $1.5 trillion. That's actually much better growth than the economists said we were going to have. Problem is, we borrowed $2.6 trillion during that same time. So the borrowing actually may have been what was driving much of the GDP growth. We did it with debt. And here's just a basic thought experiment. If you're able to tax, now our traditional tax, we get about 17% of the economy. You know, if you lived in a fantasy world, it makes the math much easier. Say 20% of the economy. If I grow $1 trillion of GDP growth, that's $200 billion in tax receipts. Anyone see my math problem? So if I needed to cover $2.6 trillion of borrowing, you need a GDP growth dramatically bigger than this. Remember, $1 trillion of GDP growth, this is just rough numbers off the top of my head, gets you about $200 billion. I need almost 10.5 times that just to produce enough new tax receipts to cover the debt. Because once again, the debt is demographics. We got older and we don't like to talk about it. Are we going to magically change the demographics? But we know what's ahead of us. So, look, another way to look at this. Increase in national debt outpaced growth in the economy by more than $1 trillion over the past year. Fine. Pretty much the same thing I was just showing you. So debt, and this is actually normalizing it for the time gap. So you had about $1.5 trillion of GDP growth. That's terrific. Still borrowed about 2.5, 2.6. Breakdown. Just want to make sure, because some people get upset. So the chart I just showed you was actually borrowing to the public. This over here is total borrowing, gross borrowing. Publicly held, what's the difference between gross and net sort of borrowing? One is where we also borrow out of the trust fund. So over here's the Transportation Trust Fund, over here's Social Security, over here's Medicare. Understand, that cash just doesn't sit there. We borrow, we do pay interest. And then we got to pay it back. And remember, once again, because I've given this as a presentation a dozen times, Social Security Trust Fund, gone 2023. Medicare Trust Fund, gone 7 years. Transportation Trust Fund, gone, what, 5 years? And then there's a dozen other smaller trust funds that are all gone in that time. Do we have any understanding the level of recapitalization we have to gauge in the next 9 years? But I'm sure glad that today we're back here in Congress, and behind all these microphones, we're going to spend some time talking about how the economic survival of this country is our most important. It's not like it's our job. And here's one of the intense ironies. Tax receipts, first 3 months, tax receipts are up 8%. Being on Ways and Means, being the senior Republican over the Joint Economic Committee, this number's terrific. 8% growth in our tax receipts. That is absolutely terrific. Oh, but gross interest is up 37%. Outlays are up 11.8%. The deficit grew 21%. Anyone see a math problem? Just if you would actually hold the deficit growth to the tax receipt growth. But the problem is we don't control the interest. And we don't control our brothers and sisters turning 65 and moving into their earned benefits. We've known the numbers. We knew baby boomers were around for what, 65 years? It was just uncomfortable to talk about the actual math. So let's actually go into a little bit more of the fun stuff here. So why are so many Americans cranky? I believe this chart shows it. You take a look at economic growth. So the numbers of 90s, 2000s, 2009 to 2017, under President Trump. Look at these. Under President Trump, you had a 9.8% growth in your income. So far, when you adjust for inflation, the growth in your income, you're negative today. You are poorer today than you were 30 months ago. I actually try to explain. Some people talk about, well, there's this MAGA thing out there, and then there's these populists, and these people are really upset. It's because they're poorer today. Working class Americans, this is our working class brothers and sisters out there. They're working their hearts out just to try to survive. They are poorer today. In my community, the Phoenix Scottsdale area, unless your wages are up about 20 to 22% over the last 30-some months, you are poorer today than you were 30, 32, 33 months ago. No wonder you're cranky. You may not completely understand the math of inflation and everything's more expensive and how are you going to finance your next car and have you seen your mortgage rates? But this chart shows it. And for my brothers and sisters on the left, have some love, have some compassion. Understand people are getting crushed. Stop making excuses. All right, this one falling apart. And I was just going to try to make the point, because we're now going to walk into some of the tax economics. I've used this chart a number of times. We were basically looking, the point here, if we can confiscate it, every dime of people that make $500,000 and up. So you make $501, that $1 is government's. We just confiscate everything. We get about $1.5 trillion. And before, when we were doing this chart for 2024, we were walking around saying, and we're going to borrow 1.7. Does anyone get the joke here? It's now 6-7 weeks later since we produced this chart, and it's no longer 1.7 we're going to borrow. Now it's almost $3 trillion at the current burn rate. But we can confiscate every dime of people $500,000 and up, and you get about 1.7 trillion. And I need to invest in more tape. Thanks. And one more time, I've done versions of this. And the real punchline here is, as you show, if we, all untaxed persons and small businesses, adjusted gross income, AGI, annualized earnings above the listed income threshold. All right, what are we saying? If we took every dime of $500,000 and up, I get about 5.3% of the economy. We're going to borrow over 10. Or it looks like we're heading towards borrowing 10% of the entire economy. Now, obviously, if you started confiscating every dime, you crash the economy. It's just basically to try to demonstrate the absurdity of the math that seems to come from my brothers and sisters on the left. So let's walk through, and I'm going to do this one again. Now, I'm not going to make you suffer through that one. Go on to Manhattan Institute, Brian Riedel, go back about 4 or 5 months. He basically gathered up, and I've done the whole study as a floor speech here. He gathered up all the sort of studies that say, what's the tax maximization rate? What happens if you took people over 400,000, over 500,000, and maximize their income taxes, maximize their estate taxes, maximize their capital gains taxes, maximize their corporate taxes? He did it all. And there's this concept of tax maximization. You got to understand, if I tax you at 100%, how much tax do I get from you? 0, because you're not going to work. Well, if I tax you at 0, I get 0, because you're going to work a lot, but you get to keep everything. There's this concept here And the best models start to say, hey, once you start to get around 62% on income tax, you actually roll over and you actually start getting less. And people say, well, back in the 60s and 50s, but understand also the number of deductions you actually had in that time. No one actually paid those rates because you got to deduct this, got to deduct your meals, got to deduct your interest, got to deduct your credit cards. So you got to do that, line them up. So Brian at Manhattan Institute basically took all those taxes and said, I'm putting everything at its maximum tax rate for these high income earners. And then he adjusted it for the economic effects and basically came back and said, hey, you're going to get 1.1 to 2% of the economy in new taxes. Remember, that's the Democrats' plan, is we're going to tax rich people, we're going to maximize all their taxes. Let's say you get the 2%. How many times have I already mentioned we may be heading to, because right now we're burning what, about 7.5? No, actually, no, right now we're burning almost 9% of, if you do total gross borrowing of the economy. We may hit up as high as 10. CBO before was projecting we'd be at like 7.5%. But anyone see a math problem? If the tax nirvana of the left gets you at most 2%, more likely 1.5%, and you're borrowing 10, does anyone see a math problem? But yet, we have so many people who don't want to hear this. You know, the 12 people who are probably watching this, if you're on the Democrat side, you've already turned off your television. If you're that reporter that stuck the mic in my face, you didn't want to hear this because this doesn't reaffirm your sarcasm. For my brothers and sisters on the right, I can find you 1-2% of the economy we can cut. You know, and there's really brutal cuts I would support because we don't have a choice. We have to deal with the morality right now. We borrow money to send it to city, state, others who actually have their own taxing authority. And they're programs I love. Should we do that? Everything's borrowed. So, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, may I ask how much time I have?
The gentleman has 23 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I promise I'm only going to use a few more moments. There's some things I'm optimistic about. And I promise sometime in the next couple of weeks I'll get here and I'll actually make some charts. It's just in the last 30 days the numbers have moved against us. The CBO has admitted they missed the numbers by over $1 trillion. And I'm just angry I hear no one talk about it. So one of the presentations I did almost a year ago was talking about a market way to take on drug costs. Now understand, I'll bring the charts in the next week or so. The actual drug costs as our total healthcare costs are actually pretty darn small. And then you have a substitution effect of how many procedures, medical surgeries, other things no longer need to happen, you know, how many people actually get healthier. But what I was trying to sell was a theory. The Democrats want to do a rationing price control model. Functionally, it's in Europe. Let me see if I can try to explain this. In Europe, you actually have something, a formula. It says, if a certain drug doesn't create an additional quality life year, and it costs more than a certain dollar amount, you don't get it. So there's some countries, it's been a couple years since I did this. Great Britain had one where I think if the drug was more than like $13,000 a year, but didn't create an additional quality life year, they just didn't buy it. It's a type of rationing. It's sort of a cost cap on functionally your life. And that's what the Democrats' H.R. 3 from a couple of years ago did. It actually created a rationing with a cap. And that's what they actually did in, I believe, their Inflation Reduction Act. They're very proud they're going to start negotiating prices on 10 drugs. Fine. Doesn't do much. Look at the actual economic effect. It doesn't really do much. So let's actually think about some of the crazy things that have started to happen in the pharmaceutical marketplace over the last few months and what we could do policy-wise to keep this disruption moving faster and faster and faster to disrupt the price of drugs. Bit of trivia. Are generic drugs, off-patent drugs in America, more expensive or less expensive than the rest of the world? They're about 16% less expensive in the United States than they are in Europe. Those are the off-patent. So it's the patent ones we get our heads kicked in. So, but how do you take the entire drug ecosystem and change it? And think of some of the things that are going on around us. You just had one of the large PBMs say, benefit purchasing managers say, okay, we're changing our model. It's no longer this formulary. We're just going to buy drugs at the best negotiated price, and we're just going to do this sliver of markup, and we're just going to sell them at that. So the complaint that they were playing games and some drugs they were making really expensive, some they were selling cheap, that's over. Now you actually had one of the major manufacturers say, screw it. We're going around the system. We're selling directly to our customers. The manufacturer's now going to sell directly to the customers. Okay. Then you have others like, which I'm fascinated with, companies like Civica, which actually isn't a company, it's a co-op. And as a co-op, everything from a state Medicare system or Medicaid system to an insurance company to hospitals to this and that. And they're taking generic drugs and they're just making them themselves. And this is one of my arguments about insulin prices. They're making 8 versions of insulin, generic insulins, and they're selling it, they intend to sell it for less than the Democrats' subsidized price. So the Democrats come behind these microphones and say, we hate Big Pharma. And then their plan is they turn around and say, let's give $16 billion to Big Pharma, we'll buy down the price of insulin, we'll tell people we actually did something, yet a co-op is going to do the same thing without government money and do it for less. Does anyone see a problem here? And then by them doing the $16 billion of handing that money to Big Pharma, they actually make the concept of putting together co-ops to actually make generic drugs more difficult. It's just, once again, the insanity. One of the weight loss drugs, one of the molecules that, you know, it's not semaglutide, it's the first molecule that was patent. That one came off patent January 1st. I think I'm allowed to say because we've been actually having lots of conversations with some of the generic drug manufacturers. Expect in May to see one of these diet drugs that block that actually produce the hormone, do those things. They'll be generic in May, and we know some of those have been just stunning miracles. There's some great studies out there that actually its effectiveness may change the U.S. economy. Let's see, what else is also going on? You just saw Florida got the right to re-import from Canada. My understanding, Colorado, I think there's a couple Indian tribes which are making applications to the FDA to re-import. Some of the economists say, oh, that's not going to make much of a difference. It's not about it making a difference. It's the concept that for many of us who love markets, you may see it as chaos. I actually see it as a market battling each other to bring things to the public faster, better, cheaper, provide optionality, different silos where you can purchase. And through that, we increase your choice, your optionality, and we maximize price efficiency. And you actually see these incredible things happening. And now there's a whole new world we're going to have to figure out is if that's happening on this side of the ledger, and then what did you also see? I think it was in December, we had the first genetic drug that cures come out of the FDA. Sickle cell anemia. They change the genetics, and it's now approved. It's out the door. It's really expensive. But why it's a miracle is now we know how to do it. We actually know how to do an actual genetic drug. One of the most powerful things we can do for this society is no longer engaging what the left so often does is ration, subsidize, and maintain your misery. There's a group of us here who believe cures are the greatest morality and also the best economics. There is hope. Mr. Speaker, there is hope. But until we actually start to tell the truth about how fast the debt is moving against us, the window's closing on us fast. And for so many of our Democrat colleagues, the con used to be, we'll stall, the Republicans will get squeezed and they'll have to agree that just tax hikes, because that will be the only option that's left. Problem is, the debt is so huge, or to quote my 8-year-old, so ginormous, that the tax option only closes a small portion. The solution is in policy. I desperately had hoped we would be up and working on things like the Debt and Deficit Commission, because for those who are freaked out, they might raise taxes, they might cut programs, they might do everything. But the vast majority of saving this country from the death spiral of its debt is actually in policy. The problem is when you do policy, you take on a whole lot of business models, bureaucracies, the way you force people to compete differently. And this place is often a protection racket. It's a protection racket of this business model, of this bureaucracy. And yet that disruption is, the morality is in the disruption. It's also our path we save ourselves. And if we wait much longer, it doesn't matter. The bond market will be the one that actually runs this place, runs this government, because we will have basically walked away from our chance to be the influencers. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Last week, I promised we were getting close to actually finishing our math in regards to what was the true story of what was happening with Social Security. A couple of our PhD economists have spent months, and we put it together. But I first want to talk a little bit about the politics of telling the truth around this place. Then I want to talk about the reality of that the Democrats are brothers and sisters on the left, either willfully or through ignorance. Their solution just doesn't get you there. And the immorality. So let's first walk through something. How many of you have heard over and over and over and over from me behind this microphone that in 2033, 2034, 25% cut because the Social Security Trust Fund is emptied? And I had a debate the other day with a Democrat member here who's running for another office, and she's going, Social Security doesn't contribute at all to the debt and deficit. She's absolutely right. That's not what we're discussing. What we're discussing is 8 or 9 years, we're going to double senior poverty. The average couple in America in 2033, I'm going to use 2034 because at least that's more of a consensus number for the exhaustion of the trust fund. That average couple in America will take a $17,400 cut. Articles that we've been collecting of the number of baby boomers who are ending up homeless. They're ending up on the street. We're looking at numbers that would explode of that type of just dystopian vision. And yet, if you get behind this microphone and tell the truth about the math, right now, some troll in a basement is writing something saying, Schweikert mentioned Social Security, let's attack. Same thing with Medicare. This society is absolutely immoral. We have this obligation to modernize, to save, to protect. And if you step up and try to do it, you will be attacked. There's a reason we call it the third rail. Well, screw them. We're going to tell the truth here. And part of the morality here is, how do you save something? How do you modernize it? How do you protect seniors? When everyone runs away from the discussion, runs away from the actuarial reports, because the moment you start to tell the truth, you're a target. Now, most of it's not true. I had someone in my office just a couple hours ago bring me something saying, look, this person is writing editorials in your district saying you voted against Social Security. And going, okay, let's see. I actually used to chair the subcommittee over Social Security, trying to work out the math and those things to save it. I don't remember ever having a vote in this place to change it. We looked it up. There hasn't been. But this is the way politics works anymore. Make crap up. And then you wonder why it's toxic. It is so much easier around here to pretend. Somehow pretend magic is going to fall out of the sky and everything's going to be fine. So let's actually walk through a couple things here. One of the things, it just, because this bothers me, my sarcasm of this is a math-free zone. I listened to a number of people, both Republicans and Democrats, get behind these microphones today, and they have no understanding of the scale of the problem. So let's actually just do a little bit of very simple math off the top of our head so you understand some of the scale. Yesterday, interest rates popped up a bit. They came down a bit today. But I think at one point yesterday, they were up 14 basis points. And this, I just need this to be an example. The math is not going to be perfect. Okay, 14 basis points. 1% on 34.2 trillion would be $342 billion of interest, right? And a basis point is 1/100th. So 1 basis point would be $3.4 billion, right? Disagree with me. So the 14 basis point movement in interest rates yesterday on 10-year sovereigns, if that had stuck throughout this year, that's what, $48 billion. Understand, we're here knifing ourselves over less than, fractions and fractions of a day's interest. We borrow about $7.5 billion a day. We borrow $85,000 a second. But here's the scam. We will knife each other back and forth over math that's the real numbers. This is important. But doing everything we can to avoid explaining the scale when a single day's interest rate movement is almost $50 billion. And then you hear members here come behind the microphone, it was $6 billion. Well, that was less than a day's worth of borrowing. Interest. I don't mean the total borrowing. And I know I'm a bit exasperated, but I'm frustrated because there's this unwillingness to understand the scale of the problem. So let's actually start to walk through the charts and try to get this. And I have a mistake on this chart, and I owe everyone an apology. Our math right now is we're heading to borrowing between about $2.7 to over $3 trillion this year. And remember, it was only several months ago, CBO and OMB and all those were saying, it's only going to be like a $1.6 trillion borrow. Something's horribly wrong. We've doubled it, but we've doubled it in a time when the economy is actually doing fairly well. Understand what these higher interest rates mean. Understand what the growth in healthcare costs. So right now, this was our projection. We're going to borrow $1.45 trillion. That's our Social Security. That's coming out of the trust fund and out of your taxes you're paying every single day. The next line item is where we had a mistake. We were saying gross interest was going to go over $1 trillion, making interest the second most expensive thing in this government. And we also came back and also showed that net interest was still the second most expensive. Difference between net and gross is the interest we pay back to trust funds for borrowing the money. Net is only publicly held. The rest of the world doesn't make that distinction. It's just one of the things we do in the United States. That's why if you ever see something from OECD, they have the United States at like 144% of debt to GDP. It's because they put back in the borrowing from trust funds. Okay. Well, it turns out Treasury, a few hours ago, did one of their monthly updates. And I have to apologize to everyone that interest, gross interest for the year wasn't $1.3 trillion. I got it wrong. It turns out it's going to be $1.067 trillion. And we think this number is off because we've been looking at the Treasury receipts, the growth of the spending, growth of healthcare, growth of interest. My math now is just interest. This year will be $1.1 trillion. $1.1 billion. I'm sorry, say it in a way that people could understand. No one knows what 12 zeros are. When I speak about $1 trillion with my brothers and sisters, my members of Congress, our staff, they just sort of stare at you. What you need to understand is this is a disaster. It's an absolute disaster. Trillion, 1,000 billion. But yet we're going to sit here and knife each other for months and months and months over a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of this because we don't want to actually deal with the actual structural crisis. We got old. The fact of the matter, it's uncomfortable to talk about. But unless we do some things revolutionary on the cost of health care and dramatically change government, it doesn't work. Basic math. Every dime of defense is now borrowed. Every dime of discretionary now is borrowed. And if you start to look at this math, it's about $1.4 trillion of Medicare, of the stuff we don't even get to vote on. Every dime a member of Congress votes on is now borrowed. We are clicking off another $1 trillion of borrowing every 140 days. And if you think you're going to fix that by a rounding error on this little piece of discretionary, this little piece here, the game of avoidance. I've had members here who will, when I start to talk about a deficit commission where we're going to have to do major redesign, oh, David, I can't vote for that. Oh, well, I have too many groups, but I will fight like hell to save a few $100 million here and there. That's real money. We're borrowing $85,000 a second. $7.4 billion a day. But it's great theater for our voters. Now, it's horrible math. Great theater. So understand, even the Treasury statement now confirms my math. We're borrowing over $1 trillion in interest, just the interest borrow. And total borrowing looks like it may be coming in be closer to 2.7 to 3 trillion this year. So let's do a quick walkthrough before we get to the stuff where I soak myself in kerosene and light myself on fire. What happened between the 22 fiscal year and 23 fiscal year? Well, first off, if we actually take a look, Social Security spending, but it comes out of the trust fund, comes out of tax receipts, was up 11.1% in a single year. Between fiscal year 22 and 23, if If you take a look at the spending on Medicare, just Medicare, not Medicaid, not Indian Health Services, not veterans, just Medicare, spending was up 12.3. Interest, up 38.7%. Anyone see a trend here? And we're trying to track these same sort of numbers for this fiscal year. Maybe no one really cares. I know these numbers are really big. It's easier to scream and yell and worry about a shiny object or some latest conspiracy theory. You don't need a conspiracy theory. Just look at the math. So let's actually have an honest conversation of first how much trouble Social Security is and why it's absolutely moral that we keep our promises, that we actually tell the truth of here's how we're going to modernize it, here's how we're going to save it, here's what we have to do to fix it. And the reality, it has to be done with our Democrat colleagues. They got to stop using it as a tool to win elections. And what's fascinating in the polling, I think it's FreedomWorks did some polling recently saying if you're sort of under 45, under 50, you understand this math. If you're over, you don't, you're almost like pretending it doesn't exist. What happens to you? Think about yourselves. What happens to you if it's 8 years, 9 years from now, and you get a nice letter from Social Security saying we're cutting your check by 25%? I'm going to show a chart here, but remember my words. The average will be a $17,400 cut in 2033 or 2034, depending on if you use CBO's number or the Social Security actuaries. And look, one of our structural problems is 1960 we had 5.1 workers. In 2035, we were saying 2.3. We've been told this number's wrong, it's actually less. But we're trying to vet that number. But remember, Social Security was designed as a pay-as-you-go system. If you pay attention to some of these presentations, I've come here a dozen times and shown the average couple gets every dime back they put into Social Security plus about a $72,000 spiff. Okay. Horrible rate of return. But you do get your money back plus a little bit of a spiff. But it's a horrible rate of return. I want all of you to remember as we talk about this potential misery that 20 years ago when Republicans got up and said if we could just take a little sliver and do some other things with it, and when we got to the 2030s we'd have a system that was actually more robust and people would have a much higher rate of return. Turns out they told the truth. When those activists told you, oh, they're trying to steal your money, this and that, try to remember this. They lied to you, and we now have 20 years of data to prove it. But the big lie around here continues because it's great politics. Scare the crap out of people and then make sure they don't actually read an actuary report because that might require math, and this is a math-free zone. So let's actually walk through this. We're going to use 2034 because that's the one date we absolutely can vet, even though CBO says 2033. They both agree on a 25.2% cut in benefits. So 2034, our best math is that very first year, single year number, $616 billion shortfall. That just means the trust fund is emptied, and without the trust fund to back up the payroll tax that's coming in, and then offset to the beneficiaries that there's more beneficiary checks, we got a $616 billion shortfall. That's where you get your 25% cut. And you start to understand for lower income workers who are receiving Social Security as a couple, that's a $10,600 cut. For the average, it's that $17,400 I was talking about. For high-income couples, it's over $23,000. Remember, there is actually a formula within Social Security for lower-income workers with their 40 quarters get a little bit more than higher-income workers. It's part of the formula. So here's the math. It is conservative math. We worked like hell on, well, The joint economic economists worked like hell on this. My job was just to torment them. $2034. 2034, if you do the Democrats, the president's solution of saying, hey, just take people over $400,000 and make them pay the 12.4%. Okay, so we right now, I think this year it's 168 something is subject to the Social Security tax. And you have this like donut hole in this plan. For everyone else, in today's world, you get that 168. If you're above that, you're not paying the Social Security tax anymore. On this math, understand this. This is sort of the Democrats, the president's plan is, we're just going to tax people who make $400,000 and up and make them pay the 12.4%, but we're not going to give them any benefits for it. Okay, fine. All right? It doesn't get you close. So this is your new revenue. Our best model is you might get about $259 billion of income into Social Security doing it that way. But you slow down the economy, that would be general tax revenues. And over here is your still remaining shortfall. You still have, what is that? $417 billion shortfall in that single year. And you've already done the Democrat plan, and you still have $417 billion shortfall. So next time you see an AARP attack ad on someone because they were willing to try to talk about saving Social Security, I hope they tell you the truth, saying, hey, you know, our plan we've supported of raising this tax that looks like it doesn't even cover half. Matter of fact, it only covers like 30, 40% of the shortfall. So let's actually go to the next level. Well, actually, I did this chart just to basically reemphasize what's going on in those math. Shortfall, tax receipts. Tax receipts with the higher tax receipts without it, because it also actually has an effect on the general fund. General fund tax receipts go down. All right, so now let's go to the other proposal. Well, let's not do people $400,000 and up. Let's do everyone at $250,000 and up. Remember, this is 8-9 years from now. Okay? Remember, we're now working on we should be working, it's not like we're doing anything useful here, the 2025 fiscal year budget. So now we're talking about the 2033, 2034 fiscal budgets. Well, if you take everyone that makes $250,000 and up and you subject them to the 12.4%, okay, fine. You get our best model, about $380 billion of taxes, leaving $237 billion short, and you slowed down tax receipts by $88 billion. So you're going to have $325 billion shortfall. Okay, well, that's not good enough. Let's just get rid of the caps altogether. So you make if you were making 168 today, doesn't matter. There is no 168. It's just everyone pays the 12.4%. You still have pretty much the exact same shortfall, because that gap doesn't produce that much tax receipts between no cap and the $250,000 gap. So still, model is almost identical. You slow down tax receipts by $88 billion. The shortfall is 234. So you're basically back to what? 324? No, 322. My reason we do this is not to end my political career, but to tell the truth. Is it moral to be basically, it's right in front of us, it's coming, we know it's coming. There's actuary reports from Social Security, from CBO, from private groups, those around us. Then there's the political ones who just lie to you because they want you to send them a contribution or they want Democrats to win the next election, which I believe those groups are absolutely immoral. I believe what the Democrats have been doing is absolutely immoral. But damn it, they care about winning the election, next election a hell lot more than they care about doubling senior poverty, of the number of baby boomers who are expected to be homeless in a decade. And somehow, when they say, oh, we'll just take care of the shortfall, we'll just get rid of the cap on rich people, it doesn't get you where you got to go. Is there any leadership around here other than, me as an idiot getting behind this microphone and telling people the truth? And then I've done presentations on also what's happening on Medicare, and guess what? It's multiples of the problem of this one. The difference here is we have a specific trust fund so we can see the date it expires. I beg of you, if you're a voter out there, don't let some politicians squirm out of, well, if we just taxed rich people more, we'd have plenty of money. That's not true. Demand. Look, I don't have all the answers, but I bet you I can make this work. It'd be painful, but I bet you I can find a way to not let the collapse happen. Demand the morality that this government's going to keep its promises. This chart here is now 2 years old. The top line here is not $116 trillion of debt. Now it's assumed to be closer to $130 trillion of debt over the next 30 years. Every dime of debt between today and 30 years. And yes, I don't know if the mics are picking up. My 19-month-old is in the back screaming. Yes, I have a 19-month-old. That's a different discussion. Does that child deserve to have the same life the rest of us have had? Here's the math. 100% of the borrowing, it's coming. Interest. The shortfall of Medicare, because remember, the vast majority of Medicare spending comes straight out of the general fund, and the Medicare trust fund is scheduled to be emptied, what, in 7 years? Okay? But Part A trust fund is really primarily just hospital coverage. This is if we actually say, we're not going to fix the Social Security Trust Fund, we're just going to borrow the money. We're just going to borrow the money. If you update what that means, it's about $130 trillion of borrowing. The crazy thing is the CBO math is actually the rest of government, military, discretionary, which military is discretionary, but all non-defense discretionary, actually, over the 30 years, when adjusted for inflation, actually falls. That little portion actually has like a $3 billion, actually $3 trillion positive. The rest of it's about $130 trillion negative. Who's going to tell you that? Come on, it's all over. I mean, you can go, if anyone actually reads the reports, it's there. So, but that's uncomfortable. We will spend maybe this next year doing really important stuff with failed legislation, failed votes, and every single day we're going to click off another $7.5 billion of borrowing. But we'll give some beautiful speeches of how we're fighting to save this little tiny bit of money, but we're not going to tell you it's little tiny. I've seen fights on the floor that in the time the fight on the floor took, the interest clock on U.S. borrowing used up more money than the debate was fighting to save. In Washington, it's always about the money. Group after group after group after group after group are wandering the hallways this time of year, all with wonderful things for us to spend more money on. Many of them are things you really like. And they get outraged at you when you start to pull out these charts and say, can we talk about what's going on? once again, I'll do this as my closing. Every dime of defense is borrowed. Every dime of discretionary is borrowed, and now 1.4 trillion of mandatory, things we don't even get to vote on, is now borrowed. And we're going to give these beautiful speeches of, I'm trying to save $16 billion, which is a lot of money, except it's like 2.25 days of borrowing. And we fought over that sort of amount for 7 months. And in that time, we clicked off well over another $1 trillion of borrowing because we fight over the shiny little objects instead of the willingness to actually have an honest conversation about the structural crisis, because this is politically easy. You get a nice little spot on Twitter or Facebook, on social media, maybe even a hit on cable television, but it's a lie. How do you save this place when it won't even put batteries in its calculator? With that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman have a motion?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House stand adjourned.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Commissioner, and forgive me because I'm assembling some of the numbers right in front of me, because as the chairman spoke, I have a fixation that the adoption of technology is the ultimate solution here. It's the solution for the left that wants more tax receipts, and for those of us who want a friendlier, more efficient, and effective IRS. You before made a comment that, hey, it's 6-1, but I'm looking at, and this is even from the preliminary data from Representative Pasquale actually asked for a CBO report, and your press release that you took in $520 million, but I'm looking at your cost, I actually see you, for every dollar, it costs you $10.96. Now, I accept there's capital expenditures in there, and over time, they'll be amortized out. But most of the IRA funding looks like it's gone towards operations and consultants. In the conversations you and I have had, my fixation is the only way you get that, because that's completely opposite than our discussion before. Right now, costs are actually fairly high for those additional dollars. The adoption and the purchase of technology, the use of commercial databases to ping off to know something, should dramatically lower your cost of collections and make your collections much more efficient, fair, open. Tell me the story. Am I off base? Is it we have to hire armies of people, or is technology my nirvana?
Well, first of all, I can assure you that investment in exam and audit has a positive return on investment.
Mr. Commissioner, I'm looking at the CBO's numbers and your own press release numbers.
We should.
I'm getting basic division. I'm pretty good at.
I'm happy to walk through the math with you.
I'd be happy to get your report.
To answer your question on the technology, it's essential. The whole effort underway is really about modernization. And it's at every level. Technology is going to help us process quicker and more efficiently, more accurately, and more securely. Technology is going to help taxpayers have an easier time with, it's going to take them less time to do their taxes and hopefully be less expensive.
So what can I do as the person here on this panel who's absolutely fixated? What do I do to help you get there?
Well, first of all, we appreciate your peer review of our technology plans. And I know my team has already briefed your team, but we should regularly...
And I have to, and I can't believe I'm saying your team has actually been great in communicating with me.
That doesn't surprise me. So. But my point is that we have a lot of different opportunities to advance technology at every level. Our website, the tools that taxpayers have.
The chat for calling.
The chat function,
and I wish at some point, I would love you to talk about your experiment last cycle and the expansion of that this tax season.
Yeah, we're adding chat functionality, whether it's automated chat, so you're talking to a computer, and then it advances if the computer can't answer as it goes to live chat. These are standard activities in the private sector and in many other public sector call centers. We're just catching up. And we're catching up because we now have the funding to modernize versus just keep the lights on.
Is there, and if I'm wrong, don't tell me. Everyone else tells me I'm wrong. But that adoption of technology should dramatically change your structural cost of collections.
Correct.
And that's my hope, because on our side we fret over the 80 billion and was it going to be hiring people or was it going to be hiring efficiencies? And for my Democrat colleagues, it's going after wealthy people. But and I do look forward to your staff providing me, because you've taken in your own press release 520 million, and I see a cost from actually that press release and the Pasquale preliminary CBO audit of 5.7. The last thing I'm going to ask you, just because we get a lot of inbound on this, on the employer retention.
Yes.
I accept that's been just what it is. Please, guidance as fast as you can, so whether it be the small business, whether it even be the promoters, everyone sort of knows what the rules are, knows what the timing is, and knows how to close this out. And I know you have to run things by armies of lawyers and those things. Buy them caffeine, get it done.
Let me just, if I could, we have a special section on irs.gov just on our ERC, what to look out for, do's and don'ts, why you might not be ineligible. We did a webinar on February 8th that had 8,000 registered participants, and we're running educational series all over the country. We're doing a lot. We obviously be doing more, and so we're willing to obviously listen to ideas about how we get out there and talk to people about this program and make the entire process clearer.
I think the question is also the processing time, what's eligible, not eligible, and just when does it sort of get there. And with that, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
The designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. We're going to actually try 3 things tonight. And I apologize to anyone that doesn't like math or complexity. Originally, I had promised I was going to do something more simple tonight, and let's just say it didn't work out. So the 3 things we're going to try doing this evening. One, I want to spend a few minutes talking about folklore. The things we get as members of Congress, and this is both for the folks on the left and the right, the comments we get, things people believe, and I want to walk through a little bit of that. I want to do sort of an update status on what's happening financially. And then I'm going to broach a subject that's really uncomfortable, and that's going to be talking about sort of the future. I'm going to talk about sort of fertility rates and what that means to being able to finance Social Security and other things. And for anyone that does not like math, please just go watch something on Netflix right now. A couple weeks ago, I did a whole presentation on the work we've done on what it takes financially to save Social Security. And one of the things I'm genuinely angry about, and I've been angry about for years, is the left uses Social Security as a weapon, and our folks are terrified to talk about it because every time we talk about trying to save it, we get attacked. And then my brothers and sisters on the left will say, well, just raise the cap. And we showed the math. We had 2 PhD economists spend months working out the math, and raising the caps doesn't get you anywhere close to stabilizing it. And the immorality of this place being willing to double senior poverty in 9 years. You do understand, even if you raise the caps, I showed math that you were still having about a $400 billion shortfall in the first year. And if you did all the taxes, you might got that down to $250, $300 billion shortfall. Today's math says the average couple in 2034 will take a $17,400 cut. We will double senior poverty. Is that a Republican or Democrat perversity? I'll just argue it's a moral one. Why can't we actually work on the math? Yet, when I chaired the Social Security subcommittee, every time I tried to do a room full of actuaries and those things, my brothers and sisters on the left found more joy in the politics because it's a powerful issue. And absolutely immoral what we're doing. There's this concept of a black swan. That's something that sneaks up on you and blows you up. There's this concept of a white swan. You see it coming and you don't do anything. We have the actuary reports in front of us. I know this is a math-free zone, so one of the first things I want to walk through is a concept of, when I did the speech a couple weeks ago, it's had a couple 100,000 views on YouTube. God bless, yay. And then you read through the comments, and those of us in Congress know about half of our comments are bots. A lot of them are Russian bots, which is hysterical. But you read through some of them, they stole my Social Security money. Okay, let's do a math and sort of walk through, because this is really important to understand. The Social Security Trust Fund built up, particularly when the baby boomers, because there was a population bubble that actually built up those tax receipts, had $3-4 trillion in it. Now that's rolled over. No one stole the money. What happened was, you're not going to just let the cash sit there. So the cash was actually loaned to the Treasury, and the Treasury gives a T-bill, a type of Treasury bond. Just like if you walked into your bank and said, I want a U.S. T-bill. Same thing. And twice a year, the Treasury pays interest. The problem right now, when you hear many of us get behind these microphones and talk about the Social Security Trust Fund getting emptied, is the amount of tax receipts that come in, your FICA tax, every month, don't cover all the checks that are going out. So every month they have to take a little bit of one of their T-bills, their Treasury bills, and hand it to the Treasury and say, we need some cash. We need some cash. Give us some cash so we can make this month's Social Security payments. But every time they do that, they use up a little bit of that savings account. And that's that savings account, the trust fund, that is emptied in 2033 or 2034. The Social Security Trust Fund, just like the Transportation Trust Fund, just like the Airline Trust Fund, all the trust funds that are borrowed from, they're paid interest. I'm going to get this wrong, but I think actually last month, because Treasury pays interest twice a year to the Social Security Trust Fund. I think last month may have been 30 billion, 40 billion. The mean interest rate is right. It's right about market. So for everyone, if you say, they stole my money, it's there. The average couple, the average will get about a $70,000, $72,000 spiff. So the money they pay into Social Security over their lifetime, the average will get about $70,000, $72,000. Now understand, that's a crap rate of return. If you had been able, 20 years ago when it was being discussed, been able to take a little sliver of that money and put it in the market, you would have had a ginormous, I love that word, larger rate of return. Politics of that became toxic. There were lots of campaigns saying, you're trying to privatize. Okay, that world is gone. It's Medicare that actually has the huge problem of, for every dollar you put in, you get almost $5 back. Social Security, you get pretty much the money you put in, crappy rate of return, but you get that back. That's the first folklore I wanted to go over. Number two, you saw in the comments, why aren't there people there? If this room was full as I'm giving this presentation, we got a problem. Because when you're sitting in this room, this is for voting. This is for debating. This is not necessarily where you do your work. You do your work in your meetings and your subcommittees and your primary committees. So when you see the room empty, This is how it's supposed to be. Now, when you have someone behind them, an idiot like me behind one of these mics, you're probably on 1,000 televisions. So a lot of these presentations I do, I'm as much here to talk to staff and try to educate them on what's going on in the math. So that's actually one of the things you look for. Another one, I want to say, I have this neighbor, wonderful guy, loves screwing with me. About every 6 weeks, he sends me this text message with this article that's completely fake. David, why do you get 100% of your pension? You got it on the first day. Why do you run again? None of that's true. That's all made up. And you're functionally, for, I think, 25, 30 years, the pension system we have is pretty much identical to the forest ranger. The only reason I say those things is I believe when you see those sorts of comments in posts and other things, it's an attempt to distract. It's an attempt to avoid dealing with what's really going on around us. Madam Speaker Pro Tem, House is not in order.
I agree. Can the House be in order? Will members please take their conversations outside?
And sorry, as you know, this room has a really weird echo effect. And actually, the echo sort of goes away when there's lots of bodies in here. Where there's not, the sound bounces all over. So one of the points I wanted to go to tonight is what's happening. The economy is actually fairly decent right now. GDP growth is fairly decent. Yet I want to make a point because we did the math just before coming to the floor. So we're functioning, 5 months into the fiscal year? We have added $1,443 billion, $1,243 billion in that 5 months. My current math is right now about every 123, 25 days at the current borrowing per day, we're adding another $1 trillion. This is in a time where the economy is pretty good. That means if my average since functionally October 1st is right now we're borrowing about $7.9 billion every day. Got to understand what that ultimately means to us because it's actually been accelerating. I think on Friday we set our all-time record. I think we were up to borrowing like $95,000 a second. Almost 100% of that growth is interest, and you're going to see this over and over in the charts, interest and healthcare costs. It's Medicare. It's things that we're not allowed to talk about. They're on autopilot. And if it continues, look, my math says we're heading towards about a $2.6, $2.7 trillion borrow this year in a year where the economy is doing fairly well. But if the current math is today's math held up, you do realize you're broaching $3 trillion. Now, I'm hoping we're going to have a really good April tax receipts. But that means right now, if you take where we're at and average it from the first day of this fiscal year for the 5 months, we're right now, our math is $2.9 trillion for this year. Borrow. That is substantially higher than CBO predicted 6 weeks ago. And that's right off the Treasury's website. So let's actually walk through reality and try to understand. My personal theory is we do lots of crazy conversations around here because we're desperate to avoid telling the public or even ourselves the truth. Every single dollar you and I, as members of Congress, vote on is borrowed. Every single dollar we vote on is borrowed, and the way we're going this year, every single dollar we vote on is borrowed, plus 8, 9, maybe $1 trillion of Medicare will be borrowed, and we don't get to vote on that. That's on autopilot. So my point is trying to understand how much. Now, this number is no longer about 73%. We think it's actually approaching 75% will be on mandatory because of the growth of interest. Let me hand that to you. So We made this board a couple days ago, and then it popped, so it wasn't $93,000, it was almost $95,000 a second. But I didn't want to waste the ink and print a new one. Why do the second? Because it's understandable. I mean, let's be brutally honest. How many of us can see 12 zeros in our head? And my fear is that is one of my great sins in trying to communicate my stress about this, is I'm here saying, it's $1 trillion. No one knows what the hell $1 trillion is. It's 12 zeros. But when every second we borrow substantially more than the average wage of Americans, maybe that hits home. So let's actually sort of walk through what's going on, and then my sarcasm here is going to be my anger at myself, my brothers and sisters here, particularly on the left, but also on the right. We've been debating and fighting over things that don't even qualify as a day's borrowing. We bring this place to its knees. We remove a speaker. We do this and that. And then you realize the amount of dollars being fought over only equal a couple days worth of borrowing. But darn it, it got us on television. I got to raise some money on the internet. And it's that type of false profit that I will argue is our demise, because if I can get you to fixate on the shiny objects, you're never going to be willing to absorb the truth on how ugly these numbers are. So this is where we're heading towards right now for 2024. Social Security will be our #1 spend. Looks like it's baseline, though it looks like it's ticking up. We're actually seeing something interesting where a number of retirees asking for benefits is actually ticking a little faster than we expected. But $1,450 billion. So $1,450 billion, #1 spend, Social Security. Interest, both gross and potentially net, but gross interest now is our second biggest spend. And I just had to redo the math, because our math right now looks like for 2024, we're going to cross $1.1 trillion of just interest. Just interest this year. And I know for many people who are forced, because you're employed, to sit here and listen to an idiot like me talk, you've heard this before, but it doesn't seem to sink in. Is paying $1.1 trillion, is that a Republican or Democrat? It's math. Yet we're not allowed to actually talk about it. Because the hallways in this place are full of people coming to our doors wanting more spending, and you point this out to them and they'll often say, well, take it from someone else. I want my money. Well, it's not your money, it's the taxpayers' money. Medicare is rising rapidly, healthcare costs. And then defense. For all of my brothers and sisters on the left who always say, cut defense, okay. Yeah, it's sort of stupid, but it's the #4 expense. It's not #1. How often would you and I go home to our constituents and say, what's the biggest spend in government? Oh, it's defense. No, defense is now #4. And at the trend line, in the next few years, healthcare will actually be #1, and interest will be #2. And Social Security, believe it or not, will be #3. Are right tied to it. It's a very tight number there. All right, so let's actually walk through the 24 spend, because I want to be able to get our heads around this. Social Security, and this was a fascinating number, and we've been trying to also average in what the new appropriations bills, remember, we're just now finishing up our 2024, so we're only 5 months late, is the net interest. Because the United States does something no other industrialized country does. We play a game with how we describe our borrowing. Oh, that's borrowing from the public. This is borrowing from the trust funds. So if anyone's listening right now and you question this, go on, the OECD. Go in and Google right now, or your favorite search engine, what is the debt to GDP of the United States according to OECD? And you're going to get a number, it's like 144%, because they don't let the scam artists say, well, you borrowed it from yourself, but you still have to pay it back, and you're going to have to actually borrow money to pay it back while you're paying interest for it. It's a con. We should never allow discussions in this place and not use the terms gross borrowing, because what? Is it magic money? We don't have to pay it back? It's just money we didn't have to go float publicly traded bonds, but we still have to pay it back. And the reason I built this chart is I wanted you to see a line right here. Even the net interest, so the publicly borrowed money, the interest we're going to pay on that, is still the second biggest spend in this government. And I'll say it, and it'll probably just land on deaf ears. So, let's actually walk through something that's really uncomfortable, and it's going to tie in. So one of my fixations is, how do you stabilize borrowing so that borrowing equals what our economic growth is? I'm going to show you some charts here later, and this is for the people that actually care about economics. Here's the growth of the country, and here's the debt of the country. If you could ever bring the GDP growth and the debt in line, you've created stability. But we have some crazy headwinds. There's also some crazy opportunities happening around us. There are good things happening out there. Will Congress be the barrier or the adoption of them? Because right now we are the problem, because we're scared of our own shadows. So if I came to you right now and said, let's come up with a way to stabilize Social Security, let's stabilize Medicare, it's moral. It's our moral obligation. We made a social contract in this society. Okay? We got a problem. And it's all something almost no one here ever talks about. We're not having children. United States fertility rates have collapsed. This number's wrong. It's our latest number for last year is not 1.64, it's 1.63. France has a higher fertility rate than the United States. Even when you adjust for their immigration population, they still have a dramatically higher fertility. Most of Western Europe looks like us, and we're worse than a whole bunch of the world. How do you and I set public policy so 25 years from now, remember, Social Security is substantially a pay-as-you-go system. Today's workers are functionally paying for today's retirees. The trust fund was the shock absorber. Trust fund is disappearing. But my future generation of workers is going to be smaller. And you're already seeing this in school districts all over America, where the number of students they have are shrinking. Are we willing to have the really interesting discussion of, okay, are there things we could do economically to make it so family formation, so there's more children? There's things we could do to help, but almost every country it's tried has not been able to change fertility rates. I think in Hungary, I think I saw something that, you know, third child, they buy you a house, fourth child, you get some sort of like prize, and it's barely ticked up their fertility rates. It's a really difficult question, happening all over the industrialized world. So if you can't really change it, do you actually build public policy to deal with it? Do you accept the fact that we're going to have a lot more automation? It means capital investment. Are we going to have to find ways to safely adopt artificial intelligence into society so the labor force is maximized in its value and what they earn and productivity? Those are policies we need to work on. You've seen the intellectual capital of the conversations we have on the floor here. How many of them are ready to actually have the reality of, hey, we need to set policy? Is this Republican or Democrat? It's demographics. It's life. And I'm going to bounce through the next two boards because there's a punchline here we need to absorb. This is a little uncomfortable, but this was deaths that are projected to exceed births. And the new math in 15 years, you got to understand what a big deal this is. I came behind this microphone a couple years ago, and I got some real crap that was sent to my office. And I think at that time I was saying, hey, in 21, 22 years, we're going to have more deaths than births in this country. And then it became 18 years. And then it became 17 years. The new math now is 15 years. In 15 years, the United States will have more deaths than births. The blip you see here is the pandemic. But if you actually look at the line, you can sort of understand, and here's our crossing. Somewhere before, a little before 2040, which is 15 years, we have more deaths than births. Now try to stabilize long-term benefits. There's ways to do it. This Congress right now is mathematically incapable of owning a calculator. But there's ways to do it. Well, we can't even put together a debt and deficit commission to have an honest conversation of what's happening in our society demographically, borrowing-wise, interest rate-wise, because maybe it'll affect the next election. Does anyone actually care about their own pensions, let alone their kids and their grandkids? Because we lie. There's not magic money out there. If this inflation cycle didn't prove, those that believed in modern monetary policy, ta-da, you got 30 months, 36 months of high inflation. If that isn't the ultimate proof that the magic money theory didn't work. And here's the punchline. Social Security actuaries is the green line. They actually had fertility rates going up. These were our baselines. The baselines are also already have continued to show that they're wrong. Be prepared over the next year to see dramatically different numbers coming at us on what our future looks like when financing this society, because our next generation is going to be smaller. It's math. There's ways to make it work. There's ways to make this a society of prosperity. It just requires intellectual capital, something I'm not sure we're ready to do. So let's do a quick run through. This was just the first 3 months, and I brought these boards back because I saw some things over the weekend where people were just making numbers up. It's not that hard. You can go right to the Treasury's website. You have to own a calculator, spend an hour laying it out, put it in. You know how to work Excel. First 3 months, national debt increased in the first 3 months, and this was important. This is the 2024 number, $834 billion. Okay, if this is the first 3 months, and it's 834, now I can hope maybe there'll be magic tax receipts, but multiply that times 4 and you will see what we're projecting. And the part of the punchline is interest continues to grow, and I'm going to show you why some of this is. But in those first 3 months, we spent $288 billion in interest, and that number is going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger because this year, it's right around, and there's a debate on how much, because the Treasury announced that they're going to be financing, rolling some of the debt shorter on the curve. So let's say we had a year where we were going to borrow let's use a simple number, 2.8 trillion new issuances. But you still have about 7.9 trillion that comes due. It's bonds that have been sold in the past. When they come due, particularly if they were bonds sold 3, 4, 5 years ago with very low interest rates, what happens? They're now sold at the newer, higher interest rates. And that's the modeling problem right now. Do you remember one of the first boards I showed you that we expect interest this year to be 1.1 trillion? A lot of that's because the amount of debt, it's coming due. It's coming due. And we stayed very short on the curve instead of what I begged for a few years ago, saying, please, go long in the curve. Go long, because that way at least you locked it in. And if we have what's happening right now, because understand, because Congress doesn't want to be in charge, because you have a White House here that makes crap up, and I can prove that on a bunch of the numbers that they published last year, the bond market now runs this country. Hear my words. First time the bond market gets cranky, first time we have an undersubscribed auction, you watch how fast this place comes in and we capitulate. Doesn't have to happen. But because we've abdicated our jobs, we basically have made a decision. And this happened actually not that long ago. Go ask some people who were involved in the Clinton administration. Go ask Newt Gingrich. Some of the people were around when the bond market hiccuped and the debt situation then was dramatically better than today. This Congress stood attention and did what they needed to do to make the bond market happy. Because if you have a failed bond auction, you want to see society have a really bad day. So let's walk a little more through some of these. Okay. Total interest costs continue to rise very quickly. And look, I'm just trying to make a point here. First 4 months. If this was 2021, we spent $159 billion in interest. This year, our first 4 months, $357. Remember my point I was trying to make? Interest and healthcare costs. So we're going to knife each other here over discretionary. And understand, I have some things I would do in discretionary, and I'm going to talk about it, and I promise you it will be a television ad attacking me, but it's honest. But we don't control this. The thing we can do is if we convince the bond markets we're taking the debt seriously, maybe the interest rates to buy our debt get more efficient, get lower. But the only way the bond market gives us that spiff is because we do our work. And we've proven over and over we're incapable of doing our work. So, this was my calculation as of a week and a half ago, and now it's gone up again. But we were basically trying to say, my frustration was last September, we were projecting, hey, interest is only going to be $709 billion. And then when we got a little beyond that from October to January, we borrowed $357, and then you start to annualize that, and that's how you're getting closer. Now that's actually going up from that. I'm just trying to make a point. CBO, OMB. A lot of the people around us, they're good people, they're projections. Something's gone horribly wrong in our math and our modeling. We keep being really off the mark. These are dangerous. You know, if you're on the left and you care about social welfare policy and the ability to afford that, if you're on the left or right and your fixation is economic prosperity and opportunity, we're going to crush both sides. And it's right in front of us. And we do almost nothing to tell the truth about it. I brought some boards about interest rates. I don't know if anyone really cares, but when you start to understand that the differences out there, marketable, unmarketable is payments to trust funds and other things. Marketable is you have a bond, you could sell it tomorrow. You have those. Interest rates on outstanding debt, and remember, much of this debt had been sold down here in the trough around 1.5 or so was the mean yields. Now it's coming in at well over 3. Okay, you go, huh? Just understand that difference is you just doubled your interest costs. All right, let's go into something that's uncomfortable. One of the first boards I showed that every dime a member of Congress votes on is borrowed. Okay? So, and I haven't vetted this. It was actually, I think, in a New York Times article, so God knows if that's accurate, that the budget bills that will be coming to us in the next couple of weeks will have around 7,000 plus earmarks in them. Now, the earmarks are only a tiny, tiny fraction of the spending. Okay? Accept what it is. A really uncomfortable question. Is it actually moral? Is it good economics to borrow money, because that's what we do. Everything we're going to vote on here is we're borrowing. To borrow money and many of these are things I like. But is it appropriate to borrow money here and send it to entities that actually have their own taxing authority? Gets better. Turns out we spent a little time looking at municipal bond debt earlier today. Do you know cities, states, counties, particularly the highest rated ones, those with like AAAs, and you have to do the tax adjustment because muni bonds have certain tax benefits. Many of them actually have lower interest rates than the United States sovereign debt. So a well-run city with a really good credit rating actually gets float bonds at lower interest rates than we do. That should tell you something. Is it rational and moral that we borrow money and send it to entities that have both their own taxing and borrowing authority? And many of those entities actually can borrow money at equal to or better than what we're paying over here. Of non-defense discretionary, about 40% of the money in that non-defense discretionary is actually money we're sending to entities that have their own taxing and borrowing authority. Now, we would all probably get unelected the next day because people would lose their mind saying, we thought that was free money. It's free money, except we're borrowing it and paying interest on it. Those are the types of things. Are we capable of having an honest discussion about it? Of course not. But we could try. Here, can I hand you that? All right. A couple more here, and then I'm going to go back to the office and have more coffee. There's often an argument, you can borrow money, but you need, in the long run, to keep it close to the growth of your economy. So how often do you hear people talk about the debt to GDP and the fact the United States now is functionally at 100% of public and borrowed, and if you do total gross, you're well over 140% of debt to GDP. Okay, let's use that entity, and then we adjust for inflation. Because remember, $1 the day President Biden came into office and $1 today, that dollar today is worth 22, maybe 23% less. So you have to do all these inflation calculators. But this is actually that fancy, what's the fancy word? Ceteris paribus, held equal? Trying to point out the increase in national debt, but this is the increase in GDP over 2023. So if this growth here in this debt were right about this green line, you'd actually been stable. In a weird way, when you have a politician stand in front of you and say, we're going to pay it off. Really? Did I mention every dime we vote on is now borrowed, plus close to $1 trillion of things we don't even get to vote on, mandatory spending, things like Medicare, is borrowed? It would be nirvana if we could just work our heinies off and get stability. Bring down the growth of this debt so it would match our growth rates. And the benefit of that is for the left, if they want to spend more money, great. Grow the economy more, creates more capacity, more tax receipts, more borrowing capacity. For those of us who want to cut, we actually know the number we're working towards. That's how we would do it if we'd put on our economist hat. Same concept, just a little bit differently done. Increase in national debt outpaced growth in the economy by more than $1 trillion over the past year. And that's what that bond market's going to be looking at. It's that debt to GDP, and when does it hit stress? When does a spike in interest rates? When does a recession? When does a pandemic? When does a war make it so your likelihood to be paid back your interest and your principal? And understand, when the United States actually has, and dear God, please don't let it ever happen, that moment of stress, that failed auction, we put the entire world into a depression. The entire world let alone your pension, let alone my kids' future, depends on us getting our act together here. So the last chart, and this one is a little difficult because there's some anomalies in the numbers, but we didn't have time to fix it. So on occasion, we'll go all the way back to 2000. Now remember, 2000 had an unusual tax collection year because the year or two before that, there were massive capital gains because of the dot-com bubble. So the number is always distorted. But at that year, we collected 20% of GDP in taxes. Okay, long run average has been about 17.8. So let's actually go to 2023. That year we collected 16.5% of GDP in taxes. We still had some of the legacy of COVID and some other things. But the other part of this chart, I'm trying to show you the hierarchy of spending. You know, Social Security, where Medicare, defense, others, and you start to see the spending up here. When you start seeing that green, well, the green is nothing but interest. And our problem is, even with the projections, which I hope are right, that long run over the next 8 years or so, we start getting up close to 18% of the economy in tax receipts. Okay, great. The gap continues to still widen. And most of that widening is our projection of the benefits we've promised our brothers and sisters who get older. Our, 67 million of us who are baby boomers. Our health care benefits, the interest we owe, and then back to the point earlier. What do these numbers look like in 2033, 2034 when the Social Security Trust Fund is empty? Will the policy be we're going to raise taxes? Okay, except I've already done the presentation multiple times on the floor where I brought in the economic data from both liberal groups and other groups that showed even tax maximization. This is the punchline, please understand. The tax maximization, when you do the economic effects, you get about 1.5 points of GDP. So you take people $400,000 and tax maximize everything for them. Tax maximize their income tax, their capital gains tax, their estate tax. You just do it all. You get about 1.5 points of GDP. Yay! And then over here, for those of us who want to cut things, you take everything that's been discussed in discretionary, the debate we've had in this place for the last several months, and it's a fraction of a percent. It's not even a rounding error. So you'd have to change programs, change spending, adopt technology, make people healthier. Understand, the single biggest thing you could do to bring down borrowing over the next decade, take on things like diabetes. 33% of all healthcare spending. And it would be moral, and is that Republican or Democrat? It's just the right thing to do. How many brilliant discussions have you seen behind these microphones of saying we're actually looking for real solutions? No, we're too busy knifing each other. So for those of us, I can find about 1.5 point of GDP to cut. Okay, so I got 1.5 points over here. Let's say it's 1.5 points over here in this end. This year so far, we're borrowing 9.6% of the entire economy. 9.6 of all GDP. And all the solutions are a fraction of that. Yet the left's going to come behind the microphone and say, we don't tax rich people enough. And the right's going to come in saying, it's foreign aid and spending. Well, foreign aid equals like 7, 8 days, maybe 9 days of borrowing. Every dime of it. Why can't we just tell the truth? Madam Speaker Pro Tem, every dime of borrowing from today through the next 30 years is demographics. And maybe telling the truth gets me unelected, but damn it, it's worth telling the truth. It's demographics. It's interest on what's been borrowed and what's to be borrowed. It's health care, particularly Medicare. And if 8, 9 years from now when the Social Security Trust Fund is emptied, and remember the math is the very first year the shortfall is $616 billion. How do we backfill that? If you try to backfill through taxes, fine. You got to accept the economic effects of how much you just slowed down the economy and how you slowed down other tax receipts. Do you do it through borrowing? Well, then it explodes. And that's how you see some projections that 30 years from now, U.S. sovereign debt will be $130 trillion. And between now and then, how many people around the world, how many people in this country are going to be willing to buy our debt? Do our work, take it seriously, put together the Debt and Deficit Commission, demonstrate to the people who want to save and buy U.S. debt that we're paying them back seriously. Take it seriously that I have very young kids. They deserve a future, but also make it so that people who want to enjoy their retirement. Forgive me, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. What's happening, we're going to do something really daring tonight, and we'll see if it actually works. We're going to actually use some boards, some math, that I haven't even actually seen the final numbers on. We were working on them actually over the weekend in regards to President Biden's State of the Union and then with them dropping their budget. And we're trying to make the math work, which seems to be the routine here. So I have a lot of boards. The theme is actually really simple on a couple conceptual levels. Okay, so the president basically said, hey, the Medicare Trust Fund, we're going to do something about it. Great. 7 years or so from now, the Medicare Trust Fund is emptied. But the Medicare Trust Fund is really, we often refer to it as the Part A, there's actually a couple slivers of it, is about a third. It's just the hospital portion. The rest comes out of the general fund. But did you notice how the president stood right there, basically said, you're not allowed to talk about Social Security, you're not allowed to talk about reforming it, you're not allowed to talk about the fact that in 8 or 9 years it's gone, and the amount of that dwarfs dramatically the scale of the shortfall of Medicare. But understand, you got the Transportation Trust Fund, it's going empty, you got the Medicare Part A, and then the big kahuna is Social Security, and those all happen within the next 9 years. And the intense frustration of the president's speech is, once again, it was a campaign speech, and it got to talk to the voters out there. Are you for sale? Because you were promised lots of things with your own money. So here's the reality. We're going to borrow the money, or we're going to raise the taxes. I'm going to show you the tax calculations are a complete fraud. We're going to buy your votes with your own money, and then we're going to borrow a boatload of the spending that's going to crush your retirement and crush your kids and your grandkids. Yay, go America. All right, once again, we're back to sort of setting records. If you actually subscribe to my daily debt, we send out a text message every single day with what's going on. And we don't make, it's not our opinion, it's right off the Treasury's website. We just grab it and we give you the two numbers so you actually understand it. We say, hey, for this fiscal year, because remember, we play some games at the end of the fiscal year on the timing effect where, like they did last year, where they rolled back the money from the Supreme Court ruling in regards to student loans, but they rolled it back in to push down the total number because they had done it up the previous fiscal year. There's all sorts of games. But we also give you one which is just a running clock. It's the 365, this year, 366-day clock, and it just runs, and you get to see both of them. And right now, if you tell the truth and use the gross number, because we pay interest to the trust funds, and we're functionally the only industrialized country in the world that lies on this, where we borrow our own money, we pay it interest, and then we pretend, well, that's off the books. It's why if you look at OECD, they actually have the United States now closer to 144% of debt to GDP because they don't allow accounting games like we do internally. We're borrowing over $95,000 a second. If you actually look at the run rate right now, last 365 days, or 366 if you throw in the leap year, we've borrowed over $3 trillion. I'm trying to find a nice way to emphasize that word. $3 trillion in the running last year. And I think I have it in one of my charts here, but if I don't, I'll just say it right now. When the president published their budget, is anyone paying attention how the game is working? We're starting to understand the game. So several months ago, when the preliminary budget numbers were put out by the White House, hey, we're going to borrow $1.5 trillion, 1.6. Wink, wink, nod, nod. The number came out, what was it, yesterday? Earlier today. Says, well, it looks like we're closer to 2.1, 2.2. But if you then look at the rest of their math, it's going up higher than that. It looks like actually, if you actually do the gross, it really is going over the $2.8 trillion. Do we do this to lie to the bond markets or each other, or is it just so the idiot class, in Washington basically quotes the old number? But does anyone understand when you see movements of numbers that are functionally $1 trillion? The burn rate right now is we're borrowing $1 trillion about every 125 days. Does that get anyone's attention? So we're going to walk through a number of these slides, and then when we get down to the end here, forgive me for moving these, we're going to actually do some slides trying to take a look at the president's budget they dropped just a few hours ago and our base math. So I'm going to run through many of these really quickly because there was a number of things said during the President's State of the Union address that were just bizarre. They're urban folk legend, but as we've seen in this town, if you say a lie enough times, it starts to become baseline political discussion. What happened after the TCJA? That's the tax reform that happened in December 2017. And there's two reasons for doing this. I want to show that the vast majority of where the tax cuts were for the working middle class, and that the U.S. tax code got more progressive. The wealthy, the top tiers, actually couple tiers in the United States of income, today pay a higher percentage of the federal income tax than they did before 2017. And I probably should say this now so I don't forget it. I believe there's a scam. So often we go home and we have people that they meet you at, you're at the grocery store, you're at Walmart, Costco, whatever. Someone comes up to you and they have the latest conspiracy theory. Or the number of times these things are just filled with them. I'll give you one that's not a conspiracy theory, it's math. If you take the president's speech and say, we're going to tax rich people. Remember, I've come to this floor multiple times and shown you what happens when you do tax maximization of those over $400,000, and you can't even close anything close. You get about 1.5% of GDP. This year, we're basically borrowing, 9.6% of the GDP? Does anyone do some basic math, see the difference? We got a problem. But it's great political rhetoric, both on the right and the left, because, we're a populous country now. Tax the rich people. Great. Doesn't get you anywhere near where you need to be. So when we get near the end of this decade, Social Security trust fund's empty, transportation trust fund's empty. If the president got his way, we've tax maximized just to cover the shortfall in the Medicare trust fund. Where do you get the money? I will lay a marker down today. By the end of this decade, this country will have a VAT tax, a value-added tax, just like the rest of the industrialized world, just like Europe, just like everyone else. And at that moment, the working middle class, that hardworking middle class, will be poor. And that's the scam that's going on, because that's where the money is. And so you have this dancing, and it works politically. Think about this. As the wealthier and better educated have moved more to the Democrat Party, working people have moved to the Republican Party. Depending on who's in power at the end of this decade, be prepared. If you don't make some of these policy changes that change the cost of health care, there's no mathematical way you make it out of this decade without kicking the working class in the heads. And that's what's going on. So let's walk through some of this. Okay. So over here, you got to understand one of the key things that happened when we did tax reform. You functionally took half of the society, half the working people in this country. Now they're poor working people, understand, but half of them pay almost no income taxes. Okay? But you get over here to that top 1%, and yeah, they had a huge tax cut. They went from 26.8 to 25.6. But we also removed a whole bunch of other deductions. We're going to talk about that. So it's always amusing here when you have our brothers and sisters from high-tax states saying, we want SALT because it goes mostly to really rich people and they write us checks. So we're going to blaze through these because we got a lot to do tonight. Did this last week, want to make the point, this number is now wrong. Our estimate is we're going to have interest this year, this fiscal year, of $1.1 trillion. $1.1 trillion of interest in the 2024 fiscal year means Social Security is number one spend at $1.45 trillion. Interest will be number two. Medicare will be number three. Defense is now number four. You all heard that in the president's speech, right? And I keep trying to make the point over and over and over that it's not just those of us who think it's more ethical to do gross interest. If you even do net interest. Now, that means you pretend you didn't pay any interest to Social Security Trust Fund, Medicare Trust Fund, Transportation Trust Fund, Railroad Retirement Trust Fund, all the others. You just say, you borrowed the money, you didn't pay anything. We're just going to keep that off the books. Just the interest you pay out to those people who bought U.S. debt, bonds, T-bills, notes. That's still the second highest spend. But that would be inconvenient to go out and tell the truth, wouldn't it? So, I'm laying myself on the line. I believe if you look at the trend line, even from the budget office at the White House, the amount they have keep revising the number, there's a very good chance total gross debt, borrowing this year, 2.8 trillion, it could actually kiss up to 3. Now, why is this such a big deal? Think about it. Why is this such a big deal? Didn't we just have a gentleman standing behind that microphone telling us how great the economy was? How great all the spending was? How much it had moved the economy? Okay, GDP is actually reasonable. It's actually pretty good right now. How is it possible? You're running a $3 trillion deficit in a time when the economy is supposedly doing well. Do you understand? These are deficits that would have been in the middle of the pandemic. The wheels have come off, and this place isn't willing to actually deal with the reality. When we can't even do a deficit commission, when we sit here and fight for months over things that would be rounding errors, really uncomfortable to say, if you're borrowing like $9 billion a day, and we're going to shut the place down for months over $16 billion, does anyone see a math problem? We basically burnt this place down for a couple days of interest. Borrowing. So let's actually walk through what's about to happen to each of you. We use 2026 because that's the year you're going to pay your taxes. Next year, a number of the provisions of the tax reform from December 2017 expire. You got it? So let's walk through. Let's say you are a middle American. You're basically working your sides off. You right now you have a 24% tax rate. Okay, congratulations, you go up to 28. If you're one of those top earners, you now have functionally a 37% tax rate. You're going to 39.6. All the marginal tax rates go up, and that happens next year. So at the moment this election is over, the negotiations begin on this, and it will matter who's in the Senate Finance, who's in the House Ways and Means Committee, because the math takes off. So let's actually go a little bit further. Expiring 2025 tax provisions. Standard deduction. If you are single, you get a $14,600 deduction. That goes away next year. And that standard deduction goes to $8,300. Anyone see a problem? Married, you get a $29,200 deduction today. A year from now, that's gone. You go to $16,600. Sure glad the president spent a bunch of time talking about how we were going to protect the middle class and make the economy continue to grow. So just a baseline, the baseline number, and this is already the law. You're a single individual, you make $60,000. You will pay $1,794 more. $1,794 at the end of next year. That's the law. It's already baseline. So you understand the crazy amount of spending it was talked about behind that microphone last week. They're already relying on your taxes going up. So let's walk through a couple other things so people understand. Expiring 2025 tax provisions, pass-throughs. Any of you have an LLC? You know, a family business, a side hustle? You have a little LLC, you make some income, you do some consulting. Maybe you're a fancy subchapter S corporation. Maybe you're a partnership. Maybe you're one of those employee-owned type businesses. You understand current status, you get to deduct equal to 20%. Yeah, that was trying to find a way to make it equal so you had the same fairness for subchapter C corporations, or chapter C corporations. That's gone. Your taxes are going up a whole bunch if you're an LLC or a pass-through. Employer credit for paid leave goes away next year. Just goes away. Right now, credit up to 25% for up to 12 weeks. You get a 25% credit. That was one of the incentives that was built into the 2017 tax reform. It expires, it goes away. I'm sure glad this place is stepping up and understanding the expiring provisions and the kick in the head that will be to the working class, because we're making the numbers work, right? All right, another one. Expiring 2025 provisions. State and local tax deductions. Now, those of you from high-tax states, you're giddy. The deduction right now is capped at $10,000, and it goes back. It goes back to as high as you want. The great irony here is when you have the Bernie Sanders of the world who basically say, this is a tax cut, tax deduction for the ultra-wealthy, because almost the vast majority, years ago I came back and did the charts on this, and it was somewhere in the 80, almost 90+% went to really the top 1 or 2% of income earners. Watch how many of our friends on the left, our Democrat colleagues, fight like crazy for this, even though it's a complete violation of every principle they claim, except it happens to be their constituents and their contributors. All right, let's have a little more darkness here. Expiring 2025 tax provision, child tax credit, and credit for other dependents. Right now you get a couple $1,000s, and it phases out when you get around that $400,000. And next year, it's no longer $2,000, it goes to $1,000. And it starts to phase out at $110,000, not $400,000. This is already the law. This is what's coming. I was delusional. I thought the president would actually talk about, hey, these are the things I'm willing to support in the tax reform and its extensions. Current status, you get $500 per dependent. It's gone. That's gone. Expiring 2025 tax provisions, and some more stuff that's expiring. Current status, 100% of first year's bonus deduction through 2022. This is what we did a 2 months ago now. It's still sitting in the Senate, where we were just trying to fix some of the bonus depreciation, because it turns out, all right, I'm going to backtrack on myself, but this is important. When you hear some of us come behind the microphone and talk about being able to deduct research and development, you realize that's not a deduction, that's a depreciation. It's a timing effect. You get to take it over 5 or 7 years that you spent all this money developing a new technology, or you can take it today. But you still take it as a deduction. The difference is, if you do it over 5 years, you have to finance your cost. And in today's environment, that financing has got much more expensive. Just like expensing, you buy a new piece of equipment so you're more productive, so you can pay your workers more, so you can grow the economy and grow your business. Depreciating that piece of equipment, do you do it on 1 day or 7 years? It's still the same depreciation. The difference is, if you do it over 7 years, you have to finance the piece of equipment. If you do it in the first year, you can take it now, and the reinvestment cycle gets dramatically faster. That's why you are seeing productivity shoot up. Is that an expense to the government? I mean, for our tax collections, it's a timing effect. If you do it in the 10-year window, it hits, but if you use a perpetual horizon, it's the same thing. And the economics say you get actually more growth. And please understand, one of the great advocates for doing the expensing was I think this ultra-conservative president, what was his name? Oh yeah, Barack Obama. Part of this was his idea. Just understand the expensing is gone. So now we need to talk about, I'm so glad the president basically said, we're not going to touch Social Security. We're not going to talk about it. In the budget they just dropped, they did actually put out money for the Medicare Trust Fund, but there's nothing there for Social Security. Why am I the only idiot who keeps coming behind these microphones and saying, in 8 or 9 years, we double senior poverty? It's immoral. But is it just immoral for me? I don't understand why our brothers and sisters don't walk around here and understand. We already have lots of data about the number of baby boomers who are ending up homeless right now because they weren't prepared, because they were renters, for what was happening in their rent costs. The spike of homeless baby boomers. And in 8, 9 years, Social Security Trust Fund, you get a 25% cut. If you're an average working couple in America, that's $17,400 cut. You double senior poverty. And I did multiple presentations here, but I did a big one 3 weeks ago. I had almost 250,000 views, or at least 200,000+ views on YouTube. So someone cared enough to watch. Now, many of the comments were insane. That basically showed the Democrats' proposal of just raise the cap. It doesn't get you anywhere close to covering the shortfall. Here, I'll do this backwards. The very first year, so this, my math is this is in 2033, but they want me to use 2034 because that's the vetted number. The first year, the shortfall is $616 billion. We know this is coming. Really crappy to talk about when you're out there campaigning, because God knows we don't want to tell our voters the actual truth of how hard and how difficult what's coming at us is, but it's math. It's real. Raise the cap on $400,000 and up, and you only cover about a quarter of this. You still double senior poverty. And that's the morality of this place. And look, it's not Republican or Democrat. It's demographics. We got old. We only have a fraction of the workers. We got an update, what was it, on Friday? Was it a week ago Friday? U.S. fertility rates have collapsed again, so we're down to like 1.63. Basically, that math means in 15 years, the United States has more deaths than births. All these things are fixable. And I'm just exhausted. I keep coming behind these microphones seeing if anyone cares. Is it too hard to tell the truth? When I even have some of the, what's a nice way to say, the Republican industrial establishment fighting like crazy to stop a debt and deficit commission because they're terrified that one of the special interests that finances their group might actually have to step it up. Does anyone actually care about the country? This is the type of crap that takes down a republic. And it's not my feelings. It's not Republican math. It's not Democrat math. It's demographics. It's what we are. And here's the chart I get the most complaints about, and happens to be maybe the one, and it's already out of date. Because we no longer think this number is a $116 trillion deficit in 30 years. We now think it's closer to 130. So it gives you an idea. This chart now is 3 years out of date. 100% of the borrowing from today through the next 30 years, 100% of the borrowing from today through the next 30 years, interest, healthcare costs, Medicare. And then if the decision is to backfill Social Security, that's what you get. And it always goes silent. And you always get, David, no one wants to see that board. David, I've actually had a member come up to me angrily in the elevator once saying, you got to stop doing that. I had to actually face a question at one of my town halls about that chart. But it's facts. And once again, a couple weeks ago, because I'm an idiot, I came here and showed the chart that says Social Security, you and your spouse, you and your partner, you get back every dime, plus about a $70,000 spiff. Now, it's a crap rate of return. You would have done so much better if you'd been allowed to take a little sliver and put it in the markets, but that ship sailed 20 years ago. Medicare, for every dime you put in, you're functioning now getting close to getting $5 back. That's the primary driver. We're not supposed to talk about that, but that's the primary driver. And think about what happened. And this is my point I've made for years here. We talk about health care as a financing issue, not as a reducing the cost of delivering health care. Obamacare, ACA, it was a financing bill. It was who had to pay, who got subsidized. The Republican alternative was a financing bill. It was who got subsidized, who had to pay. Medicare for All is a financing bill. None of these are about what we pay. And I will argue there's an incredible morality out there that could be bipartisan. Taking on obesity, taking on diabetes being 33% of all healthcare spending in this country. What would happen if we could actually make a huge dent in that? It would be the most powerful thing you could do for U.S. sovereign debt. Income inequality, family formation, and just the morality of society. But instead, we don't talk about fixing health. We talk about how we're going to raise taxes to finance more of it. Is this place completely void of the ability to think? So let's get into a couple of these charts that I've only had a little glimpse at because we were building these off the president's budget that was delivered today. And look, you've all seen the press coverage. Oh, the president proposes, the Congress disposes. They're not going to. But that's not the point. What's in there is they give you the latest baselines. They're supposed to be honest about the baselines. And I started with showing the chart and then actually showing that 7 months ago, we're actually now $600-700 billion more in borrowing, and it keeps, every time they update, it keeps going up. Comparing debt held by the public, projections in CBO's baseline estimate to 2025, budget resolution, from the budget resolution and the 2025 president's budget, we got a math problem. We're basically missing each other's numbers. And if you do it over a decade, understand, the baseline looks like at the end of the decade, we're going to be well over $48 trillion. But that makes sense. If we're clicking off $1 trillion about every 125 days, you really think the credit markets are going to keep loaning us money at favorable interest rates when we're staring down $50 trillion at the end of this decade? Remember, we're supposed to be working on the 2025 budget. Comparing revenue projections in the CBO baseline estimates for the 2025 resolution and the 2025 president's budget, well, and then you take that and stretch it out over the 10 years, so take it out to 2034. President's FY budget projects $70 trillion in deficit spending through 2034. And look, that's just stunning because, believe it or not, that's like $7 trillion higher than the Congressional Budget Office. Now, we're just now starting to break in. All I can tell you is they have a number on there that's just stunning, and we're trying to figure out where to come from. How is that possible? So that's $70 billion, or $7 trillion higher. That's what it is. And look, we keep going over and over and over, and we're going to do another presentation in a couple of weeks where we'll actually try to make this much more understandable. But the point I'm going at, and when I get through these, I'll try to close on this, Madam Speaker. The President promised us lots and lots of new taxes. No one has begun to do the estimations of what it does to the economy. Yet there was almost no discussion of what we're going to do to make health care actually more affordable. We're going to play the con job of we're just going to raise taxes from one group, put it over to the other group, and we're going to pretend that you can shore it up by taxing rich people. Okay, fine. I'm not bleeding for rich people. What I'm bleeding for is the fact that once you use their wealth to shore up the Medicare trust fund, how do you plan to take care of Social Security, which is 3/4 of the problem? So 3 times bigger? But you were willing to talk about the 1/4. But I guess it's called good politics. I'm sure they polled it all before they got there. But you start to looking at the total cumulative receipts. Remember, we don't actually have tax collections. We call them receipts. That's actually the proper term in the tax world. We actually have a mismatching problem where the president's budget basically keeps saying somehow they're going to have $7 trillion more tax receipts than the CBO baseline. So we're going to dig into this and try to understand where does it come from? Because it's not only CBO, it's also the fiscal budget. And somehow there's this magic money that appears over the rest of this decade. All right, 2 more of these. And it always helps if you put it the right side up. Total difference in receipts. And we start to understand they expect substantially higher income taxes. Okay, get ready, gang. Corporate taxes are also higher. Payroll taxes. Now, that's the one that has stayed fairly flat in the way of these new projections. And that's what actually finances our Social Security. That's actually what finances, up till recently, our Medicare Part A. The numbers just don't line up. I'm not going to even make you suffer with that. Madam Speaker, back to the point at hand. In 9 years, maybe 8 years, we double senior poverty. The president said he wants to raise taxes rather dramatically on people with $100 million, because apparently if you have $100 million, you're a billionaire. Okay. And that may be enough money to shore up part of the Medicare trust fund. But once again, the vast majority of Medicare spending is general fund spending. That's actually what drives, that's the single biggest driver, that and now interest, of our debt and deficits. But did you all see the stunt like last year and now again this year of, well, you're not allowed to talk about Social Security, so they're willing to double senior poverty. My simple projection is one, this Congress has decided to put the bond market in charge of this government, because the first moment the bond market doesn't want our borrowing, because remember, $95,000 a second is what we're borrowing. That's about $9 billion a day is what we're borrowing. We're going to borrow, and understand, we've actually had a couple months so far this year where we had to borrow money to pay the interest. Madam Speaker, I'm going to yield back because I'm bewildered. I'm not sure anyone cares anymore. But these numbers are going to wipe us out, and making crap up to win the next election is immoral. And with that, I yield back.
Party Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. We're going to try to do three things tonight. One, I'm going to spend a few minutes sort of talking about folklore. I've tried this a couple times. It hasn't worked, but, you know, hope springs eternal. Sort of walk through some of the comments you get and try to explain, and maybe they're bots, maybe they're made up, but what reality is. The second thing, we're going to walk through the borrowing numbers off the Treasury's website so they're up to date on what's actually happening, and I need to do it over and over and over and over because I'm trying to get this place to understand how fast the numbers are moving away from us. And number three, we're going to do some thought experiments. I'm going to show you some ideas and technology that actually could fairly substantially change the borrowing and debt curve. Okay, first off, for some of the folks, last week, I appreciate Forbes put up on YouTube the last week's floor speech. I think now it has 640,000 people that have viewed it. Wonderful. But then you read some of the comments, and you accept half the comments are from Russian troll farms or Chinese troll farms or Iranian troll farms, or they're bots, so it's just lunacy. But every once in a while you get the person that says, why aren't there any people in the chamber? They're not supposed to be here. The work of the day is done. Now we do our floor speeches. Right now they belong in some evenings. They're still in committee till late at night. It's right now, what, 7:30 here in Washington. If they're hanging out here, they should be in their offices reading. But one of the reasons you do these presentations, I do them, is you're probably on 1,000 televisions around this campus right now. And maybe there's some staffers who all of a sudden are willing to listen to math. Remember our running joke, this is a math-free zone? Second thing, and I'm just going to do this one because I'm tired of people that don't think. Stop being trite. The scale of the debt problem is real. And whether you're on the left or the right, you have to understand the solutions we move our mouths about saying, we can raise taxes on rich people. And you get about 1.5% of GDP, but you're borrowing about 9.6. And those of us who want to cut things, we got to be honest. I can find you 1.5%, 2% of cuts. But if you're borrowing 9.6% of GDP, which we are this year, you're not really moving the needle. So one of the comments, just to understand how absurd and how stupid, excuse me, that's not fair. I take that back. I apologize. Please take this seriously. So when you have the person that says, and maybe it was a bot, and you see in the comments 20, 30 times, you know, if you just got rid of congressional salaries, we're probably overpaid for our work product. In an entire year, every U.S. senator, every member of the House, get rid of their salaries. It would cover 16 minutes of borrowing in an entire year. In a day, it would cover 2.6 seconds of borrowing. But this is what we call it's fun rhetoric and it's stupid math. And when you have someone willing to say things like that, it once again shows you're not willing to understand the scale that's moving against this country. Remember, over and over and over and over, it's debt that has crushed republics. So let's actually go through some of the other math, and then there's a number of things we're going to go through here, just trying to understand how absurd what's going on is. So I grabbed The Economist magazine, wonderful magazine. It's a little liberal, little European-centric, but you see their cover. Their cover is trying to make the point is we have actually a remarkably healthy economy considering all the stupid that's gone on. Yet, what does it mean to you when magazines like this are actually doing covers saying, well, the amazing American economy, it's still growing, and yet at the same time, last week I was here and told you we were borrowing over $95,000 a second. Now it's no longer $95,000. It's $98,000, I think $300 a second. If we try a little harder, maybe we'll get over $100,000 a second. If you go over the last 365 days, as of today, we're borrowing over $98,000 a second. And almost every dime of that growth in borrowing is interest and different types of health care. And yet, when we look at these, I keep trying, I keep trying to explain over and over and over every dime. So think of this as just, and this is a more update version. So here's what we call discretionary. You see there in the blue or purple, whatever that color is, about half of that's defense. About half of that is everything you think of as government. It's the FBI, it's the Park Service, it's everything else. It's other than mandatory earned benefits. Every dime a member of Congress votes on is borrowed. All defense is borrowed. All discretionary is borrowed. And we're heading towards a time where we may actually see, and this is off, if we actually get close to 2.8 trillion and all discretionary is about 2, start thinking that. When you start having another $800 billion of Medicare, of things of that nature borrowed, shouldn't that actually start to create a little sense of stress, panic? Are we going to continue to play the game around here where the left lies saying, we're going to raise taxes, and then we do stupid things like, well, if we got rid of foreign aid, yes, it would take care of a whole week or so of borrowing. What I'm asking for is to think with a calculator. We have to change policies in a big-time way to save this country. And it's going to be complex. It's going to be hard. You're going to have to read and read and read and understand. But there is hope. I can show you over and over. I've come to this floor and said, if you do these things, you can crash the price of health care. If you adopt these technologies, you can crash the price of this government. And yet these hallways around here are full of people that they're not here to help us cut spending. They're here to help us, but actually help themselves. They want money. They want to either defend their bureaucracies or they want to defend their business models, and they use Congress as a barrier to entry. So let's walk through some more of this. Hand that to you. So one of my other frustrations is, how do you plan? So last May, when we were supposed to be building the 2024 budget, a year ago May, and we're going to vote on some of the rest of it this week, which shows you how dysfunctional we've been, but we were too busy trying to get rid of a speaker. And think of this. In that time, we were fighting over like $16 billion. We're borrowing about $9 billion a day. So we've gone how many months, and we never got around to actually working on the real problems because the theatrics around here. So the Congressional Budget Office last year said, hey, we may only borrow $1.744 billion. And I like to use gross numbers instead of publicly borrowed. And over here, when you borrow from the trust funds, because you got to pay them back, and we do pay interest to the trust funds. So when you borrow out of Social Security, borrow out of the Medicare Part A trust fund, when you borrow out of transportation, we do borrow that money right out, goes to Treasury, goes out the door, and then we give them sort of Treasury note IOUs with interest. And then OMB, Office of Management and Budget, last June said, hey, we're only going to borrow $1.988 trillion in the 2024 fiscal year. And that bottom number is just what we've already borrowed to date, which if you work it out per month, you're looking at a number of 2.9 trillion. How do we keep missing the number by $1 trillion? Is that part of the scam? Is that part of the game? Is say, hey, we're going to give a number of prediction, and that's what all the talking heads on television, radio, and the newspapers, and the really diligent press around here fixate on, because it's in their little book, and they're not paying attention that every day, that first board I showed you, you can go onto the Treasury's website and do the math yourself and see where we're actually at. And part of one of the drivers is nothing you get to vote on here. It is the continuation of rising interest rates. So I've had to adjust this. And understand, today's 10 years, I think, was at 4.3. So this is the blend interest rate, which means, let's see if I can make this make sense. So you have a country with about $34.5 trillion of borrowing. But it's really closer to 27, 28 trillion is sold to the public. The rest of that is borrowed internally. What is sold to the public has a couple factors on it. It's duration. Hey, they sold a 6-month. They sold a 1 year. They sold a 5-year. They sold a 10-year. They sold a 30-year. These are bonds. These are notes. These are paper. There's just different names for the different durations. And some were sold years ago when interest rates were basically close to zero. This year, in the 2024 year, with the new issuances of bonds because of our current borrowing, and then the refinancing of old, there's about $10 trillion that gets subject to the new interest rates. So as bonds are rolling off, and then you saw when we had that stressed bond auction, what was it, last November, where the market makers had to buy 24% of it? And a couple of weeks later, Treasury rolls out and says, hey, maybe we're just going to start selling shorter on the curve, because at least that way we know we have the demand, but yes, we're going to pay higher premiums on it. So every couple of weeks, we get the calculation of what our interest load is, and it keeps ticking up on us. And I'm going to show a couple boards here. And look, interest on outstanding debt, the non-negotiable is the debt internally. Publicly held is right now about 3.259 and may continue to tick up as they go shorter on the curve. I know this is geeky. If you don't like math, please go watch something else. But we're selling more and more of our debt short because there's demand there, but that interest, we are paying a premium. And then you want to know why the debt and borrowing keeps going up. It's about how we're financing. And what that ends up creating is this situation here where my predictions, and I'll take responsibility if I'm wrong, because understand, my darkness is about $800 billion to almost $1 trillion over what our Congressional Budget Office says, what Office of Management and Budget said. But so far, I've been right. I also look at it every single day where they put out a number and then several months go by. We're right now on track for coming in over 5.8 trillion borrowing. And remember, I just showed you an economic magazine saying, wow, isn't it amazing how healthy the U.S. economy is? How do you borrow close to $3 trillion? That's a gross number. That's both publicly borrowed and internal borrowing. How do you borrow close to $3 trillion when the economy is good? Need you to think about this, because tax collections are not that far off from the historical average. When we've had very high marginal rates, when we've had very low marginal rates, we're always there about that 17.5, 18.5, sometimes as high as 19% of the economy comes in as taxes. Does this let you know there's something structural out there? And it's the dirty little secret that we all know, but we're afraid to say because it gets us unelected. We tell the truth about where the drivers are. 100% of U.S. borrowing from today through the next 30 years will be interest, healthcare, and if 8 or 9 years when the Social Security Trust Fund is emptied out and we decide whether we're going to let the immorality of doubling senior poverty in America, seniors taking a 25% cut, or do we backfill it with general fund revenues? And if we do that, those three things are 100% of the borrowing for the next 30 years. Everything else is modeled to be pretty flat. Matter of fact, general fund, and related to discretionary, actually has a slightly positive over the 30 years. We got old. It's demographics. We're not supposed to say that around here because we might hurt someone's feelings, but understand, and I brought the charts here a couple weeks ago with the update on fertility rates. In 15 years, this country has more deaths than births. What are we doing to plan for that? What are we doing to plan for the reality? We're heading towards a time where we're going to have about 2.3, 2.4 workers for every person in retirement on Social Security. We know it's coming. It's not a black swan. It's what they nickname a white swan. It means you see it and you still don't do anything about it because we're too busy knifing each other with rhetoric that doesn't make mathematical sense because it's good politics. And now we've done the updates again, and our latest update is no longer this year fitting just interest in this year. I want to say this in a way where I get it fairly accurate. Our latest model says interest in the 2024 fiscal year will be $1,076 billion. When I came here a couple months ago and said, we could be heading for a $1 trillion, I got mocked by even some of my colleagues. Schweikert, got to stop making things up. Well, turns out I'm right. But, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, why don't we take it seriously? We sit here and fight over, it's real money we fight over, but in the same day, we will spend all day fighting over a few million here, which is important, and I'm fine. I'm willing to cut these things. But we're picking up pennies off the ground as the avalanche is crushing us. Because that same day we fought over those millions, we borrowed $8, $9 billion that day when we were fighting over millions. And understand, millions has a lot of different, a trillion has 12 zeros. Start to work your zeros and understand the scale. So, I just put up this slide just because this is our prediction slide, but also to make another point. Here's how spending will work this year, just so people understand the hierarchy. Social Security, we expect $1.45 trillion to go out the door. This is an earned benefit. You worked in America, you paid your FICA tax. If you worked your 40 quarters, you maxed out. But you earned this. The next biggest spend in your government isn't coming from a running tax and trust fund, it's borrowing. And both net and gross. The difference there, once again, is net is just the interest we pay out the door to people that bought our bonds. Gross is also because we owe interest to Social Security and Medicare and all the other trust funds. Both are coming in as the second biggest expense in the U.S. government. Number 3, Medicare. Number 4 is now defense. How many people, if you and I walked down the street and said, hey, what's the number 1 spend in the U.S. government? What's the number 2? Would they say interest is the number 2 expense in this government? And if you think interest rates are about to crash down to where they were the last decade, remember the last decade was a fantasy. We're just now getting back. If you take a look, if you remove sort of the previous decade with the value of money manipulation and interest rates, if you remove that, look at the 35-year average. We're not even high enough to be in the 35-year average yet. The fantasy has to come to an end here. This is reality. And this is one of my continuing frustrations, is I keep looking like CBO. We try to work with them. They do their best. They have to operate with, hey, here's the GDP growth they expected. Here's where Treasury tells them what receipts are going to come in. We call tax revenues receipts. That's the proper term. And then, but over and over and over, we keep missing the numbers. And when you start missing your numbers by $1 trillion, makes the job a little tricky when the people you rely on, the data you rely on, because we missed how high interest rates. Remember last October, everyone, oh, Fed's going to start cutting. And inflation the last 2 months really hasn't gone down. This isn't a non sequitur, it ties in. We suffer inflation because we spent too much money. Even the left-wing academic studies from last year, which wanted to blame supply chain, had that as part of it, but some of them said as much as half was supply chain. Some said it's only about 40%, but supply chains are fixed. Here we are a couple years later. How are we still running hot again? We are paying the price for spending money in ways that did not actually spike productivity. When you subsidize things, do you get the most efficient, the cheapest, the best way to produce them? It doesn't work that way. You need to make it so there's a level of competition that the best, fastest product and the reinvestment in your capital. So it's the difference between supply side and sort of the Keynesian investments. And now you've seen both. You saw productivity gains with the tax reform, and now you've seen what happened with inflation reduction, where you got inflation. And now the last 2 months, it hasn't been going down the way it's supposed to. So expect these interest rates I just showed you to continue. And if you live in my neighborhood, if you live in the Scottsdale, Phoenix area, wonderful area, absolutely incredibly beautiful this time of year, and from January 21 till last month, actually 2 months ago, if you're not making 23.6% more, you are poorer today than you were in that January 21. You want to know why people are cranky? Understand how many of our brothers and sisters around the country, particularly in the working class, you are poorer today. In my area, if you're not making 23.6% more than that January 21 date, you are poorer today. And look, if you want to go down the rabbit hole, part of the idea of stabilizing debt, when someone says, we're going to go pay it all off, really? Let's see, the debt basically equals the entire size of this economy. Just the debt. You're going to go pay it off? From an economic standpoint, right now, be joyful if we could just stabilize it. That means the growth of the debt can only grow as fast as we are being productive as a society, as the growth of this economy. But right now, you have a problem. In 2023, at that time, and this is publicly held debt, this isn't my gross debt, we borrowed $2.6 trillion from the public, and the estimate is the economy grew about 1.5. But it's that delta that kills you until you squeeze those two back together. So you only grow debt. at the pace you grow the economy, that's stability. And then maybe you can get some more discipline, adoption of technologies and better ways to do things, and you start to separate those so you can start to pay down that principal, because the interest doesn't buy you anything. All right, I'm not going to make you have to deal with some of these. All right, now here's where you light yourself. How do I say this nicely? Here's where I hurt people's feelings. Remember how a little moment ago I was trying to explain the primary drivers of U.S. sovereign debt? I need to update this board because the 30-year number was $116 trillion of borrowing, and that's from a year or two ago. Our best math right now is close to $130 trillion of borrowing over the next 30 years. So, if you're still a decade from retirement and you think you're going to live another 20 years, you've got to understand the sort of dystopian level of what we're going to have to do to the U.S. dollar, to your savings, to those things. You don't think this is going to crush your retirement? How about me? I accept I'm an old dad, but I have a 20-month-old and I have an 8-year-old. Do they deserve to have prosperity? Understand, my little boy, when he is 23 years old, I believe is the number, U.S. taxes, every U.S. tax has to be double what it is today just to cover projected spending. And that's baseline spending. That's no war, no recession, no pandemic, just baseline. So if any of you plan to be around here in 20-some years, are you prepared to have your taxes doubled? That's the math. I mean, I know this is a math-free zone, but at least some point I'm pitching to your self-interest. Do you care? And it doesn't have to be that way. There are solutions. But the hard part of this board is trying to explain to people 100% of the borrowing that's coming over the next 30 years. Medicare, if we backfill Social Security when the trust fund is gone in 8-9 years, and interest that we're paying on these. The rest of the budget actually has a slightly positive balance, meaning it comes in under its growth curve, underneath the projected receipts. And now we're going to talk about first understanding one of the key problems in our society, and then we're going to try to think a couple thought experiments. Can we be creative to understand the problem and be disruptive? What could we do to have a healthier, more prosperous society? Well, one of the first things you got to understand some of the things that are wrong here. The U.S. is an outlier in disease and disability trends. Or, for some reason, we are dramatically sicker than much of the rest of the industrialized world. Okay, it's just math. We have the data. You're all smart, at least if you're punishing yourself enough to watch an idiot like me talk, you've got to be either interested or not have a life. But somewhere here, you understand here, there's something wrong in the U.S. We are sicker than much of the rest of the world. And the fact of the matter is, you just saw a chart that I was showing that healthcare costs are the primary driver of U.S. debt. Okay, so let's actually walk through. So what are the good things? What could we do? What could we do to disrupt that? There's a couple of amazing articles from a couple of years ago for my Democrat colleagues who tell me how important taking on income inequality is. Really interesting abstract studies that sort of say, is it education? Yeah, that's a big play. Turns out health was it was actually above everything else in the disparity of creating income inequality. Urban poor, my tribal poor in a place like Arizona, rural poor. And you look at it, and when diabetes is 33% of all of our healthcare spend in America, why doesn't this place go nuts in trying to fix diabetes? Instead, what we did something that's absolutely absurd. So in the Inflation Reduction Act, they take $16 billion, give it to the very big pharma that they complain about that was gouging on insulin. At the same time, 75 miles from here, there's a co-op making 3 brands of generic insulin cheaper than the subsidized price. Why wouldn't we take a fraction of that money and put it into saying, we want competition, we want everyone battling to give us the best product and the best prices. I'm going to show a weird little technology just as part of the thought experiment. But instead, they subsidized the very big pharma that they complained about was gouging people. And then you crushed the competition and was trying to come in cheaper because now they can't compete against the subsidized price. This is the absurdity of this place. We need more of this. There's finally, you start to see the curve. There's finally, because of some of the breakthroughs in synthetic biology, we're going to talk a little bit about AI. The artificial intelligence is about to have a revolution in bringing cures to market dramatically faster. Dramatically faster. We've actually now had the first couple AI drugs designed to make it through the FDA. As you know, 6 weeks ago, we had the first genetic drug cure sickle cell anemia. Sickle cell. And what we learned from that technology, there's more coming. How do we make it possible that it doesn't take $100 million or $1 billion to bring one of these drugs to market when we now have the ability to crunch data in ways that we were never able to do before, to understand efficacy and safety and effectiveness? We could do it by policy. Is that Republican or Democrat, or is that just sort of joining into this century? This is a wonderful chart trying to just point out the capital markets are starting to spend money in places to cure people. I will argue one of the most moral things we could do, and one of the most powerful things we could do for U.S. sovereign debt, make Americans much less sick. Now, this is where I'll get some really nasty comments. Almost half, and I've brought the charts and the reports and the academic studies. So if diabetes is 33% of all spending, half of human diseases, so there's 3,000 plus human conditions, half of them are related to obesity. Do we think about things we could do in farm policy, in nutrition policy, in helping our brothers and sisters live better, healthier, more prosperous, ability to join into the labor force, maybe family formation, crushing income inequality? Is that Republican or Democrat? Yes, it will really, really annoy a whole bunch of incumbent business models that need sick people. But even they have souls. We're on the cusp of miracles. Why aren't we doing this? You know, poor health reduces labor force participation. This is an absurd chart, except for the fact this is from Goldman Sachs. And they were just doing this thought experiment. These semaglutides, which I think there's a generic one that's going to be here in May. There's a couple great articles if you want to go, use your favorite search engine about some small molecule versions that will cost dramatically less to make, and they're coming. There's going to be competition. The prices are coming down. These are these GLP-1s. But they were just doing the thought experiment of what would happen. What would happen if all of a sudden we started to get healthier as a society? Okay, is that Republican or Democrat? Be the most powerful thing we could do for U.S. sovereign debt? Are we ready to step up and take on the armies of lobbyists here who are upset with us every time we come up with... Do you remember when we were trying to do telehealth? Before the pandemic, telehealth was one of the most lobbied against technologies in Washington, D.C. And then the pandemic hit, and it turns out people had figured out how to work their phone. Believe in the American people. Stop treating them like children, but also stop coddling those who make money off of our illnesses. So let's actually take a look. This was fascinating. And once again, I want to thank Joint Economic Republican staff for being willing to go down the rabbit hole, talk to the Goldman Sachs economists, and try to understand how they got these numbers. The basic pitch here is they were trying to figure out if there was a wider use and accessibility for the semaglutides, the GLP-1s. These are the hormone molecules your gut produces to tell you you're full, and it helped reduce diabetes, helped reduce obesity in America. They were actually coming up that it actually had a substantial effect on growing the economy. It actually increased GDP. It's at least worth thinking about. This is the thought experiment portion of this program. Think about it. So if I came to you tomorrow, actually today, let's just do it right now, and said, I need something from you we could roll out, and in the next 6 months, we could have a major effect on reducing U.S. spending. Okay, I have all sorts of things I could cut. I know my brothers and sisters on the left, they would want to raise taxes on people, but I need a policy that you could have a major effect. We have multiple academic studies that make it clear that about 16% of U.S. healthcare spending is people actually not adhering to their drugs. So someone like me, can you believe I have high blood pressure? As long as I take my calcium inhibitor, I don't stroke out. You know, it's a pill that costs, in many ways, it's pennies. It's been off patent for decades and decades and decades. As long as I do my drug adherence, 16% of U.S. healthcare spending is people not adhering to their pharmaceutical policy, or whatever the right way to say that. You do realize 16% of U.S. healthcare spending is close to $600 billion. What if you got a third of that? What if I came to you and said, hey, we can get $200 billion of savings and make our brothers and sisters healthier, maybe few of them dying? Well, it turns out there are crazy, simple little things, like the pill bottle cap that just beeps at you if you don't open it in the morning. And it's like 99 cents. How many of us have a phone that, the pharmacy, the doctor's office, however you want to do it, could beep at you in the morning and say, hey, remember, it's that time, you should really do this. It's not the way this place thinks. This place thinks about subsidies, giveaways. So remember, the Obamacare, ACA, was a finance bill. It was who had to pay and who got subsidized, and then how much federal money also went into subsidies. It was a financing package. The Republican alternative was a financing package. Medicare for All is a financing bill. How about the revolution of thought? Why don't we change what we pay by making our brothers and sisters healthier, or maybe curing some things? So this is one of the simplest thought experiments I can give you. If U.S. healthcare, 16% of it is people not engaging in adherence, why not take that on? Is that Republican or Democrat? Or is that just the adoption of technology? Is it just trying to be creative? Look, there's other quirky things, and this is more my personal fascination. I actually am blessed to have a couple staffers who are doing experiments with some of the different wearables that actually can use the data to help them stay healthier, to find out their bodies, because the beauty of you get data off you for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it starts to tell you things. Oh, when I ate that, my body didn't like it. Oh, when I slept this way, my body did like it. These have crashed in price. There's even some health insurance companies now that are working with you saying, will you do a wearable? Look, a couple of years ago, I came here, I met a material science professor who had come up with this thing, and we always joked, we called it the flu kazoo. It was something you blew into, it was a breath biopsy. It could almost tell you within a couple minutes, a couple moments, you had a certain type category of virus. It could bang off your health records, and then could order your antivirals. Would that help us? Would that make us healthier? Would that cut down the cycle time so you don't wait in the waiting room? Yes, except the problem is in most places that technology would be illegal because it would be the algorithm writing a prescription. And every time I say this, I will get someone that says, David, we're going to try to run ads against you because we make money writing prescriptions. I'm just trying to make America healthier, and I'm trying to find a way to take down the debt so we don't crush ourselves. The adoption of technology that if it's as accurate and statistically, a model like that is more accurate than you and I can be as humans. Why don't we promote it? Why don't we allow people the freedom to take care of themselves while using technology? All right, now here's a crazy one, and I'm going to do this one just because it amused me. Remember how a couple minutes ago I was complaining about Democrats and the way they approached insulin because it was a great campaign issue, but it was technologically vacuous? So here's one. How about if you'd taken a couple of dollars or just actually helped this? So it turns out they have succeeded at doing a DNA tweak to some cattle, and the cattle will produce insulin at a fraction of the price. And you could actually do different tweaks for different types of insulin. I mean, I'm just starting to read the academic article, but it exists. These are quirky solutions. And when you have debates around here, it becomes a debate of give away money or give away more money. It's not embrace something that disrupts and makes people healthier and actually at the same time doesn't blow up the U.S. debt and deficits. You can be moral and also have a fiscal brain around here. It just requires some literacy. Maybe along being a math-free zone, we don't read things. I subscribe to a lot of crazy journals, so I come up with this stuff. I guess my reason for the thought experiment, Mr. Speaker, we're in real trouble. There is hope. But the hope only works if this body finds some way to think differently. I yield back.
Sir?
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I'm going to try doing something this evening, and this is going to be a difficult because I'm going to try to explain something that's been annoying me, and then I'm concerned that what I'm learning is actually really dangerous to our society. And then we're going to walk through some of the latest budget numbers. Look, if you don't have a life and you're someone that watches C-SPAN, you've had to deal with me once a week coming up here and functionally doing economic lectures. And I don't mean to sound like a jerk. I'm just trying to make it so there's an understanding of the actual fiscal situation we are facing as a country. And a couple weeks ago, I did one, and boom. I didn't believe there was this many people that don't have a life on YouTube, but it has like 960,000 views. And I've been blessed. This has happened multiple times over the last couple of years. And then I made a mistake. I actually looked at some of the comments, and this started a couple of years ago. And you're going, well, that's not true. Well, that has to be a robot. Well, that's a bot. Well, that's completely. Well, why is that one written in horrible English? So we actually started a little project in our office a couple months ago trying to understand what is the foreign infiltration into our ability to communicate in our society. How many bad actors are basically filling up this thing with crap, with things that are completely not true? And it turned out we found academic article after academic article, Microsoft doing huge data analytics, all sorts of things out there that in many ways we're at war. We don't actually understand it, but we have a war going on, and it's a war for hearts and minds. And there are bad actors around this world. The number of data points we have here showing particularly China, Russia, Iran, and it's getting weaponized at a level I don't think any of us are intellectually ready for, because AI is here, the plain language is here, and they're moving off of just your Facebook page or your social media accounts. It is moving into now fake text messages, all sorts of other ways where they're going to try to pollute and take down the West. And we are not the only ones. We have map after map of what China just did to Taiwan. Now, Taiwan actually has built a policy on how to help combat it. They get attacked on social media with fake stuff. They have teams that turn around and say, okay, here's what they said, here's the documents, look it up yourself. I don't think we're ready for this. How do you and I and our brothers and sisters on the left and anyone that actually cares about this country, how do you have honest debates, honest discussions about in my case, I'm fearful of the crushing debt. We're going to walk through that. But other policy things, when you actually lay out facts, you lay out the information of what's going on, and 90 seconds later there's a bot that basically is putting out absolute crap. How do you hold a society together? Well, you can't even agree on the baseline facts to build the debate from, when article after article, and some of these are huge. I brought these are the executive summaries. I mean, some of the ones we've gone through are hundreds of pages of tracking entire troll farms. There's one document here saying that China may be spending multiple billions of dollars in influence operations here in this country to basically distort reality. And the point I'm going at right now, this seems like a weird place to go for a guy that wants to talk about the numbers of what's happening in our government. I'm incredibly frustrated because I do not know how we have an honest debate when we have a disinformation wave coming at us from functionally governments, let alone the private troll farms that do it just for clickbait to make money. But how do you have an honest debate when our brothers and sisters, our constituents at home, our activists see things that are absolutely not true? We're going to have to find out some way for us to have a commonality of these are the facts. Or how do I hate to say this, how do I make the public absolutely cynical? Don't believe me. Don't believe the crap on your, the crap on your phone. Look up yourself. Find things you trust and confirm it, because we have articles after articles here documenting the troll farms, documenting the new bot farms, documenting the use of new AI. And this one is actually sort of scary because it's going to be industrialized. You think things are screwy right now? Wait a couple more months when we're in the middle of the election season, and this government here has already decided look what Russia's done to Ukraine, what people believe about Ukraine. Look what the Palestinians and their teammates in Iran, and oddly enough coming through China, are doing to Israel. We're going to have to grow up and deal with the reality of it is much of the information that's coming smashing into this country isn't real. And we're going to have to become much more discerning on it. So look, that's my caveat. Please, because we have such incredibly difficult things to deal with, and there's hope. But it's hard. I've said a dozen times behind this microphone, a family saying used to be, for every hard, difficult problem, there's a simple solution. That's absolutely wrong. It turns out complexity often requires complexity. But we have hope if we just get off our high knees and actually start to deal with the reality. So look, let's walk through some of the reality of United States math right now. We made this chart today It's accurate, but it's also missing a couple things. But the point I want to make here is, you see this blue area? That's what a member of Congress gets to vote on. That's defense, and that's what we call non-defense discretionary. That's the Park Service, that's the FBI, that's the State Department, this. See all that red? None of that gets a vote from a member of Congress. The vast majority of our spending is on autopilot, and this interest number here is actually the net number, not the gross number, because there's another $300 billion or so that's actually borrowed from the trust funds that we still have to pay back. We still have to pay interest, but we just sort of hide that, where other European countries actually have to tell the truth about their total borrowing. How do we as members of Congress go home and explain every dime you as a member of Congress vote on is borrowed? Every dime we vote on, and if you use my projections on the borrowing for this year, $800 billion of Medicare is borrowed. And the economy is actually okay. How can we be at the current GDP, and I didn't check GDP now on the Atlanta Fed before I walked in here, but I think it was like 2.4, 2.5, which is actually a fairly decent GDP growth considering where interest rates are and those things. And yet, a couple days ago, we were breaking in, and let's forgive me, I'm going to do this slightly out of order to make a point. Nope, I don't even have it. Somehow the board didn't come. In the last week, we've had 2 times where we went over $100,000 a second in borrowing. Every second, we were borrowing over $100,000. It came down a little bit today. Today, I think we're back to like $98,000 a second. And that's over a 12-month period. That's 365 days of borrowing, averaging it out, dividing it down so you know what per second. If I had come to this body a couple of years ago and says, we're going to be borrowing $100,000 a second, you would have thought I was out of my mind. But we're doing it. $100,000 a second is our borrow rate. And there's my anger, is we will have honorable debates here and this and that, but we're often debating over a couple minutes worth of borrowing because we're unwilling to talk about the driver of debt. It's interest and health care. Well, there's not a lot we can do about interest because here's how bad the interest numbers continue to be for us. I did this board a couple weeks ago, actually a month ago, and I was saying my math is gross interest will be $1,067 billion. And I got some crap for it. How can you say that? Well, you'll be happy to know that yesterday the Treasury announced, no, Schweikert was wrong. Interest will be $1,143.6 trillion. I underestimated it. And if you saw what interest rates did this week with the higher inflation data, the number is going to go higher. Understand the hierarchy right now. Social Security is going to spend $1,450 billion, but that's how tax receipts and the trust fund. Now, the trust fund is going to be gone in 8-9 years. But right now, it's self-contained. Interest is the second biggest spend in this government. You know what the third is? It's Medicare. Defense is now number 4. And because I know every member of Congress here sits around and doesn't have a life and reads, this is the MedPAC report from last week. And yes, I'm an idiot. I read it. There's one thing in here I wanted to make the point because I'm trying to get my head around this. In 2022, way back then, Medicare was 13% of functionally income tax, corporate tax receipts. 13%. In 5 more budget years, Medicare spending will be 22% of all income tax, all corporate taxes. That's a remarkable movement. We had a data point a couple days ago saying Medicare spending is up 10% this year. But we're not allowed to talk about that. It's an earned benefit. You worked in America, it's just like Social Security. You worked your 40 quarters, you earned it. But that doesn't mean we have to lie to each other. Just as I'm angry about the foreigners polluting our information set, we do something similar. We avoid telling the truth because the math is uncomfortable. And we're talking trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars here. Maybe the debates on this floor shouldn't be around rounding errors. It should be taking on the actual drivers of our debt. And now back to the point. Even here, I'm actually having to adjust. So now we actually believe what we call net interest. Now let me explain the difference between gross and net. Net interest is where we have to sell bonds. We have to get your pension system, your personal wealth, a nice family in Japan buying U.S. debt. Gross is where we sell the bonds over here, and then over here we're borrowing from the trust funds, even though we have a little technical problem. The Transportation Trust Fund, the Medicare Part A Trust Fund, the Social Security Trust Fund, all are gone this decade. Well, in the next 9 years, they're all gone. It's math. Is it acceptable that this has become a math-free zone? And these numbers, when I was starting to show these a couple months ago, and the inbound silliness we'd get, stop making up numbers. Yeah, you're right. I missed them. I wasn't dark enough. CBO will be updating all these numbers because it turns out interest has gotten more expensive. Today's interest rate, we're back up to the highs, almost to the highs of last November. They haven't been going down, they're going the other direction. And you all saw the head of Chase Bank, Jamie Dimon, in part of his report to shareholders this last week saying, his economists believe there's a very good chance interest rates are going higher. And look, let me put these down, and I'll try not to hit anyone with them. Please look at this chart. Please look at this. You see this line over here? This is 1975 to 2001. The average on U.S. sovereign debt was 7.5%. The average for all those years was 7.5%. That was actually the average, considering. Now, I accept that has some of the 1980s, Paul Volcker, but that was the average. Then go 2001 to 2022, absolutely suppressed interest rates. We lived in a fantasy world. It was down to 2.2. Okay, that's your juxtaposition. What is the real interest rate? What's the real cost of money here? We're only right now at 3.3. Our economists in the Joint Economic Committee, Republican side, and even myself, we're trying to figure out where it's going. We don't think it's going down. We need to somehow understand the reality. If you're borrowing $100,000 a second, do you think there's lots of liquidity out there to see your interest rates come falling? What would happen to the United States debt when you functionally have a total of 35.7 or 34.7? Actually, in May, we go to 35. In September, we'll be over 36 because we're clicking off about $1 trillion of borrowing about every 110, 115 days right now. Think about that. What happens if the interest rates go anywhere back to the historic norm? Are we allowed to tell our constituents the truth? It's just, it breaks my heart because there is a path, but you have to be willing to be disruptive, almost a revolutionary. You have to be willing to be moral in saying, okay, if these are the cost drivers, the actual cost drivers, not the theatrics. I always love it when I go and read some of the comments. You know, if you just got rid of your salaries, fine, maybe we're overpaid. Trust me, for our work product, we are. But it's 2.6 seconds a day of all borrowing. Foreign aid is about 5 days of borrowing. And there's the fantasy. And then there's the other side, the Democrats. Well, tax rich people. Okay, fine, have at it. You've seen I've done the economic studies multiple times here on the floor showing that you take your own plans, $400,000 and up, and maximize every tax. Maximize the state tax, capital gains tax, income taxes. Just do it all. Maximize it to the revenue producing maximum, and then do the economic adjustment. You get 1.5% of GDP. That's the studies. 1.5% of GDP. We're borrowing over 9.6 right now. If someone out there is brilliant and you have an easier way to explain this, please send it to me, because I feel like I'm just treading water here where people look at you and go, oh, Schweikert, you did another speech on the floor. That was interesting. I didn't watch, though. And you start to understand that when you do the comparisons of where we're heading, this is one. When you start to see numbers saying in 9 budget years, you're going to have $62 trillion of borrowing. That's what we're trying to compare. And we're slicing the difference between our projection and the CBO baseline. But the punchline here, the president's budget in 9 budget years has us at $70 trillion, and the CBO has us at $62 trillion. Sorry, trillion, not billions, trillions. That's 9 budget years from now. Am I the only idiot here that's terrified? This is moral, but we're going to engage in theatrics that's not even a day's worth of borrowing, even an hour's worth, maybe minutes worth of borrowing, because that's what we're willing to debate over, because we're terrified to stand in front of our audiences and say, unless we revolutionize the cost of health care, I can't make the numbers work. So what are you willing to do? And that's with all the leftist taxes. And you start to also look, because the other day I was taking inbound from one of my Democrat friends. Well, you had the tax cut. Have you seen your own numbers on even just the Inflation Reduction Act? Seriously, where you're right down here, oh, that's going to only cost $20 billion, and then the next year it will be $14 billion, and the actual now number projections, where some of the years it's over $120 billion outlays. That's cash money, subsidies to corporate America. They basically bought the love of multinational corporations. God bless them. And it's more than the entire 10-year cost of the tax reform that actually spread out wealth. But they can't admit that. But even, I'm sending them in my own rules, because I keep coming here and saying, maybe we should spend less time litigating the past and deal with the reality of our demographics and the math right now. So let's take a look at some of the things that we're up against. Why is the public so cranky? Seriously, I try to have this conversation with folks at home, and I'm blessed. I represent the Phoenix, Scottsdale area. If you have to represent a district, I represent one of the most beautiful spots, particularly in the winter months. I represent a fairly prosperous district. I represent a really well-educated district, a really entrepreneurial district, and yet a lot of my folks who do, if you see on the surface, they're doing fairly well in life, and they're stressed out of their minds. Because in my district, we've had the highest inflation in the continental United States. If you do not make 23.6% more money today than you did the day President Biden took office, you are poorer. So no matter what economic data the clown show, body of Congress wants to talk about, over and over and over, oh, jobs are this, unemployment's this. This is what matters. When you actually look at the data of those who are non-supervisory or supervisory, today they are poor, even when you put back in wage growth. Our brothers and sisters in America are poor today, and in my district it's worse. And I have a prosperous district. You want to understand why people are struggling and angry and frustrated. Maybe an honest conversation that we made them poor. So here's a bit of an intellectual tease. What's the biggest tax hike in modern history? Come on, what's the biggest tax hike in modern history? Let's work through this. If I came to you right now and said, the $1,000, the $100, the dollar you've saved up, and over the next 3.5 years, we're going to basically take away almost a quarter of its value. We made you poor, right? That's called inflation. But where did that value go? It went to the debtors. Who's the biggest debtor in the world? United States. We functionally transferred your wealth through inflation and devalued the debt. The problem is now we hit the interest rate cycle. So we were devaluing the debt by inflation, and now the financing of our debt explodes, as well as the fact, and this is one that's a little trickier to talk about, Social Security, Medicare, these other things have kickers for inflation in there. So you get a short-term benefit. So you saw a little spike, about a year and a half ago, when debt to GDP, even though the debt was higher, but the GDP had sort of grown, but it's because the differential because of inflation. Now, all that benefit's gone, and now it's getting really ugly because the financing of the debt, I just showed you, if you do the gross number, is on its way to $1.2 trillion just this year. Interest now is the second biggest expense in our government. And in a little while, you got to understand, back to my fixation of we need to find some way to add technology, disruption, cures to disrupt the cost of healthcare. Because guess what, Mr. Speaker? In a few years, actually, Medicare even passes Social Security in total spending. So the hierarchy used to always be Social Security is number one, defense is number two, Medicare is number three, and interest was actually way down here. Now, interest is number two, but Social Security is number one. In just a few years, the healthcare costs will be the number one expense in this country. Just Medicare. This isn't adding in Indian Health Services, the VA, Medicaid. Now look, much of it's demographics. This is where maybe there's a problem, is we're so busy attacking the left is so busy attacking us. The fact of the matter is people getting older, moving into their earned benefits, is that Republican or Democrat? It's demographics. We know it's going to happen. We've known there was 67 million baby boomers. For how long? 65 years. And we did brilliant planning for it, didn't we? But understanding charts like this, it's coming, it's in front of us, and we will do everything we can to ignore it. This chart is a little hard to read, but I'm trying to make a point, and this actually uses some of the math from our colleagues on the left. As we get near the 8-year window, 10-year window, we get back closer to 18%. This is just structural, 18% of GDP coming in its taxes. Okay? Yet, the debt continues to grow even with that, because substantially interest keeps growing and the other expenses, particularly driven by, once again, healthcare costs. So unless we're willing to tell the truth, how do you take on the problem? And this one's actually this one's more for my Republican brothers and sisters. In 2023, how many times have you heard one of us get up and say, growth? Growth is incredibly important. And you can spike growth by cleaning up the immigration system, moving to a talent-based, but not importing massive poverty. You can do other things, such as getting regulations, adopting, using technology as much of your regulator instead of armies full of bureaucrats and file cabinets. There's dozens of things you can do policy-wise to create growth. But if you have someone that says, but we'll just grow ourselves out of borrowing $100,000 a second, they are not good at math. Here's the basic, simple rule. GDP, the size of the economy in 2023, grew $1.5 trillion. Yay! But you do understand, for that growth, you only get 17, 18, maybe even 19% of that in tax receipts. So when the growth, that's wonderful, but it's not dollar for dollar. And so I will get people that say, okay, you guys borrowed $2.5 trillion, but the economy grew 1.5. Yes, it did grow 1.5, but I only get 19% of that in tax receipts. Do you understand the scale of growth you'd have to have for the tax receipts to come close to the borrowing? But that would require elementary school math, wouldn't it? Sorry. And back to the baseline. Our brothers and sisters are struggling. Many of them are having, if you're in markets like I am, where housing costs have gone up dramatically, parts of your food budget have gone up dramatically, we have Americans who are struggling. I showed the inflation numbers. And into that headwind, we have to find a way to stabilize the borrowing to that growth of the economy. At the same time, we have to find a way to get beyond the liars out there that are trying to pollute the debate because they want to see this country fail. And if we don't step up and do our job, start telling people the truth, realize there is a path to stabilize our debt to GDP, and this could be a stunning century for America. But my fear is when I look at the debt spiral that's coming, if interest rates continue to go where they're going, you maybe have 3 years, 5 years, and at that point, then most of what this government does is we've handed over the power of this government to the bond market, because the bond market will be in charge of us, because the bond market will decide what our priorities are, because they will control the price of our debt, they will control our resources. Make a decision. Are you willing to act like adults, digest facts, vet, double-check your facts, and then demand members of Congress start thinking like, it's impolite to curse behind the mic, start thinking in a way where they're willing to do difficult things that are accurate on their calculator and not their feelings, because you can't make public policy with feelings and have it actually work out on your calculator. And as the old family saying for the Schweikert household, the math will eventually win. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. All right, we have a half an hour. We have a number of different things to make it through. as we know, our running sarcasm is we all work in a math-free zone where we use feelings to make public policy, and then we wonder what the hell's going on when we actually have to deal with the honesty of the math. So let's actually do a little bit of fun with honesty of the math. A couple days ago was tax day. Did you know when you paid your taxes, 39 cents out of every dollar you sent in went just to interest? 39 cents of every dollar you sent in as an individual taxpayer. That's the billionaire, that's down to the working stiff that actually had income tax. You paid 39 cents of your tax dollar just to interest. And the point, once again, we're going to go through is understanding how fragile we've made part of the American economy because of the scale of the debt. Remember, every 110, 115 days, we're clicking off another $1 trillion of borrowing. So, yay for that. So we also did another benchmark. Yesterday, we had $100,000 a second we were borrowing. Congratulations once again. It's the third time outside COVID when we've clicked through $100,000 a second. And the reason I break it down to a second is how many people can visualize $1 trillion? It's hard to visualize 12 zeros. So let's actually sort of walk through this. As we're clicking off $100,000 a second, that basically means gross borrowing. Looks like it's going to be, if we stay close to this, $3.151 trillion, $3.151 billion. Now, why that's a big deal? That was yesterday. Today, it fell way down. We're 99,000 something per second. We were expecting to see the number, a way to get this through people's heads. GDP now, I believe it was yesterday, which is the Atlanta Fed. They have a neat little app you can sign up for. They'll send you updates and give you market predictions on interest rates and these things. But they also give you an estimator of what they think the gross national product is for this quarter. They had a number of 2.9% come out yesterday. That is remarkable. The American people should be given a ginormous hug for how hard they're out there working. Yet, how much of that 2.9% GDP growth that was on the Atlanta Fed's website is because we're spending at this remarkable rate? And just as the left used to attack us when we did tax reform, which actually has this elegance of being proper allocation, they've been spending money at a crazy rate. Remember, $100,000 a second. And here's some of the other parts of the punchline. So I hope I'm not throwing too much out. Tax receipts so far this fiscal year are up 7%. Okay, that's wonderful. But we're still borrowing close to $3 trillion this year. But tax receipts are up 7%, and we're still having to borrow like that. And Medicare is up 10% so far this year. Anyone see a problem? And part of the point we got to walk through is how much is on autopilot, and we as policymakers, because we're terrified to go home and tell the truth, or let's be honest. Let's be honest. A lot of our voters, we haven't told them the truth for so long. How do you get in front of them and say, it's not foreign aid, it's not waste and fraud, you can't tax your way out of this? So I've shown this chart a number of times. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, the House isn't in order.
The House will be in order. The gentleman in the gallery will remain silent, please.
And Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, it's for everyone, this building has a horrible echo, so it's not being mean, just it has this weird sound quality. All right, so if you look at a chart like this, you see the blue area? That's all we get to vote on. We functionally only get to vote on about 25% of all spending. And part of that, half that is basically defense. So if you don't want us to cut defense, you don't want us to do, you want us to maintain that, you do realize that the non-defense appropriations in this place, it's like 12%, 13% of our spending. That's all we vote on. Everything else is on autopilot. And on my chart here, I have $890 billion as interest. Well, we already know the interest number now looks like it's going to be 1.1. It could actually, if interest rates stay where they've been this week, 1.2 trillion making interest. So some more time, let's do this. Medicare will be $1.45 trillion. Interest will be 1.2 trillion. Medicare will be 839. Defense will be right there. Now, remember, we were just calculating that Medicare spending has already moved up almost 10% this year. We have Medicare coming in as number 3 and defense coming in as number 4. It's a lot different than the folklore out there in society. And part of the point we keep trying to make here is we've made this society, this government, the world actually in some ways, incredibly fragile because as interest rates move up, it's starting to consume everything around us. So, look, I have not done this chart in years, but we've updated it. But understand, it's a little hard to see. We'll put it up on one of our websites. But we're right here at 2024. We were supposed to only be borrowing about $1.5 trillion this year. Looks like we may double that. So the chart, and this chart is only a few months old and it's already that far out of date. But understand, it's an interest rate scenario chart. Right now, as where CBO has us 3.5%, well, we're already over that. And at 3.5%, in functionally 9 budget years, we're borrowing almost close to $4 trillion a year. I say that's actually 8 budget years. If we go up a full point, we're well over $4 trillion. If we go up to the 5.5, which is historically closer to what we were before the fake years, the previous decade of suppressed interest rates, if you do the 35 years before that, even if you take out the Volcker years, 5.5 was closer to what norm was. And then you're starting to approach, in 9 budget years, almost $5 trillion in a single year interest. And there's our problem. You know, we've listened to speeches already today, people telling us this is a human right, that's a human right. Okay, fine. Do you want to think like an economist or someone that believes in fairy tales? Because we actually make public policy here by our feelings, not by facts. Because the facts are uncomfortable and they don't sound that great on campaign stumps. And I actually originally intended to come here, Mr. Speaker, and just do some basic economics charts and then do some optimism of solutions. But let's run through these charts and then we'll actually talk about the reality that there is hope. There is a way to deal with this. It just would require thinking. And we're so busy having the drama of, are we going to remove another speaker? Are we going to knife each other over some foreign aid? And understand, I know some people passionately care about Israel, Ukraine, Taiwan. Add up the total amount of money, remove the money, it functionally comes back to the United States, and you're talking like 3-4 days of borrowing. I mean, people have no sense of the scale. So you look at a chart like this, and here's part of your classic problem. Remove COVID. That's COVID right there. And just look at the basic chart, and all we're trying to say is historically, Next year, a bunch of TCJA, which was the tax reform, expires. Your tax rates go up next year. If you have a LLC, a pass-through, a subchapter S, an employee-owned, your taxes go up next year. And that's already based in this number. We still functionally get a little less than 18% of the size of the economy in taxes. But we're basically the blue line going up that you got to understand. And I know it's a 30-year chart, and no one wants to think about something 30-year chart, but this is the crisis. Tax receipts stay stable as a percentage of the economy. So I've already brought charts here before that show, hey, here's times when we've had remarkably high marginal tax rates. Here's times when we've had really low tax rates. And you get this percentage of the economy that always sort of falls in between about 17 to 19. It's always right there in that bandwidth. So the secret is have a bigger economy. Understand, over the next couple decades, Congressional Budget Office has a number where saying, hey, 2054, that's a long time from now. What is that? That's like, 28 budget years from now. 31.9% of the economy is in spending. But tax receipts are still projected to be about 17.9, 18%. So the tax receipts stay level, but our spending, and what is the primary driver of spending? This is the thing we share, at least I share, that gets you unelected, but it happens to be truth. From today through the next 30 years, 100% of growth of borrowing, and most of the growth of spending, is demographics. We got old. The fact of the matter is, when I was a kid, $5 to $6 was spent for those under 18 for every $1 for a senior. Today, that is reversed. Today, we spend about $5 for a senior for every dollar we spend for those under 18. It's demographics. There's different population dynamics. But those numbers and then the healthcare costs, because if Medicare is going up just 10% so far this fiscal year, you got to see what the numbers look like over the next decade, particularly as baby boomers, what is it, close to 70-some million of us. So if you had a revolution in changing the cost of healthcare, which we've written about and actually designed ways to do it, but you couldn't get a hearing around here because there's too many damn lobbyists running up and down the hallways saying, that'll affect our business model, or that will affect the bureaucracy that's here. The bureaucracies, you understand, have their own lobbyists here. Math will win, but this place will still curl up in a fetal position of fantasy. And one more time, it keeps ticking away from us. Remember, 1 year ago, we were estimating, saying, this 2024 budget will only borrow about 1.3, then it was 1.5, then maybe 1.6, and we're looking at numbers now that the public borrow, that means selling bonds, is 2.8, that the total borrowing now is approaching, and this is from the Treasury. This isn't from my joint economic economist or Schweikert's brain. This is from the Treasury's own numbers. They're at now $1,143.6 billion interest this fiscal year. And this was put together before the most recent pop in interest rates. So I've said this, and this seems to upset some folks. Congress has made a governing decision. And it's not a governing decision whether we want to go through the chaos of removing another speaker or the chaos of letting the Democrats have more power around here. It's the chaos that we've made the decision to have the bond markets in charge of your country. Because if we have a failed bond auction, do you understand the cascade of hell that happens in this country and around the world? So just our moral, fiscal sanity, economic obligation to demonstrate to those who are willing to buy our country's debt that we're adults, that we understand what's going on, we understand our demographics, we understand our earned entitlements that we got to pay, and how are we going to pay them. When functionally, the taxes you just paid, 39 cents out of every dollar you paid went just to cover the interest. And it will be worse next year. So you live in a country where we've made the decision, let's put the bond market in charge of your country because we're too much of a wimps to tell the truth. And for those who are going to say, well, Schweikert, if you would just vote against this or that, and they don't understand those are rounding errors. The scale, it's not today. It's as you move over the next couple years, the scale of borrowing is structural. It is what we are demographically. And heaven forbid in 8 years, 9 years, when the Social Security Trust Fund is exhausted, and to my Democrats who get cranky when you can't use the word exhausted. That's what the Social Security Actuary Report, if you would actually read the math, actually says. They use the word exhausted because it's gone. And then at that moment, you get a 25% cut in your Social Security check, and we double senior poverty in America. And yesterday, we had a Social Security subcommittee hearing in the Ways and Means, and one of the members, I think Jody Arrington gets credit for this, asked a simple question. For you Democrats, how many of you believe the only solution, would you support policy changes and raising taxes? Nope, they only want raising taxes. And over here, the Republicans said, we got to do everything. At least the Republicans on the committee and the Republican witnesses told the truth. The Democrats are so locked in that there's this fantasy, and I've shown the charts over and over and over. You can raise all the caps. And if you give no benefits, raise the caps, so you've now turned Social Security functionally into everything that FDR swore it would never be. It's functionally a wealth transfer system. It only covers half, at best, the shortfall. So when you hear people say, well, we have a solution, we're going to fix it through tax hikes. You do understand that what the fraud is to be able to close the gap, you got to tax unearned capital gain, unrealized capital gains all up and down the economy. So we're still trying to figure out what Democrats mean when they say that, because we're walking through the details in their proposals and we're having trouble making the math work. So you have a house, you have a building, you have a retirement account, you have investments. Do they get to come in and take 12%, 12.4% of everything you gained that year? Because that's the only way you start to cover these scales of shortfall. The first year, so 2033, first year Social Security is empty. The shortfall is $616 billion. Every dime of defense is in the $800 billion range. Do you understand the scale of what's coming at us? And look, I've already done these charts before over and over and over saying, hey, here we are right now. We're actually a little higher than that. This is interest rates. We're probably at 3.6 now. We're going to go higher with the recent bond auctions. Here's what we were during the 2001 to 2022, sort of the suppressed years of the Federal Reserve suppressing interest rates. But when we go back to 1975 to 2001, understand what the average interest rate was on U.S. sovereign debt. It was 3.5%. I just showed you a chart a moment ago that said we're almost at Armageddon if we go to 5.5. So don't think it's some sort of crazy dystopian fantasy. Oh, you're never going to get that high. Our math, we're not even going up to what the historical average was. But we want to live in a fantasy world. Just another chart trying to show where interest rates are and where they're going. I wanted to do this one again because I had someone, it was looking at the video on YouTube from last week's floor speech, and I used this chart, and we had a misunderstanding, so I want to walk through it again. This is the line. This line here is Social Security. This line is Medicare spending as a percentage of GDP. Understand, one of the key differences in Medicare is there's a trust fund, but it only covers maybe 30, 40%. It's the hospital portion. The rest comes out of the general fund. Social Security, even when the trust fund is exhausted, 75%, and then it falls to 70 and a little bit less, of that comes from your taxes. Right now, for every dollar you pay in, they basically take that, they put it out the door, and then they reach over and cash in a little bit of the special trust bonds, T-bills, treasury bills they have to pay out, and that's what's exhausting the trust fund. So when you see this, this is just spending, not borrowing, spending according to GDP. But what's fascinating is sometime in the next decade, you actually have Medicare taking more of the total economy than Social Security. But the thing that I was surprised no one noticed, if Medicare is at functioning in the 30-year window, gets as high as 6.9% of the entire economy, and then Social Security is another 5.9% of the economy, and that's just the two earned retirement programs. So you start to think about that, is if that's consuming that much of the entire economy, how do you pay for the rest of government? How do you pay for military? How do you pay for anything else? You start to understand how you get very quickly the government spending starts getting around 31, 32% of the entire economy. And that's actually calculated on last year's interest rates. Think what those numbers will be over the next few months when we update them on what happens if the interest rate environment goes back to normal. So, Social Security subcommittee yesterday, the Democrats' solution for Social Security was, well, we just need to tax people more. Okay. Problem is, of the crisis that we're on the cusp of, 2/3 is health care, 1/3 is Social Security, and the Social Security Trust Fund still has another 8 years or 9 years. So when we did tax reform, dirty little secret that the Democrats never want you to hear, the top income, so that top 20% of income earners, do you know they actually today pay a higher percentage of federal income taxes? A higher percentage of federal income taxes than before tax reform? The U.S. tax code actually got more progressive. Now, a lot of that was because the bottom quartiles, we almost removed from paying income taxes. Now, they still pay payroll taxes. They pay in their Social Security. They pay in their Medicare. They pay into their unemployment. But from the income tax standpoint, if you take a look, the bottom quartiles functionally pay nothing. Top 20% today pays 70, 71% of all taxes. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, how many minutes do I have left? Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. So I'll do more of this in a future speech. I want to go through these fairly quickly because I want to end on something that's a little more optimistic than some of these more dystopian numbers. This is Social Security faces a $39 trillion shortfall over the next 30 years. $36 trillion if subtracting the trust fund. So let's just, functionally, what we're saying here is this is income. Payroll taxes and benefits. The red, you see the little green part here? That's actually up to the moment the trust fund is exhausted. That's interest we get from the general fund. So the general fund borrows the money, we pay a little interest back. See the purple here? That's how much is going out the door. See this up here? That's the interest covering if the general fund covers the shortfall. These numbers are so stunningly ginormous, a word my 8-year-old likes to use, ginormous. So when you think about this, if Social Security itself has a structural $36, $39 trillion shortfall, what happens when I come to you and explain Medicare, 80, 90, trillion shortfall. Actually, I think it's closer to 90-something now. And that's 100%, when you add in the interest, 100% of all the debt from today through the next 30 years. Just meant to show this to try to make the point again. And it's sometimes like talking to a golden retriever. They're adorable, but at the end of the day, they're still adorable and didn't really understand a word you said. Some of my Democrat colleagues, when you walk through saying, okay, here's your proposals of raising the cap on all taxpayers, and what the outlays are expected on Social Security, that it doesn't actually close the gap. If you just, one more time, this chart does it by percentage of GDP, but let's conceptually one more time process this. So, trust fund is almost gone. You basically say everyone now pays 12.4%. You pay 12.4, that's your Social Security tax. And you give no benefits, no additional benefits for the folks over the cap. You cover, let's be generous. Let's say it's 50% of the shortfall. And you basically have chewed up all the potential taxes that you needed to shore up Medicare. And there becomes the math problem, is you will almost never see someone from the left who will, to be honest, saying, well, to save Medicare and Social Security and a couple of these other programs they care about, here's the scale. You'll even saw the president stand behind that microphone here at the State of the Union, and did you notice he only talked about the Medicare taxes, and that didn't solve the problem. It just shored up part of the trust fund for a little bit. Still, the vast majority of spending comes out of the general fund. So look, we've come here repeatedly and said there are solutions. We actually, several months ago, wrote an entire chapter in the economic position of the Republicans on the Joint Economic Committee. And I thought I was going to get absolute hell for it because I stood on one of the third rails of politics. We actually did. I had 5 economists work on a paper. It's a whole chapter in here, chapter 3. And we talked about what would happen in society if we took on obesity. Turns out, single greatest thing you could do to lower the debt of the United States, produce growth, family formation, all those things. And we were coming up with 5 trillion, 7 trillion. We're right now doing the math, updating that chapter. Turns out, I'm not committing to it because we still have weeks of math to do. It could be $9 trillion over the decade. The single greatest thing we can do to save this country and start to stabilize our debt is actually moral. Let's make our brothers and sisters, give them the opportunity to be healthier. There's a way to do it, Mr. Speaker. And maybe I should stop coming and doing the dystopian anger about people not wanting to deal with the realities of the math. And maybe I'll try to spend a little more time talking about the fact there are solutions. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose? The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I'm going to try to do something tonight, and I'm going to try to explain something. I've come behind this mic a number of times, and I've had a little trouble. Apparently, I'm not communicating well. So I'm going to try a slightly different way. So let's back up a bit. I think I was behind this mic 2 weeks ago, and then the week before that, and probably the week before that. And one of my comments was, I can't figure out how the United States can have a 2.7, 2.8, 2.9 at one point GDP growth and still be borrowing at the rate we're borrowing. Remember, what was it, a week or so ago, we had 3 days during that week where we went over $100,000 a second borrowing. And, we see tax receipts up 7+%, and yet we're still burning through cash at an incredible rate and having to borrow and borrow. Well, it turns out last Friday we got the punchline. We were wrong. GDP Now from the Atlanta Fed and others had their math wrong. We got an update. We were all thinking that GDP, Atlanta Fed, had been estimating the first quarter of this calendar year, not fiscal year, calendar year, sitting at about 2.7%. They came in and said, no, we're wrong. It looks like we're about 1.6%. That's a big deal, and it helps explain why we were having such difficulty getting the math to line up. Now, why is this a big deal? The other concept I've been trying to sell and trying to sink into our skulls here is the bankers, the people that buy U.S. sovereign debt. When you have to borrow $2-3 trillion a year, when you have to refinance several trillion a year, don't make the bond markets upset with you. As of today, the 2-year note went over 5.05%. So we're not there yet, but we're almost to last year's highs. It's the highest this calendar year, but we're back to really expensive debt. And I have some data here that says we're still not back to the historic average of where U.S. debt should be. So if I came to you right now and said, one of the reasons members of Congress need to act like adults, besides our obligation to govern, do you really want to make your bankers nervous? No, think about this. If little bits of interest, we were playing around with some math the other day, and it's hard math to do because you got to figure out how much comes to market in U.S. sovereigns that have to be refinanced, how much is our virgin issues, saying this is our excess spending this year. But we were playing with numbers that saying a 1 basis point, remember 1 point of interest has 100 basis points in it. So 1 basis point, 1/100th of a percent of interest in this calendar year, or in a 365-day calendar year, would be about maybe $800 million. So think of some of the things we fight over here, and sometimes words we say on this floor, you can actually watch bond markets go, well, these people aren't serious about ever paying us back. The second concept here as we walk through this, remember, when we fixate on the Federal Reserve does the short end of interest rates, the 2 years, that's where they have influence. When you start to look at 10 years and 20 years and 30 years, that's the debt market saying, do we get paid back? What will U.S. inflation be? What's governance going to be? Are they going to play some games with how they pay? Are they going to raise taxes dramatically? So we're going to be fixed in this instrument, and then U.S. taxes go up here, and so our actual rate of return crashes. For my brothers and sisters here on the left and the right, be careful when you want to engage in, the sort of the nihilism, burn the place down, and you think it's sort of fun. One of these days, the bond market's going to look at us, and this happened in the 90s. We've already had a couple bond auctions in the last 12 months that were undersubscribed the way we thought they would be. You're actually now seeing articles saying American bonds are getting harder to sell. And I think that's from the Wall Street Journal this last week. You got to understand, you're playing games with fire. Interest this year, if today's interest rates hold, you're approaching $1.2 trillion this this fiscal year. That means Social Security is $1.45 trillion. Interest, $1.2 trillion. Medicare underneath that, and defense is number 4. But one of the punchlines I wanted to bring, just so you can see it, is we threw together a little chart. United States, so remember, these are just 12 countries and then the United States, so we're number 13 on there. The markets price U.S. debt higher, meaning they consider it more risky. And risk comes in many forms when you start to look at debt markets from, what's the inflation? What's my likelihood to be paid back? Will they do other, are there going to be other risk profiles? What's happening to the country demographically? When you start to realize the United States right now pays higher interest rates on a 10-year bond than Greece. We pay higher than United Kingdom, Canada, Republic of Korea, Greece, Spain, France, Germany, Japan, and Switzerland. They're down here at the bottom. But understand, you take these industrialized countries, we're functioning number 14 on the price. King dollar, the currency that's used all over the world for exchanges, it's most transactions in the world, we represent about, I think 46, 48% of all transactions. So we dominate that as a reserve currency. Yet, because of how our inflation runs, because of how our governance has been running, because of our demographics, because of what we're talking about in taxes and plans to grow the economy, and the stunning amount of debt we're borrowing. We have 13 countries in the industrialized world that have cheaper 10-year bonds than we do. I've been trying to find some way to help this body sort of understand that now you have the responsibility. You're going to come and argue saying, I want to cut this spending. Great, God bless you. Do it. But if you're going to come behind these mics and say you want to burn the place down, you may make markets here and around the world just nervous enough that a few ticks, you just cost billions and billions. Because remember, we're borrowing about $8.5 billion a day. So think of some of the debates we have here. We're knifing each other for fractions of that because we're not willing to tell the truth. And the hardest truth I say over and over, and maybe I'm the idiot for doing it, from today through the next 30 years. And remember, I used to come here with a chart that says 30-year debt from now is 116 trillion. And then I brought one, it's 130 trillion. And then CBO, what was it, about 3 weeks ago, said, nah, Schweikert, you're wrong. It's going to be 141 trillion 30 years from now. 100% of that borrowing, interest, healthcare, almost all Medicare, and then if 8-9 years from now, when the Social Security Trust Fund has been emptied out and seniors are about to take a 25% cut and we are about to double senior poverty, do we make a political decision to reach into the general fund and make up that difference? If you do those three things, or 100% of that increase in debt over the next 30 years. The rest of the budget is pretty much flat. And that's hard for us to process because we don't want to tell each other the truth. The earned benefits, Medicare, Social Security, and then our obligation to pay the interest on the money we've borrowed is the primary driver of our debt. But we're going to do clown show here and say, we don't tax rich people enough. And then I show up with the reports that basically, when you go over the numbers, and I've done entire floor speeches just on this report, when you did every bit of taxes on the $400,000 and up, you maximize their capital gains tax, maximize their income tax, maximize their estate tax, maximize everything, and then you adjust for its effect in the economy, you get about 1.5%, 1.6% of GDP. Last 366 days, remember it's a leap year, we've borrowed over 9% of GDP. The running average, I think, for this fiscal year, remember fiscal year is different than a calendar year, I think we're in the mid-4s, 4% of GDP. So the entire tax scheme, well, except for unrealized capital gains, which is a bizarre idea that the Democrats have, is, hey, you have a house, or you have a piece of real estate, you're over 400, we want a tax gain you haven't recognized yet, though most of that gain is probably inflation. But work with me here. The Democrats' tax scheme of taxing the rich, if you do tax maximization, the concept of I maximize your income tax before the number rolls over. We've maximized your estate tax before you start getting rid of assets or not building them. Or we've maximized your capital gains before you say, we're never selling this. You get about 1.5% of GDP when you do the economic effects. Last 366 days, we were borrowing about 9%. And for those of us who want to cut things, if you start to look at the chart, remember, the blue is what we get to vote on. Everything in the red is, Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, interest. Well, now interest is much higher. Other mandatory programs. We only get to vote on about 25, 26% of the budget. And if you split out defense, out of that $7 trillion spending of your U.S. government, we get to vote on about $965 billion. So less than 1/7 is non-defense discretionary. And that's where all the cuts, no, I can cut it dramatically. We could get rid of all of it. You get rid of all $965 billion in non-defense discretionary. So there's no Park Service, no FBI, there's none of this, it's all gone. Well, we're heading towards borrowing about $2.8 trillion. You don't get anywhere close to balancing the budget. And that's getting rid of almost everything you think of as government. There seems to be this unwillingness to understand the scale of the borrowing. We may come back to that chart. So once again, I also need to help folks sort of understand the voracious appetite we're bringing to market on debt. And there was a bizarre article I was looking at just before coming to the floor. Some economist who I've never heard of trying to argue, it must have been some left-wing radical, saying, don't worry, debt is fine. The treasury markets aren't that, of course, he sort of missed the numbers. I've noticed it was one of those classic articles of lots of feelings explaining, but no actual math in it. This may be a little hard to see. You see this spike here? That's the peak of the spending during the pandemic. Here we are today. Don't know if you can see it on this chart because these little bars are really small. Our borrowing is higher during the peak than the peak of the pandemic. If someone out there has a more brilliant way to try to explain, we are making ourselves fragile to interest rate exposure to the markets. The bond market very soon will run this government. Think about that. And I think it's Carville, which had I think it's in a book, he commented that in his next life he wants to come back as the U.S. bond market, because this actually happened in the 90s, where the bond market was a little cranky about something, and he makes the point, the next day he had Speaker Gingrich and President Clinton working it out and making the bond markets calm. And today's debt to GDP is dramatically higher than it was back then. Have you ever thought, does anyone actually think at all, what would happen if we had a failed bond auction in the United States? Now, I actually believe Treasury is doing a fairly competent job of trying to smooth out. They're trying to give lots of visibility. We're going to be borrowing. Except, how many of you watched what happened yesterday? They put out their refunding notice saying, hey, turns out, this quarter we're going to have to borrow about $41 billion more than we expected. And the next moment, you have a two-year note. There's different definitions when it's 2 years shorter, paper is shorter. A two-year note, and it went over 5%, and it's remained there today. This stuff gets expensive when you're borrowing trillions and trillions and trillions and trillions. And I'm trying to help our brothers and sisters understand, those of you who think that we're going to go back to normal, the last 10 years wasn't normal. There's already books out on what an interesting experiment the previous decade was with artificially low interest rates, except now we spent the last 3 years with inflation sort of paying for it. Here was the last functionally 10 years, 2.2 as an average on U.S. sovereigns. Here's where we are right now, and this is low. We did this, I think 6 weeks ago. We had 3.3. I think it's substantially higher right now. But if you go back from 1975 to 2001, the average on U.S. sovereign debt was 7.5%. Even when we strip out the early 1980s, the Volcker years when they were trying to crush inflation, you get a number that actually is still in the mid to high sixes. What happens if we go back to that? If that's normal, if that's nominal, how many of your businesses, how many of your lives, but how much of this U.S. debt when we have to refinance? So this year, a little under $10 trillion will come to market. That's the stuff we have to refinance. And remember, part of that refinancing is when you stay very short on what they call the curve, which is the fancy way of saying we're going to borrow some 30 days and 1 year and 2 years and 5 years and 10 years. But the short stuff here, you got to refinance over and over and over. When interest rates are this high on U.S. sovereign debt, and you have 10 trillion coming to market, maybe 2-3 of that is new debt, the rest is refinance. What would happen if you had a spike back to normal? Remember, we're already modeling right now approaching 1.2 trillion in interest this fiscal year, becoming the second biggest expense in U.S. government. And look, I had this chart and I didn't have time. I was going to cross it out again. But I do need to explain one thing because I want to be technically accurate. We're trying to figure out, you'll actually see U.S. debt referred to as publicly held total debt. Publicly held is what goes to auction. That's what you're often worried about because that has the interest rate fragility. That goes out and people bid on it. It might be your pension plan. It might be your savings. It might be some nice family on the other side of the world that walks into their neighborhood bank and says, we want something safe we can get some interest on, and they pull that money and come out and buy a U.S. bond. Then over here is the big number. That's where the 1.2, or my 1.2 number is. So the Treasury, I think a month ago, came out and said their number then was $1,143.6 billion. And with the higher interest rates, I'm just doing a back of the envelope calculation that it's higher than that. That's total borrowing. That's when they reach over and borrow the cash out of Social Security. They reach in and borrow the cash out of Medicare Part A. They borrow the cash out of the transportation fund, the railroad retirement fund, all these trust funds out there. Except they got to pay interest on that, and eventually they got to pay it back. And we're actually looking at some weird numbers right now because remember, these trust funds, every month, Social Security has to take all the tax receipts and reach in and grab a little bit of the trust fund money because the tax receipts, because we have the growth of, as we've gotten older, the growth of those who are in their earned benefit years and the number of workers, even though employment and labor force participation is excellent right now, we still have to reach into the Social Security Trust Fund. Gives you a sense of how tough the U.S. demographics are. And I've come behind the mic multiple times and pointed out, 15 years, the United States is probably going to have more deaths than births. We didn't make a chart on it, we should have. How many of you also saw last Friday the estimate for last year's fertility rates? There's some jerk out there that was going at me because I was using a number of 1.63. Turns out he's right, I was wrong. The number was 1.62. It was even worse. United States now has lower births, fertility rates, than much of Western Europe. Why that's important? If you have sort of pay-as-you-go systems, where today's workers are contributing into pools that help pay for today's retirees, and your number of workers is going to be shrinking in the coming decades. Besides the dislocation that's going to be happening, your local elementary school may wake up and all of a sudden start to have fewer kindergartners coming in, and then fewer second graders and third graders and fourth, so on. We're already seeing that in some of the school districts in Arizona, and we're a growth state. So the point I'm trying to nail down is our bond rates are higher than 13 other industrialized countries. Should that tell you what the bond markets think about us? And this is actually a more recent phenomena, seeing this differential with this many. Which, what does that tell you about what the world thinks about our controlling inflation, about our governance, our demographics, our tax policy? And when you saw last week the IMF, when the IMF is putting in their international report on debt and taking a swipe at the United States, saying two things that were fascinating. They're worried about us and our scale of borrowing, and the fact that the United States and China are the two big economies sopping up much of the world credit, that we're actually crushing much of the developing world because we're consuming all the money that would be helping them build up their economies. There's some ugly stuff in here. So for all my Democrat colleagues who run around and talk about the morality of helping the developing world, turns out our voracious appetite to spend and spend and spend and spend and spend and not tell the truth, interest in healthcare are our primary drivers. What are you willing to do to help us change the price of healthcare, not the financing of it? Obamacare was a financing bill. Medicare for All is a financing bill. They don't actually change the cost by using technology to make people healthier and crash the price of healthcare. But even when the IMF is going at us, maybe we should think about, that's sort of embarrassing. When you actually have people that, I've never met him, I know he's a controversial, I don't think he's any Republican. When Larry Fink in his shareholder newsletter is actually putting out information saying he's worried about U.S. borrowing and the scale of it. When you all saw Jamie Dimon in his comments, he's worried about it. Don't listen to me, but maybe some of the people that have armies of economists that work for them, maybe they're worth actually giving some mind to instead of some idiot on social media who's making crap up. You got to understand, if you have someone also do this, David, we're just going to grow ourselves out of the debt. Okay. Showed you a chart a moment ago that last Friday they put out the official calculation. It may get updated one or two more times, but the first quarter fell down to 1.6. But here's how you got to understand this. Here's functionally our borrowing. This is publicly held debt. This is the GDP growth from 2023. Okay. Until this growth is actually beyond the borrowing, because you go out and borrow $1 trillion, we had to pay interest on $1 trillion, right? GDP, the size of our economy, grows $1 trillion. We only get 17, 18% of that in tax receipts. Okay, are you with me? So when someone says, well, we're going to borrow $1 trillion, but we'll grow the economy $1 trillion, the math doesn't work that way. And I've shown you these charts before of when we've had very high marginal tax rates, we get about 18% of GDP. When we've had very low marginal tax rates, we get about 18% of GDP in taxes to the U.S. government. And there's a whole formula why that works that way. You need the growth. You desperately have to have the growth. I can't make the math work without really good growth, but it doesn't come anywhere close. It doesn't come anywhere mathematically close to closing the gap of our borrowing. And you got to understand how dystopian this future looks This chart is already getting a little out of date, but we see deficits reaching 14% of GDP in 30 years. Well, we seem to be racing pretty hard to get there. You see this gap? So this is the history of tax receipts. When we've had high tax, marginal tax rates, low marginal tax rates, our average is actually, and they have the model actually going up to 17.9 near the end of the next 30 years. But we also have our spending at 31.9. What's the chance we get anywhere near the end of this without this economy collapsing, without the people we need to borrow money from saying, yeah, we're not loaning to the United States government anymore? What happens when we have to make the decision, we're just going to inflate the debt, we're going to wipe out your savings, we're going to set off inflation, we're going to have to lower your COLAs so we make everyone poor in America, but we're going to use that as the hidden tax? Because understand, one of the biggest taxes in actually the biggest tax in modern history have been the last 3 years of inflation. If you live in the Phoenix area, and I'm going to say this multiple times before I finish this presentation, my district, the Phoenix-Scottsdale area, if you don't make, I think it is 23.6% more than I believe the day President Biden took office, you're poorer today. Think that could explain why some people are cranky? So let's walk through this. I was trying to explain this a moment ago. Last 366 days, we're borrowing, and the number's actually slightly over 9% of GDP. If you go from the fiscal year, so October 1st, we're already borrowing over 4.2% of the economy. And this is what I was just trying to share. If you go back January 17th, and remember, we didn't do tax reform until December 2017. To January 21st, right about before the pandemic, if you were a production and non-supervisory employee, your income went up 9.8%. Yay! But today, since January 2021, when Biden took office, you're 2.7% poorer. If you want to understand why people feel stress, so much of our society is poor today because of that hidden tax called inflation. And one more time, remember when we tell you we're going to cut our way to prosperity or we're going to tax our way to prosperity? That's just stupid. That's not how the math works. You see this chart next to me? We only get to vote on that blue portion, and half that blue portion is defense. How much of that do you want cut? So this is what you're playing with. And that's why we need to create a revolution of technology to change the cost of the services we provide. Now, let's talk a little bit about hope, something I don't do enough of because there's so much crappy news around here. So let's do, there are some really, really helpful things around in technology. And I have stacks of these things because I sit in an airplane 10 hours a week when I go back and forth from DC here back home to Arizona. There's some amazing things happen. About 3 weeks ago, a month ago, we had the first new drug that was developed completely by artificial intelligence. We now have some papers coming out of cervical cancer screening that's done with AI that has remarkable accuracy. AI for skin cancer detection, where it's able just to look and it's do remarkable high-quality detection. Another way to a stethoscope that uses AI in the background to identify whether there's going to be heart failure. Remarkable. There's these amazing things happening. We now know how to cure sickle cell anemia, which is the first genetic altering drug, and now we know how to do it. You're going to see all sorts of other things. If you're a geek watching this, look up inverse vaccine and read about the hope of the things that might do. But there's also other crazy things that are outside healthcare. Here's one where it's a robot that goes out and fixes potholes, and it dramatically cuts the cost of road maintenance. Here's actually one that's fascinating. They actually sort of came up with this crazy idea of how to get hydrogen to businesses. You know, we've been talking about how we want to have hydrogen as one of our additional energy sources. And hydrogen is fairly efficiently made with natural gas and electrolysis. Well, instead of building a big electrolysis center, their model is you already have a gas line to your business. We'll just build a piece of equipment right there where you can convert it right there and burn the hydrogen in your facility. There's brilliant disruptions coming that will grow this economy, that will actually help us make government smaller. So we have a piece of legislation, and I don't know if I'll ever get a hearing on it around here, but we should. The Pentagon the GAO just announced, a month and a half ago, 2 months ago, 8th year in a row, the Pentagon is unauditable. Okay. They can't audit it. They have no idea what the inventories are, all the things we should know in an audit. Why do we tolerate that? Why isn't this body losing its mind over something like that? Just from a national security standpoint, how do you know maybe they need more, maybe they need less, maybe you have too much of something? We don't know. But you walk around campus here, and there's all sorts of people in uniforms and all sorts of people from defense contractors saying, we need more of this. How do we know? We can't audit you. Turns out that a couple of the biggest and a couple of small ones, audit companies, CPA companies, compliance companies, have come up with audit AI, artificial intelligence that crawls through the books, crawls through the inventories, crawls through the asset lists. You could use AI to audit the Pentagon. And if that works, you could use AI to look for fraud in Medicare, Medicaid, and other programs. How about durable equipment fraud that you read about so often? You could use AI for that. Right now there's been an experiment, and I haven't gotten the final report how well it worked, but when you called the IRS during this tax season, there's a very good chance the individual you were talking to was a chat GPT, a chat computer. And my understanding is the satisfaction was higher with talking to the AI because it stayed on the phone with you longer and would work through helping you fill out your form. Those are ways to use technology to make this government smaller. I've already done whole presentations on the morality of this government using its resources to cure diseases because it turns out it's really good economics. It's moral. The knockoff effects, what they call the second degree, third degree, fourth degree, there's a whole series of these things you calculate. Family formation. Less people dying. Remember, we're about to have, I believe we're having the 5th year in a row where prime-age males' life expectancy is shorter. But this body will knife each other when we're just trying to add technology to telehealth, because it will force someone out there to change their business model and maybe also find a better, faster, cheaper way to do it because they have to compete against technology. I will argue disruption and adopting the technology is the only path I can mathematically come up to crash this debt or stabilize it. Because we just need to stabilize it so the debt doesn't grow faster than the economy. But to do that, you're going to disrupt bureaucracies, you're going to disrupt incumbent business models, and that's the way America's supposed to work. There's a reason you didn't go to Blockbuster Video last weekend. The technology changed. You don't stand in line for your little silver disc anymore. You go home and hit a button, and now you have how many streaming services? If they had hired enough lobbyists, if Blockbuster Video hired enough lobbyists, this place probably would have slowed down the internet for them. And that's mean, but I'm trying to get people to think. We've got to get ourselves to push. We've got to be willing to disrupt, because I will argue we're Americans. We're supposed to do things better every day. And the cures, the changing the way government works, making our economy constantly evolve, become better, faster, cheaper, more affordable, more part of the American, it basically comes down to a single line. Prosperity is moral. And if you looked at the inflation data, the new GDP data that came out on Friday, we're on the cusp of going back to something horrible from almost 40 years ago called stagflation. That's immoral. This body can make that not happen, and we can make this a prosperous future. I believe we only have 3 to 5 years to embrace the disruption. But if we don't do it, we've engaged in a really immoral act here. And with that, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman have a motion?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House stand adjourned.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor, say aye.
January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. We're going to do something this evening. Unless you want to sort of geek out a bit, I'm not sure you want to hang out for watching this, so maybe there's something good on Netflix. I want to walk through a couple financial debt concepts I tried sharing last week just to help people sort of get their heads around something. And then we're going to actually just go through a couple top lines on the Social Security actuary report. Now, I got to admit, I haven't finished it. We've only just gone some of the very top lines. It's going to take me a week or two to work out all the math, but we want to make sure, because some of the headlines I believe were misleading on just still how difficult these numbers are. And then we're going to go through sort of understanding the scale of the problem. Then we're going to do a little bit of talking about optimism, and we're going to do some discussion about AI, artificial intelligence in government, and some of the bills we've actually already introduced. Thank you, you're very kind, just one. We've already introduced to disrupt the cost of this government. You know, you keep hearing sort of nasty, horrible, the world's coming into the end, and I'm going to argue that if we would get AI right, we can make a difference in government. So let's first walk through the first concept. How many of you remember a little while back, I think it was S&P, or was it Moody's, maybe Moody's, downgraded U.S. debt. We've had 2 downgrades. Of the 3 large rating agencies, we've been downgraded twice. Now, I know every member of Congress and all of our staff read every word of it. But if you actually read it, there's an entire report about why they would downgrade U.S. debt. Now, it was more of a downgrade of future horizon. One of the number 1 reasons on that downgrade was governance. Now, the fact of the matter is the debt picture's off the charts. I'm going to show one here where I think we've now had our 4th day in the last couple of weeks where we went over $100,000 a second borrowing. But do you screw with your bankers? Because this is my passion, trying to convince our brothers and sisters here in Congress, you got to act like an adult. Have fights here. Actually know your math. Bend the cost of government. But don't do stupid things and then turn around. Because this week, understand, this week I believe the Treasury is going to market for like $125 billion. Our interest rates are actually slightly down this week compared to last week. But the fact those interest rates bounce up and down this much lets you know sort of how nervous the debt markets are. Remember, 2 weeks ago, lots of the fancy financial markets were writing stories about U.S. debt is getting harder to sell. This week, it looks like it's easier to sell. That fragility, and I know that's a big word, but it's the only one I have for this. Don't play a game here. We will pay $1.2 trillion in interest this year. Interest of the United States in this fiscal year will be the 2nd biggest expense in government. Social Security will be $1.45 trillion. Interest will be $1.2 trillion. Medicare, almost $1 trillion. Defense, 960, 980. Think of that. Defense is now the fourth biggest expense in government, no longer the first or second. And part of that concept is, this one's a little more for those folks that like to think of themselves as sort of monetary policy folks. Think about what the Federal Reserve has been trying to do. They've been raising interest rates. They've been pulling liquidity. They've been holding back on buying bonds, doing just the opposite, letting their portfolio roll off. They're trying to pull liquidity out of society to squeeze inflation out. But this place has actually made that much harder to do. Besides the craziness of how much we spent in the Inflation Reduction Act, singularly the most Orwellian named piece of legislation in modern history, you do realize, and I was in the cloakroom a moment ago trying to do this math sort of off the top of my head. I think it's like $2.8 billion a day that we pay in interest. That we pay in interest. The U.S. government pays to bondholders every day. So here's what you have. We're borrowing about $8.5 billion a day. We're paying out $2.8 billion a day in interest. The question is government borrowing really good for productivity in this society? Does government borrowing actually make us a wealthier society, a more prosperous society? Now, look, some borrowing is historic. You're going to do that. But the scale we're consuming, we are consuming much of the world's liquidity, not just the United States. The United States and China are the two big economies right now binging on debt. Europe actually has dialed back its debt. Remember, I did the presentation last week. I think there were 13 countries that had better credit ratings than the United States. Greece today has a better credit rating than the United States. Their 10-year bond is cheaper, lower in interest costs than the U.S. And much of that risk premium is governance. It's the belief saying, oh, the United States is going to use its tools to bend inflation. The United States is going to do the things necessary to actually lower its debt and borrowing. Are we? Because you see the conversations we have around here. Most of the time, these microphones are full of people coming up with new programs and new ways to spend money. So understand, I had two concepts I just walked you through. They're a little highbrow. First is you need to actually have a government that convinces the bond markets that we're serious, we respect our creditors. I mean, let's be honest. You borrow a bunch of money, you don't go in to your creditor and make a clown of yourself. And we need to do the same. And the second half is understand the economic mess we're doing. It's more than just the borrowing. It's the fact that you've pulled capital out of the markets that would have gone to more productive uses, and at the same time, then we're paying interest. Now we're paying interest that in some ways is higher than people who said, why would I take a risk premium and invest in something, a new plant, a new equipment, a new widget maker, those sorts of things, when I can get 5% on a 2-year, I'm going to do that. The scale of our debt is creating economic distortion. And it's just a concept we need to understand that also in some ways, Congress, and this always drives people who believe it's Fed and liquidity, but in many ways, Congress, because of our borrowing, has actually created this liquidity cycle where we borrow and then we're pumping out interest. We borrow it and then we're giving you almost a premium on the interest rate and we're paying you out. It's a real problem. And in many ways, we've made the Federal Reserve job even more difficult, squeezing inflation out. And almost no one has actually spent time on that. There's a couple good academic articles if you want to geek out. All right. We use this chart over and over and over because we're trying to help people understand. Do you see the blue? The blue is what we get to vote on. You do understand every dime a member of Congress votes on is borrowed, and part of this. So interest, this number is wrong now. Interest, if you do a gross interest, is 1.2. Publicly borrowed interest is probably, it may be somewhere near that $890, $900 billion. But this is interest, this is Social Security, this is Medicare, this is Medicaid, this is other mandatory programs. These are earned benefits. You worked your 40 quarters, you get your maximum Social Security. You worked so much, you get Medicare. But I need you also to be willing to hear some very difficult math of how Medicare is actually financed to understand its impact on the debt and deficits. There are other benefits out there that are in the formula. You get because we have a treaty obligation with you for some of our Native American populations. You fall below a certain income, you get certain subsidies, those sorts of things. Those are also considered mandatory programs. But the point here is the vast majority of U.S. spending, your member of Congress never, ever, ever gets to vote on. And we need to change that. We need to start telling the truth that we're hemorrhaging cash. And at these interest rates, you've got to understand what we're doing to your retirement and your kids' futures. So let's actually walk through. I just do this board. You can actually go to my website and sign up. There's a little thing there you sign up for. Give us your phone number. We'll send you a text message every single day called the Daily Debt. We've been doing this for several months now. You get a little text that says, here's what we borrowed today. Here's what the gross borrowing is. We do the last 365 days, or this year 366 days because of leap year. And over here, we do the fiscal year. When you look here at the total gross, now remember, that's borrowing from the trust funds as well as publicly issued. We've now gone 4 days in the last couple of weeks where we went over $100,000 a second. A second. And for anyone there that has a relative who doesn't believe the debt's a big deal, sign them up. Send us their phone number. We'll send them a text message every day, and they can start to understand the scale of how much of this U.S. economy now is in debt. Remember, think about that. If the U.S. economy is about 28, 29 trillion, and we're going to borrow this year, publicly borrow, not total borrowing, publicly borrow maybe 2.7, 2.8 trillion, you're functionally borrowing what, 9% of the entire economy? That's remarkable. I'm hoping I'm wrong. CBO thought we'd only be about 5.4%. But if you look at our current burn rate, the concept, and why that's important. Remember, I've come here and done the presentation of the left's version of, let's tax people over 400,000. You do it and you say, okay, there's this concept of tax maximization where I can tax your income to a certain point, but the next percent of tax on you, it rolls over. You actually say, screw it, I'm not going to work as much. It's basically a concept based off sort of the Laffer curve concept. But you can get the same thing in capital gains. How much of capital gains today is just inflation? It's not actually appreciation of your asset, it's inflation changes of your asset. Estate taxes, your pass-throughs, all those things. And the math came out to about 1.5, 1.6% of GDP you could get by taxing those, tax maximizing everything for those over $400,000. Play this math with me. If it's 1.5% of the economy, and you have a year, so far this year, we're borrowing over 9% of the economy. Does that give you an idea? And those of us who want to cut spending, you know, if you're not allowed to touch defense, and if you're not allowed to touch any of that mandatory I just showed you, you have the non-defense discretionary spending, that, what was it? Let's call it $900 billion. Can you get 1% of GDP? 1.5%? Yeah, you could cut all sorts of programs. Remember, the Bloomberg economists a year ago put out a report saying if you took $100 billion out of non-defense discretionary, you actually lower GDP about 0.5%. So everyone who says, we're going to cut and we're going to pretend the economy is going to grow at this rate, that's not how the math works. Now, in the long run, you have more capital stock, those things. But in the short run, you actually lower GDP with these cuts. You just got to deal with it. It's the reality of economics and math. So one of the things I wanted to go through is very few people here have ever paid much attention to Medicare and how we finance it. And where does the money come from? You had the president behind that podium that made it sound like, we're never going to touch Medicare, or you're not allowed to talk about Social Security, and we're going to actually raise these taxes for Medicare. Okay, you got to understand, you see this red area there? Think of that as Medicare Part A. That's the trust fund. That's when you pay your payroll tax, a little slice of that goes to this right here. That's the trust fund that bounces up and down. So one day it's 6 years away from running out. Now it's 2035 because of some changes and good employment in the economy. But it's really sensitive. This blue here, most folks don't understand. The majority here, the biggest single slice of the pie of Medicare comes right out of the general fund. So when we talk about healthcare costs going up, they're already up over 7% this year. Excuse me, 10% this year. Tax receipts are up 7, but Medicare costs are up 10. That's a huge hit on the general fund. And over here, you see this, that's actually premiums, and then here's some actual state transfers and those things, some of the dual eligibles and some of those things. But you have a lot of folks who run around here somehow thinking Medicare is financed off the FICA tax, the payroll tax. And it's not. It's about a third of the spending. And why that's important is the actuary report that came out yesterday actually was okay on Medicare. We gained a few years, but the reason, if you really dig into it, it's these minute changes and I believe unrealistically optimistic numbers that healthcare costs are going to stabilize, even though this year Medicare costs are up 10%. So I don't know how they justified those two numbers. Guess what I'm going to do the next week or two? We're going to read every line and try to figure out what they were saying in here. Welcome to my life. But when you see this Part A here, now we're doing it in blue, that's actually part of your payroll tax. The Part B and Part D, those are substantially coming out of the general fund. So it turns out Medicare is, the biggest single, other than interest, is the biggest spend out of the general fund. Because Social Security, until the trust fund's gone, does not have a general fund aspect. Social Security is self-financed right now. It's payroll tax and trust fund. But that's why so many of us are freaked out that is it 8 years, 9 years? Is it now 2035 or 2034? And we're going to get to that because I need you to understand they played a little game where they combined the disability trust fund number and the old age survivor fund number. So the old age survivor was still at 2033, but then you roll in disability actually because so many people are able to work in the new economy. Its number was better, so they combined the two, and that's where you really got some of the added time on the trust fund. Yay! All right, now let's go to the place that gets a lot of people really cranky. But we're going to tell you the truth. Need to process this because you've had people in the political class, the media class, the fraud information class that comes through these things, tell you stories about Social Security and Medicare that just mathematically aren't true. So let's get ready for the truth. And this is based on an average couple, not an individual, average couple. And this number is updated. So look, the average couple in a lifetime, this is an average in America based on, I think we're actually basing this on a 2023 number. Average couple will pay in $783,000 in their lifetime in Social Security taxes. It's amazing. And how many people will you hear say, but they stole my money? No, actually, it turns out that average couple gets every dime of that back. Benefits they'll receive will be about $831,000. So $70-some thousand spiff. Okay. Crap rate of return. You got to understand, George Bush wrote 20-some years ago when they talked about taking just a tiny slice of your money and allowing you to control it and put it into other types of accounts, you would have had stunning more money. The left beat the crap out of Republicans over that. They're trying to privatize. That wasn't the deal. We can look back now. You got lied to. You got played for fools. But we got what we want. So the average American actually gets every dime back of their Social Security plus a little spiff. Horrible rate of return, but you get it all back. That isn't where the crisis is. What crushes the future federal debt and deficit is the Medicare portion. That same average couple in that lifetime will pay in $214,000 into that Medicare Part A trust fund. Now remember, I already showed you the majority of Medicare doesn't actually come from the trust fund. It covers about 35% of spending. The rest comes in from your premiums, from the general fund, from some state transfers, other things. So that average couple is going to pay $214,000 in taxes into Medicare. They're going to get $635,000 in benefits. That difference there is the number one driver of U.S. debt. Political class, it's so dangerous to tell you the truth because it makes our core voters cranky. It's not your fault. We as a society, we made a deal with all of us. You know, these are earned benefits. You made a deal. You worked your 40 quarters for Social Security. You worked your time. You paid your taxes. You got 65. That was the societal deal. But what this place didn't do is think about the cost of health care. We were so terrified to force, to incentivize, to require, to encourage, to prod innovation, disruptions in cost. So we committed a fraud here, and this fraud has gone on here for decades. We tell you, Obamacare, we're doing something on health care. Obamacare was a finance bill. It's who had to pay taxes and who got subsidized. Our Republican bill. It was better, it fixed part of the actuarial curve problem, but it was still a finance bill. It's who had to pay and who got subsidized. See the difference? And Medicare for All is a financing bill because we don't talk about what health care actually costs. And that's what we're going to end on, is how we could just, I'm going to give you some of the basic ideas of what we could do, the morality of disrupting the cost of health care. But this is uncomfortable because I've done this at public meetings and I get booed by my friends because a lot of people don't want to be told every dime of U.S. borrowing from today through the next 30 years, every dime, that's according to CBO and a bunch of the outside groups, every dime, interest, Medicare, and if in let's use the actuary, 2035, it's actually just the very beginning of 2035, and one economic bump, it comes back down to 2033. Instead of the 25% cut you're heading towards getting in Social Security, if that gets paid out of the general fund, those three things are calculated to be 100% of the borrowing. And here is the 2024 CBO long-term debt report that I know every member of Congress here read, every line. When I started doing this presentation a few years ago, the long-term debt was $116 trillion. Remember, I just told you it's interest and health care. And then if we backfill Social Security, now it's $141 trillion. So as of March, when CBO did their long-term number, it's no longer 116 trillion, it's 141. And if these interest rates stick around, which our economists say they're going to, because we're still not at the historic norm. How many members of Congress have gotten in front of you and told you the truth that 100% of borrowing from today through the next 30 years, the growth of it, the growth, interest, health care, if we backfill Social Security in 10 years, and now it's $141 trillion. There's a way to make this work. Are you willing to adopt technology? And some of it's incredibly simple stuff. I'm going to do a slight non sequitur here, but I've done it over time because it's so easy to understand. We calculate, and there's multiple studies saying this, 16% of all U.S. healthcare is people that get sick or have a stroke or a heart attack or these things because they didn't stay on. Someone like me, can you imagine me with someone who drinks 7, 8 cups of coffee a day? I have hypertension. And as long as I take my calcium inhibitor, I'm not likely to have a stroke. If you are diabetic, if you follow your regime, you should be fine. 16% of U.S. healthcare is people that don't follow their regimen. That's $600 billion this year in healthcare costs. You care about U.S. debt? Think about something crazy. You could actually just do a pill bottle that beeps at the cap for 99 cents, beeps at you, say, hey, did you take your statin? Did you take your hypertension medicine? 99 cents. And you'd be amazed, this place, I've had that piece of legislation for years around here. I could no more get a hearing here because, well, that's creative. Maybe the outside world likes having sick people because they make money off them. And that's incredibly cynical for me to say it. But how much revolutionary pieces of legislation do you see coming through here that are simple, easy to understand, and make huge differences in the cost of healthcare? No, David, a pill bottle cap that beeps at me that might save us $100 billion. Well, we can't do that. Why the hell not? It's almost immoral. And look, I've done this before trying to show you that over the next couple decades, it's actually Medicare starts to consume approaching 7% of the entire economy, just that. You start to add in Social Security, that's going 5.9%, and you start to understand when you're starting to look at numbers of 13, 14% of the entire economy is just those two programs. You're probably not going to change Social Security. That's an earned benefit. But you could change the cost of healthcare by introducing technology disruptions to other business models if this place was willing to be just somewhat creative, maybe read some of the journals out there. And we're going to talk about some of those disruptions that are coming. Should I make you actually understand that in 2034, the deficits, how much is the reason I have this chart is I'm trying to help folks understand how far we missed. If you and I go back a year ago, at one point we were saying, hey, we're going to have about a $1.3 trillion borrowing. And then it went up saying, oh, it might be 1.6. How do we get expected deficits where we're missing numbers this much? And understanding the economic effects of what it actually does to economic growth. When the smart people we keep turning to over the administration, even our own CBO, are missing these numbers by 100%. You know, when a year or two later, the debt numbers double. Does that let you understand something? If the economy is decent. Now, you don't also what happened, a week ago Friday? We went from this, hey, we're running at a 2.8, 2.9% GDP. Oh, sorry, we were wrong. First quarter was only 1.7. There's something wrong in our data collection. And I don't know if it's the continued impacts of inflation making your life feel much heavier, much more stressed. But this stuff doesn't have to be terrifying. There are ways to attack it if you're willing to read, willing to be part of action. So let's say this chart's been around forever, and it just keeps getting uglier every time it gets updated. But trying to help you understand current baseline debt, and then with some of the policy changes and the higher interest rates, just the baseline debt. Now remember, we're running substantially higher than this year. But long-term baseline, they're saying, hey, you're just going to start being just the borrowing. Will be 5, 6, 7% of the entire economy. And long run, debt, if you go the 30-year window, debt starts to approach 32% of entire GDP. Now, do you think the bond markets are ever going to let us get anywhere near that? So you tell me, where in this line here do we blow up? And it's not a crash. What it is you got to turn on the printing presses. You start to inflate your way out. All your savings gets devalued. Remember, okay, a concept, I've done 2 or 3 presentations on this here. What's the biggest tax hike in modern history? You're living it. Understand, you are living it. The last 3 years of the Biden administration, the higher inflation. So in my district, unless you right now make about 24% more today than you did the day the president took office. You got to understand, during that time, if you're not making about 24%, you are poor if you live in the Phoenix, Scottsdale area. If you're not making the 24%, you have the right to be cranky. Because that was a transfer of your wealth to the U.S. debt. Because we lowered the value of your purchasing power, but we now pay it back. We pay back the U.S. debt because the United States is the largest debtor in the world. We now pay it back with inflated dollars. It's a tax. Whether you understand it or not, inflation is a tax. Welcome to the biggest tax in modern history, and you just lived it. And have you wondered ever why so many of our brothers and sisters on the left despise it when we talk about inflation? Because it worked for them. It turns out when you have that inflation, the size of the debt as a percentage of GDP sort of flatlines a bit until the new higher interest rates come slamming into you. And that's where we're at now. So, look, let's do some optimistic stuff, or semi-optimistic. I want us to think about how disruptive we can be if we actually read and if we think. So I think my staff who made this one got a little carried away. But you do realize, I think we just had the 8th OMB report that's saying the Pentagon is unauditable. They cannot audit it. Okay, so do you really know your inventory? Do we know how many assets we have? Turns out we can't audit them. So why not do something crazy? How about this idea of, turns out we have multiple companies now that have designed artificial intelligence AI audit crawlers that crawl through every asset list, every inventory list, every bookkeeping entry, everything. You could actually audit the Pentagon. You just have to now use technology, not a building full of people. Okay? We have this as a piece of legislation. If it works, you could then unleash this type of technology on the fraudsters in Medicare, the durable medical equipment fraudsters, the billing fraudsters. How about all up and down government to find the waste and fraud? The technology can do it because we and our army of auditors can't seem to do it. Shocking. Can you believe I can't get a hearing on this? AI audited the Pentagon. You would think this would be a no-brainer. But this place is terrified of the very technology that can save us. So let's actually walk through a couple other ideas. How about if I came to you and said we could fast-track a drug, a vaccine, and for anyone that's actually watching and curious, I want you right now to grab your favorite search engine on your phone and look up a fentanyl vaccine. There's also one for cocaine, a cocaine vaccine. Turns out it's in trials right now where they figured out how to block the receptor. The cocaine one's because it's not a synthetic, it's actually a protein. I think the vaccine actually attaches to the protein. What is the morality in a society when you're approaching 100,000 of our brothers and sisters who die every year of a synthetic opioid? What happens when law enforcement pulls over someone coming out of southern Arizona and they have fentanyl tablets or powder shoved in their glove box, and that law enforcement officer is exposed to it and is having to slam Narcan into his system? I'm told in the Phoenix area we have one dead homeless person a day, almost always from fentanyl. Why isn't this moral? Why isn't the morality of if They're really heading towards this technology. Let's fast track it. Let's do an X Prize. Let's find some way to get it in our community and try it. Maybe it doesn't work. There's all sorts of other ethical, moral applications to, does someone have to be in their right mind? Do they have to have sobered up to be able to make the decision to take something that keeps them from being able to have receptors for the synthetic opioid? But embrace these things. How many more people have to die? You think I'm ever going to get a hearing on this? These are moral. They're also great for the economy. How many people could come back into society, into the labor force, actually mitigate their addiction? These are moral, and they're also great economics. So let's actually walk through some of the other things going on that are wonderful. But we have to figure out here, are we going to do things to help finance it because it doesn't work right now? Today, the very first patient here in actually DC began the process of having their sickle cell cured. Now, it's a rigorous process, but it's a cure of one of the most expensive diseases in this country. I once again argue, my team argues, the morality is in the cure, and also it's great economics. When you have a population that suffers a painful, painful disease, and there's a path to cure them now, because this has been FDA approved, and it's going into the first patient right now outside the trials. Let's actually walk through this. Right now there's a revolution happening in really smart labs all over America where they're using AI to design the next generation of drugs. There's a great story for last week, I think it was Wired magazine if you want to geek out, saying that AI produced a small molecule drug that no one had ever thought of. And at least on the computer simulator, it has amazing efficacy. Why wouldn't we work with the FDA that's saying we have the ability to do the data sets much faster, bring these things to market faster, cure people faster? Or is a 1930s, 1940s FDA model what we're still going to stand behind? A cancer vaccine, particularly one we've already had the conversation for one on melanoma. This one is for brain cancer. Is actually going into trials. How do we help these things come to market faster? Because it's moral. It also saves boatloads of cash. I showed you healthcare costs are our primary driver. Do you do what the troglodytes around here say? Well, we'll just cut reimbursements. You can stand and sit in the waiting line longer. Or do this, cure people. Look, we have about a half a dozen AI bills just for healthcare. The concept of bringing technology faster, using AI to find fraudsters, using AI for back office. So you're a doctor's office or medical clinic using AI saying, hey, look, if it's called AI clean claims. Instead of going through the rigmarole, boom, you just match up the insurance companies or the Medicares or the rules, and if they match, boom, it's paid. You just cut the staffing. Yes, it does remove some people. It also removes a hell of a lot of costs. I talked to you about using AI to audit the Pentagon. The fact of the matter is, this is the MedPAC report from 3 weeks ago. And I know every member of Congress read it. But there's one thing in here, when you go through it, that explodes at you. And that basically says, sorry, it's falling apart, we've been using it so much. That basically says, into this decade, Medicare will be about 23% of every corporate tax dollar and personal tax dollar we collect. That's from 13% to 23%. And that's coming in just a few more years. There's this term called a black swan. That's when something sneaks up on you, blows you up, and you weren't expecting it. This is called a white swan. You know it's coming for you, and you choose to do nothing about it. I know I come behind this microphone every week and I'm almost mentally exhausted because is anyone listening? There are solutions. Our problem is the clock is ticking. The on-ramp to bring those solutions to market to actually have an effect on our debt and borrowing and economic growth. I think we only have 3, 4, 5 more years. But you've got to deal with the real numbers. When this place borrows $8.5 billion a day, and we will lose our minds over things that mathematically are rounding errors, when we've done things in this body that have made the bond markets nervous, when a single basis point, so 1% of interest has 100 basis points. A single basis point just this year costs us about $800 million. And I've watched us say, I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to curse on the floor. I've watched us have debates where we say absolutely insane things, and you can almost watch parts of the market saying, nope, I think U.S. debt just got riskier because these people aren't serious about economic growth and stability. Mr. Speaker, there's ways to make this work. Is anyone listening? With that, I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem from Arizona. I'm going to try to walk us through a couple simple concepts that require really complex math, so wish me luck here. Last week and the week before that, I came here and tried to walk through a concept of how fragile we are because of our borrowing, the amount of insatiable borrowing we go through, and my sarcastic comment that happens to have the benefit of being almost true, that the bond market is the one that pretty much now will run this country. And I actually can prove part of my thesis. The last week, because we here made it a couple weeks without looking like a clown show, we got some decent inflation data. The movement in the U.S. debt market on our interest rates coming down, if you annualize that, do you realize it's more than every dime of foreign aid? I need you to think about this for a moment, just those ticks. When a single basis point, remember 1% of interest is 1/100th of a point of interest. One tick is about $800 million a year. Whether this place likes it or not, when we tell the world we're not serious of leading the world, when we don't look serious that we're going to be the country that defends the reserve currency of the world, when we don't look like adults, we pay a price. And for many of the folks here, you get your 5 minutes of theater, and then we add hundreds of billions of dollars of additional interest. I'm going to show you charts here where we are approaching $1.2 trillion of interest this year. I'm going to try to walk through a concept that the spending, particularly what the Democrats did with the Inflation Reduction Act, where we're basically saying over the 10 years we're going to be pumping out a couple $1 trillion of subsidies to corporate America. Also the fact that because of our debt and these higher interest rates, we're also pumping out $1.2 trillion of interest payments out. So that much cash flow is going out into the marketplace. At the same time, the Federal Reserve is over here trying to pull liquidity out of the market to slow down inflation. For those of us that live in the Phoenix, Scottsdale area, you have the right to be cranky. Because the day Joe Biden became president, from that day till today, if you're not making a little over 26% more in your paycheck, You're poorer today. So, for all of us who are elected here, our area happens to be probably the second highest inflation in the continental United States right now. And you meet people, and they've done fairly well in life. I have one of the more prosperous districts in America. I have one of the very best educated districts in America. And we're out there knocking on doors, and you get people you can just, they want to share with you. They're stressed out of their mind. And part of it, they don't completely understand why they seem to be working harder, why their kids can't afford a place, why price of education for their kids is just crushing them, why they seem to instinctively understand their kids are going to live poorer than they did, and which is now fact. That isn't rhetorical. Every data point, if you're functionally under 40, 45 years old, you will be poorer than my generation, my parents' generation. And it's the debt that's done this. It's inflation. Once again, let's do a basic economic class. Inflation is too many dollars chasing too few goods and services. It's also a tax, because who's the biggest debtor in the world? It's the United States. Congratulations, we did it, yay! We're basically kicking off about $1 trillion every 100, 115 days of borrowing. And that interest helping kick off inflation. And inflation is that tax. The inflation we've had the last 3 years is the biggest tax in modern history. Because here's what happened. There's this massive amount of U.S. debt. We now are going to pay it back with inflated dollars. And your savings just became worth less. We basically, this country made a decision with the crazy spending that, screw them, set off inflation. We're going to reach in and grab the value of your savings, and we're going to transfer it to the debt and make the debt, we're going to pay it back with inflated dollars. Whether you know it or not, the reason you are poor today is you got taxed. Thank you for your contribution to U.S. debt. Did you know you were even doing it? The other thing is also the fragility concept. And this is something I've talked to dozens and dozens of members here, and I get that blank stare because we don't often think this way. We're on different types of committees. I do Ways and Means and financial services and those. So maybe my whole world is trying to think about the math. Today, the world has the highest level of debt since the Napoleonic Wars. You may not remember your history, but after that, the world went into a massive depression for years. The amount of debt, and do you know which two countries are borrowing at extraordinary rates? United States and China. When Greece has a better credit rating than the United States, you can sell a 10-year bond in Greece cheaper than the United States. And you go and read what the credit ratings, I think the United States now is number 14 in credit worthiness. Number 14, and we're the reserve currency. Anyone care? Because the hallways here are just full of people showing up at my door begging for more spending or begging us to set up rules to make sure that competition and new technology can't disrupt their business models. If you're under 40, I'm a baby boomer. I'm sorry. I wish we had thought about the math. I wish we had been more honest with ourselves. But there's ways to deal with this. There's ways to make it work. The other thing is we've been grinding through the Social Security Medicare actuary report. I'm still not done with it. And my economists in the Joint Economic Committee, we're still not done with this because we're also busy writing the response to the President Biden's economic report. But I'm going to walk through a few things here. where we can't figure out why the actuaries would use the numbers they did, because they're completely different than even OMB's and CBO's numbers. There's other things going on. So let's actually start to walk through, and some of these boards you will have seen before. A lot of them you will never have seen, and I'm trying to build a theme. The theme basically is this. This place needs to get serious and acting like adults and understanding. It's not our feelings anymore. It's not our theater for the troll that's going to bang on us. If you're also the Russian troll that's going to be in my comments when this goes on YouTube, screw you. Because the fact of the matter is, this country needs, the world needs us to act like adults, provide a level of stability, because when we don't, the price of our debt goes up. And when you're clicking off borrowing $1 trillion every 115 days, interest rates matter. Remember, if we're going to borrow a couple $1 trillion this year, and it's actually, look, right now our burn rate is like 2.8, 2.6 this year, and our refinancing is several trillion, because you've seen treasuries decide to stay very short on the curve. That means instead of saying, we're going to sell a 10-year bond because the market turns out wasn't excited about buying a bunch of 10-year U.S. bonds because they didn't trust us. So we're doing, here's a 1-year bond or paper, 1-year note, 2-year note. Remember, there's notes, there's bonds, and it's the definition on the duration. We've made ourselves very fragile to the world, to the bond market. And I used to come behind this microphone and joke that this country basically is an insurance company with an army. Now it's a really in-debt insurance company with an army. So let's walk through some of our realities. Yay! Okay, first thing I need to walk through, deficit over the last 12 months, 1.8. If you actually do gross, it's closer to 3 in the last 12 months. That was, originally we built this board, we thought it would be, that's what we're going to borrow publicly. Our burn rate is actually substantially higher than we expected. And what's enraging about this is the economy is fairly decent. We just weren't prepared for higher interest rates, higher other expenses, and the fact of the matter is much of the Democrats' Inflation Reduction Act, the most Orwellian named piece of legislation in modern history, its distortion effects in the economy, and also the borrowing, because when we're handing out cash grants, you think that money's coming out of tax receipts? It's borrowed. So the point I wanted to make here is when you see this blue, that's what I get to vote on as a member of Congress. The red, that's mandatory. So it's about 74, 75% of all spending is on autopilot. Your member of Congress doesn't get to vote on it. And guess what? Every dime I vote on is on borrowed money. Plus a sliver of your Medicare. Every dime a member of Congress votes on is on borrowed money. And then we play this game around here. When you're clicking off, we're just shy of borrowing about $100,000 a second. We have debates here where we're debating on saving this tiny little bit, and the borrowing during the debate was greater than the savings. Because we are terrified to tell you the truth that the majority of borrowing, every dime of borrowing from this day through the next 30 years, and I'm going to say this about a half a dozen times tonight, every dime of borrowing from today through the next 30 years, interest, Medicare, and then 9 years from now, when the Social Security Trust Fund's gone, do we backfill the shortfall? Everything else is in balance. All right, so let's continue to walk through this. So to give you a sense, that blue area I was just showing you before in the chart that we get to vote on, okay, it's non-defense discretionary. That's everything you think of as government. You know, that's the FBI, that's the Park Service, that's the State Department. This over here is defense. So if you come to me and say, David, I want you to cut spending, which I'm all for burning a bunch of this down. A bunch of the things we do, I have a really weird ethical question that members of Congress need to think about. Is it ethical for the federal government to borrow money and send it to an entity that has its own taxing authority? When in many of those taxing authorities, if they actually had more skin in the game, might be a little more sensible and more disciplined how they spend it, because you realize that's one of the great scams here. We borrow it, we send it, we get love, and then the groups we send it to act like, hey, we got free money from the federal government, though you're paying it back. Well, actually, your kids are going to pay it back, and your grandkids, and your great-great-grandkids, because it's borrowed. Everything else you see, interest, Social Security, Medicare. Now remember, Social Security self-finances right now. Social Security is the payroll tax and the trust fund. And every month the trust fund gets a little smaller. And we do pay interest for the cash that the federal government, the Treasury, has borrowed out of the trust fund. We give them their principal back, and then the Treasury gives them a little bit of interest. But that's continuing to shrink. And then you look at everything else. You start to realize we don't run this government anymore. The mandatory programs in the bond market does. So the other thing, it also should just really annoy anyone who actually pays attention to the actual math instead of the theatrics. National debt increase in the first 7 months of this fiscal year. We were, in 2023, at this point we had borrowed about $500 billion. Yay, good job. Now we're at $1.45 trillion, the same time period this year. Yet, you got to work through the problem with me. Was 2023 economically that different than this year? What happened? What happened? Well, our interest rates went up, so we're burning through tremendous amounts more cash. We actually had, in the last 12 months, I think we had 2 or 3 months where we had to borrow money to pay for our borrowing. And forgive me, I've had a stunning amount of coffee today, and I haven't slept well, and I'm just cranky. And look, this chart is actually worse now. It's just the only one I have. And some of these numbers I have trouble believing, and we go back and double check ourselves, and we go back and double check ourselves because the numbers read differently than the CBO report from 4 months ago or 5 months ago or the OMB report from 6 months ago. Because the economy is supposed to be fairly decent. How can we be bleeding like this? So think about this. CBO and those were saying, hey, we're going to be borrowing about 4.5%, 4.7% of the economy is going to be in borrowed money. But so far this fiscal year, our borrowing is closer to 9% of the entire economy. And why that's important. Why also looking at this chart, we're saying, here's our tax receipts. And we'll get the Democrats, and we need to talk about this, keep saying, well, if we would just tax rich people more. And have come here multiple times and shown the analysis of higher taxes on those with $400,000 up. So we take the left's and this president's proposal, and we say, let's tax maximize everything. Let's tax maximize their income taxes, their state taxes, their capital gains tax, everything. And then you look at the data, and you get about 1.5% of GDP. Okay, so we've used the Democrats' plan. We're going to tax our way to prosperity. You get about 1.5 points of GDP. Great. For those of you, remember I showed you the chart of non-defense discretionary? You take 1% of that out of GDP, it's like 40% of all non-defense discretionary you just wiped out. So now you got yourselves 2.5% of GDP that we either taxed or we cut. Great job, guys. You're seeing a chart here where we're starting to talk about over the coming decade, we're going to be at 31% of the economy is borrowed. But hey, guys, everything we talk about, we're going to get 1% of cuts and 1.5 points of taxes? We're borrowing close to 9% of GDP right now. The CBO baseline was like 5. Anyone here do math? Anyone own a calculator? Anyone have a battery in the calculator? You can't cut yourself and you can't tax enough to make this work. Yet we are so vacuous intellectually around here. The ability to say, we are going to embrace the things that disrupt our cost drivers. We are going to actually adopt technology. We're going to adopt AI to change the cost of government. We're going to adopt the things that crush the price of healthcare, not by making it more scarce, not by rationing it, but by making it more moral. We can do that, except this place will run like hell every time you say, you know, we could actually have technology that would cure that disease. Oh no, that's our business model. In a couple of weeks, we're going to do a major presentation from the Republican side of the Joint Economic Committee. The math is not done yet. We are trying to grind through the #1 cost driver of this government. And this is I'm going to get some really, really interesting comments, and it's mathematically true. It's obesity. We're starting to chase down some data that says almost half of U.S. healthcare has a relationship to obesity. We're about to have our 5th year of prime-age males dying younger. It's immoral. It's absolutely immoral what this place has become. The debt's immoral. What we do in healthcare is immoral. It's bad enough that we're destroying our kids. And look, I'm 62. My wife is 62. Maybe I shouldn't tell you that. I have an 8-year-old daughter we adopted. I have a 23-month-old little boy that's a miracle we adopted. And their brother and sister. Do they have the right to have the same life or even be more prosperous? Because the American sort of societal contract was the next generation will be more prosperous. And right now that's mathematically impossible. There's a way I can make it work. The way you can make it work. The way this place could make it work. And we're so busy knifing each other over petty crap because we're idiots. We're children here. Because doing hard things is hard. My father used to have a saying, if it's a complex problem, there's a simple solution. That's absolutely wrong. Complexity requires complexity. And the reason for this portion of this tirade is next year, about $380 billion a year in tax hikes. You, as an individual, your LLC, your subchapter S, your pass-through business, congratulations, your taxes are already going up next year. It's the law as it is already. I will argue it's one of the greatest opportunities we've had in modern times because we're going to be forced to actually act like adults and do something. Now, here's your battle. Will we be smart, creative, intellectually robust, saying, hey, let's use this as our opportunity to broaden the tax code, fix it in a way where we maximize prosperity and economic growth. And, oh, by the way, because we don't want to add to the debt, can we do things over here to actually change some of the debt drivers? We're going to legalize technology in healthcare. We're going to adopt technology to make government smaller but more efficient. We're going to crowdsource our data in a way where it's current, accurate, more moral. We have bills on all of this. This isn't just rhetoric. We've done bills on this stuff for years, and they've gotten much better. Will the vision, for particularly those with the responsibility of being on the Ways and Means Committee, will we actually step up and say, is it going to be binary? Hey, we're going to raise these people's taxes, lower these, so it balances out. Hey, screw everyone. Yay, we did something. Are we going to use the stressor that's coming with the expiration of those portions of the 2017 tax reform, use that to actually grow the society. But you got to ask yourself first, because many of my Democrat colleagues, I don't know if they agree with me that prosperity is moral. Having a society where every day you have the chance to live a little bit better, is that moral? Having a society where we're not poisoning ourselves with what we eat, is that moral? A healthcare system is better, faster, cheaper. Is that moral? Because all those things are in front of us. Because the chart after chart after chart basically says when we've had very high marginal tax rates, we get about 17, 18% of GDP. When we've had very low marginal tax rates, we get about 17, 18% of GDP. When we've done lots of extra corporate taxes, we get 17 to 18% of GDP. The fact of the matter is there's lots of brilliant economic papers and people have written their PhD theses on this. You know, you all have access to the internet, maybe go read. You're going to get about 17, 18% of GDP. And a bunch of the Democrat policies are, well, let's raise these taxes, we'll get 24% of GDP. Really? Tell me a time in U.S. history on a sustained basis that has happened. It just hasn't. You know, unless the Democrats' plan is to do a value-added tax, a VAT tax, which will crush the working middle class, you ain't getting that number. You got to stop making crap up. But yet we know our spending because it's demographics. Remember our point before, interest, Medicare, backfilling Social Security. We got old as a society. And I'm going to show you a couple charts here that are really rough. And they're absolutely factual. Only reason I grabbed this one, and we're going to go through some of these pretty quick, is just to show you over the past 4 quarters, you know, 600 billion, 288 billion, 487 billion, 258 billion. We're borrowing at quarters where a few years ago, that was the entire year. And here's one of the punchlines. Social Security, $1.452 trillion. So $1.450 billion. All right, that's Social Security this year. But Social Security is out of your payroll tax and then part of the trust fund. Interest now. There was a few of our brothers and sisters on that side who mocked me a few months ago, and I said, I think we're going to close in on 1.2 trillion in interest this year. Oh, Schweikert, you got to stop making crap up. OMB's own number now, Treasury's own number, $1.144 trillion is the interest this year. You want this number to go down? Make us look like a stable government. Make us look like we're adults. Convince the bond markets we're actually going to take on our debt in a meaningful way instead of playing theatrics. This is interesting right now. Now, there's actually a little bit of squish here, so you got to understand. So our most recent Treasury update, defense now is number 3, Medicare is number 4. We actually think that's going to flip again because last month it was flipped and reversed, but they're almost identical right now. But the punchline here is interest now is the second biggest expense in this government. And at our current borrowing rate, and if interest rates stay where they're at or go up just a little bit, in a couple years, interest will be the number 1 spend in this government. Congratulations. And look, this is a hard chart to read. The point of this one is just interest fragility. What happens with small movements in interest rates on U.S. sovereign debt? The basic point is where we are interest rate-wise right now in 2033. So we're right now working on the 2025 fiscal year budget. So, 7, 8 budget years from now, our model at today's interest rates, we're at 3.7 trillion baseline borrowing. It's already, that's already our model. That's without a recession, that's without a war, that's without a pandemic, that's just where we're at. And I was going to bring here, but I have some other articles talking about how fragile we've made ourselves. God forbid this year, next year, we go into a true recession. You have any idea how fragile we've made this government, this country, with our ravenous borrowing? What would happen if tax receipts started to roll over a bit on us because we went into recession? Remember, tax receipts are up about 7%. Medicare spending's up around 10% this fiscal year. If that rolled over and wasn't 7%, was closer to 4, 5, you want to talk about a bloodbath. Okay. Raising interest rates could push the national debt towards 300% of GDP within 30 years. How many of you think the bond markets are going to let us get anywhere near 300% of GDP with our savings rates? If you're Japan, maybe you can do it. You have remarkably high savings rates. They can almost finance their own debt. Actually, they do finance their own debt. You think the rest of the world is going to keep loaning us money, respecting the sovereignty of the reserve currency, that is the dollar? Why are we destroying ourselves? Why are we destroying your retirement? Why are we destroying your kids, my young kids? But yet the hallways, once again, are full of people wanting more money. So now let's actually talk through a couple things that are even more uncomfortable than talking about the debt. You all saw a week ago Friday the update on U.S. fertility rates. Yes, going to have an idiot congressman talk about how many children we're having in society because it's important. We sit there in our office, and I'm blessed to have some freaky smart staff, people much smarter than I ever could dream to be, a bunch of economists, and we're trying to figure out, saying, okay, over the next decade, 2 decades, how do we pay Social Security? How do we pay Medicare? How do we do these things? And the Democrats, we'll just raise more taxes. But then you show them the studies that math doesn't work. Well, we're just going to lie to our voters and survive the next election. Great job, guys. Well, we have a little problem. A week ago Friday, you saw the updated report on the 2023 fertility rates. I was wrong in my number. It's worse. It is worse than the speeches I came here and gave. We're down to 1.62, meaning we are way below replacement rates now. The United States is dying. And one of the things I'm frustrated with is the Census Bureau numbers basically say when we start to get beyond, because remember, the Census Bureau had us at 1.64. Turns out they were wrong. It's 1.62. And they were projecting as we go through the rest of this century, which is a long time, but think about it, your kids. You have a young child right now, they're going to live, hopefully, with the Lord's blessing, 100 years? We start to collapse population-wise. And we're going to walk you through a couple of why these are such a big deal. Deaths are projected to exceed births. This chart said 2040. It's a little sooner. If you take last week's fertility number, in about 15 years, the United States will have more deaths than births. There is no industrialized country that has succeeded in adopting policy that changed their fertility rates on the long run. So you have Hungary and these others, hey, we'll like your future life, have a 4th kid, no income taxes in the future. Hey, we'll buy you a house, we'll do, and you get a little pop, and then boom, after a few years, it moves right back to mean. Got to deal with the reality. It turns out all over the world, as the world's gotten more prosperous, we have a collapse in fertility. But yet we built a social entitlement system. You know, it's earned benefits. You earned your Medicare, you earned your Social Security, but they were based on the concept that there would be this many workers. Because the reality, today's FICA taxpayer, payroll taxpayer, their paycheck went into your Social Security check today, or your Medicare. It's just the way it's always been. What happens when that next generation gets smaller? Are we also emotionally, mentally prepared for the number of schools that will be closing? Because it's starting to happen all over the country. Because U.S. fertility started to roll over in 1990. It's just now accelerated. We had a tiny little blip, a tiny blip, during the pandemic, and now it's gone back, and the trend line continues to get uglier and uglier. But it's reality. Think about it. You live in a country where in 15 years, we'll have more deaths than births. Are we prepared for that? And are you ready? Are we ready? Is this body intellectually ready for saying, okay, you can adopt policies that are child-friendly, this and that, but there's no other country that's come up with an example where it actually raised the number of children. Are we ready to adopt policy to embrace technology? And this is where it gets really uncomfortable. How many robots are you ready to embrace? How much AI are you ready to embrace? When you call the IRS, instead of having a person, are you ready to be talking to ChatGPT? Probably in that case, you might prefer the chat. We are going to have to adopt the embracement, or whatever the word would be, of technology in ways to keep the economy growing without more people. And this is happening all over the industrialized world. How many times behind these microphones have you heard any member of Congress come and say, hey, I actually care about prosperity, I care about the next generation, I care about economic growth, I care about the future. We're going to adopt things where we're going to embrace technology so we can keep having prosperity. Huh? The math is the math, and the math will always win. And one of the things I'm also annoyed with is, as reading through the Social Security actuarial report, they're making crap up. They have fertility numbers in here. They have us growing. CBO actually has numbers growing. And yet we talk to the Census Bureau, and the Census Bureau is down here. Could our government agencies actually, who we spend a fortune with all these actuaries, maybe have a cocktail party? Preferably no alcohol. Make it a coffee. We'll do a coffee. Because that's what he needs, is a bunch of well-caffeinated actuaries in the same room, from Social Security, from maybe OMB, CBO, a couple of these others, the Census Bureau, in the same room. Can you give us a number? Because you're making it miserable around here trying to actually say, here's what our future looks like. Because so far, they keep being wrong. It's a little geeky, but that's important, and that was my mocking them for the number of times I send them memos saying, can you explain your number and why it's so different than each other? Look, the other point, and I got some questions on this from last week, so I just brought the board back. You had the president stand right there, and he basically said, we're going to do this for Medicare. We're going to raise this tax and this and that. Okay. The red portion here is when you pay your payroll tax. That's the portion that goes to the Medicare Trust Fund. The rest you functionally pay for. This comes out of the general fund, which we're borrowing part of it. Over here, that's actually your premiums. And a little bit of this is some other transfers. And then we also have a little slice here, which is for dual eligibles, those who are seniors but may be in Medicare and Medicaid. So we also get a little sliver from the state. But once again, the majority of spending in Medicare is not the trust fund. Now, I'm elated that the current model on the trust fund is it extended for another few years. That's wonderful. We need to sort of study that, except if you read the actuary report, the reason it extended is really fragile. This dark blue there, That and interest are the primary drivers of U.S. debt. Tell the truth. Maybe it gets you unelected. But how do you make public policy in a world where you're not allowed to tell the truth? Oh, that's what members of Congress do. Rising Social Security and Medicare shortfalls drive nearly the entire 2019 to 2023 deficit rise. It's the facts. That's CBO's own quote. And here's the board that it promised will be in the attack ad going at me the next election, except it's CBO's own numbers, except it's 2 years out of date. There's a number right here. It basically says Social Security and Medicare, $116 trillion deficit. The rest of the budget, $3 trillion, is functionally in balance. Except the problem is, for anyone right now you care enough, go grab your phone, go use a search engine, look up CBO's report from 6 weeks ago. 30-year number is not $116 trillion. It's $143 trillion is now our model. That's what higher interest rates did. $143 trillion. 100% of that borrowing. Medicare and the interest financing on that. Backfilling of Social Security and the interest financing on that. We can revolutionize this if we finally be willing to legalize technology. The morality of moving and pushing cures. Why does this place seem to like to finance people's misery instead of working with the FDA, working with biopharma, working with the people out there that are disrupting disease and misery? We seem to have a place around here that wants to build diabetic clinics instead of cure diabetes. What's wrong with the morality of this place? Another thing we're trying to figure out in the Social Security Actuary Report is they play this game where, hey, when we get the out years, things collapse. We'll do that in a week or two because it's a little complex. Another chart just trying to explain once again what is the Part A, trust fund, Part B, general fund. This here, Part D, also is a combination of also some of the fees you pay. That's your Medicare. And back to the last couple points I want to make here. When I just told you we're about to have our 5th year prime-age males dying younger. Is it moral to stand here and say, remember, this chart functionally ends at 2020. It's actually gotten uglier. The U.S. is an outlier in disease and disability trends. We're sicker than the rest of the industrialized world. Is it we're not spending enough on health care? Well, that's absurd. Because, let's be honest, we engage in agricultural policy, nutrition support policy where you can take your EBT card and go buy onion rings. Is that moral? Why isn't there a fixation in this place when we have states where over half the population statistically is obese? They're dying on us. We have a society that finances crap in our diets. Why would we do this to each other? Is that Republican or Democrat? I'm just trying to make the arguments in moral. And it turns out if you took it on, it's the single biggest thing you could do for U.S. debt, is take on the very things that are killing us. And I've done presentations before. They were a little geeky, trying to explain that if we could make our society healthier, it's the single biggest thing I can do to reduce U.S. debt. And then there's these things, you all remember your high school economics class. First-degree effects, second-degree effects, third-degree effects, knockoff effects. You remember all the weird language? You want more of our brothers and sisters to be able to marry and family formation and participate in society and be able to participate in the economy. Help us make our society healthier. I'm trying to make, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I'm trying to make the morality argument that the very thing that would be most effective for us to take on the U.S. debt, legalizing technology to crash the price of healthcare, putting technology into this government to make government smaller and more efficient. It requires thinking. It also requires really annoying a whole bunch of the people in our hallways demanding more money from us. It's also be incredibly moral and would actually give our kids a chance for, in many ways, the prosperity that we and previous generations had. Think about it. We've done this to ourselves. There is a way out. It's not easy. It requires some complexity. And are these Republican or Democrat ideas? They're neither. They're just hard. They're just hard. And with that, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentlewoman from Vermont, Ms. Ballant, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Minority Leader.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. And to my friend from Texas, your intro was actually brilliant because we're going to try to do something this evening that is going to make a whole bunch of people really cranky. And that is, we're going to talk about, Mr. Speaker, let's see if I can frame this in a way that I don't sound too much like a jerk. Week after week after week after week, I've come to the floor here and walked people through saying, okay, you know, the blue here, that's portion we get to vote on. And that every dime a member of Congress votes on is on borrowed money. This is all borrowed, plus actually a portion of your Medicare, if you look at the math, is actually borrowed. And interest this year gross interest is going to be $1.2 trillion. Making interest the second biggest expense in this government. But one of the arguments I've come over and over and over is trying to find moral, effective ways that we can save ourselves. That you could actually impact this remarkable amount of debt where we're hovering around borrowing about $100,000 a second, every second of every day. We're just a little below that. And then the really uncomfortable is when you walk through the data, it's interest and healthcare. And I'm not a doctor. I'm good at math. The dear Lord gave me sort of one thing. I'm good at math. But I thought I'd try something new and exciting. How about if I brought my friend who just happens to be benefited with a medical school education, that's why we'll call you Dr. Harris, and talk about if healthcare is the primary driver of U.S. sovereign debt, why not engage in the morality of a society that's healthier, that could be more vibrant? And I've come here and we've talked about diabetes being 33% of all U.S. healthcare, being 30% of Medicare spending, the cascade of conditions that come from obesity in America, and the fact that the morality of loving our brothers and sisters and having a healthier society. And my economists, right now, we're working on our reply to the president's budget, and this is a rough You know, we're vetting all the math and we're highlighting things. But a preliminary view, and this, we're still about 2 more weeks from our publication. We estimate that obesity will result in anywhere between 8.2 and 9.1 trillion in excess medical expenditures over the next decade. Maybe the most powerful thing you and I could do for U.S. sovereign debt and burying your retirement and our children, our great-grandchildren, our great-great-grandchildren in piles of debt would actually working on policies to make us a healthier society. You get the benefits of the morality and really good math. And I just happen to have a medical doctor who's a member of Congress, who's on the Appropriations Committee, who has an expertise that I don't have and can talk about things that I can't say. But understand, we mean this from a portion of optimism. There is a path here. But we got to do something that's brutally uncomfortable for us. We got to tell the truth. Is that a fair setup?
Well, I want to thank the gentleman from Arizona for yielding some time today. You know, the gentleman, if you know, to those who see the gentleman virtually every week come up here and talk about the economics of the United States and our debt problems and things like that, today we're going to take a little different view, because we're going to talk about something that doesn't just have to do with economics. It has to do with providing a healthier America. An America where, yes, we would save money if we were healthier, but the other benefits are so tremendous. We're not doing this just because we want to save money. We're doing this because we think this is actually the right approach for Americans. And there are a couple of diseases. If you look at the cost of health care, about 70% is to take care of chronic diseases. And the big chronic diseases are hypertension, diabetes, and obesity. They're the big chronic diseases. You know, cancer is not a chronic, it's an acute disease. It's the chronic diseases that are costing literally hundreds of billions of dollars to the United States. So it would help, and today we're going to focus on obesity. Now, hopefully in the future we'll focus on diabetes, maybe on hypertension, but obesity. And the reason why it's so important to start with these three is that the amount of spending, as the gentleman indicates, is tremendous. I mean, the last time, and I'm going to pull some data from this study from the Milken Institute. It's called America's Obesity Crisis. It was from 2018, so it's 5.5 years ago, October 2018. But it's subtitled "The Health and Economic Costs of Excess Weight." The health and economic costs, because they're both costs. Again, it's not just dollars and cents. They count, but the fact of life is just not as good for someone who has a chronic disease. So let's do something to prevent it. But the first thing you have to do is you have to say, okay, well, what's the history of obesity in the United States? Because I think if people look around and people are honest, they go, well, yeah, look, I've been on this earth 67 years. I will tell you it's been noticeable that more Americans, and it's true throughout the world, but concentrate on America, more Americans are obese or overweight. And these are medical definitions. If you are higher than the normal range of weight, you are overweight if you're slightly higher, and then you're obese if you're higher than that, and then severe obesity if you're, or we used to call it morbidly obese as well. But the interesting thing is, back in using these definitions, the same definitions, in 1962, 3.4% of adults were considered obese. 3.4%. So that's, again, it's not overweight, it's obese. It's more than overweight, it's obese. In 2000, so from 1962, 3.4%, in 2000, 30.5%. In 2016, 39.8%. So 8 years ago, 39.8%. And the latest data the CDC has, which is from 2017 to 2020, 41.9%. 41.9% of Americans classified as obese. Now, why is that classification important? By the way, the demographic breakdown is very interesting because as we go to say, what we ought to be doing is we ought to be looking at the demographics and paying attention to where it exists in the population. 49.9% of black adults are obese, 45.6% of Hispanic adults, 41.4% of white adults, 16.1% of Asian adults. So it actually is overrepresented in the black and Hispanic communities. But why is that important? And oh, by the way, children, that's adults. The striking thing is for children in the last year that we have data, 16.1% overweight, 19.3% obese. 1 in 5 children are considered obese. 1 in 16, 6.1% severe obesity in children. And again, that severe obesity in children number is actually higher at 6.1% than the entire adult population back in 1962. But it begs the question, so why is it so important that we identify obesity? It's because I think a lot of people don't understand the broad range of diseases, including expensive healthcare diseases, in which the risk of that disease is higher if you are obese. Now, it's not everybody who's obese has these problems, but if you're obese, you're statistically more likely to have these problems. And I just want to read the list so you understand why this is such a large economic problem. Alzheimer's and vascular dementia. Most people don't realize obesity is a risk factor for that. And we worry a lot about that because the cost of Alzheimer's in America and the treatment is measured in, again, the hundreds of billions of dollars. Asthma and COPD, breast cancer. We know that cancers are chronic back pain, colorectal cancer, congestive heart failure, again, a large consumer of healthcare dollars, coronary artery disease, diabetes, of course, and again, diabetes and obesity kind of go hand in hand, but only 20% of the cost of obesity, again, the approximately $1.7 trillion annual cost back in 2016, only 20% of that can be attributed to the coexistence of diabetes and obesity. So again, diabetes has to be handled by itself. Obesity a risk factor for it. Dyslipidemia, so people with high cholesterol and lipids, end-stage renal disease, endometrial cancer, esophageal adenocarcinoma, gallbladder cancer, gallbladder disease, gastric cardiac adenocarcinoma, so stomach cancer, hypertension, liver cancer, osteoarthritis, ovarian cancer, pancreatic cancer, prostate cancer, renal cancer, and stroke. All of these have a higher incidence in someone with obesity. So scientifically, they say, okay, if we can reduce obesity, we'll reduce the incidence of all these diseases and the costs associated with them. And the costs associated with them attributable to obesity is over $1.5 trillion a year. Both direct costs, the cost to actually treat someone, and the indirect costs, the cost of decreased productivity and decreased contribution to the GDP and the economy by someone who is ill. So always indirect and direct costs. But these numbers are just staggering.
And yet, I promise you, tomorrow we'll have things on our phone attacking us for telling the truth. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to argue our willingness to come here and tell the truth. I love people. I want them to flourish. I want you... Look, we're about to have, We're about to have our 5th year of prime-age males. Their life expectancy is shorter. You were actually walking me through some of the math earlier. Does anyone care? The concentration I see of the lack of family formation, of the productivity, the ability to participate in society, the healthcare costs. What would happen if instead of having a society where we were afraid to talk about it, the stigma, but we're saying there are policies, and I have the stacks of charts and these things, but there are policies we can engage in to make a difference. Look, this is on topic and uncomfortable, but one of the things I've come here and over talked about, let's just use this chart down here. Medicare is singularly our primary driver of our debt. It's healthcare costs. But it's an earned benefit. You paid your 40 quarters for Social Security, you paid in, but the average couple will have paid in $227,000 in FICA taxes, that portion that goes towards Medicare. But they get back $725,000. That differential right there is the primary driver of U.S. sovereign debt. Do you do what some of the folks around here want to do, my Democrat colleagues, where they want to basically say Medicare for all, we're going to ration it, it's going to be government, everything from the doctors you have are going to be government employees, that sort of model? Or should we actually take on something much more moral, much more creative, and much more, actually, I would argue, doable? Let's actually look at the government policies we engage in where we functionally subsidize people's misery. Could we actually turn some of the very programs we have and make them more moral and help make our society healthier? And Doc, I know that's been one of your fixations. You've been in front of committees over and over and over talking about things we could do, everything from agricultural legislation, nutrition legislation, the things I do in Ways and Means of trying to finance access to therapies to make people healthier.
Sure. So just today, in my subcommittee, I chair the subcommittee on agriculture on the Appropriations Committee, and we're in charge of funding the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, SNAP program. Now, if you were paying attention about an hour and a half ago, the folks from the other side of the aisle, all they want to do is look, let's just push more money into the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. Now, the second word there, by the way, is nutrition. That program was founded, if you go back to the original founding, the program was founded to provide nutrition. Now, in the early days of the program, there were a significant number of people in the country who actually did not receive enough calories. Like literally, they didn't receive enough calories. So at that time, it was, the emphasis was, okay, let's get food of all kinds to these folks so that they're not calorie starved. But what we see from the trend, again, I talked about the trend in obesity. Something is happening. And you have programs like the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, where the last time they looked at it was in 2016, where it might have been earlier actually than that, where 10% of the funds, now remember, this is a $122 billion a year program, taxpayer dollars. We ask taxpayers to pony up or to borrow $122 billion to put into the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. 10% is on sugary soda. 10%, $12 billion, our best estimate, spent on something that we now know. Maybe 40, 50 years ago, when the obesity rate was 6%, we didn't know that, or 3+%. But we do know now what contributes to obesity. We do know that insulin resistance, the presence of sugars and processed foods in the diet directly cause obesity. And of course, diabetes, which again we'll get to in the future, and probably also hypertension to some extent. These are all interrelated diseases. But we actually know that that's bad. And I've proposed just saying, look, let's just take out non-nutritious food. It's about 20%. It's 10% sugary soda beverages, another 10% salty snacks. Ultra-processed food, again, raises your insulin levels, does all the bad things that ultimately lead to increased amount of fatty tissue and obesity. So let's just say, well, yeah, we'll allow states to restrict that in a program and take that money and spend it on fruits and vegetables or something, right? Now, that sounds like a pretty novel idea, sounds like a pretty good idea based on the scientific evidence. And the pushback has been tremendous, mainly from the other side of the aisle, which is, no, all we need to do is spend more money on this program. Well, I would suggest to the gentleman from Arizona, to people who are watching, and Mr. Speaker, we have enough proof that what we've been doing hasn't been working. In fact, it's been making the problem worse, because the data on people who receive Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program is they are more obese and more overweight
and sicker
and of course sicker, because we know these diseases relate to them, than individuals. But the studies were done against individuals who had the same socioeconomic status, same income, but were not getting SNAP benefits.
But Doctor, the argument here, the morality argument I really want us to make is the way we've designed these programs. They originally, as they were designed decades and decades and decades ago, we now understand we're financing people's misery instead of financing the opportunity to be healthier, to be part of society, to actually live longer. It's uncomfortable, but we have to have a moment of honesty. And I don't understand the left's fixation on basically using borrowed money to finance misery.
Look, I agree. This is not just about economics. It's using borrowed money to actually cause the need for more borrowed money in the future.
On the economic side, we call it knockoff effects, second degree, third degree effects. In some ways, they're not even that. They're the principal effects.
It's direct.
Yeah.
And again, even if this were economically neutral, but it's not, one would make the argument that the right thing to do for people is to give them a better, healthier life.
Yeah.
And to use, we had, in the hearing today, we had, someone suggest, well, all we need to do is do public service announcements. We'll just do education. And one of the experts says, quite accurately, that when you deal with an addiction, and we won't get into that today, but by the way, so just so everybody understands, it's now pretty clear from brain chemistry that sugar, and when we mean sugar, mostly it's fructose, because the other sugar is, cane sugar, which is sucrose, a combination of fructose and glucose, but fructose, basically, that we understand that it is actually physically addictive in the brain, because it results through the modifier of MGO, a chemical called MGO, which binds to receptors in the brain. It actually releases dopamine.
Yep.
Now, every single...
Would this explain my ice cream problem?
Well, it could. Every single addictive issue in front of us involves, and this is whether it's a addiction like opioid addiction, whether it's an addiction like sugar addiction, or addiction like gambling, or... take out your cell phones. The fact that our youth now spend 7 hours a day on a cell phone, on the internet and playing games and things, is because this is designed to release dopamine in the brain. So we understand the exact same mechanism, and it's up to us. And then the people will say, well, just educate, or government shouldn't be involved with this. Wait a minute. We're talking about regulating the industry for children with regards to apps. We're talking about regulating the opioid industry because it's addictive. We talk about dealing with gambling because it's addictive. Why wouldn't we talk about a food addiction that leads to misery and huge economic cost?
Well, but, Doctor, look, and this, my personal philosophy, I'm probably a little bit more libertarian here. Have what you want, but understand, A, should government finance things that make our population less healthy, matter of fact, make many of them very, very, very sick. And the reality of it is, when the majority of healthcare partially is financed in some fashion through government, we have an interest. And it's, in some ways it sickens me, but that's the reality we have to sort of mechanically deal with. And then the statistics, the data is just crashing on us since the pandemic. The curve of our brothers and sisters who are getting sicker and sicker, and now I'm dealing with some of the data we're looking at of those moving into their retirement benefits being also much sicker, and trying to figure out how we finance that, and we're financing it with partially borrowed money. It's an honestly good economics and a moral argument. Maybe we should change the way we do nutrition assistance in America. Maybe we should change even down to some of the agricultural policy of adding more variety. And I've given presentations on concentration of certain crops and the whole way commodity pricing works, and the black swan theory of that level of concentration. God forbid something ever happened to one of the crops. But it all ties together. It is a unified theory. If I care about healthcare spending and understand, Obamacare was a financing bill. It was about who got subsidized and who had to pay. Our Republican alternative was a financing bill. We're right now doing the hardest thing possible in Congress. We're actually talking about what we pay for. Could we actually reduce healthcare spending by having a healthier country, a healthier population? And that would actually be much more egalitarian with prosperity.
Look, there's no question that's true. The fact is that we can send a strong economic signal through our ability to modify what is available under food programs, not only direct payments, but also the fact that we over the past 50 years, we've kind of funneled all the production, as you said, into only a handful of major crops. In my district, for instance, they used to grow tomatoes. It used to be one of the tomato capitals of the country. I didn't even know this, but it's not anymore. It's just soybeans and corn, partly because we have a big poultry industry. But the variety of crops has just disappeared.
So
and again, everything comes together and everything points in the same direction. We must address the obesity crisis. We know what causes it. We actually have a pretty good idea of how to solve it, how to get there. But we have to decide that that's something that we're going to do. And I think the average American understands it.
Oh, yeah.
I think they do.
No, it is fascinating. When I'm home in Arizona, the number of folks I walk up to and will almost pull me aside and say, I can't believe you were willing to talk about that. You told the truth. And it's almost like they weren't ready to have those of us from the political class do something that's uncomfortable. Let's say, but the math is the math. If you take a look at mortality statistics, is it moral to have a society, particularly working prime-age males? I mean, you were actually quoting some of the statistics in our previous conversation. They're dying younger and younger. What we've done to younger people in the country, what we're doing to seniors, we can fix this. We just got to be willing to do some difficult policy here. And it's not difficult policy. There's some experiments out there. And you and I have not talked about this before, so we're winging it, where it was the food box and saying, okay, we're actually going to deliver to our brothers and sisters who need nutrition support a box. And there was the problem. Sometimes the fruits and those things were thrown away, so they actually experimented with other ways to deliver them. It's in a microwave pouch. And it turns out it was working. And they actually were making people healthier. And then that pilot program disappeared. Look, we're talking billions and billions and billions of dollars, which means there'll be armies of lobbyists in the hallway here tomorrow really cranky about what we talked about. Can we make the argument we should do the right thing? And is this Republican or Democrat? It should be just the right thing.
That's right, and you bring up a good point. The first thing you start with is say, look, we don't have to change this. Let's do a few pilot programs. Let's get some data, because otherwise it's incredibly difficult to see whether some of these ideas work to change the way people buy and their habits. And obviously, it'll take a generation for the obesity that already exists to plateau.
I'm more optimistic than you are.
Well, with Ozempic and Wegovy, maybe it's quicker, but these are not the solution. The solution is not to become obese and then take a drug to reduce the obesity. It's not to become obese in the first place. But your point is critical. Right now, a 3-year-old has a lower life expectancy than a 60-year-old had at the same age. That is, because our adults are getting these chronic diseases, they will actually, at an increasing rate, that 3-year-old, if we don't change the trajectory, will actually have a much less of a chance to live to the same age as their grandfather did or their father did. We cannot accept that in America, that our children, we are in a situation where our children have a lower life expectancy than us. Oh my gosh. This is the opposite of everything anybody does anything for. As a father, you want to do everything for your children so they have it better than you. We're actually, kind of intentionally, because we intention how we spend dollars, we're actually forcing our children to a shorter life expectancy than we had. Shame on us if we don't fix this.
Look, we're already crushing the next 3 generations. My wife's exactly my age, so I have an 8-year-old. I have a 23-month-old. Mathematically, my 23-month-old, when he is 20 years old, U.S. taxes will have to be double what they are today to maintain baseline services. This is what we're doing to our society. And we're coming behind these microphones and trying to say, we've done the economic presentations. Hey, we can do the Democrats' tax scheme. You get about 1.5% of GDP if you were able to tax maximize everything. For those of us who want to cut things, we get about a point of non-discretionary, discretionary non-defense. But that's, $300 billion there, if we could cut that much. Okay, so 2.5%. This year, this fiscal year so far, we were expected to borrow about 5.5% of GDP. We're closer to 9%. Does anyone see a math problem there? If this is everything, the political rhetoric of they want to raise taxes, we want to cut, and you only get this much, maybe we need to promote policies that disrupt the cost of government, the cost of health care. A couple weeks ago, I gave a series of presentations here of using technology, using AI, those things, to make government much, much smaller. We can do things like this. There are a path. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, are we up against time?
Your time has expired.
Doctor, thank you for joining me. Mr. Speaker, with that, I yield back.
Do you have a motion?
Mr. Speaker, I would like to move that the House stand adjourned.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye.
Forgive me, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, as we get our boards all lined up. Madam Speaker Pro Tem, I'm going to try something a little different than starting with the debt pie. We're going to actually sort of walk through some of the chaos that's coming next year. So those of you who always hear the saying, hey, the next election is the most important election ever, what I'm going to walk you through is, yeah, it probably is, but let's walk through why. How many of you understand in December 2017, there was a tax reform bill? It was the first time in 30-plus years that the United States had updated its tax code. Now, within that, one of the basic principles is, what could you do to maximize economic growth? What could you do to make the United States competitive again? Do you remember before 2017 the number of organizations, corporations that were chartered in the United States that were saying, bye, we're going to Ireland, we're going to other parts of the world, because the way we taxed international business and those things. So we found a way to make ourselves competitive. And I believe since then we haven't had a major organization, major corporation leave the United States. Could you imagine, having gone into the pandemic, if we hadn't done the tax reform in December 2017? But also, I've tried in previous presentations to come here and talk about the morality of 2018, 19, even 20. We had the biggest movement of closing income inequality in America. It was actually some of the fastest in modern history of wages going up without inflation. If you love and care for people, particularly working people, particularly those who, as economists, the lowest quartiles of income, go back to 2018, go back to 2019, go back to the beginning of 2020, and understand the morality of having
a revised tax code work. But here we are, and there's something coming next year we need to understand. Parts of that tax code changes expire. And the reason that is the way the tax reform had to be done because our brothers and sisters on the left were not going to help us. And you had this 1974 Budget Control Act that said, hey, you can go around the Senate 60-vote rule if it reduces spending within a certain set of rules. So it's called reconciliation. It's a little bit geeky. Even people here, we all have to sit down with the parliamentarians and work out the rules. But what that meant is there was a budget box built in 2017, and we filled into that box. But to make that box work, because it's a 10-year number, we had some things that would expire. Guess what happens next year? Whole number of those provisions begin to expire. So let's actually start to work on what's actually coming for us next year. These are the expiring tax provisions next year. And this is going to make sense in a little bit. So if you're basically, let's say right now you make $20,550 to $83,000. Today, your current income tax rate, not your Social Security, not your FICA tax, those things, your current tax rate is 12% of your income. It's going up to 15. The next bracket, it goes from 22 to 25, 24 to 28, 32 to 33. We're going back to the personal income tax rates, that were 2017 and earlier. The crazy thing is these rates actually are less progressive than the current updated tax reform. Most people don't realize when the Republicans did tax reform, we lowered rates, we broadened the base, we did all these sorts of things, but it actually was slightly more progressive than the old tax code, which our Democrat friends, it drives them insane when you mention that, so I always enjoy doing that. But this is coming. This is current law. This isn't a proposal. This isn't some sort of magic, bait and switch discussion. This is the current law. And this is going to be part of the great battle next year doing policy here. Because I'm going to show you 3 or 4 boards of what's changing in the tax code for all of us next year. And understand that math over 10 years is about 4.2 trillion. So first year it's like 380 billion, but let's just call it $400 billion because that makes the math easy for us to do in our head. So let's walk through some other things that are changing next year. Expiring 2025 tax provisions, the child tax credit. Yes, in 2017, Republicans, without a single Democrat vote, doubled. We doubled the child tax credit to $2,000. Okay? In 2026, when you get ready to pay your taxes, that provision will have expired. And instead of getting $2,000 per child, it goes back to $1,000. But here's one of the big differences when you can think about the inflation we've had since President Biden took office. If you live in the Scottsdale, Phoenix area that I represent, if you don't make more than 26% more today than you did the day Biden became president, you are poorer. Okay, so think about that, except these provisions aren't adjusted for that inflation. So right now it phases out at $400,000, you lose this child's tax credit doubling. Next year when this starts to expire, if you make over $110,000, it begins to expire, phase out on you. So just be prepared. The other thing is, current law, you get $500 deduction for a dependent. Next year, when you pay your 2026 taxes, it's gone. So understand, these are taxes on working people. And this is already the current law. This is coming at you. So let's do a little more here. Expiring 2025 tax provisions. Current status, if you are single, you get a standard deduction. So one of the ways the tax code works is the way you create sort of this progressivity is you say, hey, the first block of your income functionally has no tax. And then the rates go up as you get higher in the income back. So right now, if you're single, the first $14,600, you functionally have almost no tax. But if you're single, when the provisions expire, that number gets functionally cut in half, becomes $8,300. If you're married today, it's $29,200. This is the standard deduction. It will go back down to $16,600. So no inflation adjustments. Your taxes are going up next year. Understand, this is the law. So understand what we're starting to discuss here is, what does Congress look like next year? What does the presidency look like next year? What is the need of the economy? What's the need of the debt and deficits? This actually becomes really interesting debate at the same time you're borrowing. Now, so we're going to walk through actually in a little bit some good news on the economy, some stabilizing news in the debt and deficits. But for a lot of Americans, they're already just stressed out of their mind. Once again, 26% inflation for my community and functioning the last three and a half years. What happens in that same environment when your taxes go up? So let's walk through a little bit more here. And I know talking about tax provisions is so exciting, but when you pay them, you understand why we wanted to get this ahead of the curve and explain to our brothers and sisters in America, this is the current law. This isn't a proposal. This is the law as it is. So another 2025 expiring tax provision. Currently, 100% of first year's bonus depreciation. Now, this has been starting to phase down, but you have a small business. You buy a piece of equipment, and I've done entire presentations on this. When we talk about research and development or expensing, you buy that piece of equipment so you can be better, faster, cheaper, and become more productive. And what are the two ways you pay workers more in America? And actually, in all economics. Inflation, well, okay, I raise your salary because of inflation. That bought you what? Nothing. Productivity, you are making more stuff better, faster, cheaper. Your wages go up. That's real gain. The idea behind the depreciation on both research and development and expensing was, if I can get that business to buy a piece of equipment where they're more productive, they can pay their workers more. In the coming weeks, I'm going to come here and show that some of the tax cuts that were given to business after 2017, the vast majority of that actually went to wages. It was wage growth. And when you raise those taxes, you got to accept you will flatten out wage growth over the coming decade. But this is one of our biggest frustrations right now, because this has been phasing down 20% each year for 5 years. Okay, what's depreciation? You bought that piece of equipment. The government gets what in tax receipts? If you depreciate it over 7 years, 5 years, you get to depreciate it off your taxes, right? If you depreciate it in 1 year, you get to depreciate it off your taxes. It's a timing effect. Government still gets functionally the same taxes. The difference is when you have to do it over time, you, the business owner, had to find a way to finance that piece of equipment over those years until you got the tax benefit and you could use that tax benefit. That's one of the reasons productivity has become stale in America, is because this isn't really a tax cut. I would argue it's a timing. There's also some really interesting economic data that the expensing and the research and development expensing may have represented almost half of the economic growth after the tax reform. Think about that, because it created a productivity capital cycle.
And in a world right now where we are 7 years later after TCJA, the tax reform, where you now have AI, now you have robotics, other things, there's an argument that that productivity cycle by being able to invest in capital equipment could even be steeper, meaning your wages go up. We actually passed a short-term, couple years extension of this, got it through the House, it was even bipartisan, and it's been sitting in the Senate for months. It shows you how perverse this thing is around here, when even the things that grow the economy and grow your wages and functionally have almost no cost to tax receipts, we can't even get through here. So let's actually walk through what do these tax provisions expiring mean to the people of my community. All right, let's do some math. First one, and sorry, some of the phrasing over here is a little awkward. It should almost reverse the same. Expiring tax provisions in the from 2025. Right now, per child, when you get the tax credit per child, that's about $750 or $753. That's going away. So you remember, it's getting cut in half. So you're going to lose that. All right, let's do the next one. Expiring 2025 tax provision. What does this mean to someone that lives in my congressional district? Before we do this, I think I need to have a moment of honesty. I represent a fairly prosperous district. I represent an incredibly well-educated district. I represent Phoenix, Scottsdale, Fountain Hills, Carefree Cave Creek, Town of Paradise Valley, North Central Phoenix. If you live in my district, you probably you have a college, likely have a college degree, or you work your heart out. It's an aspirational district. So I have to accept I'm going to have higher numbers than a lot of the other districts in the Southwest. But think about this. Just the income tax provision. We're not talking about all the other credits that are expiring. Just the income tax increase for the average family, and this is typically, we model this as a family of four. Your taxes are going up $2,541. If you live in the Phoenix, Scottsdale, Congressional District 1 in Arizona, are you ready for $2,541? And the punchline even gets uglier. And that's just on the income tax portion, not the tax credit portion. Okay? So we added it up to figured out if we remove all the tax credits and everything else that are expiring in the 2025 year, here's our grand total. The average tax increase in Arizona's Congressional District 1, once again, I need to admit, mine may be almost double some districts around the United States because it's a more prosperous district, $5,921. Congratulations. This is what is coming at you next year. Top this on the 26% inflation that have been in my community. You're getting your head kicked in next year. Start thinking about that's what this election is, just in prosperity, just an opportunity, just your ability to save for your retirement. You know, someone like myself, I have young kids. Don't laugh at me. And my wife is the same age as I am. Look, we're incredibly blessed. And look, we've done okay in life. And we freak out on just trying to figure out how we set aside money for the retirement. Excuse me, my retirement, their education. This ain't going to help. And this is the current law. This is what is coming at you. Understand what's at stake. So I need you to see, here's almost $400 billion just after the expirations in new taxes coming in. Over $4.2 trillion over the 10 years. In the same time, I have a society that's getting older very fast. I have a government that's basically buying love from what the Democrats did here in the first 2 years of the Biden administration, where they're subsidizing businesses and all those things to a couple $1 trillion. And you stack that on top of each other, and you start to understand. How do we do this?
What do we have to do policy-wise so your taxes do not go up? You keep the economy growing, and you don't grow the debt anymore. You see the puzzle that I'm throwing at you? And we're going to make an argument, and I've been doing this slowly on the floor, trying to roll out this concept. If you're going to think about the tax expirations, the tax cut expirations, if you're going to think about it as binary, just saying, well, just extend them, okay? Now, that's about a $400 billion hit on projected borrowing, okay? So come over here. Do you raise corporate taxes? Because C corporations, their tax cuts are locked into the code. Well, you just slowed down the economy. How about we do some other things? Instead of making it sort of binary about the tax code, why not change government? Why not make government dramatically less expensive? We've done multiple presentations. I'm going to do more in the coming weeks on revolutions you could have by adopting technology to reduce the cost of healthcare. Joint Economic Committee, our economists on the Republican side, we're going to issue a report in the next couple of weeks, probably going to get my head kicked in. But we're going to walk through a series of things you could do to dramatically reduce the cost of health care. Be prepared to see a number. We're not done with the final vetting on it. And these are the things that are uncomfortable to talk about. But if diabetes is 33% of all healthcare spend, 31% of all Medicare spend, we have a country where our brothers and sisters are dying. This may be the 5th year in a row where prime-age males have a shorter life. Maybe the solution here is not only looking at the tax code, but changing government, adopting technology so the government is smaller, changing healthcare where healthcare becomes about making people healthy, and dramatically reducing its costs substantially by legalizing technology. And then think about the tax code in a much more productivity way. How do you design a tax code saying, do we have to do base broadening? Do we have to lower certain rates? Do we have to spread it out so you maximize economic growth? It's sort of the old Laffer curve concept, but I need you to think about it in a grand scale. So instead of this just being binary about taxes, I want you to demand that the members of Congress think about this in a fashion of what policies are you willing to do to lower the cost of government. Therefore, we have the ability to extend these tax cuts without raising the debt and deficits. That is the great puzzle that's coming. And you got to decide when you go vote how your vote is going to manage that. So let's actually talk through some things that are worrisome right now. You have these tax expirations already coming. It's the law. Remember how the Biden administration has been touting, look at this great economy. We spent all this money. We bought prosperity. They basically bought corporate America by handing out cash. Let's be honest. Well, it turns out we got the math wrong. It turns out when you look at the Bureau of Labor Statistics, we got another revision, I think it was yesterday or the day before. Turns out that real GDP growth for nowcast, so this wasn't 3%, it's now down to functioning 1.8. We are seeing a crashing back to where our expectation was a 1.8, 1.7 GDP growth. You've got to understand, when the debt grows dramatically faster than the growth of your economy, that ratio of, here's my debt to the size of my economy, that starts to spread, and it makes buying U.S. debt riskier, meaning we have to pay premium. United States is now number 14 on the credit stack, meaning there's 13 countries that have better credit. When they go sell a 10-year bond, their bonds are sold cheaper than ours. Greece today has a better credit stack than the United States. Now, part of that is governance, part of all the other things that go into how the Moody's and the S&Ps and those do. But understand, until we can also demonstrate to the bond markets, and you go, why is he talking about the bond markets? I think we borrowed like $57 billion last week. You know, there's some good news in one half. Our estimate that we would borrow $2.8 trillion this fiscal year, maybe down to $2.5. Yay! You know, that is still almost double what we were predicting a year and a half ago. And now when you see the size of the economy starting to flatten out, is anyone other than myself getting nervous? So let's dive into this. And look, I would suggest to anyone who wants to geek out with me, there's an app. Go grab your phone. Atlanta Fed has something called GDP Now. A couple others have Nowcast. They all model it differently. One looks at expected, one looks at actual data. But this is from the Atlanta Fed. I want you to notice something. Atlanta Fed was way up here at 4%. Yes, you had the White House, you had the Democrats just, hey, look what, you can actually, Keynesian economics works. You can buy prosperity by borrowing stunning amounts of money. Boom! That number's fallen off the cliff. Turns out at a certain point, the sugar high of spending, and just because I care about this, so if no one wants to hear it, there's sort of this allocation theory. And this is one of the splits between Republicans and Democrats. You every once in a while hear Democrats go, well, they believe in supply side. Understand what that means. If you give someone a tax break, the benefits of that go to where it gets the highest yield, the most productivity. If you engage in the arrogance of saying, we're really smart, we're going to choose businesses which we're going to invest in. So we're going to invest in this solar technology, even though 3 weeks later there's another breakthrough that doesn't get financed. The arrogance, oh, by the way, because we hand out checks, these people become friends of us politically. They even show up at the White House for nice cocktail parties and fundraisers. This is what the Democrats did. They had the arrogance of deciding who would get the money. On their Inflation Reduction Act, the most Orwellian named bill in modern history, to even things like the CHIPS Act. Others, it was sort of a designation of where the cash goes. Okay? Even though you wake up the next day and there's a technology breakthrough, but that allocation theory, if you had done some of those same dollars in tax reform, the money goes where it maximizes productivity, wage growth, and it becomes part of the base of the economy, where it's the new functioning cornerstone of the next generation of economic growth, the next generation economic growth. This one buys you lots of political power. This one actually buys you the morality of prosperity. And you're starting to see it. Mark my word, watch the data coming in on GDP, the size of the economy. I'm not terrified yet. I'm not that worried yet. But the fact of the matter is when you're starting to see numbers predicting now, hey, we went from a 4 to almost 1.8 in a matter of weeks, something's wrong out there. And what happens to that debt and deficit when we roll over economically? What would happen if we hit even a short-term recession? And this is one of the other great frauds around here. In my time here, I have never seen revisions in the economic data like we've been seeing this last several months. I mean, revisions where you get this great headline, everyone applauds, hey, Keynesian economics, managed economy, industrial planning, it works, you see here? And then they don't mention that 6 weeks later those numbers are being revised way down because you got your political pop already. We're actually in some of the revisions, the fourth quarter wage and salaries, we had to revise down again another $73 billion. Now, some of this is there's sampling error. There's actually some complications. This isn't a conspiracy. It's just, turns out the economy is different today than it was before the pandemic. Number of people working home, this and that, the way we sample. We have to modernize our data. Turns out, this may explain why tax receipts aren't where the size of the economy should be. At the same time, you know, we're trying to figure out why the growth of the debt and deficits when we keep being told how great the economy is. Now that it starts to roll over on us, we start to understand. Okay, just a couple other geeky things. Over the past 4 quarters, the total public debt has grown by more than twice the growth of GDP. Okay. This is a weird slide, and let me explain. Do not get it in your head that you can borrow at the rate of the growth of your economy. It doesn't work that way. If the economy grew $1, you only get about 17, 18 cents in tax receipts. And this is historic. When we've had high marginal tax rates, low marginal tax rates, the United States gets about 17, 18% of the economy. So the secret is grow the economy, grow the economy, grow the economy. So what happens when you know you're only going to get about 17, 18% of that GDP growth in tax receipts when the debt grows twice as fast as the size of the economy? When you hear the discussions of what happens when you're at 100% of debt to GDP, and understand the way the Europeans do their calculation, it's all debt. The United States, if you do our gross debt, that is the borrowing from our trust funds, which we have to pay interest on, and we have to pay it back, we're over 120% of debt to GDP. In one calculation, we're at 140% of debt to GDP. If you do just borrowing from the public, which now you're subject to the bond market being in charge of your government, we're just shy of 100% of debt to GDP. And this number tells you it's moving fast away from us. All right, a bit of trivia. Scott, you want to play? No, you can just yell from there. I know it's a break of decorum, but we'll have some fun. If I came to you and said, what's the second biggest spend in government, what is it?
The second biggest?
The second biggest spend this fiscal year.
The military.
See, Scott said the military. He's a general. Of course he's going to say that.
Healthcare, maybe.
Turns out, interest.
I thought interest was number 1.
No, Social Security. Now remember, it's unfair to use Social Security because Social Security operates on its own trust fund. So it has its own tax stream and trust fund, though that, as we saw in the Social Security Actuary Report, in about 9-10 years, the trust fund is empty. Everyone gets a 21% cut, depending on if the economy is good or maybe larger. And now interest, they have us at $1,144 billion of interest this fiscal year. My math is a little higher. I come in at just around 1.2. But defense and Medicare are moving back and forth between who gets to be number 3 and who gets to be number 4. My friend from Texas, tell me you like this number. Isn't this terrifying? Oh, absolutely.
Just making the voluntary happen. So for everybody watching at home, right? Social Security is predominantly on autopilot, mandatory.
Correct.
Accounts.
You and I don't get to vote on it.
Interest is effectively on autopilit, right? That you say you're going to need to pay.
It's
pay
an
your
obligation,
interest, right? You don't want to default. Now you put defense over here as discretionary, although there's some issues in there in terms of some social spending. But okay, call that discretionary. You've got Medicare, which is effectively mandatory.
Well, yeah, substantially
on autopilot.
Formula.
You don't have on that chart, and obviously Medicare is growing and exploding, correct?
Medicare spending, when I checked about 6 weeks ago, was already up 10% in spending this fiscal year.
Right, and going up in perpetuity.
And part of that's demographics. We
Correct.
got old.
Yeah, we've got a bubble that's going to.
Yeah.
So then, but also not on there are significant other mandatory, right? Things that we have. For example, we have veteran spending, right? We just voted on a milk on VA. We have veteran spending based on burn pits and stuff that's about a $500 or $600 billion mandatory account. We have what we do with food stamps on the Farm Bill and other things that we categorize as mandatory, which is a little bit more discretionary. But my point is, and I don't want to take the gentleman's time, I will yield back, that you're putting up there stuff we pretty much have to pay.
Yeah, and in many ways, Chip, thank you. And you know, Chip's my buddy, and in some ways he's much more elegant with language. He has the misfortune of being a lawyer, but I keep trying to explain. I'll show up at town halls and things like that, and you go, it's defense spending. And then they don't believe you, saying, no, defense is either third or fourth. And actually, defense spending is like what's in the Constitution. We have to deal with the reality. And this coming fiscal year, I calculate Social Security will be at $1.48 trillion. The shortfall just this fiscal year is about $340 billion in the Social Security tax that comes in and the spending out the door. That's why you see them every month having to cash in their special Social Security treasury bills. Let's just call it that. Now, they get paid interest. Believe it or not, about 6% of the Social Security budget is actually interest paid by the general fund. So in some ways, over here, we're borrowing money to pay back the interest of the borrowed money. So you got to see this weird washing machine that's going on. Yes, Chip?
Just one quick question. Does our revenues for this year, that's FY24, cover what's on that chart?
No.
No.
Now, it's a little more complicated than that because Social Security is on the FICA side.
Right.
Interest is general fund.
Right.
Defense, general fund.
Right.
Medicare is a little tricky because it's about, and I have a chart here I wasn't going to use, but most people think Medicare is off the FICA tax. Only about a third of it is, and that's the Medicare Part A. That's really the hospital portion. The other part comes out of some fees, and then the majority of it's right out of the general fund.
But my main point for the average viewer is that the revenues we bring in from general taxes, corporate taxes, the FICA taxes, the chart that the gentleman was just showing, does not cover, that revenue that comes in does not cover even all of what the gentleman just put forward, much less the remainder of the government, the remainder of the Department of Justice, Department of Homeland Security, the FBI.
Chip, you said this, and I actually stole it from you months ago. Every dime we as members of Congress vote on is borrowed money.
Right.
Every dime we vote on is borrowed money, and if you actually sort of work it out on the annual, it's so all defense is borrowed, all non-defense discretionary is borrowed, and about a third of Medicare is on borrowed money.
Right.
And most people they can't get their heads around the fact that you get elected, everything you vote on is borrowed money, and over here, it's autopilot. And I've been trying to make the moral argument of what's doable. I believe we could crash the price of healthcare. Right. I believe we could dramatically shrink government. We did a hearing over in the Senate with the Joint Economic Committee on AI. And we had a couple experts there saying, you do realize you could get rid of all these employees, you could do all this stuff with crowdsourcing, this and that. You could revolutionize the size and cost of this government tomorrow if we legalize the technology and use it. Now you got to deal with the army of lobbyists, the army of people from the bureaucracies who will knife us for just actually saying that.
Well, and I'm glad the gentleman said that. And again, I don't want to take up his time, although I've got time on the back end, and we're happy to bleed them together. But the point is, I would just add, because the gentleman's point, we've got to address the drivers that the gentleman comes down and talks about every week for the most part, and comes down with regularity, that get to the heart of those numbers. We look at it like some monolithic amount that we can't address, when in fact, if you drive the price of healthcare down through innovation, as the gentleman talks about, through competition, through the things that we know we could do, you could massively reduce that Medicare burden, you could massively reduce interest, and you could deal with a lot of the expenses, and then as we grow our economy, get ourselves into a good place. Would the gentleman agree?
Oh yeah, look, the running joke in our office, and this is actually one of our tests for our interns, you're going to be tested on this later, is your government, in one sentence, describe it. It's an insurance company with an army.
Correct.
And it really is. Yep. The vast majority of the money. Now, it's earned benefits. You earned it. We just don't have the money for it. And look, let me, I'm going to light myself on fire. I'm going to go out of order. And
the gentleman you yield.
Yeah, you may want to leave before doing this chart, because this chart really upsets people.
I don't know if you've talked about disability and where we've gotten the money for the increase in disability and how we're making up for that. And what the growth of that number looks like, and what the plan for the future is.
It's more complicated, and you just say, I have to do about a half-an-hour presentation to talk about, because it's more than just the disability payments that are part of Social Security, SSI.
Yeah, where do you get the money?
That's coming out of part of the FICA tax. But it's the labor force participation. When you create incentives in society not to be part of society, you lose all sorts of things. So, all right, let's do this slightly out of order. And I was going to do this slide to talk about the scale of what you and I have to deal with. What happens in a society when you functionally finance people being sick? Let's be brutal. We should do some fairly revolutionary things in the Farm Bill, because we give people money to go buy onion rings.
Right.
I would say that's immoral when obesity is almost half of healthcare costs. I have a slide that shows the Milken Institute study from a couple of years ago. It's 47% of all healthcare spent in the country. We're dying. And then we have this other issue. We're not having children. This last year, fertility rates in the United States collapsed under to 1.62, meaning France has more children than we do. You tell me how we finance things like Social Security, Medicare, and these things, which are pay-as-you-go. You know, today's taxpayers sort of paying the benefits of today's retirees. That's the way it was designed, because we always expect population stability. In 15 years, this country has more deaths than births. We're having the 5th year in a row where prime-age males are dying younger. A child born today is estimated, particularly a male child born today, is estimated to have a shorter life expectancy than you and I. There's something incredibly immoral happening, and I would say it's our own policies. We've incentivized leaving the workforce. We finance unhealthy living. We do a number of things where we've indemnified being alive, being healthy, being part of society. It's immoral what we've done under policy, and most of it is policies that have been brought to us by that side. We make the sin of continuing it. And look, here is the punchline, and this punchline is really uncomfortable, and you may all want to run away from me because I'm an idiot. I'm willing to tell the truth. The average family, you're going to get back your Social Security money, and about a $72,000 spiff for the average couple, which is a crap rate of return. And it is, most people don't realize that your Social Security payment is actually progressive. If you were at the lower end, you get a decent rate of return. If you were at the higher end, you actually get you get a substantially negative rate of return. But for every dollar you paid when you paid your FICA taxes for Medicare, we now calculate you get $5 to $6 back. This right here,
right,
and the financing cost of that is the primary driver of U.S. debt. And I've been booed. I've had someone throw something at me. I've had a woman stand on her chair, scream at me she wants every dime. That's fine. It's an earned benefit. You earned it. My argument is we need to think more like revolutionaries. Legalize the technology. Do the financing the cures, the very things where we could crash the price of healthcare and have a healthier and more moral society, maybe with family formation, maybe where young working men aren't dying younger. Maybe where obesity isn't killing off substantial portions of society. It's moral. And I need us to think much more complex, because complex problems, the terrible thing, often require complex solutions. And I don't know if this place is capable of thinking of complexity.
Would the gentleman yield?
Absolutely.
Would the gentleman agree that the fundamental obstacle to achieving what the gentleman just outlined, which has a lot of complexities in it,
but we have a plan.
We would need to go through,
we have a plan.
Go through committees, figure out the work, tough work, do it. Would the gentleman agree the primary obstacle to that is, and I'm going to use this term broadly, the buildup of, the gentleman referenced K Street and the army of lobbyists, the sort of corporatification of all things that we do, meaning healthcare is driven predominantly by whatever the massive corporations, pharmaceuticals, hospital, pharma. Not again, my life got saved by great innovation in pharmaceuticals when I had cancer.
Remember what you went through?
I'm for it, okay? But the corporatification, the corporate cronyism, the extent to which you've got these massive entities, including, by the way, those that are driving our food supply, those that are prohibiting the ability for us to have, and all the regulations prohibiting small farms and small meat packing plants, the stuff to have local produce and local foods so that you can eat healthy and have health care with a doctor locally. It's the massive corporate interests that come here lobbying for benefits, tax breaks, that, by the way, are going to be front and center among Republicans when everybody says we must go back and put back in place all of the tax benefits, which some of which are good. The gentleman was talking about them earlier. But does the gentleman agree that there's some of those are part of the problem?
Okay. This is going to be probably the first time you've ever heard this.
Uh-oh.
I don't think you're cynical enough. That's actually very funny if those of us who know Chip. We've actually created a motto in our office, money, power, vanity, but most of the time it's about the money. I would argue that Congress has become substantially a protection racket. We protect incumbent bureaucracies. We protect incumbent business models. And when someone comes to us and says, hey, I have this thing you can blow into, and boom, it will tell you have the flu and can bounce off your medical records and order your antivirals, and Lyft can drop it off in 2 hours, which that technology exists, we'll find a way to make that illegal. We'll make it so it can't be reimbursed. It's illegal for the algorithm to write a prescription, those sorts of things. There is a revolution of technology around us where we can make our life so much easier. You and your family could have more time, and we could crash the debt and deficits, and young people don't have to live poorer than their parents, because that's what the math says. This will be the first generation coming up right now that will be economically more disadvantaged to their parents. That is immoral. And we can stop it, but we have to think disruptively. And look, this is maybe I'm a little bit of a utopian on some of this stuff. The Democrats, all their taxes, you get about 1.5% of GDP when you do economic effects. I've offered some pretty brutal amendments here, which are never going to pass, on cutting spending in non-defense discretionary. I can get, if you let me have everything, I can get 1% of non-defense discretionary. Okay, 2.5%. The run rate this year, we're burning, now I think it's going to go down near the ending of the last quarter of this year, but we're burning 8-9% of GDP in borrowing. Here's my problem. If you're borrowing like 8% of GDP, and everyone's proposal here, because this is our campaign talking points, is down here, we have to revolutionize policy. And there's our problem, because there'll be an army of people in the hallways here really cranky at us because we're forcing them to compete, have a vibrant economy, bring technology and disruption and productivity to market. And it means they have to change their business models. The bureaucracies have to actually be, in many ways, replaced with technology.
So will the gentleman yield? So if you're talking about crashing the cost, to be clear, crashing the cost of health care. So you're talking about bringing down substantially, almost cataclysmically.
No, don't use the word like that.
Okay.
Just morally.
That's fine, but substantially. I'm trying to, the magnitude. Well, that money is going somewhere right now.
Yeah.
Well, where that's going, those folks want that money.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, of course. And
well,
how much of that is on borrowed money right now?
Well, it's all borrowed. It's all borrowed
money.
It's all borrowed money. So who's going to be unhappy if we do that?
Oddly enough, you will get I get this crazy thing that will come in where I will get those who have business models that are built on today's way of healthcare reimbursement, or today they need sick people to exist. And they'll come in and say, okay, I'm wearing two hats. For my business, I need to stop you, Schweikert. We're going to, it's like the fights we had here on telehealth and digital medicine, those things. They fought like crazy to stop that. And then the next sentence is they're walking out the door saying, but we want it for our family. We want the technology. We want the time. We want to be healthier. We want this. And that's actually why I'm hoping at some point the morality of what people would want for themselves and their families, they will see actually is good business, it's moral, and it's really important for the future survival of this republic.
I'll yield back to the gentleman.
Look,
but I'm not going to hold my breath.
Thank you. Yeah. Well, look, you got to keep trying. And my argument is there's a path. Madam Speaker Pro Tem, I appreciate you tolerating us, but there is a path where you can make this math work. The problem is it's going to be hard. There's going to be people who are upset because you're making them rethink how they do their business. You're going to make bureaucrats either rebuild their bureaucratic model or actually go find a job in the private sector. But we don't have a choice. We really be prepared. There is a way to save us. One of our economists has played some math games, and the theory is, depending on where interest rates are at, because functionally the bond market is getting close to running this country. Depending where interest rates are, you may have 3, 5 years, could be longer, where a movement in the bond market starts to consume all your variability. At that point, it's almost too late to do major policy. At that point, you're doing policy to pacify those who you're trying to sell your debt to. This election you just saw, you have the prosperity of your family in the tax code, but you have an opportunity to use that stressor. And Chip, this is actually where my punchline at the end was going to be. Are we nimble enough to use the stressor of the expiring tax provisions to get us to think about things we could do to change the cost of government? Because it's like the debt ceiling around here and other things. You often, without those, without a stressor around this place will not do anything. It's hard. Let's think creatively. Let's do quality math. Let's be hopeful, but let's demand that the public understand the scale of the problem and that there is hope. It's just this hope isn't perpetual. We may only have a few more years, and then the revolution, it's too late to be able to make the difference. And with that, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, I yield back.
January 9th, 2023. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Okay. Every week I come behind this microphone and I walk through the demographics and the debt and try to demonstrate that the primary driver of debt is the fact, is our demographics, our health. I've brought lots and lots of charts here over the last couple of years, sort of demonstrating sort of the death spiral the country is heading towards. When total interest this year is going to be maybe just a little shy of $1.2 trillion, making interest the second biggest expenditure in this government. So Social Security will be about $1.480 trillion, interest 1.2, and then believe it or not, defense and Medicare are fighting for who's going to be third and fourth. But I thought it would actually be more honorable to come behind this mic and say, all right, we've defined the problem over and over and over and over. I don't seem to be making much progress with my brothers and sisters being willing to accept the actual math, because our friends from the left, tax rich people more, we'll take care of the problem. And then we show them the economic papers that make it clear, You could maximize people's taxes for those over $400,000 on their income tax, their estate tax, the whole list of taxes. And when you do the economic effects, you get about 1.5% of GDP. For us on the right, we have all sorts of things we want to cut. But if it were limited to only non-defense discretionary, we come up with about 1% of GDP. Problem is, this year we're borrowing close to, I think our run rate in the last 365 days is like 8% of GDP. Long run is 6, 7, 8% over the years. Anyone see the math problem? When the left solutions and the right solutions are combined and you get 2.5%, and you're borrowing 6, 7, 8% of GDP, the size of the economy, maybe we need to have a brutally honest conversation of what's the driver of debt and the things that provide a solution that also have the chance of passing here. So here's the board that gets the most complaints to my office, so let's do it again. From today through the next 30 years, and this is in the president's math, this is in the CBO's math, this is in the outside group's math, 100% of the debt from today through the next 30 years. Interest, healthcare, and if a decade from now the decision is, hey, the Social Security Trust Fund is gone and we're not going to let people take a 21 to 25% cut and double senior poverty, and we backfill Social Security. So right here, the new number isn't 116. This is my older board. I think it's somewhere now in the 120s, $130 trillion in 30 years. But the rest of the budget is flat. It pretty much grows with the growth of the economy. It's healthcare. If you want to disrupt debt, make this society healthier, or adopt technology that makes government smaller. So let's actually sort of walk through some of these things. I brought this board again just to reemphasize what I was just saying. The new number on Social Security for this coming year is $1,480 billion. My math has actually the interest being a little bit higher, and then you see defense and Medicare. So think of that. When you think defense and Medicare are now down here, third and fourth, and Medicare, I think Medicare is spending maybe up as much as 10% so far this year. So let's see. If I came to you and said, all right, here's the stack of solutions. In previous years, I would come here with all sorts of charts, and I would show sort of my holistic, unified theory, saying, okay, you had to do things in immigration. You had to do things in fixing the tax code to maximize investment and growth. Over here, you had to legalize adoption of technology to crash the price of healthcare. Over here, you had to do things to make the society much more competitive and less oligopolies in our economy, big players. And I kept trying to show we had like 20, 21 things you had to do almost at the same time. And I felt like I was making no progress. The reality of it is we're in real trouble. A couple of weeks ago, I came here and did the demographics. And I knew everyone was right on the edge of their seats wanting to understand demographics, except demographics is your destiny. In 15 years, we model this country has more deaths than births. Understand what's going on. Yet you have your Medicare system, your Social Security, that are sort of a pay-as-you-go system. But the number of children, the number of young people, the number of future workers we're going to have in this society, we're in trouble. So you're going to have to do things like technology substitution. And what the hell does that mean? We're going to walk through some of that. So I have a stack of articles, some boards, and we're going to sort of walk through one of those pillars that we talk about. The two biggest changes I expect in society, in the economy, in the world over the next decade or two will be synthetic biology and artificial intelligence. So let's talk about just one of the things on our list of like 21 disruptions of what we could fixate on policy-wise to make government smaller, more efficient, more moral,
And maybe your retirement doesn't have to implode on you. And maybe my little kids, yes, I have young kids, have a future. Because the math says right now that child that's young today will be poorer than their parents. First generation U.S. history, the expectation, the math says, this young generation is going to be poorer. Does anyone see just the apocalyptic morality in that? So what's going on here? Why are we so terrified to tell the truth? Well, I'll tell you one of the reasons you tell the truth. You come here and you walk people through the actual math of Social Security, the actual math of Medicare, how we're going to save it, what we have to do, and you will get attack ads because, God forbid, you told the truth, and this side, particularly over there, cares much more about winning the next election than saving this country, saving your retirement, the morality of you actually receiving the earned benefits you worked for. Because the politics are so much more important. Winning the next election is so much more important than doing what's right. So let's actually sort of walk through some ideas here. First off, I'm going to do this in the next couple of weeks. There's now starting to be economic models and discussions talking about how the debt is going to make us all poor and how it's starting to do that. You know, the fact that how much of your taxes, when I've shown things here where every dime a member of Congress votes on today is on borrowed money. And so far this fiscal year, every dime of discretionary, every dime of defense, and actually like a quarter of Medicare are on borrowed money. And the fact that this year you're going to spend about $1.2 trillion of your tax receipts in interest. And remember, last fiscal, or actually over the last 12 months, I think we've had 1 or 2 months, maybe 3 months, where we actually had to borrow money to pay for our borrowed money, to pay the interest. Think about that. And the fact of the matter, now we're starting to see the economists do articles explaining we are all going to be poorer because of the financing costs now on this debt and deficits. So let's actually walk through, what would you do? If I came to you right now and said, you live in the time of miracles, we're curing diseases and we're going to cure more diseases. We don't have to live with misery. There's ways, we're on the cusp of having major disruptions in diabetes, in other diseases. We can make government more efficient and smaller. So let's actually just talk about AI tonight. Article from Stars and Stripes talking about the Pentagon being substantially unauditable. We do not know where almost $4 trillion in assets are. So there's parts of this article, parts of the other articles here, talking about things that the Pentagon buys things because they don't know if they have it in inventory. Other articles that we could actually use technology to actually crawl through government and it would be the ultimate whistleblower. And so some of us have been trying, saying, why don't we do something creative? I need you to think so. If you watch too much cable television, over here, AI is going to destroy the world. Okay, there's generative AI that crawls through and can write its code. Over here is a stack that just wants accounting data, that just is looking for assets and inventories and liabilities and those things. That's what we're talking about at this moment. How about if we did something creative? If you've just had, I think, the 8th year where the Pentagon has functionally come back as unauditable because we can't do the asset list, how about allowing an AI crawler, an AI accounting package, to go up and down those asset lists and identify what we own, what we don't own, what we think we have, what we don't think we have, what we really own? So you don't get crazy articles like this one from Stars and Stripes basically saying, this was not surprising. Pentagon again fails its audit. And $3.8 trillion in military assets, we're not sure where the hell they are. Well, we're going to offer this as an amendment in the next day or so on the National Defense Authorization Bill. We'll see if our brothers and sisters here are willing to say, hey, maybe some technology is better than building after building after building full of people looking at accounting lists and can't figure out what the hell it says. Maybe we should actually protect the American taxpayer, but also protect our national defense by knowing what we owe and what we don't own. It's a simple solution. It's also the adoption and the future of what could you do in this government if you would allow AI crawlers to go up and down inventories, assets, where there's maybe misallocation, where there's proper allocation, where there's people maybe playing games with resources. Why wouldn't you do that? You know, the Government Accounting Office can only do so much. But the crowdsourcing of the data, the constant crawling, this exists today. Let's do it. And it's just, once again, the concept of, can we use technology to make government smaller? Of course we can. And look, I got to be brutally honest. Here's an article that was talking about using AI in certain parts of healthcare. And it crashed and burned. But if you actually get into the academic article, it's an academic article, they were using ChatGPT. May I suggest you don't try to use chat as your diagnostician, okay? But it turns out I have 4 or 5 times more articles talking about when they use specific AI designed to look at cancer, to look at other things. It was remarkable. So let's actually sort of go on through the changing of government. What would happen if you've had the experience of trying to call the IRS? And you call them, and you call them, and you call them, and you sit on hold, and you sit on hold, then you get to someone, talk to someone who may not have the specialty, may not understand what you're asking. So there's been an experiment. I got to give the IRS credit on this one. It's a small experiment. They did it last tax season, this tax season. For a small portion, when you called, you were actually talking to a chat AI. But think about the experiment that they agreed to do and where this may take us. Imagine if you called the IRS and it stays on the phone with you because it picked up the phone, because it has ultimate capacity, because you're actually talking to a plain language computer that sounds every bit like a person, but stays on the phone with you, listens to you, walks you through on how to fill out your form. If you need the form, it can email it to you, it can text it to you. It can even actually walk you through other forms you might need because of what you're doing. That's morality, and it would make government less expensive. It would shrink the size of government. This is heresy, and it's brutal, but the fact of the matter is people are really, really expensive in government. And one of the ways, if you're going to start cutting budgets, yet you still want efficiency, you want the morality of accessibility for the public, start thinking about how many government agencies, because they're always marching in here complaining that they can't hire anyone anyway. Well, let's replace those slots with technology that will actually give you the answers you're actually looking for because it has the full information set in front of it. This is the moral way to do it. So let's actually sort of walk through some of this more. If I came to you right now and said, what is the most powerful thing you could do if I only gave you several months and you had to come up with some way to disrupt the cost of health care? We estimate, and we have multiple academic articles that say about 16% of all healthcare spending is people failing to stay on their pharmaceutical regime. They have hypertension. They don't take their calcium inhibitor. They have cholesterol that's clogging their arteries. They don't take their statin. They don't adhere. Well, it turns out you could do things just like this, where is it really AI, or is it just using basic technology where the pill bottle cap beeps at you and says, hey, you haven't opened me today. It's really important because this pill only costs 7 cents, but if you stroke out, it could be $1 million. Turns out, my next board base, I think there's a math problem here.
This one basically said the estimate for people not taking their prescriptions is $528 billion per year. My math was closer to $600 billion. I think my math is right, because if it's 16–17% of all healthcare spend, this is simple. It's moral. It's not really AI, but it's use of technology to crash the price of delivering healthcare. And we've had pieces of legislation in this place for years just saying, why don't we try to help drug adherence so people stay healthier? Oh, David, we can't run a bill like that. We'd have to explain it. So look, here's an article I grabbed just 2 days ago, largest ever antibiotic discovery by AI. We just discovered a whole new categories of antibiotics. Remember the panic over the previous couple of years that so many of our antibiotics were becoming inefficient, superbugs? Guess what? AI may have just discovered new ones to actually work through it. If I actually, now this isn't an Apple Watch on here, but about 3 weeks ago, Apple just got its next generation of watch approved by the FDA for monitoring your heart. It's now, the heart portion of it is a medical device. So I want you to think about the morality. We keep talking about how do we keep our brothers and sisters healthier, but yet if you're heading towards a world where, and I'm going to show some more boards in this concept, where you could have it on your wrist, the thing you're able to blow into, the thing you lick, the thing, the sort of personal medical lab you can have in your home medicine cabinet, or it's on your body. Met with some folks, a week ago, and forgive me if I mispronounce this, sepsis. So you've had surgery, and once it's, the doctors or the nurses or the medical professionals see it, it's often really, really dangerous. But using AI and a couple sensors on your body, they can see the tiny movements in temperature, the tiny changes in respiration, and know there's something going on and know there's something that has to be dealt with. How many lives, how much healthier would we be by just adopting that bit of technology? It's here already. And now we're living in the world where you could actually have a medical lab attached to you. Why don't we actually legalize some of this technology? The thing you can blow into that has an incredibly high level of accuracy, that can tell you have a virus, can bang off your phone your medical records and know you're not allergic to a certain antiviral, and could order your antivirals. You know that's substantially illegal in this country. Your ability to have that breath biopsy, that flu kazoo, is functionally illegal, but it would help crash the price of healthcare and you would be healthier. And the army of people in these hallways around here demanding, we need to subsidize more people because we don't have enough medical professionals because we're getting older. Yeah, we've been talking about that for years. Maybe we could do some substitution effects with technology and the morality of having a healthier society. And look, we're about to see a revolution in cures. One of our arguments is the most moral thing this Congress can do is not help you maintain your misery. It's one of my great angers at our Democrat colleagues. You realize they passed legislation to functionally hand $16 billion of your tax money to Big Pharma. Yes, I'm using their language, not mine. Their language. Big Pharma, we're going to give $16 billion to buy down the price of insulin. And at the same time, 75 miles from here, there's a co-op making three types of generic insulin. Go look them up, Civica RX. 3 brands or 3 types of cheaper than the subsidized price, but the Democrats' ability to basically have it both ways. Oh, Big Pharma is evil. There's some cash. Here's $16 billion. That's their idea of morality, is they're going to functionally finance your misery. Over on our side, I've been passionately trying to get this place to fixate on some of the cures. We think we're getting close to a cure for type 1. There's some miracles happening on type 2. We actually, in a week, actually this Friday, we're going to publish a report in the Joint Economic Committee that's going to get, I'm going to get crap for it. But you're going to see a top-line number that over the next 10 years, obesity will cost this country
as high as $9.1 trillion over the next 10 years. Single biggest spend in this government. And our brothers and sisters are dying. I think we're about to have the 5th year in a row where prime-age males are dying younger. Think of that. You have a country where people's life expectancy is falling. And we're going to pass a farm bill, nutrition support, and not actually think about should it be nutrition, should it be actually nutrition support, or is it calorie support? This government fights against itself. We actually give you an EBT card to go buy onion rings, and on this side, we're going to cover your health care costs when you're sick. Have we lost our, yes, we have lost our minds. But we're actually seeing all sorts of data. And I have some of the articles here. AI tool finds variant for heart disease. The AI figured out there's 17 genes to look at that will actually give us an indicator if you're going to have a certain types of heart disease. AI traces mysterious metastatic cancer to its source. This is one of the most fascinating, and I actually have almost a binder just on this one, how Google's new AI could revolutionize medicine. But if you go in there, because I know all of you are really smart and you read this crazy stuff, I mean, you've all read about the Google Fold, you know, folding a protein over certain things so it can be actually delivered and actually withstand in your body and actually start to help cure you. You live in the time of miracles. And this place here is one of the biggest barriers to those miracles coming to market. It's absolutely immoral. And we're actually, in some ways, the way we have... Look, FDA does some amazing things. But it was designed decades and decades and decades ago. Can we make sure they have the tools to understand? We have these things called supercomputers today. We have AI that can grind through data and look at article after article and population statistics and these things. There's actually lots of data right now saying we could cut the time down in half, bringing cures and miracles to market. I would argue this is our obligation. This is people's lives. Besides the fact of the morality, it's also really good economics and would be great for the borrowing. Remember, we're hovering between sort of $80,000 and $100,000 a second borrowing. Majority of that growth in that borrowing is interest and healthcare costs. Crash the price of healthcare. Incorporating AI creates cost savings. We actually had some success in this idea last week. We were able to get 2 AI amendments attached to the VA bill, just to actually start with the claims side, the bureaucracy side, to actually move some of that faster. And it was the vast majority of our brothers and sisters here, even though maybe the union didn't like it, but this is the right thing to do. It started to pass. We got actually another one passed, which actually, and this is just for the VA, but towards studying how do we streamline and mitigate the financing mechanisms to make the VA more efficient and much more nimble and actually reduce the cost. These are just inch by inch by inch. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, can I inquire on the time?
The gentleman has 4 minutes remaining.
Oh, heaven forbid. I don't know if I can actually talk any faster and still have the poor... I'm so sorry. Sometimes when I start to talk like a machine gun. Look, another piece of legislation we have is you talk to doctors' offices, you talk to surgery centers, you talk to clinics, and they will tell you half their cost is just administrative. The people having to do the back paperwork, the people in the front office. So just walk through a concept, because this actually exists today. You walk up to the counter in your surgery center or your doctor's office. You talk to a screen that has it, and it writes down. You don't actually have to fill out the little thing on the pad. You say, hi, I'm David. Can you, and here's my numbers. Here's this, here's that. And in the back office, they use technology. Not a room full of clerks doing paperwork
to fight back and forth with the insurance company. You could crash the price of a healthcare clinic in half. And we already have some companies starting to do this. Look, we have another one that actually starts to help the concept of, is telehealth? Well, why isn't it digital health? The ability to use technology to help you take care of yourself. And then article after article that we live in the time of miracles. How do I get my brothers and sisters here to help us realize if we would just change some of the incentives in this place? There's another generation of miracle drugs coming. There's actually the ability of another generation of things that cure people. And I keep trying to argue here, you want to crash the debt and deficits? You want to crash spending? Cure diseases. Make people's lives less miserable. But there will be armies of lobbyists in our hallways who these disrupt their business models. I'm going to ask our brothers and sisters here, do the right thing. Don't be afraid of the technology. The disruption is the morality, is the future, and is one of the ways, just one of the levers that we save ourselves from this crashing and crushing debt. With that, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, thank you for your patience. I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I think I heard a applause and happiness. He's only allowed to go for 13 minutes. For anyone that's paying attention, it's because we're lateness of the hour. My brothers and sisters on the Democrat side, we have to split the remaining time. That's what's about to happen. So I'm going to talk faster than normal. I apologize to those trying to take our words down. Let's see if I can make the point. I actually edited my boards down because I wanted to go through, once again, the actual mathematical facts, my intense frustration that our brothers and sisters around the country running for office are promising things that there is no mathematical way to make them work, and a complete void of an honest conversation of demographics and debt and the reality of what's going on. So let's actually race through this because I think I now have 12 minutes. For every dollar, please understand, for every dollar of tax collection, this year that your federal government takes in, we spend $1.39. Now work with me. This number, I used to come behind this microphone just a little while ago and say, we borrow 30 cents out of everything no, we borrow 39 cents. And if you remove interest, we still borrow, well, for every dollar we take in, we spend $1.21. Well, I need you to process this. Please process this. For every dollar of tax collection the United States takes in, and that's this year, in a time where the economy has actually been pretty good. GDP growth has been pretty good. Tax collections have actually been pretty good. And we spend, meaning we're functionally borrowing 39 cents for every dollar we take in. And here's the point. How many of you, as members of Congress, and if for someone's watching, if you don't see people in the room, that's the way it's supposed to be. People are supposed to be back in their offices or other place actually doing their work. And one of the reasons you do these presentations is you're probably on 1,000 televisions around this campus, and hopefully there's still some minds that are open to math. Do you see this chart? See the blue? We call that defense and non-defense. That's all I, as a member of Congress, get to vote on. It's 26, 25% of spending. Back to this board. If for every dollar of tax collection, we have to borrow an additional 39 cents on top of it. Does someone see a math problem? If what I get to vote on is 26% of the budget. It means every dime a member of Congress votes on is borrowed, and a big chunk of what we call mandatory spending. How many people are willing to tell that story, whether it be on the left or the right? Because the hallways in this place are full of people begging us for more spending. It's an investment, David. We need the money. And I've done chart after chart after chart over the last few years coming and showing when we've had very high marginal tax rates, we get about 17, 18% of the economy in taxes. When we've had very low marginal tax rates, we get about 17, 18% of the economy. Will this place start to take it seriously? You gotta adopt tax policies, regulatory policy, code policies that dramatically do growth. But understand what's the biggest change that's happened the last couple years. What is the thing that has moved these numbers so dramatically? And I'm going to play with this just a little bit. Interest. The fact of the matter is Social Security, $1,480 billion. Total interest, because remember, you got to pay the interest back to Social Security, the pension plans, all those things, and then interest to those who've bought our bonds. And remember, the vast majority of our bonds are actually bought by Americans. Interest now is the second biggest expenditure in the federal government. It's going to come in, total gross interest, maybe $1,140, 160. Then the next biggest, so the third biggest expenditure is now Medicare. And number 4 is actually defense. The thing that's in the Constitution now is number 4. And one of the points I want to make here is I was just showing you a chart that about 25% of what we get to vote on is defense and non-defense. And we're over 14% is just interest now. And understand, in about 10 years, that a little less than 1.2 trillion is going to be approaching $2 trillion a year. Tell me how many things we got to buy with that interest. When for every dollar of tax collection we take in, $1.39, so 39 cents on top of it is borrowed. That is the mathematical reality. And what is the thing? And this is the thing that I get booed at. I get people, online say, "Oh, that hurts my feelings." 100% of the debt for this country from today through the next 30 years. Go look at CBO's reports. Medicare. Sorry, I don't mean to get so agitated. Medicare and the interest, and in 9 or so years, when Social Security Trust Fund has been depleted, do we reach in the general fund and backfill it? And the insanity is you hear the debates here. We'll just tax rich people. But even documents from the left say, well, if you do every tax that's been proposed on those over $400,000 and you adjust for the economics, you get about 1.5 points of GDP. So 1.5 points of the size of the economy. For those of us who want to cut spending, add up everything we've talked about cutting, it's about 1 point of GDP. So you got a big 2.5% there. 2.5% for every policy on their side, every policy on our side. We are borrowing just a little less than 7% of the entire economy this year, and the economy's healthy. Dear heaven, what happens if there's a war? What happens if there's another pandemic? What happens if the parts of the economic clouds come and we have a recession? This is the time when things are good. We should be paying things back. And you look at the math, and look, I know some of these charts are impossible to read from a distance, and I'm trying just to make the point that when interest, because interest is our fragility, and I've said it here multiple times, you want to know who really is about to run your country? It's not the Democrats, it's not the Republicans, it's not rich people, it's not the unions, it's the bond market. Because if you're borrowing $70,000, $80,000 per second every day, and you've got to go to the market, remember this year, this fiscal year, we will bring $10 trillion to market. About 8 of that is refinancing of the bonds that roll over, and it's actually a little more than that if you look at the short end of the curve that have to roll over a lot. And then a couple trillion of new issuances. If the world, if the bond vigilantes, if those say, well, we don't want those things, we want a premium. You look at the charts, and this is actually assuming everything's wonderful. When you see the CBO projections, and they talk about debt coming into the future, this is no pandemic, no war, no recession. Yet, if you listen to these microphones, it's person after person after person after person coming up with new brilliant ideas to spend money. And many of them you love. They're moral, they're helpful, and we have no damn way to finance them. And this delusion saying, well, we'll just tax rich people. I've already shown chart after chart after chart. You confiscate all the wealth of those designated rich. You run the country for a few months. Crash every market, there's no retirement accounts, but you wipe out everything. And it's just sort of a mathematical delusion. There are ways to make this work. But are we going to legalize technology? Last week, I actually did a presentation, and I was trying to show that all these projections of, we're going to take in this much money in additional enforcement at the IRS, and we've only hit like a fraction of what was promised. Remember, we're 2 years in. Remember we originally appropriated 80, then it went down to 57. We've spent, we were supposed, according to CBO, be up around 10, 11 billion of additional tax collections coming in from rich. We've got 1. So we've hit basically 10% of the promises. And that's story after story after story. We're not coming anything close to our fantasies. Remember, the Inflation Reduction Act was going to pay for itself, and then we realized, hey, the subsidies, the planned economy, the new managed industrial policy that is America now, it's turning out to cost dramatically more than the tax collections didn't come anywhere close. We're really bad at math here. We're really good at making public policy by feelings. But just tried to say, let's have thought experiments. What would happen if the IRS used like chat and other things to answer the phone, so customer service, so the vast majority of people who call the IRS could actually have their phone answered? And I remember one person online said, well, that would lose jobs. I tried to show all that money we set aside for the IRS, it went down. Their auditors went down by 8%. We gave them billions of dollars, and it turns out we have a demographic issue. Remember, starting 1990, birth rates in the United States started to roll over, and it turns out lots of people don't want to go work for the IRS. There's ways to use technology to crash the price of healthcare, to make the environment healthier, cleaner, to move transportation, to actually do tax collections in an honest, fair, moral fashion. And this places a protection racket. It's a protection of incumbent bureaucracies, incumbent business models. The hallways are full of lobbyists right now trying to stop us from disrupting and making our brothers and sisters healthier. Look, diabetes is 33% of all U.S. healthcare. It's immoral what we allow to happen. We can make our brothers and sisters healthier. We can do amazing things for the debt and deficits. We just have to be willing to do things different. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you. The gentleman from Texas yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. And look, for Congressman Green, I mean, let's be honest. We're almost like oceans apart as a traditional Democrat, as a conservative Republican, and yet since the day I've been here, you've always been remarkably kind to me. You are one of my little girl's favorite people because you're sweet to her, And I think it's a demonstration that we may see lots of the world differently. But you know, I'm passionately trying to convince you that the morality of making people healthier is the most powerful thing we can do in income inequality and some of the afflictions that exist in our society today. So one day I'm gonna close that deal. But thank you for being so kind to my family and I. Madam Speaker Pro Tem, this one's going to be a little thick, and I apologize right now to the person who has to try to keep these words down. Last Friday, we issued the Joint Economic Report. Joint Economic Report, the Joint Economic Committee actually has a really neat history. 1956, I think it was chartered. If you actually, I'm right now finishing up the autobiography of Milton Friedman, and he talks about the number of times, they talk about the number of times he came in front of the committee and presented ideas. It's a unique committee. It's Senate, House, and you rotate the chairmanship back and forth between the Senate and the House. So this year, Heinrich in the Senate has chairmanship. I had the vice chairmanship. If we're blessed to remain in the majority and the Speaker so chooses to let me keep the chairmanship, it comes back to me. But as Republicans, we tried to do something last year and this year, and that was instead of just taking shots at the president's economic reports, the president's budget, we actually not only pointed out where they were wrong mathematically, but we also pointed out solutions. But the hardest part here is trying to get the head around this place, the thinking around this place, the intellectual calcification that is this place, and to get them to understand the baseline math and how incredibly difficult it is. And I'm going to say this 3 or 4 times as we're going through this. I know we're in the time of election year math. So like last night's debate, there were a couple moments where I had to shut the television off because I'm bouncing off the ceiling saying, that's my president. And like what he said about Social Security, if we tax rich people by like 1% or so, we're fine. I've done presentation after presentation after presentation here with 5 PhD economists showing, hey, raise the cap for everyone over $400,000, you cover about 38% of the shortfall. Mr. President, learn your math, because when you say that in front of a national audience, you steal away the seriousness of how do we have a discussion, a debate, a mechanism to actually fix a real problem, because now you have millions and millions and millions and millions of people. Well, the president said it, it must be true. You make our job so hard trying to make a calculator do its job. You know, because at some point the math is going to win, your feelings are not. So let's actually start to do some basic education of what's in the Joint Economic Report. I'm going to walk through the scale that has moved against us, some of the things in the report that we find very, very concerning, and then we're going to walk through some of our solutions. And the point we've made over and over and over and over and over is the left's tax policy. Hey, we're going to tax people over $400,000. We're going to maximize their income tax, their estate tax, their capital gains tax, all these things. You can only get about 1.5% of the GDP of the economy. For those on the conservative side, we want to cut, but if you limit your cuts to only non-defense discretionary, you can only get about 1% of GDP. Add those two together. Every tax, every cut. You got 2.5% of GDP. This year we're borrowing, what, 8, almost 9% of GDP. Does anyone see a math problem? It turns out what's great rhetoric, great campaign slogans is crap math. So let's do some real math. First off, for all my brothers and sisters who, and if you're upset, if you're watching at home and the room's empty, that's because we're on 1,000 televisions around the campus. And part of this presentation is not only to members of Congress, but it's to their staff. Because often the staff are the ones who are young, we're talking about their future, and maybe they'll help their members understand actual math. We are now at 74% of all U.S. spending, 74%,
is now on autopilot, meaning 74% is mandatory spending. So the next time you have someone from the political class saying, you know, if we just get rid of foreign aid, we'll be fine, will you point out to them you just covered maybe a week, week and a half of borrowing? You know, if you're burning through $8 to $9 billion a day, you got to understand, stop lying to the voters. Stop making crap up, because at some point, the bond market will be the ones in charge of this country. When you're borrowing $80,000 to $100,000 a second every day, when you have to bring almost $10 trillion to market this year, both in virgin and refinance, when the bond market gets cranky, it gets really expensive for us. So here's a point on this chart. 74% is in mandatory spending. You, Madam Speaker, and I don't get to vote on any of that. We've done it as a formula. Every dime a member of Congress now votes on is borrowed, and actually a sliver of Medicare. A sliver of even the mandatory now has to be borrowed money. So when you go home and we talk to our constituents, well, balance the budget. Okay, if I get rid of every dime of defense, we still have to borrow. If we get rid of every dime of non-defense discretionary, that's the State Department, that's the Park Service, that's the FBI, all those. You just get rid of all of government and no military. Well, those add up to, okay, you got 900 and 800. So 1.8, let's just make the math simple. We're going to borrow 2.3, maybe 2.5 trillion this year. So now come to me and tell me, find me the $500 billion in Medicare or other mandatory spending you want gone. So the next time you have someone say, just balance the budget. That's not how the math works. Every dime a member of Congress votes on today is borrowed, and a big sliver of mandatory spending now is on borrowed money. It's math. The math will win, but this place is unwilling to bathe in the facts. So let's actually walk through the part here, and we updated the chart. I don't know about the colors. This number actually got slightly better. I think there's a mistake in it, because it's basically calculated that there's no recessions, no wars, no pandemics, nothing else in here. But from today through the next 30 years, the CBO update from last week basically says, hey, over the 30 years, you're going to borrow about $115, $116 trillion. 100% of the borrowing over that 30 years is demographics. How many times do you hear anyone around here say that? It's healthcare, almost all Medicare, and a decade from now, when the Social Security Trust Fund is gone, do we just borrow, use general fund receipts to make up that shortfall, or will this place have the guts and a president who starts making crap up and gives us the opportunity to have a Republican, Democrat, White House, and maybe some actual econometricians and people that actually have calculators come up with a solution to actually fix it? The chart now, Social Security and Medicare run a $124 trillion deficit over the next 30 years. But the rest of the federal government has about a $9 trillion surplus, because their growth rate is actually expected to run slower than the growth of tax receipts. So how do I get people to understand here? If you want to save the republic, legalize the technology, bathe in the ways to crash the price of health care. And we've done how many presentations here saying, here's cures. Cures are moral. Here's technology. It would free you, give you more time, make you healthier. Could we legalize it? But as I've said over and over, this place has become a protection racket. And it's a protection of incumbency, not incumbent members of Congress, incumbent bureaucracies, and often people's business models. So this board's really important. You can go to CBO, look it up yourself, or I think even Brian Riedel, Manhattan Institute, is actually trying to put out an updated deck of slides to make it easy to read. So let's actually walk through a couple other things here. We actually worked through part of this on the on our Joint Economic Report, but this one is basically straight off CBO. CBO projects that net interest and mandatory program spending will exceed revenues. Really should say receipts, because revenues are something you earn, receipts are something you confiscate, but that's sort of, will exceed revenues by $1,689 billion over the next 10 years. It's simply saying, if you actually put in the mandatory programs and the interest we owe, it consumes every dollar of tax receipts. So if you come and say, David, tomorrow I need you to balance the budget, I can do it. But you got to be prepared. You have no more military, you have no more government. We're just going to do the entitlements, the earned entitlements, earned benefits, and then pay the interest back to our bondholders. That's reality. It's called math. So, what else was in both the Joint Economic Report and then also backed up by Congressional Budget Office this last week? In 9 budget years, 9 budget years, net borrowing, and we're going to talk about the difference between net borrowing and gross borrowing. Net borrowing, $50.6 trillion. Now this, when we say net, this is the stuff we have to sell to the public, to the nice family in China that takes their savings and is willing to buy a U.S. savings bond. Your retirement that goes out and buys a U.S. savings bond. We are about to continue to consume. Right now, China and the United States are basically consuming much of the world's savings, investment capital. We are just chewing it up. 9 budget years, we're over $50 trillion in publicly borrowed money. But where I think that number is a bit of a fraud is because we also take things like the money, it's in Social Security, the railroad retirement, all these others, and we also borrow that. Now, we do pay interest back, which is something that's a bit of a controversy for us on the economic side, because we'll show it as a benefit. Hey, look, we had this money, but we often don't actually show the interest we're paying back, but we owe interest. If you add in the internal borrowing, the gross borrowing in 9 budget years is $56 trillion. $56 trillion. Why isn't there a sense of panic around here? Didn't anyone bother to grab the Joint Economic Report or the CBO report? We went out of our way to write our chapters so they were readable. Yeah, it's a funky looking book. It looks like the type of thing there'll be 12 people that will read it and it will sit on a shelf with dust on it. But if you actually give a damn, learn the math. Because in there we talk about ways to help stabilize U.S. debt. But if I come to you and right now and say in 9 budget years you are crossing $50 trillion in borrowing, why wasn't everyone that came behind these microphones this week talking about this? Am I just an idiot for coming behind this mic week after week, year after year? But I get people saying, well, I'm going to save $1 million on this amendment. And you start to go, great, I'm proud of you. Thank you for doing it. You realize we borrowed more during the debate than the amendment saves, because we're not willing to talk about the actual drivers of debt. It's healthcare costs, it's our demographics, and now it's the interest we have to pay, because United States is now number 14 on the credit stack, meaning Greece can sell a 10-year bond cheaper than the United States today. I need you to process that. One of the reasons United States bond rates are so high is if you read the S&P, read the Moody's, someone actually, come on, I'm told a bunch of people here are literate. Read. In there it says, we don't trust the United States Congress's governance. We pay a risk premium because we don't look serious about our debt. Think of that. There's 13 other countries that get to sell a 10-year bond cheaper than the United States, and we're the reserve currency. Yes, but there'll be some troll on some fake internet site saying, well, if we just didn't give money to this, we'd be fine. Grow up. Just grow up. Deal with the reality. All right. I'm sorry. I've had a stunning amount of caffeine. And I'm unwilling to cut back. If someone can start a 12-step program for coffee, I'm going to be your first member, but I want to hold the meetings at a Starbucks. All right. Actually, I've been backed off Starbucks. Let's do BlackRock coffee or something else. All right. Interest in mandatory program spending will exceed revenues for fiscal year 24. Guess what fiscal year we're in right now? So this isn't some projection for the future. This is today. All discretionary spending is borrowed. I'm just trying to create another chart to make the point. Everything you think of as government is today borrowed. Oh, and in this, we actually think there's a couple problems on those total receipts. It's a little quirky. We give ourselves credit for interest received, but when we don't actually charge ourselves for the credit paid, that sort of stuff. But basically the point is, everything you think of as government is borrowed. When I would talk about that a few years ago, I would have members here saying, David, you've got to stop making up stuff. You're scaring my voters. Ta-da! It happened. It's real. All right. This chart's a little tougher, but I'm trying to point out the majority of income tax pays if you actually take every dime of income tax and you add it up this year, 36.9% of all income tax will go just to cover Medicare. And then you add in another 36.5% that's net interest. If you want to be honest, you do the gross interest, which is closer to 40%. So start to think about that. In this year, almost all the income tax is consumed by interest and Medicare. And when we go out in time, it starts being the beyond. You start having 43.1% in 9 budget years of all income tax will go to Medicare, and another 42.3 will just go to interest. And if you, once again, plug in all net interest, it's closer to 45. Meaning, in 9 years, all income tax, which is, remember, we're an income tax-based tax system here. The majority of U.S. receipts come from income tax. We can't cover our interest and Medicare. And we actually cross this threshold, I think, in like 5 years. Meaning, every dime of tax you pay will basically be just covering Medicare and covering interest. Getting older, turning 65, and your earned benefits, is that Democrat? Is it Republican? It's just demographics. And I'm going to spend some time here talking about, because we spent a lot of time in the Joint Economic Report talking about what's happened in the world. But we slowed down having children in 1990. And I'm going to actually walk through a couple things here, some of the updated reports. There's a very good chance the data is now looking like last year the entire world actually decreased in population. If any of you have your economics degree or actually read, you got to start to understand what happens to a world's growth, economic vitality, GDP growth, productivity, when the entire world may be starting to shrink population-wise. So let's walk through a few more of these. Deficit reduction from granting permanent residency to illegal immigrants with advanced STEM degrees. So we're going to start to walk through some of the things we say, well, you got to understand what's going on around us. If I come to you and say the population in the United States has just flattened out, and forgive the little post-it here, but even our own charts were wrong. Last year, the best data says the United States fell to 1.62 children fertility rate, basically meaning the United States population has flattened out. I'm going to show you one right here. Let's see if I can make this make sense. We're calculating that in 15 years, the United States will have more deaths than births. United States in 15 years will have more deaths than births. We are a dying society. We need to grow up and accept it and realize the morality. We can fix it. There is no society in the entire world that's been able to change its fertility rates. It's beyond me. Is it cultural? Is it economic? Is it technology? All I can tell you is country after country after country, they call it natalist policies. It hasn't worked. So maybe we should start to prepare for the morality of, is it moral to live in a country where you're having your 5th year in a row where primate males are dying younger? And we're going to talk about why. But be prepared. We're now looking at numbers that we were not supposed to see for a decade, and they're already here. Your society, go to Mass, go to your mall, go to this, and realize, look around, we're all gray hairs. And I accept, my wife and I, we're both 62, and I have a 2-year-old, turned 2 this week, and an 8-year-old we adopted. And it took us 10 years to do that. And yes, I have the old dad problem, but maybe once you have the hug of that child, you start to say, maybe I have a moral obligation, because the math says my children, when they enter the workforce, will be poor. The first generation in U.S. history, which will be poorer than their parents. Is that moral? Because that's what we've done. Remember the charts I was showing you before of how much we're going to borrow to maintain the benefits? Remember, in 9 budget years, in 10 years, 23% of this society will be 65 and older. Okay. It's coming. It's not a black swan. It's not going to sneak up and bite us. It's a white swan. We see it. We're just going to live in avoidance because we have people like last night, my own president, say things that were mathematically absurd instead of using the moral opportunity to basically say we need to take this seriously. Those children and this senior have the right to live in a society where they can prosper, and there's things we can do policy-wise, but we're terrified to actually think because it requires thinking. So, all right. You don't need to see that one. It's basically sort of showing the collapse of populations. So let's actually walk through solutions. We spent months with economists, many of this staff are much smarter than I am, saying, okay, we already have things like the MedPAC report that was put out a month or 2 ago that actually tells us that by 2030, so just 5-some years from now, 22% of all income tax revenues are expected to be transferred to just Medicare. It's here. I mean, if any of you act surprised a few years from now, it's your own fault. It's been being handed to us week after week by the economists who are warning us. So if I came to you tomorrow and said, all right, Schweikert, we're going to do things. We're actually going to find ways to actually deal with our population flattening out, the incredibly high interest, because in fact we're just moving back to normal interest coverage and cost. Oh, by the way, we have a population that's getting older very, very fast, and they have their earned benefits. We made a deal. You earned your benefits. You worked your 40 quarters, you get your Social Security. You worked a certain amount, you get your Medicare. It is our societal contract. How do we pay for it? And if someone says, well, we're just going to grow our way out. Okay, back to the math we already did. All the taxes about 1.5% of GDP, all of our cuts, which we should do. about 1% of GDP. The baseline is borrowing about 6 to 7% of GDP. This year, we're just a couple points above that baseline. You have a massive math gap there. Our rhetoric doesn't actually match reality. So let's actually walk through one. One of the things we've talked about is if this data is true, that the entire world last year may have had zero population growth, which is crazy to think about. Think about all the things, growing up in the 70s and 80s, you had, that book, The Population Bomb. The only thing that the author actually got right was the spelling of his own name. It was wrong. The Malthusians have been with us for centuries, and they continue to be wrong. We are Americans. God gave us incredible talents and gifts to solve problems. Why don't we think about that? I want to make an economic argument. In the 70s and 80s, the world fought for hydrocarbons. Last decade, we fought for rare earths. In the future, we're going to fight for smart people. Why don't we start to fix our policies? And President Trump, to his credit, actually last week said, if you come to the United States and gotten a university degree and you can contribute to society, maybe we should keep you. That's from President Trump. So we've actually found the economic baselines that's saying you could grow by hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars the size of the economy. Just keep the people who have talent. And my argument is talent could be a skilled carpenter or a synthetic biologist. But if you're going to grow a society at the same time, the number of children, remember, we are closing schools all over this country, except we don't like to talk about it because we don't have enough children. Maybe actually keeping those who pay taxes, grow the economy, make your life better, and maybe make you healthier. We should fix our immigration system. You lock down the border, you don't import poverty. All right, this is a non sequitur, but let's do it. The immorality of the open border, the cruelty. You're the family that your mom and dad didn't graduate high school. You basically sell your talent. You sell your willingness to work. You hang drywall. What happens when tomorrow I add 4, 5, 6, 7 million people with similar skill sets? What happened to your income? The data is showing that what the president did on the border has made poor people poorer. And then we're working on a paper right now to also show that when you add several million people with a limited housing stock, particularly the least expensive types of housing, much of the reason that inflation, that pricing went up. Border policy. You want to understand why you can't afford an apartment and you're working your heart out? Border policy, and it's economics, it's just math. Oh, David, you're not allowed to talk about that. Screw that, tell the truth. So let's walk through a few other things here. If I came to you and said, okay, David, interest and healthcare costs are the primary drivers of U.S. sovereign debt. Why don't we find the most moral approach to help our brothers and sisters who are sick? And there's an entire chapter in here that walks through math. And it has a point in here that drives people insane, but the math is good. Obesity may add to the United States $9.1 trillion of additional cost. Turns out the most powerful thing you could do to stabilize U.S. borrowing and the morality of letting people live longer, take on obesity. Is this place ready to have a conversation about changing the Farm Bill, nutrition support? Is it moral nutrition support wise to hand someone an EBT card to go buy onion rings? And then what are we going to do healthcare wise? The technology's out there. We've learned that obesity is not just about willpower. Our brains are all wired differently. That's absolutely certified now. Help our brothers and sisters. And the sidecar to that is we've known for decades 5% of our brothers and sisters who have multiple chronic conditions are over half of our healthcare spending. The data set for this 5%, majority are obese. Help them. Don't mock them. Don't shame them. Help them.
The morality of having a society, once again, when you're having your 5th year of prime age males dying younger, and we've looked at the data, it's drugs. No, turns out drugs is way up there. Just above drugs, it's actually obesity. I would argue this place is absolutely immoral because of its unwillingness to tell the truth. So, if I come to you and say the Joint Economic Report spent years putting together the data and refining the data and refining the data to demonstrate that the excess healthcare costs of obesity to this country over the next 10 years is $9.1 trillion. Why isn't this an alarm bell? I mean, we've gotten some very nice editorials. Hey, it's neat that Mr. Schweikert's willing to tell the truth about where the real driver of debt and deficits are and things we could actually fix. But the brain trust around here, well, let's raise taxes. Let's just cut things. Doesn't get you even close. Change policy. Oh, but changing policy would require thinking, and we'd have rooms full of lobbyists that don't want us to change their business models. We'll have bureaucracies that will have to think differently. Well, I'm going to show you in a couple other slides, you can replace much of the bureaucracies with AI, which is another thing we need to do. Remember, I did a whole presentation here a year ago that in the United States, 33% of all healthcare spending is diabetes, mostly type 2. 31% of Medicare. 31% of Medicare. Remember, I showed you Medicare is now the primary driver of U.S. debt along with interest. 31% of Medicare is now diabetes. If we could actually help our brothers and sisters, why don't we do it? Because we have an industry around us that needs sick people. It's about the money. It's not about solving their misery. Many of the Democrats keep offering these plans saying, well, we're going to... Okay, instead of me being a complete jerk here, over and over and over, if you look at the differences in how we approach policy, my brothers and sisters on the left, let's build more clinics so we can help people manage their misery. And our side, we keep saying, but we're seeing research, there's a cure. Move the money, cure people. Ending someone's misery is much better than helping them maintain it. It's radically different views of the morality of cures. And then when I come to you and say, if you took this number on, it would be one of the single biggest things you could do to save Medicare in its future. And end a hell of a lot of misery of our brothers and sisters who are older. So let's actually walk through actual solutions. Let's see. I want to give you, if I came to you right now, what's the single biggest thing you could do to disrupt spending, and you said, I'm going to give you 6 months to do it. I need you to do a revolution today. I need you to actually think like a utopian economist, and you can execute it. 16% of all U.S. health care is calculated to be people not taking their statin, their calcium inhibitor. Can you believe I have hypertension? Madam Speaker, can you believe I'm wound a little tie? And as long as I take my calcium inhibitor, apparently I won't stroke out. So the pill is just a few pennies. Well, it turns out we could help our brothers and sisters with a little 99-cent pill cap that beats you in the morning saying, hey, you really should take your drugs so you stay healthy. We calculate this to be almost $600 billion this year. 16% of healthcare is about $600 billion. How about just the technology of having this stupid thing beep at you in the morning and say, hey, did you check your insulin? Did you take your calcium inhibitor? Did you take your statin? Maybe the pill bottle cap that beeps at you in the morning. This stuff all exists. It's incredibly cheap. We could do it. And we have lobbyists here who oppose trying to get people healthy. It's just absurd. So let's actually walk through a couple other technology solutions. Madam Speaker, may I ask for my time?
The gentleman has 5 minutes remaining.
All right. Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the gentleman from Texas, I think I'm going to go about 10 more minutes, then it's yours.
All right. So what would happen if I came to you tomorrow and said, hey, you know that thing you can wear in your wrist? The FDA about 3 weeks ago said for your heart, it's a medical device. Apple got its watch certified as a medical device because the next generation is so good managing heart. What if there's the Dexcom or something else you can put on your arm over the counter that helps you manage your blood glucose? What if there's the thing you can blow into that says, hey, you have a virus, we're going to order your antivirals? Those technologies actually exist. And this place layer after layer after layer of bureaucratic crap to make it from being able to write you a script. My understanding is the AMA is going to oppose me in my election because I'm trying to cut the price of health care and make your life healthier and better. And unlike the Democrats who play these stupid games of, well, we're going to help people get their insulin less expensive, let's give Big Pharma $16 billion and we'll buy down the price. How about doing things to actually make it so the co-ops like Civica RX down the street that makes insulin cheaper? Why wouldn't we have promoted crashing the price instead of subsidizing Big Pharma? It's actually insane. The left wants you basically industrial policy to control you. We want markets to crash the price and make people healthier. Legalize the technology. It's moral. People have the right to take care of themselves. They have the right to be healthy. They have the right to use this technology. And this place substantially keeps it illegal. So let's do some other things. What happens if I could adopt artificial intelligence to make your life having to deal with government better, faster, cheaper, and a lot more accurate? So we're working on an experiment with the IRS. And it's still crap. There was a report that came out just a couple days ago saying, hey, only about 80% of the calls are getting answered, which is dramatically better than 4 or 5 years ago, where it was like 5% of the calls. But we have a level of AI chat, because you build a stack and it's just an expert on this. It's not Terminator, it's not a generative AI that says, I just need help on this form. How do I fill it out? If you use technology, the voice will stay on the phone with you. It will help you fill out your form. It'll even email or text you the form you need, maybe even send you the video so you know how to do it. You could crash the cost of government by adopting technology. IRS has already hired like 6,000 more people to answer the phone. What's the pension cost in that? I'm not being mean. At some point, I got to figure out how to finance these things. When technology would have been faster, better, more accurate, and you could have called it in the middle of the night. How do I well, it turns out I have gotten some of this. At least my brothers and sisters here, they've actually helped me. For the VA, for the IRS, for the Pentagon, we've actually been able to get a number of our AI amendments to do things like this. We actually got attached to the NDAA something called the Audit Act. Turns out I think we're in like our 8th year where the audits of the Pentagon has been incapable of knowing the assets. The audit of the Pentagon is a failure. They can't audit it. It's unauditable. Turns out we were able to get amendments attached saying, just use technology. Let the technology crawl through the data, every invoice, every receipt, every this, every that, and find where the hell are all the assets. We think there's $4 trillion of assets we can't identify in the Pentagon. It's absurd. And a technology package solves that. I've offered this for years. I used to go, David, we can't do that. Turns out this year, maybe I am making some progress because this got attached. We're finally going the right direction. So let's actually walk through a couple other things. AI's integration could add trillions of dollars to the global economy. There's a point out there that on the high end, if we allowed technology to make governments more efficient, society more efficient, you could add a few $1 trillion in global expansion. Remember how before I was talking about what happens if the world is flat population growth-wise? Where do you get the productivity? Remember your high school economics class. What are the 2 ways you're paid more? Inflation, well, that's crap because you basically tread water. Productivity, your salary goes up because of productivity. Help the productivity enter our country and the world. Let's have a more prosperous country. Just one or two more. How many of you hear complaints over and over and over and over and over from patients, from doctors, from hospitals, from clinics, from insurance companies? Everyone's mad at each other. Oh, they don't pay my claim. Oh, they don't do the claim right. We have a piece of legislation called Clean Claims. Just use technology to do it. We estimate for many medical clinics and doctors, we can cut their costs in half. What would happen to your price of getting health care if the doctor, the clinic, the surgery center you go to, its overall cost is half? You want to change the price of health care. Do you do it by just changing the financing? Because that's all Obamacare was. Remember, Obamacare was a financing bill. It moved from who pays here to who gets subsidized. It just moved it to these folks get subsidized, so these people get to pay. In reality, we just borrow the money now. Those are financing bills. They don't change what we pay. The technology changes what we pay. We've had multiple amendments we got put together to actually even study how we do things better, faster, cheaper, and healthier. But instead of just putting a room full of people together, it turns out AI can do the study in days and tell us how we could help our veterans have better, healthier outcomes and crash the price. We were able to get this attached. So we're starting to make some progress. And we did the same thing in other parts to create, we were able to move $1 million around to actually administer veterans benefits better, faster, cheaper, and you don't need an army of people to do it. Madam Speaker Pro Tem, in a moment I'm going to yield to the gentleman from Texas because he needed a couple of minutes to share some things. But I want to make the point. The Joint Economic Committee Republicans didn't just do the typical sniping at the Democrats or the president. We worked through the math and the scale of the actual problems ahead of us. And then we actually laid out ways we could make a better, healthier, more productive, more prosperous society. Is this body actually capable of reading a couple chapters, working with us and saying, okay, maybe we could adopt some policies that crash borrowing, grow the economy, and make everyone's lives better? Because that's our argument, that there's a path. The other dystopian part, though, is I think we only have 3 to 5 years, and then at that part, the bond market runs your country. Because everything we do will be to keep the bond market from ever getting nervous. Because we calculate this year a single basis point. 1 point of interest is 100 basis points. A single basis point is $800 million. Meaning sometimes when the clown show, the members of Congress here do dumb things, we can actually see the market stressing out. And sometimes just because someone here says something outrageous, the next day it costs you a few $billion in additional interest. Because remember, we're still borrowing $80,000 to $100,000 a second every day. And do those of us who are baby boomers, do I have a moral obligation to keep your retirement solid, but also not destroy the future of the younger generation? We can do it. You're just going to have to sort of realize the solution's complex, and there's a way to get there. And Madam Speaker Pro Tem, I'd like to yield whatever remaining time there is to the gentleman from Texas. Happy to share. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, we're going to try to do something a little tricky this evening. You're going to see the continuing theme of, hey, here's where we're borrowing, here's where the borrowing's coming from. And then I'm going to hit on some of the things that what's the nice way? Drive me almost insane on the questions I get here, the things I get on this stupid thing. And I've come to this conclusion
We live in a world where the propaganda, the fake information, the distortion fields around us actually do not want America to succeed. And that's a pretty dark thing to say, but let's actually walk through my theory. And look, I'm going to make the point. On some of these presentations, I've been blessed. You go on YouTube, and I had one a couple months ago. I think there's like 1.3 million views. Go look at the comments section. I'll argue about half those comments are bots. They're fake. When you see things like, well, if you just didn't give any money to Israel, we could balance the budget, you start to realize that there's a world out there that takes advantage of our open society, that comes at us with things that are lies, and the poor person out there who's just trying to take care of their family, on occasion grabs their phone, tries to read little bits of news, maybe reads a comment or two, and they don't realize the information coming at them is absolute crap. And then the other problem here, I'm going to show here, when I have my own president get behind a microphone, look at the American people, and say things that are absolutely not true. And then an idiot like myself tries to come up and say, I have a path. There's a path. If I can get my brothers and sisters on the left to work with us on the right, there's a path to save this country. But it's really hard when the State of the Union goes in that podium right there and says things that are absolutely not true. Does that mean they're also a deliverer of fake information? Because math is hard. Math is uncomfortable. Telling the truth is hard. Maybe this place has lied for so many decades that the public says, look, we're just going to believe whatever is comfortable. So let's actually walk through first a little bit of reality here. I like to start with this chart because it sort of lays out where we're at today. Do you see the red? 74% of the spending is in that red area. 74% of the spending in this place is on autopilot. We don't get to vote on it. Do you see the blue? That's what I get to vote on. That's defense and non-defense discretionary. I get to vote on that. Every dime of it is borrowed. Every dime a member of Congress votes on is borrowed money. And guess what? We're in so much trouble because interest now, if you actually do, I have net interest on this, which I think is unfair because there's this thing called net. That's the publicly borrowed. That's where the Treasury sells bonds. I think this week we're selling $111 billion. Maybe it's 112 or 13 billion dollars in 3 different auctions this week, just to finance our insatiable spending. Because remember, and this is one of the things I find even at home is uncomfortable, 100% of the borrowing from today through the next 30 years, according to CBO, is interest, Medicare, and if a decade from now we backfill Social Security. It's demographics. And yet, how do you make policy? And there's ways to fix it with policy. When the leader of the free world looks into a camera and says things that are just insane when it comes to being on a calculator. So take a look one more time. Non-defense discretionary, defense, all that's borrowed, and a wedge. I should do a chart that shows you how much is borrowed money, because if we borrow 2.1, 2.3, I originally thought we might be at $2.5 trillion borrowing this year. And some of the tax receipts are a little bit better. Some of the spiking growth that we had in the first part of the fiscal year on healthcare costs have flattened ever so slightly. So we're probably going to end up around borrowing $2.3 trillion this year. What that means is even part of the mandatory spending, Medicare. Because remember, Medicare isn't all on the trust fund. The trust fund only covers 38, 40%. The rest comes out of the general fund. So once again, look at this chart and understand your government functionally is an insurance company with an army. And that's meant to be sarcastic, but it's meant to sink in. So let's actually walk through. I'm going to walk through a couple of these just to sort of lay out where we're actually at. CBO predicts by 2054, so 30 years from now,
Budget deficits are entirely driven by Social Security and Medicare shortfalls. But we're not allowed to say that, are we? Does anyone remember the State of the Union? You know, there was a handful of Democrats and Republicans who'd been quietly working for a year trying to put together a plan to save Social Security in the long run. And the president gets there and goes, well, promise me you won't talk about Social Security or Medicare. And people look terrified and go, okay, yes, good campaign issue, because they care more about winning the next election than protecting seniors. It's the great lie around here. You know, you talk about it saying, I want to find a way to modernize and save, and you'll get the crap kicked out of you. You also told the truth. But you got to look at the data, the charts. And remember, the SSA, the Social Security Administration's actuary numbers are actually substantially more optimistic than Social Security or than Congressional Budget Office. So we're going to use the more optimistic numbers. But when you start to realize when the outlays are in over the next 30 years, you're starting to hit 17% of the entire economy. And revenues don't come anywhere close to that. And there's your crisis. But we can just pretend because getting through the next election is more important. And look, you've all seen this chart over and over and over and over and over and over and over. That interest continues to grow, and we think actually the interest calculation, this is important, let's do this right now. The hierarchy right now today, Social Security will this year $1.48 trillion. Total gross interest, because you remember, we just like a couple days ago, I think we sent $36 billion to Social Security because we had borrowed the money, Treasury had borrowed the money from the trust fund. We pay it back interest. Total interest in the United States will approach $1.2 trillion this year. And then you have Medicare, and then you have defense. Defense is functionally sitting as number 4. How do you have a society that runs around thinking, well, if we just cut some defense? Well, I showed you the chart before. You can get rid of every dime of defense. Every dime of non-defense discretionary. That's the Park Service, that's the FBI, that's the Foreign Service, that's us. You get rid of everything. You still have to borrow money. And you look at the charts over and over, and when we've had high marginal tax rates, we get about 18% of GDP in taxes. When we've had low marginal tax rates, we get about 18% of GDP. You have a long history, and I've done floor presentation after floor presentation that, you know, in this, when you go to lower the rates, you grew the economy, you got about the same percentage GDP. When you raise the tax rates, the economy shrunk a bit or slowed down, and you got the same percentage GDP. The idea is grow the economy as much as possible and then cut spending everywhere you can. And I have some charts, and I don't know if I should do them again, where actually maybe I'll just jump to them in a moment, where you lay out almost every tax hike that are the dreams of the left. Let's tax rich people for over $400,000. Let's do this tax and that tax. And I've come here with the academic papers and showed you when you maximize all those tax rates and, you know, capital gains, income tax, estate tax, you just do it all. You get about 1.5% of GDP. Okay? For us on a cut side, it's brutal, but I can come up with almost $300 billion in non-defense discretionary. But that's 1% of GDP. So, hey, together we came up with 2.5%. You know, we're borrowing 6-7% of the entire economy, and we've used up everything. I mean, understand what's going on here. So just another chart that basically gives you a sense. Rising Social Security and Medicare shortfalls driven entirely or nearly the entire 2019 to 2034 deficit hikes. That means in the 10-year window, almost all the growth of the debt and deficit during that time period. Interest, Medicare, and then at the end of the decade, Social Security Trust Fund's gone. Because right now, you'll get a Democrat saying, well, Social Security doesn't add anything to the deficit. They're absolutely correct. Until the trust fund's gone. And there's the part that enraged me the other night. So if any of you were able to try to watch the presidential debate the other night, my phone lit up at one point by a bunch of reporters who wanted to double check a number. The president basically said this, he was asked about Social Security. I begin to make the wealthy, I begin, and this is his actual quote, so it's disjointed, but this is what he said. I begin to make the wealthy begin to pay their fair share by increasing from 1% beyond to be able to guarantee the program for life. He's talking about Social Security, so 1%. Then he went on to say, well, that 1% will be enough to keep it solvent. Okay, so the left's definition of wealthy is over $400,000 income, right? The president just told the American people 1%. I'll fix Social Security by taxing them 1%. Okay, we got a math problem. And the problem here is the blue you see here, that's not 1%. I had to make it 2% because the 1% was so small we figured you couldn't even see it. So I doubled what the president said. This is the shortfall. Half of this is what the president told you it would work. So I'm enraged by all the fake crap that comes into my phone, my office, our phones, our publications, all the things that you see on Twitter, or X, or whatever we're supposed to call it today, that are just made up by bots, particularly in foreigners. What happens now when my own president does it? How do I show up here? How do I get my brothers and sisters here to actually make policy? How do you make policy when the leader of the free world says things that are mathematically just insane? And the immorality here, functioning 9.5 years. We double senior poverty in America. If we don't fix this, we double senior poverty. But the Democrats will weaponize it because they care more about winning the next election. And we have a president who could have just looked in the camera and said, look, we haven't had the number of children, therefore the number of workers, started to rollovers in 1990. It's just math. It's not Republican, Democrat. Demographics are what we are. Last year, the United States had 1.62 children fertility rate, meaning functionally in now our math is about 15 years, the United States will have more deaths than births. And I say that over and over, trying to get people to think. If your brain is trapped somewhere in the 1990s policy sets, none of that math is real anymore. It hasn't been real in 30 years. But this place is absolutely immoral. So I brought charts here over and over and over. So the Democrat solution was saying, instead of the president's 1% proposal, if you do the, what is it, the 14 point whatever percent, 14.4 or 12.4, total Social Security tax, not the Medicare, not the unemployment, those things. And you put it on all income over $400,000. I've shown a number of charts. If you use the CBO math, it covers about 38% of the shortfall. That's using over 12 points, both the employer and the employee's portion. And I have a president who looks into the camera and says, 1%. Now to come together at a town hall or a meeting here and say, hey guys, let's have an honest conversation because every day we wait, the on-ramp is harder to save Social Security. Oh, David, the president already told us 1% on rich people. I can show you the 12.4. You're covering only about 38%. Why is this place so absolutely immoral? Do they really care that much more about winning the next election? And then when we started to dive in this, so after the president said that, I started to dig through the stories other people had sent me. So I had this woman text me, weeks ago, did you know that the money in Ukraine, that the First Lady of Ukraine bought almost $1 million Bugatti, or however the hell you pronounce it, car. Well, BBC did a very long article about how much is absolutely fake coming into the U.S. marketplace of ideas. And there's bot farms, there's troll farms. There was they created fake photos, which turns out that's what actually helped BBC identify, hey, this is all fake stuff. How do you make policy in a world where we're awash in things coming in from our enemies, from the countries that want us at our throats, at each other, make it impossible to do basic policy to save the republic, and then my own president is making crap up? Look, the disinformation, article after article of the stuff that's coming crashing in, the things I have that come into my office about Israel that are coming in from bot farms. We have article after article that Microsoft did an analysis of how much was coming in from Chinese bot farms, Chinese servers. We actually have how much the bots, apparently we just had a major disruption of stopping 968 Twitter accounts that were pumping in completely fake, and they were all coming from a bot farm in Russia. And this happened this week. State Department just identified that bot farm and got it shut down. Now even better, to my Democrat colleagues, we've actually now had a couple stories come out that even have some really fun stuff. It turns out a number of the Democrat activists are actually setting up fake newspapers. Now, it wasn't bad enough. One of these articles in there actually has a section talking about that in American sort of small-town newspapers, as many as half, process this, as many as half are actually fake. My wife pointed out to me that there was a newspaper from southern Kansas, where she grew up, that went out of business decades ago, that somehow popped up in her news feed, and it had this crazy stuff in it. Turns out that was on the list of the ones that have been sort of spoofed. A spoof URL looks like from Russia. So think about that. In America, about half the small-town online newspapers you see are actually fake. How many of our constituents know that? And it looks like the Democrats actually have decided, hey, this is a great business model. Let's make up fake newspapers online, have it laced with left-wing propaganda, and we'll do it under a newspaper masthead. Great. How is this not a violation? But once again, the left proves they're a hell of a lot smarter than we are when it comes to being mercenary on campaigns. They figured out a way to get around the campaign finance laws, spend money, but it's free speech. It's fake, but it's free speech. And then idiots like me get here and try to walk through the math. Look, this is the MedPAC report. It's not that hard to read. When you have quotes in here that in 2022, 13% of all personal and corporate income taxes collected by the federal government were transferred to Social Security, or excuse me, the Medicare Trust Fund. By 2030, so that's how many years? What, 5 budget years? 4 budget years? 22% of all tax receipts from corporate and individual income tax, 22% will just go to Medicare. Functioning in a decade, you've gone from 13 to 22 of all tax receipts. It's demographics. Why isn't this what we talk about around this place, how we're going to save these programs? Oh, you can't do that because you're going to have a president who's going to knife you by saying crazy things. The Joint Economic Report we published a couple weeks ago, we tried to provide brutally honest math, brutal detail, with actual solutions. Will anyone actually read it? So back to, you don't need to see it. This one my staff was particularly fond of. It turns out that one of the new spoofings out there that are coming into young people's phones is celebrities with quotes that the celebrities have never said. Are you all ready for this election cycle where you have AI memes looking like a member of Congress, looking like a president, looking like a senator, looking like someone's celebrity, saying things that are completely fake? Now come here and try to do difficult policy where you're going to have to take on some bureaucracies, take on certain business models, adopt technology to crash the price of health care. Are you going to get hit by an army of bots, an army of fake videos, an army of fake postings saying, they can't do that? Because some group has figured out that winning the election or stopping us from saving the country from its debt spiral. I'm trying to explain, it's bad enough having to take on the bureaucracy. It's bad enough having to take on the calcified intellect of particularly some of my friends here who say, we could just fix everything by taxing people more. What happens when our voters have to face millions of absolutely fake information coming crashing at them? I can't wait to see the bots and the comments they put in the video below this posting. So take a look here. Not touching Social Security means large benefit cuts. When you start to actually take a look, and I think we did this before, and remember, the number goes up and down depending on employment, but we were working on one the other day from last year's CBO number that basically showed the average couple would take about a $17,400 cut in their Social Security a decade from now when the trust fund's gone. This is immoral. Shouldn't it be actually a place where we actually work on these things? And then you actually start to actually look at the lies, the misinformation that our brothers and sisters on the left keep saying. Oh, when we did tax reform, it was a gift to the rich. Okay, you got a math problem. The higher income, the top 20% today pay 69% of all income taxes. It is more progressive today than the tax code has ever been. The wealthy pay a higher percentage of federal income taxes today than ever before. And the lower quartiles today pay the lowest federal income tax rates in U.S. history. Well, since income taxes, 16th Amendment. How often do you hear this? But that doesn't fit the narrative. And then you have the jerks actually say things like this. Well, you guys had, 1.7 trillion spending. Yes, we got $900 billion more revenue than expected, but that was horrible. Hey, we're going to spend about $2 trillion in grants and gifts and those things to big business because if they do clean energy stuff. It's like they don't look themselves in the mirror. And once again, I've done entire presentations here going through every left-wing tax idea, trying to add it up, and even when you don't do economic effects, if you do economic effects, these numbers, and then try to say, hey, you guys are only getting about 1.5 points or so of GDP out of these numbers. You're not getting anywhere close. You've got to do it through policy. And then the fragility that no one was prepared, well, some of us were prepared for, is interest rates. How many of you think interest rates are going back down? Particularly on the long end of the curve. Yeah, remember, what the Federal Reserve does is on the short end of the curve, meaning shorter term bonds. When you start to look at 10-year debt and up, some of the best bond traders and economists right now are saying, it's not going down. You might get a little bit of tick. United States is now number 14 on the credit stack, meaning Greece today can sell a 10-year bond cheaper than we can. And you read the notes on the S&Ps and the Moody's, it's not only, and we have one of the healthiest economies in the industrialized world, But one of the things that's going on is they don't trust us. Will our governance be disciplined enough to actually take on the spending and the debt? And the fact of the matter is, we're paying a premium now. United States now pays a premium on our debt. Remember, this week I told you, I think we're borrowing there's 3 auctions this week, about $111 billion. And we're going to pay a premium on that debt because sometimes this place doesn't look like we're serious about taking the debt on and managing our fiscal affairs. And it's serious when you keep looking at the issuance. First off, we're having great difficulty selling long-term bonds. Do you remember a few months ago we had sort of a bond tantrum? Why do you think Treasury moved things down to sell short-term, short-term, short-term? Because a lot of investors out there don't even trust this government enough to say, I'm going to buy a 30-year U.S. savings bond and I'm going to be safe. And once again, even a 100% tax rate on small businesses and upper-income families could not come close to balancing the long-term budget in this country. Stop thinking you're going to do it with tax hikes, or even for those of us who want to cut the size of government. You need to have revolutionized the cost of this government. Stop being afraid of technology. Stop being afraid of the things where we could change the cost of this government because it might affect your business model. And look, I was going to try to put 1 or 2 last happy talk until I realized one of the slides I wanted to show you was once again another concept of why the Democrats' Inflation Reduction Act is the most Orwellian named piece of legislation in modern history. They're very proud that saying, we're subsidizing, electric cars. My wife has an electric car. She loves it. But the data basically said, when they passed that, I came here to the floor and showed, hey, here's the survey data. Almost everyone that's going to buy an electric car is buying them with the subsidy, without the subsidy. It's a lifestyle, it's a personal, it's almost a status symbol. But let's give away billions and billions of dollars. So now you actually have breakthroughs. Could you imagine if just a fraction of that resource had gone more into primary research? Looks like there's been a breakthrough on solar cells, an additional 25.7% efficiency. Yay! Except the problem is it was developed in China. So the very people who preach at us, let's subsidize all this stuff, but let's subsidize last generation's, or maybe even the generation before that's technology. You want me to put solar panels in my house? You want us to drive electric cars? You want this? Make it so economically sensible. Make it so affordable that it is the disruption. Why did you stop going to Blockbuster Video? Because you had this button you could hit at home and streaming videos right to your home. Was that subsidized by the government? The fact of the matter is there's technology disruptions. Why didn't we fixate on that? Well, it turns out maybe the disruptions don't write checks to your campaign. The Democrats' planned economy, the control of the marketplace, the arrogance of somehow they think that they know what the future looks like, instead of building a tax system or regulatory system that's competitive, it's disruptive, some are winning, some are losing. That's the way the American economy is supposed to work. And in many ways, we have now built a society of oligopolies. Thank you, Dodd-Frank. Thank you, Democrat policies. You've made the big bigger, you've made the big really powerful, and you've made the really big and powerful now your constituency. And it turns out now Republicans, if you actually look at who votes for us, it's entrepreneurs, it's working people, and it's those who are being crushed by those they have to compete with, who now get subsidies by their political allies. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announcement, policy January 9, 2023, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
Mr. Speaker, and to my friend from Missouri, thank you. Actually, sometimes I come behind these microphones, and often what I want to share, what I need to share, it's my therapy, is a bit dour. And it's sometimes fun to listen to someone that actually has happy and joyous. All right, now that the uplifting portion of this program is over, let's get to the facts. Mr. Speaker, or now Madam Speaker Pro Tem, you see the number, 35 trillion. Guess when we hit it? We should be very, very excited and proud of ourselves. We did something that so many economists said we would never get to this quick. My math says this coming Friday, 3 p.m., the United States gross debt will cross over 35 trillion. Now understand, that's not the way Europeans calculate our debt, which they calculate our debt dramatically higher because of our obligated unfunded liabilities. But you're going to watch the Treasury Friday about 3 p.m. post up a number, $35 trillion. We did it. Congratulations. And how many people have you heard come find the microphone today or this week understanding, wanting to talk about that? What we've gotten is people coming behind the microphone and not telling the truth. We all want to protect Social Security. The way you protect Social Security is you know the math and how it actually works. We're on track in a decade to double senior poverty. But God forbid any of us tell the truth about math. Because the truth gets you unelected and a bunch of really angry ads at home. So this place runs around and avoids telling the truth. So let's walk through another little factoid. My math basically says this year, 45.68% of all the income tax collections, receipts, your government takes in just cover the cost of interest. I'd been coming behind the microphone and saying, hey, interest in 2024, this fiscal year, would be somewhere around a little less than 1.2 trillion. I apparently have that wrong. It's probably going to come in about $1,140 to $60 billion. Either way, I'm off a fraction. But 45.68% of every dime we're collecting in your income tax now just pays interest. And I've tried to say over and over and over at home and other places, and you get people to just stare at you and go, huh? Who really runs this government? Seriously, it's an honest question. I need you to think like adults. Maybe those who actually went to a finance class. Who actually now runs this government? I'm going to argue the debt markets, the bond markets from around the world. If you have to bring almost $10 trillion to market this fiscal year, $2.25 trillion virgin new issues because we're borrowing, that's like $75,000 to $80,000 a second right now, and the economy is good. The actual baseline data on GDP is good, and you're still burning almost $80,000 a second in borrowing. What happens the second you have a U.S. debt auction that's undersubscribed or there's not enough people there? What happens to U.S. interest rates? How much of the world goes into depression? But we're going to talk about that. Oh, God, no, because that would require math. That would require being serious. You know, we passed a bill here earlier today. I voted no on it. And look, they worked hard on it. They lowered the top line spending. But you got to deal with a really uncomfortable discussion. Every dime a member of Congress votes on is borrowed. Okay, let's process that. Every dime a member of Congress votes on is borrowed, and depending on some of the projections, about a quarter of Medicare. Social Security has its own trust fund. It runs out in like 9-10 years,
and then we got to figure out what's going to happen there, and we can continue to get Democrats coming behind the microphone and lying about it, which makes it almost impossible to actually lay out the math and try to fix it. And remember, raising the cap, doing the Democrats' plan of $400,000 up and just raising the cap only covers about 38% of the shortfall. You had the president in that debate last month saying, if we just tax rich people 1% more, and I have a chart in here that will show it's a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of the shortfall. Remember, if you take $400,000 and up, the Democrats' definition of rich, and you tax them at 12.4%, you only cover 38% of the shortfall. So 1%, and this is the nature of our discussion. When every dime a member of Congress votes on is borrowed, is it moral to borrow money here to send it to entities around the country, even though their programs, many of them I love, I think they're the right thing. I just think the way we finance it isn't. Is it right to send them cash to that city, to that state, to that county, and they have their own taxing authority? They may have more cash in the bank than we do as a percentage. Do you borrow money? Because that's what we're doing today. We're borrowing money, and the crazy thing, when you do the adjustment for the ability for interest to be tax exempt from municipal debt, we have municipalities in this country that have a better credit rating, have a better credit rating than the United States. Remember, Greece can sell a 10-year bond cheaper than the United States today. We are number 14 on the credit stack, meaning there's 13 other countries that can sell a 10-year bond cheaper than the United States. And if you read the instruments, if you read the Moody's, the S&Ps, their documents and their reps and warrants and their analysis on U.S. debt, they don't trust this place. They do not believe Congress, particularly because it's our job. We're supposed to be the adults in the room. We make policy. The White House carries it out. Remember that little thing, the Constitution? Maybe someone tried reading it. And they don't trust us. They don't, and they have no reason to trust us. How much discussion have you heard, anyone that's been listening to these microphones this week? Heard people like me, which maybe I'm just an idiot for actually giving a damn. Get behind these microphones and actually walk through the math and explain there's a way we keep our promises. There's a way we meet our obligation for the earned benefits. There's a way to make this work. You don't have a lot more time to keep screwing around, but if you do it in the next 3-4 years, this is another American century. I have my 8-year-old sitting over here. I also have a 2-year-old. My wife's exactly my age. Yes, I'm pathologically optimistic. The math says her generation will be the first generation to live poorer than her parents. Great morality, guys. Very proud of us. And anyone that listens to my diatribes here, thank you. I think this is almost like my therapy session, because I get angry all week long listening to absurdity and people saying things that mathematically have no basis in fact. 100% of the debt, and this makes everyone angry, and it's factual. 100% of the U.S. debt from today through the next 30 years is demographics. Huh? What's demographics? And this is your country's leadership. It's demographics. We got old as a society and we didn't set aside the resources to keep our promises. And since 1990, U.S. fertility has been falling. I won't use the word collapsing. But last year, we estimate 2023, 1.63%, maybe 1.62% fertility, meaning the United States now has fewer children than much of Europe. Now tell me how I build a pay-as-you-go system to keep our promises to those who paid into Social Security, those who paid into Medicare. And remember, the Medicare taxes you pay only cover about 38-40%. And there is, okay, Oh, what the hell? Why not we do this right now? Social Security does not add to the U.S. debt, technically. But the paying back the money that was borrowed from the Social Security Trust Fund does. So there's some $3 trillion some dollars that have been borrowed out. And for the last few years, every month, there's not enough tax collections coming in on the FICA tax at 12.4% to make the payments to Social Security recipients. So every month, I want you just to visualize this. Social Security says, hey, Treasury, I'm holding a bunch of your bonds. You owe us some money. And they cash them in, and Treasury goes and borrows money and pays interest for that borrowed money. So Social Security doesn't create the debt, but Treasury does, because Treasury has to go out and borrow money to pay back the money they've taken out of the Social Security Trust Fund. And if you add it all up, plus interest, and forgive me, I'm partially doing this off the top of my head, I calculate maybe $6 trillion. Three plus in principal, and then over the time the interest paid back is probably another $3. How many times have you had anyone just try to be honest about it? It's not Republican math, it's not Democrat math, it's just math to be avoided because we're terrified of our voters to tell them the truth because we've lied to them for so long. How many times have you had a Democrat go around here saying, if we just tax rich people more? I've done entire presentations here, and for those on the Republican side, if we just cut discretionary spending, well, damn it, I can come up with about $300 billion in discretionary can be cut down. They'll be screaming, but that's still 1% of GDP. And for the Democrats, every tax hike they genuinely propose that could be executed when you adjust it for its economic effects would be about 1.5% of GDP. So you got 1.5 there on tax hikes. You got 1% in cuts over here. Hey, it's a big 2.5%, right? Right? 2.5%. We're borrowing 7% of the entire economy this year. Great job, guys. And I guess part of my anger is I love some of the people I work with here. They're smart, they care, but they run away from me when they see me coming because I want to talk about this stuff. This chart is the pie chart of America's spending. Do you see this number? 74% is in the red. The red doesn't get a vote from a member of Congress. That is on autopilot. It's called mandatory. It's earned benefits. Some of the benefits you get because you're part of a certain tribal group or you fall below a certain income, but this is earned. You see the blue? It's defense and non-defense. Every dime in defense is borrowed. Every dime of what we call non-defense discretionary is borrowed. And a wedge of this over here is borrowed. And when you see over here when we say net interest, I've tried to explain the net difference between net interest and gross interest. Net interest this year will be $892 billion. That's interest we pay to people out in the world. Your pension fund, a nice family on the other side of the world, the union retirement fund over here, they buy U.S. debt. The other debt is we owe to the trust funds. We've borrowed the money from the trust funds, but we still have to pay it back. We still have to pay it interest. So it's one of the great cons we do in our budgeting here. Is, well, its gross interest is only $890 billion, Schweikert. Why do you keep going around saying $1.2 trillion? Interest, just this year. It's because that other chunk of interest, we got to pay. And we're going to have to pay back the principal, just as I just did the explanation on how Social Security works. So once again, if you're a member of Congress and you're doing a town hall or putting out something and you're not showing this chart, you're not helping our brothers and sisters across the country understand how serious this election is, how serious putting people in office that stop pandering to your need for a dopamine hit in your brain, but maybe own a calculator. Once again, I can make this math work, but you don't pretend we can tax rich people. We can just cut our way there. You may have to do a bit of both of those, but it's policy. I've done presentation after presentation after presentation on how you could crash healthcare, how you could adopt artificial intelligence to reduce the size of this government dramatically and still have better customer service. How the mechanics of talent-based immigration could actually grow the economy, but shutting down the border, stopping importing competition to our working poor, making our working poor poorer. But you got to think like an economist, and the idiot, the folks here want to talk down to you, talk to you like you're a child, and say, well, if we just did this, we'd be fine. It doesn't work that way. We are now so upside down debt-wise that unless you do something it's holistic with lots of moving parts, none of the math works. And we're uncomfortable telling that truth. So let's actually walk through a board I don't think I've ever shown before. Fiscal year 2024, here's sort of where we're at to date. We've taken in $3,755 billion. Do you see the red here? Okay, the red is the individual income tax. Your country is an income tax-based economic system, where other countries may rely more on a value-added tax, which is a really regressive tax, crushes particularly the middle class. The blue over here, when you start to look at that, this is functionally, we call it social insurance and retirement programs. It's Social Security. Well, that's actually going out the door immediately, and we have to borrow some to cover it. The blue over here, well, that's actually corporate income taxes. Remember, the United States, back in about the late 80s, early 90s, we changed much of our corporate tax structure when we started having pass-throughs. Do you remember LLCs, subchapter S's, partnerships, those things? So much of what is corporate activity in the United States flows through to that individual tax line. So when you get the brain trust here, it says, we're just going to raise corporate taxes. Great. Okay. And that's going to solve something? Remember, and we're trying to vet the paper I got the math from. But we have a paper from about a year and a half ago that said in the 2017 tax reform we did, 67% of the corporate tax rate reduction went to wages. So when you have someone from the left who runs around here saying, we're going to raise corporate taxes, ta-da, what they're doing is basically screwing over the working men and women of the country. That's how it works. When your wages go up, the old saying used to be it's inflation. Well, that doesn't get you anything. Or it's productivity. Because you built a tax code that said we can afford to buy the next better piece of equipment. We can build better processes. We can build better supply chains. We're becoming more productive, and you as a worker get part of that. But part of that productivity also is a tax system that maximizes economic vitality. Economic growth is moral. If you want to have fewer poor people in your society, if you want to close income inequality, you do it not through transfer payments. We have data over data over data. That many of the transfer payments at the end of the decade make people poorer because you disassociate them, their lives from being part of the society, part of work. So the secret is have an economy that grows, that needs them. It's getting economics right is moral. But this is the reality. When you get people, when we start talking about, do you see these tiny little wedges there? Well, that's excise taxes. Some will think of it as tariffs. When you actually see some miscellaneous. Your society is functionally financed. Income tax, this is FICA, and this is corporate. Mark my words, and I'll probably be long gone from this place. What the Democrats are doing, policy-wise, and honestly, the Republicans' unwillingness to actually do tough things, Into this decade, you're going to all be having a discussion of having a national VAT, value-added tax, just like the rest of the world. And all the crap discussion of, well, it's not progressive enough. It's regressive. It hurts working men and women. Working men and women are going to get their heads kicked in because it's the only way you can start to confiscate enough resources from people. So let's actually talk through, let's knock down some of the craziness that keeps being said around here. This is a brand new chart for me. U.S. fiscal dynamics, now and then. And we're going to go way back. Let's actually do the previous from 1984 to 2023 and then current. Our tax revenues are up. We're taking in more receipts. Technically, they're not revenues. Revenues are what you earn. Receipts are what you confiscate. So just a bit of tax lingo there. But it's our spending. You see tax receipts are up, but our spending is way up. And when you see the white line over here, deficits, it's just basically the derivative of, hey, tax receipts are up, but we're spending faster than those receipts are going up, therefore you get a deficit. If you get someone who says, well, those 2017 tax cuts, no, tax receipts are up. I have another chart I'm going to show you here. Corporate tax rates, or corporate tax collections, don't think about the rate, it's about what you take in, are actually above the mean. And how much of this spending is the Orwellian named Inflation Reduction Act? So the Democrats lost their mind when we did 2017 tax reform. Remember, it was actually a few $1 trillion, $5.5 trillion. But functionally, 4 of it were also covered, direct taxes. We just moved things around to maximize productivity. It was about getting companies to move back to the United States, move their organizations, their intellectual property, the things they were making money on, get them back to the United States. We had to become competitive in the world again. The other $1.5 trillion, well, that's actually, the Democrats, that's the driver of the debt. No, it's not, because it turns out it wasn't $1.5 trillion. The latest data is almost $900 billion of that has been covered by the economic growth. Yet, when the Democrats controlled this place in the last session, they dropped $2 trillion in subsidies, handouts to big business. And all that's borrowed money. How many people, when was the last time you had a reporter that actually covered any of this fairly? When was the last time you met a reporter that owned a calculator? The public has no understanding what's going on out there. And I keep trying to provide this chart over and over. This is U.S. government revenues. The sign should say receipts. This is mislabeled. Green, individual income taxes. Remember, we're mostly an individual income tax country. When you see spikes like this is the dot-com bubble of functionally 1999 or 2000, 2001. The dot-coms, that's capital gains. Here, this spike here, that's actually functioning people who were getting lots of COVID money. So it was direct spend from the federal government. We borrowed it, gave it to them. They had to pay taxes on it. This line here, the blue, that's FICA taxes. That's your Social Security, that's your Medicare. Very stable. Down here, this is corporate taxes. Do you see the line? Remember, this is the regime of the new corporate tax rate since 2017. Tax receipts, the actual tax dollars are up. And it's above the mean of the last couple decades. You need vitality. You need dynamism. And there's lots of things we could do policy-wise. The United States is becoming a bit more oligopoly. Many of our businesses are becoming far too big and far too protectionist. But that's government. Government likes big organizations because they're easier to manipulate to get them to do what they want. Hey, here's a subsidy. Wink, wink, nod, nod. Engage in our social policy. Engage in our political policy. And we're going to hand you billions. Instead of what you do when you do tax reform of everyone, knife fight. Battle it out. The best product, the most dynamic company, the one that moves fastest, the most innovative wins. That's the way an American economy, a market economy, is supposed to work. Instead, now you have and you'll actually have our brothers and sisters on the left here actually go behind these microphones and use, our industrial policy is this. Our planned economy is this. God, I keep waiting for them to build a 5-year plan and hold up the little red cards. You don't get that reference, go look it up. So, this is the driver of the debt. Remember I showed you tax receipts are up, but our spending is up more? Well, where's that spending? It's in what we call mandatory. In many ways, this isn't Republican or Democrat. It's what we are as a society. We calculate in about 10 years, 23% of our population will be 65 and up. But the politics will weaponize that very sentence I just gave you, but it's math. It's what we are. It's demographics. We're having dramatically fewer children than have for the last couple decades, and we got older. If we tell the truth about that, we can look at what is the cost driver. So when you get folks that come and say, well, almost all the cost driver is interest and healthcare costs. And a decade from now, when the Social Security Trust Fund is gone, do we backfill it? So the brain trust here will say, well, let's do this. We'll do the ACA, Obamacare, or the Republican alternative, or Medicare for all. Those are financing bills. Once again, if our body here would tell the truth, that's who gets subsidized and who has to pay. They don't change what we pay. Technology, cures, disruptions, better ways to do it. But we keep much of the technology that could crash the price of healthcare here, we keep it illegal. Because there's armies of lobbyists in our hallways who don't want to compete against your ability to use technology to keep yourself and your family healthier. I've been able to attach a handful of AI and algorithm bills to provide customer service at the IRS or the VA or other things. And the hate we've gotten from the government employees unions, from these. But the fact of the matter is, it's moral. It would be better customer service for our constituents. It would be faster, better, cheaper. And the fact of the matter is, there's no pension with it. There are solutions that's not tax or cut and burn. It's a policy. And this place won't engage in the policy because we're afraid of the... We are protectionists. We are protections of the government bureaucracies and the incumbent business models. Is that Republican or Democrat? It's math. Oh. Yeah, I'm not going to bother you with that. Madam Speaker Pro Tem, may I ask how much time I have?
Gentleman has 23 minutes remaining.
All right. And for those who are trying to take down my words, I'm sorry for talking so fast. Tax revenues projected billions of dollars. I'm just, once again, want to make the point. Individual income taxes projected to be up dramatically. Payroll taxes up fairly substantially. Corporate income taxes fairly healthy, just that they're staying within. Other types of receipts are also up. But where I really want to get back to is trying to make this point, and then we're going to do some actual tax history. This is from CBO, Congressional Budget Office. It's not Republican or Democrat, it's math. 100% of the next 30 years of debt, healthcare and interest, and then in 10 years if we backfill Social Security. The rest of the budget is calculated to have almost $9 trillion positive balance. So when was the last time this place actually was willing to have one of the most difficult discussions? About a month and a half ago, the joint economic economists on the Republican side took the leap and told the truth. We wrote a detailed report about demographics, tax policy, maximizing economic growth, and then we talked about health. And this is where I get the crap kicked out of me, telling the truth. Obesity in the detailed line item, and we spent months and months and months and months working on these numbers and vetting them, could be as high as $9.1 trillion of additional healthcare costs over the 10 years. Having a society where we're about to have the 5th year in a row where prime-age males are dying younger, is that moral? Having a society where we calculate in 3 to 4 years, 50% of America will be obese. Is that moral? What we do in the Farm Bill, what we do in nutrition support, and what we do in trying to have a healthier society, is that Republican or Democrat? I often accuse my Democrats of wanting to engage in policy to maintain people's misery, where those of, at least myself, I want to cure the misery. I want to end the misery, cure diseases, move the types of investment, but also the policies so the FDA can use technology to bring cures to market faster. We have a whole portfolio of these ideas. Not one of those was a tax, not one of those was a major cut. We calculate that 16% of all U.S. health care, $600 billion, is people not staying on their statin or taking their insulin properly or their calcium inhibitors, so they're having a stroke. So 99-cent pill bottle cap that beeps at you. And I can't get a damn hearing on that for years. Simple ideas that could crash the price of health care. Our society is dying. In 15 years, we calculate we have more deaths than births. Oh, but that doesn't work in the next election. That's not what I'm going to use in my propaganda. The attack ads that are going to come at you, Schweikert, well, we're going to say you mentioned the word Social Security and Medicare, but we're going to lie that you're one of the few idiots here trying to find a mathematical way to save it. This place is absolutely immoral. Oh, I've done this before. I've tried to walk through the actual cost to the poor on what we're doing at our border. I'll do this quickly. You're the individual, you're the couple, you didn't finish high school. What you sell is your talents. You're willing to go out and hang drywall. You work yourself off as hard as you can. And then you get a White House that engages in border policy where millions of people with the same skill set as you have come in and they consume the housing stock. So you want to know why the lowest tiers, the least expensive housing has had some of the highest inflation, why they can't find a place to live, and now their wages are going down because you're competing against millions of people with the same skill set. The cruelty of the current border policy crushes the working poor. Can we have a discussion like economists instead of, well, you're immoral, you want to, no. And on the flip side, we have entire charts that talk about a talent-based immigration. And talent could be a skilled carpenter or a synthetic biologist, grows the economy. And I will argue a number of the economic policies I propose, I cannot make work math-wise unless we actually. Because in the 70s, 80s, the world fought for hydrocarbons. Last decade, we fought for rare earths. I can build you the math model that says this decade and the next 3 decades, we're going to fight for smart people. The entire world. We educate people here and then we send them away. Are we out of our minds? Madam Speaker Pro Tem, I'm going to skip a bunch of the boards and just try to close this out with just a couple more. This is 2023. Total outlays, total spending, 6.1 trillion. Total receipts, 4.4 trillion. So what is that? 1.7 trillion borrow. This year, borrowing is going to be about 2.25. And this is a time where the economy is doing remarkably well. Now it's subsidized, so it's basically a sugar high, but it's still doing well. And now our problem is, in 2023, gross interest was about $700 billion. This year we're heading towards $1 trillion, $140, $160 billion. But this differential here, almost every dime of that 1.7 trillion borrowing, the growth on it. Now, much of it is Inflation Reduction Act, the shortfall from tax reform, but we've never been given the run to show how it's growing tax receipts. And I've shown you even corporate tax receipts with the different rates are up. Turns out it's healthcare and interest now. And now as we're moving back to more normalized interest, how many of you live in a fantasy world where you think interest rates are going back to zero? You realize the current interest on 10-year notes still aren't at historic norms when you take away the years of suppression on the rate. And for my brothers and sisters on the left who like to say, well, it was you gave away to rich people. Today, the rich, as defined by you, pay a higher percentage of federal income taxes than they did before. The Republican tax reform was more progressive than the previous tax code. And when we get to some of the other charts, here's my chart showing that President Biden in the debate said something insane about covering Social Security. Let's see if I can find 10 years gross debt will be $56.8 trillion. But here's one of the points I desperately want to make. Historically, when we've had very high marginal rates, we get 17.6, 18, 18.2% of GDP in taxes. When we've had very low marginal rates, we get 17.6, 18.2% of the economy in taxes, because the economy changes and growth. So when you look at it, the black line is receipts, revenue. The line above it is interest and healthcare. So when our friends keep saying, well, we're going to tax the rich more, great, but I've already shown you if every tax worked absolutely to its maximum efficiency, you get 1.5% of GDP, and we're borrowing 7 this year. Oh. We'll make this the last one. Until we're actually willing to first have the same definitions of here's the drivers of debt, here's the innovations we're willing to bring into our society. This is our future. Our future is just absolutely crushing. And it's percentages of GDP. We expect Social Security and Medicare outlays as we start to head to the 30-year budget. 17.6% of the entire economy, where revenues are 6.3. Okay, no one has any idea what you're talking about. But my basic point is, today through the next 30 years, it's demographics. It's mostly healthcare, and then the cost of financing that shortfall. Helping people live longer, live healthier, live freer of disease is moral. Is it Republican moral, Democrat moral? It's just moral. And yet, every piece of legislation I've brought here over the last few years can't get a hearing or gets shot down because the bureaucracy despises it. The interest groups care more about their money than they care about my 8-year-old's future. There is a path where the math can be made to work. But for everyone around here, you think there's a simple solution. My father used to have this great solution, this saying, for every complex problem, there's a simple solution. That's absolutely wrong. We will have to do complexity to save our future, save my retirement, save my children. We have put it on paper. We've done economic modeling. We've had multiple PhD economists do the math. There's a way it works.
will this place step up and buy a calculator, put batteries in it, and then sit down with those of us who want to save our future and make this another American century? But we run around terrified from doing what's hard. Madam Speaker, thank you for the therapy session of letting me vent. I'm going to bite my tongue from saying what I had to say, but I am going to throw one last thing. There's a number of people watch these presentations on YouTube. Half the comments are bots. They're fake. They're Russian troll farms. Half the remaining half are people who care more about saying ideological insanity. But there's about a quarter of them that help, that actually have sometimes brilliant ideas, are engaged in saying, what if you did this? What if you looked at that? We're diving into ideas on things of consolidation of things of mandatory, and those ideas actually came from the population that's been willing to watch these presentations over the years. And one of my last great hopes is when I would do these economic presentations 5 years ago, I get 12 people that would watch them. Today I'll have several 100,000. Maybe, just maybe, our Democrat, our Republicans, the people who are independent are tired of being treated like children, and they're ready. They're ready for us to start talking to them like honest brokers of policy. And with that, Madam Speaker, I'm going to yield a couple minutes to Congressman Mooney, and he can consume what time I have left. Pro Tem. I'm going to try to do something a little backwards tonight from what I've typically done. One of my great frustrations here is sitting on Ways and Means, having the joint economic economist as part of my team, and the number of times this place makes promises that the experts around us say, they're completely fraud. And then somehow magically, we never sort of come back a couple of years later and say, hey, here's what you were promised when the Democrats did their Inflation Reduction Act. Here's the actual outcomes. Should we hold people to their own language? So a couple of things I wanted to do here. I'm going to walk through a few boards and try to give some examples of how this place engages in theater that's mathematically void. And what's the term? We lie to you. So how many of you remember a couple of years ago, we're going to put $80 billion into the IRS. Yay! And we're going to collect money on those people, $400,000 up. And you had members of this body, of the White House, and others saying crazy things. And the press, the scribes who basically in many ways should be, have to file with the federal elections because many of the press around here acts more like PR department for the Democrat Party, says better tax enforcement could raise $700 billion over the decade. The White House in 21. Some of the others, some members of Congress think you could get $1 trillion from finding delinquent rich people. Okay, wouldn't that be neat? Wouldn't that make our job so much easier in a Congress that's borrowing, close to $80,000 every second? But remember, this was what you were told. How come no one ever comes behind these microphones 2 years later and say, okay, do we hold you to your language? You built budget documents. You built things on these numbers. Even when I go back to the CBO, and this was the updated numbers. Remember CBO, the one we keep relying on, saying, hey, high of $851 billion over the 10 years in additional collections on those $400,000 up rich people.
and the low, $390 billion. And this was one of the excuses the Democrats had for the trillion plus, and depending on how you look at some of the other CBO numbers, so you can see how accurate it is, almost 1.9 trillion in the Inflation Reduction Act. Basically, how much of it was giveaways to big businesses, environmental groups, other things. Okay, so you told us this. Well, it turns out we're 2 years in now. We're 2 years in. So let's hold them to, okay, you're going to get their average sort of number that came refined early this, as late as this February. We're going to get 400 billion. So for the fun of it, because I'm a pack rat, I saved some of the articles. Here's a fine reporter. IRS says IRS says its hiring surge and funding boost could generate $560 billion more than it thought. $560 billion over the 10 years from their Inflation Reduction Act. 30 days later, the same reporter, that first one's February, this one's March, applications for revenue-generating IRS jobs are far below agency goals. And then if anyone actually reads this stuff, it turns out they had fewer revenue agents, tax collectors at the IRS than they did before, because apparently if you have a good accounting background and you're a tax lawyer and those things, IRS is really where you want to work. But the fact of the matter is that the beauty here is actually in the very article, they actually went down. Let's see, if I can find the percentage. They had 8% fewer. And this is after billions and billions and billions of additional money was being given to the IRS. Now, it started with 80. Remember, we used parts of the IRS money as pay-fors last year. So I think they're still sitting on like $57 billion additional on top of their baseline budget for customer service and tax collections. So I saved these articles. Well, what would happen if annually the Treasury has to update? What's the real numbers? How are they doing? Well, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, you might get a kick out of this. So it turns out over the 2 years, they've brought in an extra $1.3 billion. That's a lot of money. Now, we're still trying to figure out how much of that money would have just organically eventually come in. Might have come in slower, so they move some of it forward. But if I take $1.3 billion over 2 years and then divide that in half, multiply it by 10, what happened to the $400 billion, or the $1 trillion, or the $700 billion that the Democrats from those microphones were telling us they were going to get by going after the $400,000 and up rich people? And my point here is this, so often this place, because it's mathematically vacuous, builds these promises that are complete fraud. Now, do I think people who have high income should pay their fair share? Absolutely. Actually, it's not even their fair share. They should pay what the law tells them they have to pay. Okay, that's fair. But it turns out there were lots of articles that had been coming up saying it was a fraud, but no one around here was willing to pay attention to it, saying, the Department of Treasury, IRS, announces 1.3 recovery, high income. It's not anything close. Treasury raised nowhere near what Democrats expected from tax enforcement. So one of the reasons I'm doing this sort of backwards is I come behind this microphone week after week after week, sort of saying, here's the scale of the debt. Here's the drivers of the debt. The drivers of the debt from today through the next 30 years are demographics. And I get screamed at when I'm home saying, David, stop telling us the truth. From today through the next 30 years,
About 75% of all the debt. Remember, we're expecting in 30 years to be like 116, 120 trillion in debt. 75% of that will be functionally Medicare. And in 9, 10 years, when the Social Security Trust Fund is gone, do we backfill that and have to use general fund for it? That's math. But it doesn't have to be that way. But you can't fix things if this place keeps making crap up. And look, the other thing I found, and I just adding some irony to parts of this discussion, because this is way back, June 26th, so not that long ago. It turns out only 31% who called the IRS could get someone to answer the phone. We gave them billions and billions and billions to do this. Is it time to stop attacking people like me? It says it's time for a revolution using technology. The fact of the matter is you could actually adopt the very technology saying, if I need some information, I'm going to call, and yes, I'm talking to a chat GPT, but it can stay on the phone with me. It can help me fill out my forms. It doesn't want to hang up on me. It can text me the video I need to know to how to fill it out. And the fact of the matter is the IRS is the second most unionized agency in the federal government. They don't like the fact that technology could really improve customer service. Well, it turns out technology could actually be fairer, more accurate, and you don't run into the Lowe's learner problem. That's a way back, so if you don't know the name, Google it. You can audit an algorithm, you can audit AI, you can audit those things to seeing if it's being biased and chased. I can't audit a leftist IRS employee who's going after certain conservative groups. You want a fair tax system. You want an efficient tax system. They're sitting on, what is it now, $57 billion. You're 2 years in, and it's still not working. Now, look, I chair the oversight in Ways and Means. I meet with some of the IRS officials. They actually have some competent people over there. But I can't figure out what's going on when these things just aren't happening. So part of this is I want us to understand I can't fix the math if we're going to keep lying about it. So here's another article I just grabbed from Politico, and I think it was from yesterday. As part of also the Democrats' Inflation Reduction Act, which is a completely Orwellian named bill, because you've all seen the articles. It did just the opposite to the economy. It extended the inflationary period. How politics hung up a $42 billion internet build-out. Okay. Here's the thought experiment. And this, once again, when I'm done saying this, tomorrow there will be lobbyists in my office angry that I actually talked about this. Because remember, everything in Washington, D.C. is actually about the money. It is. And let's be brutally honest about it. So here's $42 billion that was supposed to help bring broadband to rural America. Okay, come with me sometime to my Navajo Nation in northern Arizona, which is bigger than some of the states back here on the East Coast. I have chapter houses. I have communities out there that have been waiting decades to get a broadband line. And yet, if you take a look, there's been millions and millions and millions and millions spent. In this case, billions were appropriated. So if I came to you and said, okay, we really, if we want to have telehealth, if we want to have digital health, if we want to have the living classrooms where, it's the greatest science teacher who's available to the entire country because you're doing it through the internet, broadband is moral, great. Is it moral waiting decades? Is it moral subsidizing and subsidizing and subsidizing? Somehow that bit of fiber, that wire never gets there. So if I came to you, because hopefully everyone around here is smart, said, we can't keep doing this, what would you do? Crazy idea. Go out to the middle of nowhere and put this little satellite dish and then a couple repeaters
around that provide Wi-Fi. And guess what? 48 hours later, boom, you have broadband at a fraction of the fraction of a fraction of a fraction of the cost. And welcome to this century. Oh, we hadn't thought about that. Well, I've proposed it, and it's never going to move forward because the other side makes lots of contributions, lobbies around here, and the absurdity. But it's another example. I'm trying to burn into this place. Join this century of technology. Unless it's better off to keep subsidizing, and then waiting a couple more decades so you can get broadband to your rural community, or you could have it this week at a fraction of the cost to the U.S. taxpayers. Look, I have a whole presentation, some of you have seen it before, where one of the things the Democrats did 2 years ago is we're going to lower insulin prices. You know what they actually did is they functionally took $16 billion, handed it to Big Pharma, the very pharma they attack all the time, and said, wink, wink, nod, nod. We're going to attack you. You give us contributions, of course. Wink, wink, nod, nod. Here's $16 billion to buy down the price of insulin. So they didn't actually lower it. What they did is they, once again, the Democrat theory is everything's up for subsidization. Subsidize your way because it makes the receivers of that cash beholden. They're rent seekers. All of a sudden you notice that all these folks that are receiving these subsidies happen to keep showing up supporting the left. And what was immoral about that is, 70, 75 miles from here, there's something called Civica RX. Anyone who's crazy enough to watch something like this, look it up. 3 types of generic insulin. It's a co-op. It's a co-op with, I believe, the California Medicaid system, some private insurance companies, some healthcare providers, some hospitals, and they're selling those 3 generic insulins cheaper than the $16 billion subsidized. Why wouldn't this place have done something saying, hey, these things are off patent? We could actually incentivize groups that want to come together and make them cheaper, better, faster, more available. Wow, what a crazy idea. We want to lower drug prices, create competition, but make everyone compete against each other. Make those companies that want the cash subsidy say, screw you, we're going to actually encourage the co-ops to make it. I made these proposals, and you get stared at saying, no, David, you don't understand. We're Democrats. We do subsidization. They don't actually want competition. They don't actually want lower prices. They want people beholden to them. And then they could take part of that cash, part of that $16 billion, and go look up. I'll give you a company name, but I believe there's multiple firms doing that. It's Vertex. Read the articles of what they're doing for type 1 diabetes. They apparently have a number of folks who've actually been cured of type 1. Isn't the cure the morality? Instead, this place is fixated on maintaining your misery. It's immoral, but that's not what this place does. It's in some ways, I believe the intellects around here somehow need your misery, you to be attached to the system. If 33% of all U.S. healthcare is diabetes, why isn't literally every other speaker behind these microphones talking about how we're going to save our brothers and sisters? Now, I accept that's type 2, type 1's autoimmune, this and that, but the concept and the discussions, if you actually read the academic papers, what would happen if just a fraction of that cash went into actually pursuing curatives? The cure is the morality. So let's actually walk through a bit more of my rage, and please forgive me, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. In some ways, this is my therapy, because I get so angry all day long listening to crazy and folks that are a decade out of date in what they think they know, and just saying, but there's a solution. So economy could be
$29.5 billion larger if all opioid deaths since 2018, so it's functionally 6 years, were avoided. You go, huh? Anyone that's following me right now, if you're the opposition researcher for the Democrats who want to just beat the crap out of me, if you think it's moral, go look up fentanyl vaccine. I think it's going into 2A trials very shortly. Apparently it's a protein attacher, makes it so it can't go through the brain-blood barrier. In the last 6 years, 390,000 of our brothers and sisters have died of fentanyl. I think one of my boards here is going to say 345,000 prime-age Americans died of fentanyl. That's the morality of this place. Oh, let's give some more money to doing the same thing we've been doing over and over. You know, and think of it as everything from border security policy to the poor, the firefighter who's just trying to save someone who gets exposed. In my county, I had someone tell me that at least my city of Phoenix, there may be 2-3 dead people every single day from fentanyl. So what would happen if I came to you tomorrow and said, hey, they think they actually have, it would be once or twice a year. It's not a traditional vaccine. That's just the language if you look it up. It basically has your body attached to the protein so it can't pass the brain-blood barrier. There apparently is, for a number of narcotics, this type of technology appears to be working. Take a little bit of that money and help bring it to market. Save people's lives. We live in a country where we may be about to have the 5th year in a row where prime-age males are dying younger. In 15, 14 years, America has more deaths than births. 6 years, 390 of our brothers and sisters are dead. And how many times have you seen someone come behind this microphone and even talk about it? So if you want to think like an economist, just think about what you could do to grow the economy. If it's about the money, hey, you see the theme I'm trying to sell here. So, when you're going to have the Democrats come behind, and maybe even the debate tonight, you know, we need rich people to pay their fair share of those people over $400,000. Okay, just because this was a factoid I got from Virginia Fox a little while ago, and it screamed in my head. If I came to you and said the student loan forgiveness that the administration is desperately pushing because they desperately need the votes. Remember, it's vote buying. It's functionally pay for play. Hey, now vote for us. If I told you 750,000 of those individuals who the Biden administration make over $312,000. Yet every dime of this is borrowed money. You're going to take working class people, many of them that did not have the blessing like I've had and others in this body to go to school, to university, to go to grad school, things like that. You're going to ask working people who don't make anything close to $300,000+ to subsidize. This is the morality of this place. But it's great vote buying. And yet, if I come to you right now, and now we're going to do some of the financial, over 14%, the actual real number isn't 14.1, I think it's 14.48 or something like that. Over 14% of the entire federal government spending this year is interest. Is interest on the U.S. debt. So once again, this is important. Social Security, .1 spend, but it's self-funding, at least for a little while. Now remember, when we say self-funding, most of it comes in as the FICA tax, you know, the 12.4 we all pay. Your employer typically pays half, you pay half. And then a little portion where the Treasury has to go sell debt to pay back the money they've borrowed from the Social Security Trust Fund. And what is it, in 9 years or so, that trust fund is that money that the Treasury's borrowed is all gone,
And then we got to figure out how we're going to keep our Americans from having, what is it, 17+% cut, doubling senior poverty. All right. 14.5% of all of our spending today is just interest. Social Security, number one. This year, I believe it's $1,460.80 billion. Interest, if you do sort of total interest we owe to the trust funds, interest we owe to anyone that bought one of our bonds, whether it be your union pension fund, our nice family on the other side of the world, that's actually the number 2 expenditure in this government. Interest is number 2. Medicare is number 3. Defense is actually number 4. So the next time you're with your liberal relatives and saying, just cut defense, remind them, it's now number 4. The thing that's in the Constitution is now number 4. And some of the projections over the next 10 years, that number almost doubles on interest. Because we have this insatiable appetite, and I need to keep showing some of these numbers so they make sense. This one seems to hit home. So think of this, 2024, the fiscal year we're in right now. If gross interest comes in at $1,140 billion, or $140 billion, 45.68% of every income tax dollar. So when you pay your income taxes, almost half of it, a little less than half of it, is just paying interest. So think of that, when you're out there working your heart out, and you see that income tax bill you have on your paycheck, 45%, a little over 45% of that is just paying interest of this government. How many times have you seen people come behind these microphones and talk about this? Remember, interest is the fragility. If the bond market gets cranky because we do something stupid and interest rates spike up, I can make you an argument that over the next few years, you want to know who really runs this government? It's not us. It will be the bond market. Because you want things, and I need to show you on the next board. This is this year's budget. Okay, 26%, the blue, I get to vote on. Yet we're borrowing 30%. So every dime a member of Congress votes on is borrowed. And a wedge of, let's pretend it's Medicare, or any other thing in the red, which is on autopilot. That's what we call mandatory. It's earned benefits. Some benefits you get because you're part of a certain tribal group, you fall below a certain income. But this is on autopilot. This isn't voted on. Remember I showed you a board a second ago that over 14% is just interest? Well, think about that. If 26% is what we call discretionary, defense and non-defense, next time you're at home and you're talking to your voters and they say, I want you to balance the budget today. Okay, I can do it, but are you ready to get rid of all the defense of this country? Constitutional obligation, but we'll just get rid of, how about all of non-defense discretionary? Now that's the Park Service, that's the State Department, that's the FBI, that's everything, it's all gone. And then tell me what part of mandatory spending you want us to get rid of. There seems to be this lack of understanding of the reality, both on where the spending, this danger, the fragility this country has from the debt. And look, tonight I had only a half an hour, and I have a stack of these things where, particularly the 2 years the Democrats ran this place, they didn't tell the truth about, they made up fake numbers. We haven't hit anything close to that. And CBO seems to be sometimes months, if not years, behind on telling us the truth and how we make the numbers work. There's ways you can make this another American century. But you got to do it through a calculator. You got to stop trying to legislate around here by people's feelings. And yet, if you want to be on television tonight, say something theatrical. Say something over the top. Say something that's a great dopamine hit. But if you want to save the country, learn the damn math. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I think I heard a applause and happiness. He's only allowed to go for 13 minutes. For anyone that's paying attention, it's because we're lateness of the hour. My brothers and sisters on the Democrat side, we have to split the remaining time. That's what's about to happen. So I'm going to talk faster than normal. I apologize to those trying to take our words down. Let's see if I can make the point. I actually edited my boards down because I wanted to go through, once again, the actual mathematical facts, my intense frustration that our brothers and sisters around the country running for office are promising things that there is no mathematical way to make them work, and a complete void of an honest conversation of demographics and debt and the reality of what's going on. So let's actually race through this because I think I now have 12 minutes. For every dollar, please understand, for every dollar of tax collection, this year that your federal government takes in, we spend $1.39. Now work with me. This number, I used to come behind this microphone just a little while ago and say, we borrow 30 cents out of everything no, we borrow 39 cents. And if you remove interest, we still borrow, well, for every dollar we take in, we spend $1.21. Well, I need you to process this. Please process this. For every dollar of tax collection the United States takes in, and that's this year, in a time where the economy has actually been pretty good. GDP growth has been pretty good. Tax collections have actually been pretty good. And we spend, meaning we're functionally borrowing 39 cents for every dollar we take in. And here's the point. How many of you, as members of Congress, and if for someone's watching, if you don't see people in the room, that's the way it's supposed to be. People are supposed to be back in their offices or other place actually doing their work. And one of the reasons you do these presentations is you're probably on 1,000 televisions around this campus, and hopefully there's still some minds that are open to math. Do you see this chart? See the blue? We call that defense and non-defense. That's all I, as a member of Congress, get to vote on. It's 26, 25% of spending. Back to this board. If for every dollar of tax collection, we have to borrow an additional 39 cents on top of it. Does someone see a math problem? If what I get to vote on is 26% of the budget, it means every dime a member of Congress votes on is borrowed, and a big chunk of what we call mandatory spending. How many people are willing to tell that story, whether it be on the left or the right? Because the hallways in this place are full of people begging us for more spending. It's an investment, David. We need the money. And I've done chart after chart after chart over the last few years coming in showing when we've had very high marginal tax rates, we get about 17, 18% of the economy in taxes. When we've had very low marginal tax rates, we get about 17, 18% of the economy. Will this place start to take it seriously? You gotta adopt tax policies, regulatory policy, code policies that dramatically do growth. But understand what's the biggest change that's happened the last couple years. What is the thing that has moved these numbers so dramatically? And I'm going to play with this just a little bit. Interest. The fact of the matter is Social Security, $1,480 billion. Total interest, because remember, you got to pay the interest back to Social Security, the pension plans, all those things, and then interest to those who've bought our bonds. And remember, the vast majority of our bonds are actually bought by Americans. Interest now is the second biggest expenditure in the federal government. It's going to come in, total gross interest, maybe $1,140, $160. Then the next biggest, so the third biggest expenditure is now Medicare. And number 4 is actually defense. The thing that's in the Constitution now is number 4. And one of the points I want to make here is I was just showing you a chart that about 25% of what we get to vote on is defense and non-defense. And we're over 14% is just interest now. And understand, in about 10 years, that a little less than 1.2 trillion is going to be approaching $2 trillion a year. Tell me how many things we got to buy with that interest. When for every dollar of tax collection we take in, $1.39, so 39 cents on top of it is borrowed. That is the mathematical reality. And what is the thing? And this is the thing that I get booed at. I get people, online say, "Oh, that hurts my feelings." 100% of the debt for this country from today through the next 30 years. Go look at CBO's reports. Medicare. Sorry, I don't mean to get so agitated. Medicare and the interest, and in 9 or so years, when Social Security Trust Fund has been depleted, do we reach in the general fund and backfill it? And the insanity is you hear the debates here, we'll just tax rich people. But even documents from the left say, well, if you do every tax that's been proposed on those over $400,000 and you adjust for the economics, you get about 1.5 of GDP. So 1.5 of the size of the economy. For those of us who want to cut spending, add up everything we've talked about cutting, it's about 1 point of GDP. So you got a big 2.5% there. 2.5% for every policy on their side, every policy on our side. We are borrowing just a little less than 7% of the entire economy this year, and the economy is healthy. Dear heaven, what happens if there's a war? What happens if there's another pandemic? What happens if the parts of the economic clouds come and we have a recession? This is the time when things are good. We should be paying things back. And you look at the math, and look, I know some of these charts are impossible to read from a distance, and I'm trying just to make the point that when interest, because interest is our fragility, and I've said it here multiple times, you want to know who really is about to run your country? It's not the Democrats, it's not the Republicans, it's not rich people, it's not the unions, it's the bond market. Because if you're borrowing $70,000, $80,000 per second every day, and you've got to go to the market, remember this year, this fiscal year, we will bring $10 trillion to market. About 8 of that is refinancing of the bonds that roll over, and it's actually a little more than that if you look at the short end of the curve that have to roll over a lot, and then a couple trillion of new issuances. If the bond vigilantes, if those say, well, we don't want those things, we want a premium. You look at the charts, and this is actually assuming everything's wonderful. When you see the CBO projections, and they talk about debt coming into the future, this is no pandemic, no war, no recession. Yet, if you listen to these microphones, it's person after person after person after person coming up with new brilliant ideas to spend money. And many of them you love. They're moral, they're helpful, and we have no damn way to finance them. And this delusion saying, well, we'll just tax rich people. I've already shown chart after chart after chart. You confiscate all the wealth of those designated rich. You run the country for a few months. Crash every market, there's no retirement accounts, but you wipe out everything. And it's just sort of a mathematical delusion. There are ways to make this work. But are we going to legalize technology? Last week, I actually did a presentation, And I was trying to show that all these projections of we're going to take in this much money in additional enforcement at the IRS, and we've only hit like a fraction of what was promised. Remember, we're 2 years in. You know, remember we originally appropriated 80, then it went down to 57. We've spent, you know, we were supposed, according to CBO, be up around 10, 11 billion of additional tax collections coming in from rich. We've got 1. So we've hit basically 10% of the promises. And that's story after story after story. We're not coming anything close to our fantasies. Remember, the Inflation Reduction Act was going to pay for itself, and then we realized, hey, the subsidies, the planned economy, the new managed industrial policy that is America now, it's turning out to cost dramatically more than the tax collections didn't come anywhere close. We're really bad at math here. We're really good at making public policy by feelings. But just tried to say, let's have thought experiments. What would happen if the IRS used like chat and other things to answer the phone, so customer service, so the vast majority of people who call the IRS could actually have their phone answered? And I remember one person online said, well, that would lose jobs. I tried to show all that money we set aside for the IRS, it went down. Their auditors went down by 8%. We gave them billions of dollars, and it turns out we have a demographic issue. Remember, starting 1990, birth rates in the United States started to roll over, and it turns out lots of people don't want to go work for the IRS. There's ways to use technology to crash the price of healthcare, to make the environment healthier, cleaner, to move transportation, to actually do tax collections in an honest, fair, moral fashion. And this place is a protection racket. It's a protection of incumbent bureaucracies, incumbent business models. The hallways are full of lobbyists right now trying to stop us from disrupting and making our brothers and sisters healthier. Look, diabetes is 33% of all U.S. healthcare. It's immoral what we allow to happen. We can make our brothers and sisters healthier. We can do amazing things for the debt and deficits. We just have to be willing to do things different. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. It's the hazard of having a very difficult last name. Imagine putting it on a campaign sign. Schweikert. But don't feel bad. I have family members that can't pronounce it. Madam Speaker, we're actually, we have 30 minutes here, and I'm trying to do sort of a wrap-up. As folks know, the House actually passed a continuing resolution, which, you know, personally I wish we had battled it out and stayed and just tried to see if we could get the Senate to do some of their work. But I've been trying to find ways to get this place, the U.S. Senate, but also voters, heaven knows the presidential candidates, to take seriously the demographics and what's going on in our country, but also the world. We're not the only one. So I'm going to bring, as I often do, the boards, but let's probably put this in a type of perspective. Article, the world has now surpassed its record of debt. So believe it or not, it was during the Napoleonic Wars that the amount of debt in the world actually skyrocketed. Congratulations. Right now, I think the world governments are $312 trillion in debt. Why is that important? Well, the burn rate of the United States, we're burning right now, and remember, this is a fairly decent economy, and we're borrowing about $70,000 a second. Every day, $70,000 a second. I'm going to show you some boards to sort of walk through this. Do you think there's this ocean of capital in the United States and around the world that's really excited to keep buying U.S. bonds and just keep buying them and keep buying them and keep buying them? When you read the stories about how many Americans are struggling right now and struggling with their own debt, how much liquidity is there to keep consuming are bonds. And so one of my pitches I keep trying to sell here is if we keep up what's going on right now, where we're borrowing, in a good year, a couple $1 trillion. We will borrow a couple $1 trillion this year. Congress has made the decision that those who will really run this government, those who really run this country, will be called the bond market. Because if you need to refinance like we did this year, this fiscal year, we've refinanced about $8 trillion and bring to market an additional $2 trillion. So you're basically sitting on $10 trillion. And that's not even counting the short term where it was a 30-day and 6 months and those things that had to be rolled. You're subject to the fragility of the bond market and what interest rate and how much liquidity and how many idiots like me come behind these microphones and try to explain the world debt markets to you. Take it seriously. It's not a game. United States is now number 14 on the credit stack. That means there's 13 other countries today that can sell a 10-year bond cheaper than us. Greece today can sell a 10-year bond cheaper than the United States. Think about that. And the first warnings I'm starting to pick up in some of the financial press, now this is sort of the deep bond articles and those things, when Moody's is starting to allow their people to leak out information saying, yes, but last November, we actually put the United States on a negative watch. Remember, we're still in AAA, negative watch. That's what they did to us a year ago. Stories are starting to circulate. If the United States doesn't look and act like we're taking our debt seriously, we're going to get a downgrade. Now, you go, well, who cares? You're the reserve currency. Guess what? There's 13 other countries with better credit ratings than the United States. And if you get the downgrade, if 2 of the 3 major rating agencies were to downgrade the United States and no longer it's all AAA, do you know, actually in our own statutes and a number of state statutes, they wouldn't be allowed to buy U.S. sovereign debt. Are you ready for the interest rate? So the Federal Reserve starts to lower and our interest rates actually, have you noticed, has anyone been paying attention? Just go on the bond market. Have you noticed that U.S. sovereigns aren't going down the way, I mean, the yield curve is starting to look normal again, semi-normal. Why aren't they going down? I'm going to argue our voracious appetite for debt and consumption because this place won't tell you the truth. So once again, I'm going to do this a little bit backwards. For every dollar this year we take in, how much do we spend? Come on, let's make this a play-at-home game in your own head. So we take in $1, what is spent? If you said $1.39 for every dollar, $1.39 for every dollar of tax receipts we take in. You got to understand, and this will get dramatically worse in a decade because the Social Security Trust Fund will be depleted. The Medicare Part A, which covers what, 40% of Medicare, the rest is really coming out of the general fund, will be depleted. We'll have, in 10 years, 23% of Americans 65 and up ready for their earned benefits. And we got to figure out a way to finance it. So let's sort of make a point here. When I come, and I typically used to start with this board, trying to say, do you see the blue area? This is defense. This is non-defense. That's what you as a member of Congress get to vote on. Every dime you as a member of Congress vote on is borrowed. Understand, the borrowing's actually bigger than the blue here because, you know, that's a $1.8 trillion. Well, this year we're going to borrow $2 trillion. If you want to put in the interest and money we're paying back to the trust funds, it's what, $1.2 trillion, $2 trillion, $300 billion. What that means is every dime of defense is borrowed. Every dime of non-defense discretionary is borrowed. And let's call it $400 billion of your favorite earned benefit. Let's call it Medicare, because that's easy. And I know this place loves to come behind these mics and speechify, I'm going to cut so-and-so's salary because they're a crap administrator. Great. You just took an hour of our time that if we're borrowing $70,000 a second, did you help us? We seem incapable of doing things that are serious. Hell, we're incapable of telling voters the truth. You know, this weekend I had a wonderful woman come, you know, if we would just get rid of foreign aid, we'd be fine. And you show her that every dime of foreign aid, when you actually make where the money actually goes, is, you know, a week and a half of borrowing at most. And that's every dime. And most of it's actually money that comes back because they buy our stuff. So a week of borrowing. And she just looked at me with these daggers because she had a text message from someone she never knew, basically telling, if you got rid of foreign aid, you could balance the budget. No, it's about a week. Get rid of congressional salaries. I did this math. It's like 6 seconds of borrowing every day. Please stop bathing in the clown show. And this is for members and staff and the public, that we need to be educated. You need a well-educated electorate to pay attention, because we're going to have to do some very difficult, complicated. If you think there's a simple solution to when every dime a member of Congress votes on is borrowed, do you think that's a simple solution? Turns out you got to revolutionize the cost of health care. You can disrupt it with technology, with other processes. You could adopt technology to crash the price of government. You're going to have a discussion about talent-based immigration. Remember, in 15 years, the United States has more deaths than births. I believe we're about to have the 5th year in a row where prime-age males are dying younger. In the last 6 years, 390,000 Americans have died of fentanyl. Well, it turns out next year we might have a fentanyl vaccine. You go, oh, I don't like it. 390,000 have died in 6 years. You're not willing to deal with the moral imperative of saving our brothers and sisters? We need to think differently. And the fact of the matter is, you're living in a time of miracles. We can cure hepatitis C. We can cure hemophilia. There are things that are coming out. There's the Vertex experiments that look like they're about to cure type 1 diabetes. If diabetes is 33% of all U.S. healthcare spending, what is the morality, but what's also the amazing economics? If we would fixate in the farm bill, nutrition support, in the way we deliver healthcare to get our brothers and sisters healthier, turns out it's the single biggest thing you could do for stabilizing U.S. debt. It's making America healthier. How many people have you heard come behind these microphones in the last year we willing to say that? Because you upset the lobbyists walking up and down the hallways that need people that are sick. Look, and we'll do better. We're working hard on this chart, but we're having, because I swear there was someone out there. If someone out there knows where I can find it, call my office. But we're trying to actually build a chart that shows all the outlays. Because I keep getting people saying, well, if you just cut this, cut that. And I'm trying to show you, oh, that's great. You just got rid of 3 days of borrowing, 2 days of borrowing. We did actually a little contest earlier in the year, and we added up everything. And it was about 3 weeks. And we published that. You say, oh, it can't be. I was told that it's just waste and fraud. Or as Democrats say, we don't tax rich people enough. Once again, and I did multiple presentations on this. I actually brought the boards and did all that. Every tax that's truly been proposed is written out, where you tax income, you tax capital gains, you tax, all up and down for people $400,000 and up. When you did the economic effects, you got 1.5% of GDP. All the things we've truly talked about cutting, which would, if all discretionary is like $860 billion, if you got rid of how much? Could you get rid of a quarter of it? Could you get rid of a third of it? Okay, let's pretend you get 300 billion of it. All the Democrats' tax hikes, all of our cuts, you get 2.5% of GDP. We're going to borrow in a good economic year. The reality, tax receipts are pretty good this year. We're still going to borrow almost just a little less than 7% of GDP. Think of that. What the hell, what happens if there's another pandemic, if there's a war, if there's a recession? We barely have the capacity now to cover our current spending. And so part of the reason for a chart like this, and I know it's unreadable from a distance, but we've been trying to put in, saying, oh, the Department of Agriculture is 1.27% of spending. This energy program is 0.12, trying to basically explain that the theatrics of this place don't come close to adding up. 100% of borrowing from today through the next 30 years. Now, this doesn't mean you don't revolutionize government every way you can, but the big number says every dime of borrowing from today through the next 30 years, 75% of it is health care. It's mostly Medicare. We got older. And in 9, 10 years, when the Social Security Trust Fund has been depleted, are we going to reach into the general fund and backfill it? How are we going to cover that? Are we going to allow the doubling of poverty of seniors in America? We already have a crisis right now with the number of senior baby boomers that are ending up on the street. This is really screwed up. And yet this place, when you start say, we engage in this theater, well, I'm going to cut this program. I just got rid of 15 seconds of borrowing. Okay, maybe we should do that, but don't think you actually accomplished something. Because in the time of that debate, we've often borrowed more than the debate would have saved. And now for a couple of the punchlines. And I'm going to do this 3 or 4 ways because I'm trying to get it to burn in. Remember how before I was telling you for every dollar we receive in taxation in the federal government, we spend $1.39? Here's one of the punchlines you need to have burned into your consciousness. About, let's come here, 18 cents of that $1.39 borrowing is just interest. What did the interest buy us? Now, look, there's some economists say, well, you put out interest, someone got a rate of return, so they're going to spend it. But in many ways, it's not money it went to build a healthier military, dealt with poverty, actually, and it's going to continue to grow and continue to grow and continue to grow. And you try to help folks understand. If we're borrowing $1.39 for every dollar we receive, and then try to show, little dotted line here is basically, let's call it the break-even line. So if you're in the orange, that's mandatory spending. We don't get to vote on it. It's a formula. And many of those formulas haven't been looked at in decades. You see the blue? That's interest. That's a huge part of the growth. Interest in that health care. See the gray up here? That's all discretionary. All we actually debate around here is a fraction of this gray. And you look at it, and you get over here, so even when you get away from the pandemic, and you start to look into the future. Now, I don't know if you noticed the tiny, 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 tiny improvement right here in 2025. That's where we're still banking on no recession, no slowdown. Now, in 26, it will get also a tiny bit better because working people are going to pay about $400 billion in additional taxes. Remember, a whole portion of the 2017 tax reform expires, and some of my friends who are running for office on the other side have made it clear they do not support anything from that tax reform in 2017. Okay, just be prepared. We calculate for, now I have a higher income, a very well-educated district, so look, I'm blessed. We calculate it's almost $3,000 per family. Tax hike if we don't fix this next year. This isn't a game. Can you imagine what the economic impacts are going to be if you do that to working people? And yet, you continue to show chart after chart after chart after chart after chart. And I want to make a point. I've done presentations here where you show, here's the last 75 years. Here's years where we had very high marginal tax rates. We get about 17, 18% of the economy in taxes. Here's where we've had low marginal tax rates. We get about 17, 18% of the economy. Your solution, if you actually want to do facts and economics and not political rhetoric, is adopt regulatory policies, tax policies, trade policies, though, that maximize economic growth. If you want more tax receipts, if you actually care about the debt, stop living in this fantasy. We're just going to tax rich people, and that takes care of everything. If you look at some of the proposals, they've already spent the money 3 or 4 times. And I keep trying to present over and over and over, when you start to realize the amount of our spending, and by the end of the decade, think of this, 10 years from now, if you add in the debt we will owe to the trust funds, what's left of them, we're at $56 trillion. $56 trillion. What happens if interest rates move against us? Remember, interest today is the second biggest expenditure in this government. Social Security, and then behind that is interest, then Medicare, then defense. Defense is now the 4th expenditure in this government. And you try over and over and over. So you see right here, 2024, 25, you see the little tiny movement we get in 26 and a couple of years after that, and then boom. Now this here is because the tax hikes that are coming, that they're already in statute, they're coming. It's not a vote. We're not going to take a vote and say we're going to raise these taxes. It's called tax expirations. It's already coming. It's math. But boom. After 3, 4 years, you're back and the curve is back in. And we don't want to tell the truth. It's demographics. Starting in 1990, we started having fewer children. Why can't we start to tell the truth of here's what we're going to do in our regulatory code, our tax code, to promote investments in things that make us more productive? We're going to do things that actually close income inequality. It turns out we have data sets that say when the key driver to income inequality in America is actually health. And then think what we do in our nutrition policy, ag policy, other things. I mean, we're killing ourselves. And the last point, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, can I ask how many minutes I have left?
The gentleman has 9.5 minutes remaining.
All right. For everyone's sanity, I promise only to use a couple of it. Okay, this is 2024. We functionally are going to take in $4,898 billion. We're going to spend $6,880 billion. Anyone see the math problem? And then if you want to tell the truth about actual debt and actual budgets where you actually say, okay, here's the interest we have to pay back to the Social Security Trust Fund. Here's the Medicare Trust Fund, other things. You're functionally looking at a $2.2 trillion deficit in a year that things are good. But the other point, back to this board. How many members of Congress will stand in front of you and say, do you understand every dime? So like my friend Mr. Green and I get to vote on, every dime we vote on is borrowed. When 14.1% of all federal spending is just interest. And it turns out the most powerful thing you and I could do to stabilize borrowing, and I've done hours on this floor trying to present it, and am I just an idiot for trying? Showing it actually can't come from tax hikes. Okay, fine, do that, but it's marginal. Many of the things we want to cut, I actually believe government is dramatically too big and too intrusive. Cut them. But unless you tell the truth about the primary drivers of U.S. debt, which is demographics, it's healthcare. Are we going to change the rules so technology, so cures are moral? Fixate on those things. It turns out those are what you do to bend the debt curve. And yet I'll give this speech over and over and over. And maybe it just doesn't satiate the dopamine hits. Maybe it's just not trite and easy enough. Because it turns out doing some of this will be really hard. But it's doable. There is a path. My 2-year-old is running around here somewhere. I mean, yes, I have a 2-year-old and 8-year-old. And my wife's exactly my age. Yes, I'm pathologically optimistic. I always think that's funny. My little boy, when he turns 21, 22, every tax in the United States has to be doubled. Every tax has to be doubled just to maintain baseline spending. Absolutely immoral what we're doing. We have set up the first generation in U.S. history to be poor than their parents. Doesn't have to be that way, but this place needs a revolution in the way it thinks, because you can't keep being absolute dumb. You can't keep doing it the way we're doing it. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Under the Speaker.